Invincible from the start, ceiling of combat power, the great emperor of the late dynasty. Feifan transmigrated and reincarnated as a prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, possessing terrifying comprehension and talent. The royal family's heavenly emperor technique has a limit of 15 levels, but only 2 people in 8,000 years have reached this achievement. Yet, at only 18 years old, he not only had already stepped into this realm, but had further refined it, reaching an unprecedented 17th level. While everyone believed that the peak of the land immortal realm was the limit of this world, he had already stepped into the even stronger realm of mortal immortal. Thus, after 18 years of secluded cultivation, unknowingly, he had become invincible. Just at this moment, the Great Xia Dynasty, already teetering on the brink of collapse, was once again engulfed in a cataclysmic upheaval. I am a Qin king of Great Xia. Anyone who dares to defy me, slay them. Chapter 1. 8 millennia of the Great Xia. The Great Xia Dynasty, after 8,000 years, is nearing its end. This sentiment resonates deeply within the hearts of many with ulterior motives. Over the course of its history, the dynasty has witnessed 30 emperors, with the past 2 centuries alone accounting for a third of that number. Yet, it is not that these rulers were inept. At least 5 of them demonstrated imperial might and extraordinary talent. Alas, they all met untimely ends, a phenomenon unfathomable in the world of cultivators. Nestled in the Qin River region of the Great Xia, amidst towering peaks and treacherous paths, lies a remote corner of the kingdom. Despite its seclusion, the area is not devoid of inhabitants. However, it remains largely cut off from the outside world. During the height of summer, a group of slender maidens dance gracefully in the lotus pond within the inner courtyard of the Qin Wangfu. In the lotus pavilion stands a young man, poised and tranquil, with one hand resting behind him and the other grasping a brush. He appears to be capturing the elegance of the maidens on a canvas before him. His starry eyes reflect profound depth, and his tall, ethereal figure gives the impression of a celestial being surveying the mortal realm. Suddenly, the soft sound of footsteps disrupts the serenity. A girl dressed in a flowing purple gown, her face partially concealed by a silken mask adorned with purple beads, approaches. Her long, straight hair cascades down her back, and her deep, cold eyes exude an aura of aloofness. Yet, upon catching sight of the figure in the pavilion, her demeanor softens, her gaze fixated on him. Your Highness, news from the capital indicates that His Highness the Prince of Luo has encountered misfortune. Furthermore, it is rumored that he is increasingly frail, and perhaps. The girl bows respectfully as she draws near. The young man pauses, his hand momentarily still. The 5th one, he murmurs, his gaze sharpening. The Prince of Luo is his half-brother, and though they share different mothers, the news stirs a tempest within Feifan's heart. Having traversed realms and forsaken the drink of oblivion, he learns that this world is one of cultivation, where strength can shatter mountains and subdue cities. More critically, he discovers his extraordinary status as a prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. However, his elation is short-lived. As he delves deeper into the language and the affairs of the court, he realizes that the Great Xia is teetering on the brink of collapse. An empire that has endured for 8 millennia appears to be running out of luck. Over the past 2 centuries, the throne has changed hands with alarming frequency, and the royal lineage faces calamities one after another, with no assailant in sight. It seems as though fate itself has turned against them. Feifan dismisses the notion of fate. Instead, he perceives an invisible force looming over the royal family, gradually consuming them. Fortunately, he senses that his own aptitude for cultivation is prodigious, that he can recall the secrets of the royal armory with but a glance, and his progress in cultivation is unparalleled. Yet, aware of the peril surrounding the royal family, Feifan remains discreet in a dynasty where emperors are as expendable as commoners. Revealing his potential could lead to dire consequences. At the tender age of 5, he sought to establish a fief in a remote region, a request that, under normal circumstances, would have been implausible. However, with the decline of the dynasty and the untimely demise of its princes, the royal family's grip on power weakened daily. Moreover, his father, the current emperor, has become increasingly indifferent to matters of governance, disregarding tradition and protocol. Thus, Feifan's departure at such a young age was permitted. Now, at 18, he has been away from the palace for 13 years. His gaze, now more profound and distant, is directed toward the imperial capital. Lu Zian observes him, captivated. Your Highness, should we not prepare further? The Prince of Luo, much like yourself, has remained low-key and unobtrusive, seeking refuge in a distant territory. Under such circumstances, after a moment's hesitation, Xian speaks, her voice imbued with concern. She has been Lu Feifan's closest confidant, well-versed in literature and strategy over the years. She is acutely aware of the precarious state of the royal family. Initially, she found solace in her lord's choice to reside in such a secluded area, but now it seems that fate is inescapable. The low-profile Prince of Luo could not evade his grim fate, and Xian's worries deepen. Most alarming is the information circulating from various sources, suggesting that the current emperor, who has only reigned for 2 decades, may soon meet his end. This notion is absurd, especially when compared to the longest reigning emperors of the Great Xia, whose tenure spanned 800 and 1,000 years respectively. Even a layman with modest combat skills would not succumb to such brevity of life. The whispers of the royal family's waning fortune bear a disconcerting truth. If that were to happen, Your Highness, you must be prepared. Xian's eyes glimmer with apprehension. The struggle for succession is about to commence. Unlike other princes, Lu Feifan neither forms alliances nor engages with martial sects, and his entourage remains sparse. Over the years, had it not been for Xian's diligent efforts, he would have had scarcely any followers. Thus, the impending conflict for the throne may conclude before it even begins. Logically, given the current state of the dynasty and the emperor's fleeting existence, the throne should be a hotly contested prize. Yet, recent generations have faced peculiar circumstances. Upon the emperor's demise, all heirs, save for the one who ascends the throne, seem to encounter misfortune in quick succession. Currently, the royal family has not suffered as severely, and it is only by wielding the secret weapons of the royal lineage that they have managed to endure. However, even so, their position remains precarious. The future is uncertain, but for the emperor's progeny, seizing the throne and ensuring survival are paramount. In reality, some princes refuse to submit to fate. They harbor grand ambitions, believing themselves capable of salvaging the Great Xia and etching their names in the annals of history. Is it truly the end? Lu Feifan comprehends the identity of the individual Xian refers to, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The public's perception of the apathetic emperor is grim, yet as a father and a ruler, he is, in fact, adequate. Why should we concern ourselves? My relations with the 6th brother bear no significance. After this reflection, Lu Feifan's gaze sharpens, illuminating with a chilling resolve as he observes the dancers swirling in the pond. Suddenly, several of them break from their formation, hastily approaching him. Chapter 2. The Foolish Emperor with a sudden glance. Lu Feifan froze the moment. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and several dancers shattered like glass. Their sounds extinguished in an instant. Among them, the strongest one remained, her limbs broken and her eyes filled with an abyss of terror, caught effortlessly in Lu Feifan's palm. The abrupt turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the swift conclusion. Xian gazed at her master with a glimmer of strange brilliance in her eyes. Her lord had become increasingly inscrutable. He was formidable. The dancers, seemingly all of innate strength, included one who was a master, yet they were swiftly dispatched by Lu Feifan's mere gaze. All the innate dancers were reduced to mere remnants, and the surviving master dancer was incapacitated, evidently spared only for the sake of keeping her alive. It was truly terrifying. A Grand Master? Impossible. A Grand Master could not possess such overwhelming strength. Could it be that you are? The sole surviving master dancer was filled with profound dread as she contemplated a horrifying possibility. From which faction do you hail? Lu Feifan's expression remained impassive, offering no answers to her inquiry. I am from the White Lotus sect, sent by the Elder's command. She replied, her gaze turning vacant under Lu Feifan's scrutiny. Speaking honestly, as she merely followed orders. Lu Feifan harbored no doubts about her sincerity. After all, this was not a typical interrogation, but rather a secret technique employed by him, leaving no room for the dancer's resistance. Useless, he remarked, casually discarding her. With another crack, she too was reduced to fragments, much like her fellow dancers. Lu Feifan felt no disappointment in this outcome. It had been anticipated. After all, these were assassins. Those above them would not dispatch anyone who possessed knowledge of the situation. He merely sought to understand the faction they represented, not to delve into the root of the royal family's current troubles. The issues plaguing the royal family seemed to be fated, much like the celestial order. Without a doubt, these dancers were assassins. Their direct assault could not be a factor threatening the royal family. This indicated that their intentions were solely directed at him. Lu Feifan remained low-key. At this moment, the only ones who might recall him were his so-called brothers. It seemed that Prince Luo was not a victim of some intangible force after all. Succession? How tedious. Lu Feifan shook his head. He preferred the path of cultivation over the so-called imperial throne. The sensation of gradually growing stronger, moment by moment, captivated him. As for those inept brothers, they were unworthy of being his opponents. This was not vanity, it was simply the truth. In this world, the levels of cultivation are as follows: postnatally refining the body, innately refining the chi, master refining the essence, grandmaster refining the spirit, and the unity of essence, chi, and spirit leads to becoming an earthly immortal, enjoying a lifespan of 1,000 years. Whether it was due to his rebirth without consuming Meng Po's soup, or simply his destined path in this life, Lu Feifan's aptitude for cultivation was astonishingly strong. Remarkably, he had reached the 15th layer of the Cangtian Emperor's art by the age of 10, 8 years ago. It is noteworthy that within the royal family, only the founding emperor and the martial emperor had achieved such heights in the past 8,000 years. Since then, no one else had reached the 15th layer. Even the founding ancestor was rumored not to have solely relied on his own cultivation to attain the 15th layer. The exceptionally talented martial emperor took a century to achieve it, truly depending on his own efforts. One can only imagine the challenges involved in mastering the Cangtian emperor's art. Yet, Lu Feifan accomplished this feat in merely 10 years, reaching the limits previously attained by his ancestors. Furthermore, during this time, he also cultivated various other martial arts techniques, underscoring the remarkable strength of his talent. Not only that, but after reaching the 15th layer, he continued to innovate, extending this martial art by 2 additional layers over the next 8 years, completing the cultivation. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire Xia Dynasty. In essence, he now stood at a level of cultivation that surpassed even that of his ancestors. Over the years, he had primarily resided within the Qin Wangfu, occasionally venturing out, but only within the confines of Qinchuan City. To be candid, when he first learned of the royal family's precarious position, he felt a sense of panic and reluctance to step outside. However, after cultivating the Cangtian Emperor's art to the 15th layer 8 years ago, those worries dissipated, replaced by the confidence that comes with formidable strength. From that moment onward, his reluctance to venture out stemmed solely from his love for cultivation. To be honest, had it not been for the sudden realization that his father in this life was unwell, he would have been disinclined to intervene, even in the face of this assassination attempt. After all, those brothers of his hardly inspired any interest, rendering them unworthy of his time. Yet, his father in this life evoked a semblance of warmth within him, although he had left at the age of 5 and never returned. The annual gifts and resources sent from the palace had never ceased. Moreover, after his birth, his mother disappeared without a trace. As a child without any supporting faction, surviving in a palace environment was entirely due to the love and protection afforded to him by his father, the emperor. It is worth noting that he had many siblings, over 20. Historically, royal families are devoid of familial affection, particularly in cases of numerous sons. One wonders if the unique bond he shared with his mother, whom he never saw after birth, was the reason for his father's exceptional care for him. Furthermore, he understood the necessity of restraint and did not overtly display it. He was certainly aware that if he were to stand out too prominently, the repercussions he would face as a son would be unimaginable. It was only due to Lu Feifan's adult soul that he could perceive these subtleties. Sadly, his father appeared rather foolish. Both in the eyes of the populace and within the court, the current evaluation of him was dismal. Whispers circulated that the Daxiao would perish in this era. Truth be told, Lu Feifan believed that even if his father were more enlightened, the situation would not improve significantly. It should be noted that his grandfather and great-grandfather had both exerted efforts, and their talents were commendable. Yet, neither of them reigned as long as his father. The emperors of Daxia had become increasingly short-lived with each successive generation. It was once said that his father would not survive beyond a decade, yet here he was, 20 years later, only showing signs of decline, a remarkable feat indeed. Your Highness, the emperor has summoned you. Just as Lu Feifan was lost in contemplation, a sword-bearing guard hurriedly approached, kneeling before him at the riverbank to deliver the news. Chapter 3. The decree. The imperial edict contained 2 matters. The first was a summons for Lu Feifan to return to the palace. The second was a marriage proposal to the daughter of General Han Kinhoff, Han Zi. The Han family was a prominent military clan, closely tied to the nation. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, the Han family's alliance with the state was not founded on loyalty or trustworthiness. Rather, it was built on strength. The Lu family of Daxia was the royal family. Yet they had never attained the level of unilateral authority enjoyed during the reigns of the founding emperor or the martial emperor. Even the most elite families could not be swayed by the emperor's words alone, especially in this era of royal decline, where their influence had significantly waned. Thus, this marriage proposal bore extraordinary significance. Lu Feifan was acutely aware of his father's peculiar favoritism towards him. Thus, from this matter, he sensed a different implication. The trees may desire tranquility, yet the winds do not cease. The fervent heat from the heavens scorches the earth, causing beads of sweat to sizzle as they fall. In such oppressive weather, a squadron of heavily armored cavalry riding crimson blood steeds advanced steadily amidst the rhythmic clatter. Clad entirely in black armor, they wielded long spears, carried large sabers at their waists, and bore heavy crossbows upon their backs. This configuration, one would surmise, would prove unbearable for an ordinary individual even in gentler climes, let alone in this sweltering heat. However, not a single member of this elite cavalry displayed signs of fatigue. They moved in perfect unison, even synchronizing the strides of their steeds. This alone attests to their extraordinary prowess. At the heart of this formidable cavalry, a luxurious carriage drawn by 8 white horses proceeded, which likely contributed to their tempered pace. It appeared that their burden was not due to their own equipment, but rather the need to escort the noble passengers within the carriage. Your Highness, we are about to leave Qinchuan. Within the carriage, Ziyin spoke up. Lu Feifan diverted his gaze from the book he was reading and cast a lingering glance at the mountains receding from view. Accompanying the imperial decree from the palace was this formidable cavalry, tasked with escorting Lu Feifan, the king of Qin, back to his homeland. This was the dynasty's most elite black ice heavy cavalry, directly commanded by the emperor, one of the 3 forces under his control. In truth, since Lu Feifan's arrival in Qinchuan, the secret guard had been discreetly watching over him, a fact he had only recently discerned following his rise in strength. Nonetheless, it appeared that there were issues with the secret guard. Just days prior, when he was ambushed, the secret guard had conveniently been absent. Such coincidences are exceedingly rare. Even if the 2 responsible for his protection were not compromised, there must be someone capable of contacting them, employing some arcane means to divert their attention. Yet, for Lu Feifan, it mattered little. His absolute strength bestowed upon him unshakable confidence. The celestial decree of the royal family, the celestial emperor's art, had been mastered to the utmost by both the founding emperor and the martial emperor, achieving the 15th level, which had already overshadowed all contemporaries. During their reigns, they were not without their excesses, yet dissent was never tolerated. Now, however, Lu Feifan had not only attained the 15th level, but had also, through profound insights, progressed to an unprecedented 17th level. Therefore, he chose not to delve too deeply into these matters. After all, there was no need for extensive investigation. Those behind the scenes would eventually reveal themselves. What is happening? Lu Feifan suddenly raised his head. The procession came to an abrupt halt as he sensed commotion ahead. Your Highness, we have encountered the Lord of Yichuan. He claims that Yichuan has been overrun by the White Lotus sect, and he has fled with his family to seek your aid. Yichuan was precisely the route Lu Feifan would take upon his return to the capital, and he found his path obstructed. It was indeed a fortuitous coincidence. Lu Feifan shook his head in amusement. Let us proceed and take a look. Soon, he encountered the entourage of the Lord of Yichuan. Seize him. With just a glance, Lu Feifan commanded nonchalantly. Let us see what he has brought. The sight before him revealed a large family and several carriages laden with precious treasures. More importantly, this procession was accompanied by elite cavalrymen. This scenario bore no resemblance to a defeated army. It was as if dignitaries were relocating. Lu Feifan had reason to suspect that the Lord of Yichuan had fled in fear, effectively surrendering Yichuan city. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Even if I have suffered defeat, I must wait for the imperial court's judgment. You cannot do this. A corpulent middle-aged man was soon brought forth. His cavalry attempted to intervene, but they were swiftly crushed by the black ice-heavy cavalry. To flee without a fight is a grave offense. Execute him. Lu Feifan stated with cool detachment. He had initially intended to inquire further, but upon hearing the man's protest of authority, his interest waned. He waved dismissively. What? Zhao Wuji, attempting to resist, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this obscure and seemingly unremarkable king of Qin would act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness, deviating entirely from the expected norms. To be condemned to death so abruptly was incomprehensible. Your Highness, you cannot. I am an official of the court. Even if there are issues, it must go through the Dali Temple and receive His Majesty's approval. Zhao Wuji's mind raced, his face pale. He had underestimated the king's severity. What are you dawdling for? Take him away and execute him. Must I do everything myself? Lu Feifan ignored him, casting a calm glance at the black ice-heavy cavalry, restraining Zhao Wuji. Once assured that Lu Feifan was not jesting, The cavalryman promptly dragged him away. The emperor's command had been clear: follow the king of Qin, and everything should heed his authority, as if the emperor himself were present. Initially apprehensive about acting, they now had no hesitation. Is this for real? Zhao Wuji felt his bladder tighten. He was genuinely terrified. This king of Qin was evidently no jest. This scoundrel was utterly reckless and lawless. Even a king cannot act in such a manner. I am of the Zhao family. Even His Majesty must think carefully before acting against me. King of Qin, you cannot act in such a manner. Zhao Wuji panicked, hastily invoking his lineage. He had not foreseen the king's nature. Had he known, he would never have ventured forth. He had initially intended to feign a state of disarray upon entering Qinchuan, but encountering Lu Feifan had exposed him. He believed that even if he faced some complications, they would be manageable. Little did he know that this audacious king of Qin would seek his demise so readily. Chapter 4. Shocked I serve the second prince. King of Qin, you cannot kill me. As he realized invoking his family bore no fruit, Zhao Wuji hastily cited the second prince, Lu Feifan's elder brother. The reason he was still a prince was that he had not left the capital. Unlike Lu Feifan, who actively sought to venture forth, some princes would not depart even at the emperor's behest. The second prince was one such individual. The sentiments held by these homebound princes were well understood. Among them, the second prince was the most favored in court, a formidable contender for the imperial throne. Ironically, the current reign had scarcely lasted 20 years. If one considered the lifespans of emperors of yore, it was as if they had just ascended the throne. Yet now, he was already regarded as an heir apparent. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the mundane world, rendering it a rather ironic affair. It also diminished the imperial family's majesty. Behold, a mere lord fled without a fight, and when Lu Feifan sought to punish him, his immediate reaction was disbelief. As if his flight was a trivial matter. Crack! Zhao Wuji, dragged a short distance away, met his end with a swift strike. His head rolled upon the ground. And until his last moment, he could not comprehend that he had truly been slain. Previously, he believed this was merely a matter that could be resolved upon returning to the capital, perhaps facing some minor reprimand or a demotion, and once the storm had passed, all would be well. Unexpectedly, just after making their escape, they were abruptly met with calamity. Father, King Qin, you disregard the rules. Upon my return, I shall ensure that my uncle takes vengeance upon you, compelling the second prince to deal with you. Zhao Wuji was instantly executed, leaving the Zhao family's entourage momentarily stunned, their minds buzzing with disbelief. They could never have anticipated that events would unfold so suddenly. After their escape, they believed the crisis had passed, only to witness their family head decapitated before their eyes. Once the shock subsided, a young girl burst forth from one of the carriages, rushing towards the dismembered Zhao Wuji, while simultaneously threatening Lu Feifan. Father. She was accompanied by a boy just over 10 years of age, whose gaze towards Lu Feifan was filled with fear, yet even more so, with deep-seated hatred. Who is she? Is she out of her mind? Lu Feifan glanced at the girl, deeming her mentally unstable for daring to threaten him at such a moment. Her name was Zhao Mei, and she had a close relationship with the second prince. Though Lu Feifan had been indifferent to the affairs outside over the years, Ziyuan had remained vigilant, particularly regarding news from the imperial capital. Zhao Mei seemed to possess some renown, which Ziyuan happened to know about, but it no longer mattered. Zhao Wuji had fled without a fight. He deserved his fate, his treasures confiscated, the male relatives executed without mercy, while the females were to be taken back to the brothel. Zhao Mei was also to be eliminated. I have no tolerance for the mentally impaired. As for the accompanying troops, they were to be informed to follow me to defend Yichuan City, redeeming themselves for their past transgressions. Lu Feifan commanded decisively. For the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, there would be no consideration of consequences. They would simply execute their orders. Thus, while in a typical army, such a command might meet hesitation, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry executed it without a second thought. In an instant, heads rolled. There were no battle cries, only the despairing wails of the dying. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry struck silently, methodically. Before long, the men of the Zhao family, along with Zhao Mei, were executed, leaving only the women behind. The cavalry escorting the Zhao family were struck with fear at the ruthless methods of King Qin, eagerly accepting the notion of redeeming themselves, expressing their willingness to serve him until death. Whether their intentions were sincere mattered little to Lu Feifan. As long as they performed their duties, that was sufficient. Should they harbor treachery, their fate would be simple: execution. Those who had fled with the Zhao family, equipped and skilled, appeared to be the Zhao family's private soldiers. There was no harm in eliminating them. For now, they would merely serve to lend their remaining strength in Yichuan. Lu Feifan did not even take the time to assess the strength of the White Lotus sect in Ichuan before the march continued. Historically, the reason why the founding emperor and the martial emperor could wield absolute power was due to their mastery of the Cangtian imperial technique at its 15th level, a threshold beyond mere numbers. After reaching this level, even if all subjects of the realm opposed them, their will could be enforced without question. This was the terrifying power of the Cangtian imperial technique. It is worth noting that in that era, there were indeed individuals at the pinnacle of the Immortal realm. However, even their combined strength could not contend with the two emperors, particularly the martial emperor, who personally led campaigns to subdue the northern grasslands, decimating them for 3 millennia. He single-handedly penetrated enemy lines for 10 days and nights, slaughtering the elite of the northern tribes, even among those at the peak of the Immortal realm. Those who practiced the Cangtian imperial technique were fundamentally different from others. As for the later emperors of the Great Xia, even maintaining a beginner-s level in the Immortal realm through lineage was sufficient to engage the pinnacle warriors within their dynasty. Should they break through further, they would become even more formidable, which was what made the Great Xia royal family so feared across the realm. With such illustrious ancestors, the insignificant White Lotus sect posed no threat to Lu Feifan, thus he saw no need to concern himself with their precise strength. Report. Master, something is amiss. According to our informant, Cangtian of Qinchuan County is leading his forces to attack. Not long after Lu Feifan set out for Ichuan, the White Lotus sect had received word of the impending threat. Does Cangtian not know we occupy Ichuan? How dare he approach us? The sect leader scoffed coldly, seemingly unfazed by the fears of his subordinates. According to the intelligence, this Cangtian is accompanied by a unit of the Emperor's Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, along with 1,000 private soldiers of Zhao Wuji. The 1,000 private soldiers of Zhao Wuji were indeed a formidable challenge. Had Zhao Wuji not acted recklessly, they might not have been able to secure Ichuan at this moment. Coupled with the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, caution is essential, Master, one of his advisors urged. Fear not. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry shall be dealt with. The sect leader's eyes sparkled with a mysterious understanding. His subordinates were unaware of deeper implications, but he was well aware. Cangtian. He shook his head. But why are Zhao Wuji's forces aligned with Cangtian? That is a surprise. Zhao Wuji must have lost his mind. Yet, it was no great matter. They could simply eliminate Zhao Wuji alongside the others. That scoundrel was not one he held in high regard either. Just as he instructed his subordinates to prepare for battle without panic, a small black bird swooped down. As it passed, the sect leader deftly captured it and retrieved a note from its grasp. Zhao Wuji is dead. His assets confiscated, all the men executed, and the women sent to the brothel. Gazing at the contents of the message, the White Lotus sect leader was inundated with questions. This news took him by surprise, akin to a jest. Chapter 5. Preparing for battle. Though he held Zhao Wuji in low esteem, his background was indeed significant. The Zhao family. Moreover, his daughter was the consort of the second prince, as the official wife had yet to be decided. Otherwise, she would have been the secondary consort. Was an entire family truly slaughtered? Was there no law to govern such actions? That Cangtian, before receiving this task, he had not even known of Cangtian's existence. Upon being assigned a mission, he conducted a brief investigation and concluded that he was merely an incompetent, overweight aristocrat with little prowess, a simple target. After all, an external prince who had spent over a decade sequestered in the royal residence, with no development of influence or connections. His maternal family had little information, and he lacked support in the court. This prince was practically invisible. Even if he had heard of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, he did not place much weight on it, as it had been stated that someone would handle that issue. Furthermore, Zhao Wuji, while not virtuous, was indeed of notable background. To have been so hastily executed, leaving the remaining women in a state akin to death, was alarming. The White Lotus sect leader stared at the paper in silence, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He sensed that this task would not be as simple as it appeared. Cangtian might very well deliver a shock. Perhaps I am overthinking it. That Cangtian, with such reckless behavior, could only be described as lacking sense and temperament. The sect leader shook his head, dismissing his anxious thoughts. Regardless, even if Cangtian's actions were unexpectedly ruthless, his intelligence was reliable. He did not cultivate any formidable subordinates, nor did he establish a solid foundation in Qinchuan. At merely 18 years of age, regardless of his innate talents, he remained nothing more than a mediocre individual. Thus, no matter how fierce he might be, it was ultimately futile. Without strength, he would always be at the mercy of others. Reflecting on it, it was quite laughable that he felt a chill at the thought of Zhao Wuji's demise. His temperament lacked fortitude. Therefore, Let me sharpen my courage by claiming the head of the king of Qin. The leader of the White Lotus sect grew increasingly eager. To eliminate a royal prince of the dynasty would indeed be a noteworthy feat. This would solidify his standing within the sect. Elder, the king of Qin, is approaching Ichuan, and he is accompanied not only by the Black Ice heavy cavalry, but also 1,000 private soldiers from the Zhao family. Are you confident? After a brief pause, the leader of the White Lotus sect entered a secret chamber, bowing toward the empty throne. I am here to deal with the Black Ice heavy cavalry. As for the Zhao family's private soldiers, they are mere trifles. You need not worry. Once they reach the outskirts of Ichuan, we will charge head-on, and I shall ensure a flawless execution. A voice filled with confidence echoed within the chamber. The leader of the White Lotus sect nodded. The elder was indeed formidable. The Black Ice heavy cavalry was inconsequential in his eyes. The elder would never gamble with his life. It was reassuring, as he was one of the 9 elders of their sect. To be frank, the fact that they sent an elder to confront merely a king of Qin was quite unexpected. After all, their elders possessed the cultivation of terrestrial immortals, albeit at the initial stage. This represented the pinnacle of power within the dynasty. The leader of the White Lotus sect found it puzzling that the elder would personally assist. Nevertheless, with the elder's involvement, success was virtually guaranteed. Rumors suggested that the 3 factions under the emperor's command could effortlessly suppress ordinary terrestrial immortals. If the entire Black Ice heavy cavalry were present, even with the elder, he would harbor doubts. However, this time, only a portion of the Black Ice heavy cavalry was involved, not their entirety. Thus, facing their terrestrial immortal elder would be insufficient. He believed the elder could act directly. Yet, after all this deliberation, they aimed to seize Ichuan first, publicly confronting the king of Qin while the elder struck from the shadows. It seemed somewhat perplexing. However, he had no choice but to adhere to the orders from above. A day later, the sky over Ichuan city turned solemn and dark, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere of the already sweltering environment. Just after seizing Ichuan and indulging in their excesses for 2 days, the White Lotus sect followers were informed that the imperial army had arrived. For those who had just tasted victory, this news did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited their bloodlust. They learned that this imperial force numbered less than 2,000. The city of Ichuan had fallen easily into their hands, as the strongest defenders within the city had fled without daring to engage them. This bolstered their belief that the fate of the Great Xia had come to an end, ushering in the era of the White Lotus sect. A mere 2,000 soldiers from the imperial army seemed to be delivering them military honors, insufficient even to share among themselves. After all, they had initially entered Ichuan with 20,000 men, and their ranks had swelled to 30,000 in no time. Given more time, their numbers could double. The leaders of the White Lotus sect proposed to march out of the city and confront the imperial army in open battle, showcasing their martial prowess. The leader of the White Lotus sect considered this and ultimately accepted the suggestion. After all, the elder would act from the shadows, providing a perfect opportunity to bolster the confidence of his subordinates. The more he pondered it, the more logical it seemed. Thus, as Feifan's forces approached Ichuan, the White Lotus sect armies surged out of the city, arraying themselves for a confrontation. Although their formation appeared somewhat disorganized and their movements chaotic, their overall morale remained high. After all, it had been stated that the imperial army consisted of fewer than 2,000 soldiers. 30,000 against 2,000, victory seemed assured. Yet, some astute individuals harbored doubts about the high cultivation levels of the imperial forces. Nevertheless, these concerns were swiftly suppressed by the leader of the White Lotus sect, who assured them that they had hidden trump cards. Even if the imperial forces were filled with experts, they would undoubtedly prevail. To sum it up, the fewer than 2,000 soldiers from the imperial army were merely a means of accruing military achievements. Meanwhile, the citizens of Ichuan were quite animated upon hearing of the imperial army's advance. Previously, they had harbored grievances against the court, often cursing it. The White Lotus sect had already made significant inroads among the populace with their propaganda, and the people had initially held high hopes. However, in the past 2 days, those expectations had evaporated. Though the court was not composed of virtuous individuals, the White Lotus sect was undeniably a scourge. Chapter 6. 800 against 30,000. When Feifan received news from outside Ichuan city, even he found himself momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom the reasoning behind these individuals' actions. This was heavy cavalry. The optimal strategy was to hold the city defensively. Instead, they had chosen to engage in open battle. It was as if they had become intoxicated with their recent conquest of Ichuan. Though he commanded only 800 heavy cavalry, bolstered by 1,000 elite soldiers from the Zhao family, even without the Zhao soldiers, 800 Black Ice heavy cavalry could easily decimate those rabble. This cavalry was one of the emperor's most formidable forces, known for their upright and valiant reputation. Since the founding of the dynasty, the Black Ice heavy cavalry had never been confined to the inner palace. They executed the emperor's orders on the battlefield, forged through blood and fire, not merely ornamental. Without a terrestrial immortal to support them, ordinary troops would find it nearly impossible to contend with the Black Ice heavy cavalry in a direct confrontation. Engaging in such reckless behavior against the heavy cavalry was a folly even for elite armies, let alone the disorganized White Lotus sect. As the clamorous White Lotus army clashed with the appearance of the Black Ice heavy cavalry, their fervent atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Ignoring the accompanying 1,000 cavalry from the Zhao family, the 800 Black Ice heavy cavalry appeared diminutive before the 30,000 White Lotus troops. Yet, in that moment, as the aura of iron and blood surged forth, the hard-won momentum of the 30,000 White Lotus soldiers was ruthlessly suppressed. Before even facing the enemy, some White Lotus followers began to tremble with fear, particularly those who had recently joined. They even began to retreat. Their formation was too haphazard, leading to chaos as individuals fell back. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the supervisory squad, which executed several to maintain order, they might have collapsed before contact was made. The leader of the White Lotus sect's expression darkened. This was quite embarrassing. 30,000 against fewer than 2,000. Specifically facing 800 Black Ice heavy cavalry, and they were losing morale. He recognized the issue. The newcomers had disrupted their formation. It seemed that having a larger number did not necessarily equate to an advantage. The combat prowess of this army, augmented by an additional 10,000 troops, has not increased but rather diminished. Fortunately, this time victory seems assured, allowing him to promptly identify the issue, and with newfound experience, he can lead his troops more effectively in the future. Previously, he had solely been responsible for preaching, and his recent foray into military leadership has been somewhat disconcerting. With a swift motion, the long spears of the Black Ice heavy cavalry pointed forward in unison. A chilling atmosphere of impending slaughter rippled through the air, as if the specter of an ancient battlefield where countless souls perished had manifested in this very place. In an instant, the formation of the White Lotus sect was thrown into disarray. A group fell victim to the execution squad before even engaging in combat. Their initial momentum dissipated, leaving them apprehensive before the battle had even commenced. Even those commanders stationed at the forefront felt a tremor of fear. The commanders, all practitioners of martial arts with considerable skill, could discern the strength of the Black Ice heavy cavalry, where at least a few were grand masters. If a clash were to occur, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for them. Consequently, some commanders instinctively shielded their subordinates, who had initially aimed to charge forth and demonstrate their prowess, but now, their thoughts were consumed by self-preservation. It became evident to the sect master of the White Lotus that the path to success for the holy sect was fraught with challenges. In the past, he had regarded the armies of the Great Xia Dynasty as ineffectual. He believed that mere cultivation levels could predict outcomes. However, upon encountering the Black Ice heavy cavalry, he now grasped the stark disparities. Even with a numerical advantage, they would likely be overwhelmed in a confrontation. This was a classic case of seasoned warriors revealing their mettle. Despite the Great Xia's decline, the elite legions under their command remained formidable. It was no wonder the holy sect had grown so powerful. Yet they had not yet considered revealing their full strength to extinguish the Great Xia. Your Highness, may I leave 100 heavy cavalry for you to observe from a distance? The commander of the Black Ice heavy cavalry respectfully inquired before the impending battle. This was a charge into the fray, and they had their own rhythm to maintain. Bringing along His Highness would undoubtedly affect their combat effectiveness. The White Lotus sect had an overwhelming number of troops, and among them were bound to be experts, necessitating heightened caution. Feel free to proceed at your own pace. I too wish to experience what this battle entails. Feifan nonchalantly waved his hand. Upon hearing this, even the resolute commander of the Black Ice heavy cavalry was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly suggesting such recklessness? This prince seemed unhinged. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, while he felt absolute confidence against the mere throngs before him. The fear of hidden masters among the White Lotus sect cast a shadow of doubt. Protecting the prince could lead to vulnerabilities, and a breach in the formation of the heavy cavalry could result in catastrophe. Such matters were no trifling joke. Nonetheless, observing Feifan's serious demeanor, the commander, whose loyalty was ingrained, ultimately chose to comply without question. Remember, forget my presence, proceed as you see fit. Rest assured, my steeds are of the finest breed, capable of keeping pace. Upon hearing this, the morale of the Black Ice heavy cavalry visibly waned. This was not merely a matter of equine capability. However, having undergone numerous absurd tasks, they accepted this order with unwavering obedience, despite their confusion. Kill! Kill! This was the first time the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry issued a synchronized battle cry. With a single utterance, their charge commenced with unwavering resolve. The sound of thunder echoed as the previously marching heavy cavalry transitioned from a slow gait to a full charge. Even in their earlier approach, the rhythmic clopping of hooves had exerted substantial pressure. Yet, as they surged forward, it felt as though the entire city of Yichuan was shrouded in ominous clouds. On the brink of collapse, this was merely the effect of 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry in motion. No wonder the world spoke of their overwhelming might. Alas, today, I stand in their way. On the city walls, a figure clad in black robes gazed in astonishment at the advancing Black Ice Heavy Cavalry before a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was awe-inspiring. Should the complete unit be present, even he would have to retreat. However, they numbered only 800. Yet, they posed a significant challenge. It was known that the Holy Mother had instructed him to covertly intervene, creating the illusion that the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry fell before the Holy Sect's forces. He was perplexed by the Holy Mother's motives. Was it truly necessary to orchestrate such elaborate schemes merely to eliminate a prince? Even during the assassination, they had not been permitted to employ overwhelming force. Nevertheless, he could navigate the complexities, and thus, he complied. Let us proceed. The cloaked figure waved his hand, donning the armor of a common soldier of the White Lotus sect. And in mere moments, he was at the forefront of the charge, blending in seamlessly. Only one individual noticed this anomaly. Is there a participant of the earthly immortal realm among us? How intriguing. Lu Feifan's gaze fell upon the elite of the White Lotus sect, who, despite the pressure from the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, managed to maintain their charge. Boom. Just as both sides were about to clash, Lu Feifan's aura expanded, merging with the ominous clouds formed by the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, momentarily transforming into a tangible dragon shape. The elder of the White Lotus sect, charging forward, had drawn forth two small hammers, preparing to deliver heavy strikes to breach their defenses and create opportunities for his subordinates. A cruel smile crept across his lips. To him, the 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry were already as good as dead, especially as he cast a knowing glance towards the opulent carriage at the center of their formation. How foolish. That must be the so-called prince, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Even if the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry were elite, they would need to exert their utmost in this fierce confrontation. Yet, this prince had chosen to charge alongside the troops, seated within his lavish carriage. Drawn by 8 horses, an ostentatious mobile palace, he could clearly see that maidservants were attending to him, and even a songstress was performing. The prince was engrossed in sketching the battlefield scene. This was beyond mere folly. It bordered on madness. Did he believe that his royal status would afford him immunity, even in defeat? Who had instilled such delusions within him? It was no wonder that the Great Xia had declined to this extent. Those from the royal lineage seemed bereft of common sense. Yet, just as he wore a malicious grin, intent on demonstrating to this oblivious prince the true meaning of cruelty, he noticed the prince had lifted his head, their gazes locking. The prince even smiled at him. In the next instant, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. The elder of the White Lotus sect abruptly looked up, his eyes widening as he beheld the ethereal dragon form that had materialized in the void before him. Within this scene, he seemed to perceive the phantom of the Qin King. The figure stood atop the dragon's head, arms crossed behind him, gazing at him with an air of indifference and detachment. A chilling terror enveloped him, a profound and overwhelming dread. He had studied the imperial lineage of the Great Xia to some extent, particularly the formidable Cangtian emperor's art, which had once captured his imagination. For it was reputed to be invincible at the same realm, and served as the foundation for the Lu family's 8,000-year dominion over the Great Xia. Thus, the current scenario appeared to align with certain descriptions he had encountered in texts. It was said that when the founding ancestor of Great Xia charged into battle with the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, it resembled this very moment. Subsequently, the martial emperor of Great Xia had successfully replicated this feat. Hence, the text speculated that to achieve such a condition, one must cultivate the Cangtian emperor's art to its 15th level. In other words, this Qin King, the 15th level of the Cangtian emperor's art, signifies the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality. In this era, the most formidable figures in the Great Xia are merely in the mid-stage of terrestrial immortality. Moreover, this pertains to the pinnacle of the Cangtian emperor's art, invincible at the same realm, capable of annihilating foes of equal standing. He understood all too well the implications of such terror. The Liu family had once again produced a figure akin to the founding ancestor, and even more alarmingly, this individual was merely 18 years of age. In that instant, he finally comprehended why the other party dared to follow the 800 black ice heavy cavalry into the fray with a horse-drawn carriage. This was not a lapse in judgment. Rather, it was a manifestation of supreme confidence. Damn. Initially, he had thought this task would be a mere formality. But now he realized it was a deep pit. This Qin king could be deemed the most fearsome existence in the entirety of the Great Xia at present. And now, he stood face to face with him, and it appeared that his earlier impression of being observed was not a mere illusion. He had already drawn attention. Flee. He must escape, as far as possible. At this moment, the elder of the White Lotus sect was consumed by a singular thought. The farther he ran, the better. Unfortunately, before he could act on this thought, a wave of terrifying power surged past him. No. He could only emit a scream of despair before his entire being felt as though it had been frozen, and in the next moment, he was shattered with a resounding crash. His final consciousness bore witness to his essence fracturing like glass. It was over for him, and in such a simple manner. Without even a sound, he met his demise like an ant crushed on the roadside. Behold, the soldiers of the White Lotus sect remained oblivious, marching in formation towards their doom. They had no inkling of the horror that had transpired just moments before. A being standing at the pinnacle of the Great Xia, a terrestrial immortal, had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. If one elder of the White Lotus sect could meet such a fate, how much more so for the ordinary soldiers? A thunderous roar erupted. The black ice heavy cavalry surged through the ranks of the elite cavalry of the White Lotus sect, who dared to face them head-on, continuing their relentless charge. In the eyes of the terrified White Lotus soldiers, they shattered the formation before them. Kill. This was far from over. The black ice heavy cavalry executed an immediate about-face and charged once more. The entire battlefield resembled a grinding mill, rolling relentlessly onward. The 800 black ice heavy cavalry repeated their assaults, and in mere moments, a crimson cloud of blood enveloped the heavens. Many White Lotus soldiers wept in terror. It was too brutal. This was not warfare, it was an outright massacre. Chapter 8. This is not a show of power. Moreover, none of them had perished. 800 black ice heavy cavalry, facing 30,000, were still outnumbered. Consequently, although the black ice heavy cavalry had penetrated the enemy lines repeatedly, many of the White Lotus sect remained untouched. At this moment, they were horrified to discover their sect had suffered countless casualties, even losing their elite fighters in a single sweep. Yet, astonishingly, not a single black ice heavy cavalry soldier had fallen. This was the most terrifying aspect. They were being slaughtered like swine. I want to go home, to find my mother. The White Lotus sect is no fun at all. The sounds of screams and cries echoed incessantly. Chaos ensued. It was complete pandemonium. The supervising forces could not maintain control, or perhaps they too were engulfed in confusion. The scene was shockingly bloody. What was supposed to be a 30,000 versus less than 2,000 advantage had turned into utter disarray. They had sent merely 800 men, and now they were completely disoriented. The soldiers of the White Lotus sect discarded everything they could afford to lose, fleeing at breakneck speed, wishing they had been born with 2 additional legs. Countless lives were lost in the stampede. Some, blinded by panic and desperation, turned against their comrades in a frantic attempt to carve a path to safety. In an instant, the chaos and carnage surpassed even the most brutal charges of the black ice heavy cavalry. The leader of the White Lotus sect stood dumbfounded by the unfolding situation. He had recognized the prowess of the black ice heavy cavalry and was indeed astonished. Had it not been for the elder's presence, he felt their losses would have been catastrophic. But that was all there was to it. His subordinates were not without their own experts, and with 30,000 soldiers, the odds were in their favor. 30,000 against 800. Their number of skilled fighters was not inferior to the enemy's. He simply could not fathom how they could lose. However, now he understood. His elite fighters, those of comparable strength to the black ice heavy cavalry, had been obliterated in an instant. As for the 30,000 followers, they were not much better than livestock, screaming and scattering in terror. He was struck by a psychological blow. The victories they had previously celebrated were not due to the superiority of the White Lotus sect, but because they had never encountered the true elite forces of Great Xia. Elder, where are you? Damn it, he can't possibly be frightened too. Initially, upon witnessing the might of the black ice heavy cavalry, he felt a pang of fear, yet he still believed there was a chance for victory. After all, they had come with an elder of the terrestrial, immortal realm. With an elder present, they could turn the tide. Yet, now the black ice heavy cavalry had charged in and out 7 times, causing their army to completely collapse, descending into infighting. And still there was no sign of the elder. This led him to doubt whether that old man had fled in fear. It shouldn't be so. Even if the black ice heavy cavalry was terrifying, it should not intimidate a distinguished terrestrial immortal to the point of inaction. He anxiously paced in circles. He could hardly imagine that their elder had perished in the first wave, having only uttered a brief cry before being obliterated. Had he known, he would have fled faster than his own men. But even without knowledge of the elder's fate, witnessing the relentless charges of the black ice heavy cavalry left him cold with dread. He hastily gathered his trusted aides and fled. He was so frightened that he abandoned all the treasures he had plundered during this time. It was a complete collapse, a total and utter breakdown. Blood flowed like rivers. The crimson liquid stained the moat of Ichuan City. The black ice heavy cavalry pursued the routed soldiers of the White Lotus sect for an hour. The stench of blood lingered in the air above Ichuan City, refusing to dissipate. Damn, this is too ruthless. Is this the royal elite? This battle, apart from the 1,000 cavalry of the Zhao family and the womenfolk, was also observed by the high-ranking families of Ichuan from elevated positions at the edge of the city. Although the White Lotus sect had captured Ichuan, for them, it was primarily about maintaining peace. Aside from the court's staunch loyalists, the White Lotus sect dared not overstep. They aimed to conquer the world, fully aware that offending the noble families and sects was unwise. In truth, their presence there was orchestrated by the leader of the White Lotus sect, intending to showcase the might of the holy sect and ensure compliance. At first, seeing 30,000 against 800, they thought the White Lotus sect was simply being ludicrous. Even some began to suspect that it was all an act, albeit one that seemed excessively contrived. Yet, they could never have anticipated the outcome, 800 vanquishing 30,000, leading to the complete collapse of the White Lotus sect. It was a total disintegration. They understood that the elite fighters had essentially perished, while many ordinary soldiers managed to flee, relying on their numerical superiority against the scant forces of the court. Otherwise, they would have been utterly annihilated. At this moment, the leader of the White Lotus sect had achieved his initial intentions. The aristocracy was indeed taken aback, but it was the court that truly astonished them. Previously, rumors had circulated about the imminent downfall of the Great Xia, and they had witnessed its vulnerable side. Naturally, they had held a degree of contempt for the Great Xia. However, it now appeared that their previous perceptions were superficial, for the Great Xia still possessed a terrifying foundation. To draw conclusions at this juncture would be premature. Though the White Lotus sect had boasted a formidable presence, 3,000 had been obliterated by just 800. Moreover, it was evident that the White Lotus sect had its own masters. This was not a simple matter of overpowering slaughter. During the initial wave, the elite fighters of the White Lotus sect had matched the Black Ice heavy cavalry, yet they were swiftly overwhelmed without inflicting any losses upon the latter. The terror was unparalleled. Furthermore, they were safeguarding His Highness, the Prince of Qin. That was the most terrifying aspect. They gazed at the carriage, which was surrounded by the Black Ice heavy cavalry like a royal palace, their expressions exceedingly complex. Much like the leader of the White Lotus, they had regarded such a scene as a mere jest. When informed that the Prince of Qin resided within, they thought it an absurd display of arrogance. However, they were utterly mistaken. It was not arrogance, but rather confidence. Deputy General Zhua, you mentioned taking us back to the Zhao family in the capital. Now, while they haven't returned, please lead us away. Within the ranks of the Zhao family's cavalry, all present, including the Zhao family members, were equally stunned. A young lady turned to a commander of the Zhao family's guard. Just prior, this commander had promised to escort her. His loyalty to the Zhao family was unwavering. Upon hearing her words, Deputy General Zhua's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This foolish woman truly lacked discernment. His prior statement had not stemmed from a deep loyalty to the Zhao family, but rather from his belief that the Prince of Qin was deranged. Leading 800 against a 30,000-strong formation, and with a numerical disadvantage in elite fighters. Such recklessness was tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the prince was charging alongside them, seated in a lavish carriage. Was this not a death wish? Thus, faced with the Zhao woman's unrealistic expectations, he had acquiesced. After all, should the Prince of Qin fall, he dared not retaliate against the Zhao family. Although Zhao Wujing had been slain, the Zhao family in the capital still remained. Chapter 9. Irregularities. Yet, no one could have anticipated that 30,000 of the White Lotus sect would be utterly shattered by 800 Black Ice heavy cavalry, repeatedly breaking through with no casualties. It felt like a dream. He now realized that His Highness, the Prince of Qin, was not mentally unstable, but rather exuded confidence. Under such circumstances, how could he dare entertain any other thoughts? The Zhao woman's question about returning to the capital was akin to inviting his demise. Were it not for the fear of being held accountable by the prince and the considerable influence of the Zhao family, he would have swiftly dealt with this foolish woman. Given the current situation, they could not defy any command from the Prince of Qin. After all, they were utterly outmatched, with no chance of victory. Miss, I fear that only upon reaching the capital can we seek the intervention of the Zhao family elders. In this situation, there is no escape. Deputy General Zhua shook his head in resignation. Humph. Deputy General Zhua, you have dined at the Zhao family's table. Now that you encounter difficulties, you retract? Once in the capital, you shall see. Do you truly believe a mere Prince of Qin holds any significance? Should you heed his directives, your fate is sealed. Now, take us away, and upon reaching the capital, you shall reap the rewards. Otherwise, you know the consequences. It was infuriating. Previously, he had deemed the Prince of Qin mentally deficient. Now, he believed that it was these aristocratic families who were lacking in sound judgment. The adversary was now a captive. And even though his family possessed significant power, it was he who held them in check. What sort of reasoning was this? Did they think his sword was dull? Did they believe he could not take decisive action at this juncture? With so many eyes upon him, he could not strike openly. Yet he would surely find an opportunity along the way. At worst, he could poison them. At this moment, he felt a surge of murderous intent. He knew the Zhao family well. Once words were spoken, if he did not comply, he would be doomed upon reaching the capital. As for assisting her in fleeing, he glanced at the crimson earth. He quickly shook his head. It would be better to end his own life with a sword than to assist her. The collapse of the White Lotus sect allowed each one to once again fall into the hands of the Great Xia. Although only 1,800 men had come, including Zhao's troops, the aristocracy did not dare to be negligent. Each brought forth abundant resources to support the military. Simultaneously, officials approached Lu Feifan, lamenting the atrocities committed by the White Lotus sect and their own hardships. Why are you still alive? They questioned, to which Lu Feifan directly ignored their lamentations and instead inquired about the core issue. Your Highness, we are executing a strategic retreat. These officials, who had originally come to assert their presence before returning to their previous positions, were now utterly confounded. How could they be questioned about their survival? Each one had fallen to the White Lotus sect, not to their families. A few gifts and a little camaraderie with the White Lotus sect would suffice. This was a tacit understanding among all, yet one not easily articulated. Your Highness, we concealed ourselves well. The White Lotus sect advanced with ferocity, and our garrison could not withstand it. We had no choice but to hide, awaiting the arrival of the court's forces to coordinate an attack against the White Lotus sect. An official spoke up. The reality was likely far from this, but they could certainly feign innocence. Zhao Wujing has been slain. Not a single male of his family remains. I intend to send the women to the brothel department. What do you believe I should do with you? Lu Feifan wore a smile akin to a spring breeze. In the realm of cultivators, the royal family and the great aristocratic families shared dominion over the world. These officials, hailing from prominent families, were not accustomed to kneeling. Thus, they could clearly see the smile on Lu Feifan's face. Yet, the underlying implications of that smile sent shivers down their spines. This Prince of Qin seemed quite unhinged. Zhao Wujing had been eliminated, and he was a member of the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families of the Great Xia. Except during the eras of the founding emperor and the martial emperor, these great families would not hesitate to disregard even the royal family's face should their own interests be threatened. Setting aside the Zhao family's strength, the very rules of the Great Xia dictated that local officials could not be arbitrarily dealt with, unless in extraordinary circumstances. Yet, indeed, it appeared we were in a special situation now, as the White Lotus sect had breached each one. Your Highness, you surely do not possess the imperial edict for deploying troops to quell the rebellion. You are overstepping your bounds and acting irregularly. An official blurted out, his mind racing. And you are? Lu Feifan inquired coolly. I am Feng De Wu, the commander of each one. The questioned official replied. Execute him. Lu Feifan commanded with a wave of his hand. Each one has fallen, and as the military commander of this territory, Feng Du is still within the city, seemingly unscathed. Regardless of the reasons, his execution is indisputable. What? Feng Du, who intended to reason with them, is left in shock. He barely utters a few words before he faces execution. This is utterly outrageous. Is there no law, no sense of justice left? Even if he were guilty, there should at least be a formal trial overseen by the emperor himself. In the meantime, he could retreat to his family, claiming he died suddenly. And the emperor would be powerless, for it would be unthinkable to overturn the Feng family. Yet, he never anticipated the ruthless nature of this previously obscure Cangtian. No trial, just execution. Boom. Who dares? Step aside. I am the commander of each one, a member of the Feng family. Lu Feifan appears resolute, and several members of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry approach, seemingly intent on dragging him away for execution. Feng Du erupts in fury. You insolent child! I called you prince out of respect. Without it, you are nothing but a fool. Do you not see the state of your Lu family? How dare you pretend to be superior before me? Lu Feifan is ready to end him. At this point, the facade is torn, and Feng Du spouts curses unabashedly. Even if your imperial father seeks to execute a member of the Feng family, there must be sufficient justification, and the family head must consent. No matter how grave the matter, without the approval of the Feng family head, you cannot take lives. You presume to kill me simply because you are a prince. You are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. The overwhelming aura of the Grand Master Feng Du surges forth, pressing down upon Lu Feifan. Unfortunately, among the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, there are numerous Grandmasters. Lu Feifan need not lift a finger. Feng Du's presence is instantly subdued. For adept warriors from the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry swiftly surround him, and soon, the once boisterous Feng Du is captured. Stripped of his earlier bravado, he is left in a pitiful state, his limbs broken. Originally, execution would suffice. Now, it is in order to eradicate his entire household. All males shall be slain, and the females shall be sent to the imperial court. Feng Du gazes at Lu Feifan in utter disbelief. Confirmed. He has encountered a madman. Merely killing him is insufficient. His family will be annihilated. As heads roll, Feng Du remains wide-eyed until the end. As a Grand Master, his vitality is formidable, even with his head severed. Consciousness does not immediately plunge into darkness. He can still move his eyes, witnessing the headless corpses tumbling down. At this moment, he truly comprehends that this Cangtian is not jesting, he is deadly serious. He is indeed facing death. What had he said earlier? That his family would be purged. All the males killed, and the females sent to the imperial court. This means his entire lineage is to be exterminated. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have remained silent. But who could foresee that this previously unremarkable Cangtian, always adorned with a mild smile, would possess such cruelty? He does not adhere to any rules. He never imagined he would meet such a humiliating end. As they witness Feng Du's execution, a group of officials, who had initially planned to return to their previous positions, respond to the prince and seek leisure, now feel as though they have been doused with a bucket of cold water, chilled to the bone. It is too brutal. Now tell me, do I not adhere to the rules? Lu Feifan states calmly. The officials exchange glances, hesitating to respond. In this moment, they are thoroughly convinced that Zhao Wuji may indeed have been executed. This individual cannot be judged by ordinary standards. They are terrified. Nevertheless, no one dares to align themselves with him. After all, it is a member of the Feng family who has perished. Should they express agreement, the news would surely spread, and they too would face dire consequences. As for flattering this Cangtian, they have no desire to do so. This mad prince is slaughtering indiscriminately. This is the current state of affairs. Once they reach the imperial capital, who knows how many reprimands await him, along with retribution from the Zhao and Feng families? Presently, he is Cangtian, but it is highly likely he will not remain so for long. Such a king, without a promising future, they dare not offend. Yet they have no intention of eagerly cooperating. All they wish is to see this plague pass. Silence implies dissent. I am quite displeased. The three highest-ranking officials present step forward. Lu Feifan states directly. Upon his words, the gaze of the officials converges on the three men at the forefront. Clearly, they are the highest-ranking among them. Execute them. Lu Feifan states bluntly. Do not claim he is indiscriminately killing. The current state of the Great Xia is already in shambles. With a short reign of the emperor, coupled with the incompetence of his father, the current officials of the Great Xia hail from powerful families, none of whom are virtuous. Executing them all may be unjust, but selectively eliminating a few will leave many unaccounted for. Moreover, these individuals offer him no support, clearly not aligned with the court. They deserve their fate. Lu Feifan cares little for political machinations. In this world, the notion of human determination overcoming the heavens is not mere rhetoric. Strength dictates everything. During the time of the founding emperor and the martial emperor, those powerful families were exceedingly obedient. To threaten their entire families was a common occurrence, and none dared to label them as brutal. Thus, as long as one possesses strength, there is no need to concern oneself with their opinions. The unprecedented 17th layer of the Celestial Emperor's decree is the foundation of his confidence. Damn! The three officials at the forefront tremble upon hearing this. With previous examples before them, they firmly believe Zhao Wuji has indeed perished. Under such circumstances, they harbor no doubts about the authenticity of their impending execution. This Cangtian is a lunatic. At this moment, they dare not invoke their connections to reason. After all, Feng Du, who had just threatened them, is still warm with blood. Their connections are not as formidable as those of Zhao Wuji and Feng Du. Thud. The three officials dropped to their knees. Although there are no formal protocols to avoid among the Great Xia officials, they wish to kneel. Your Highness, I am but a custodian, and the fall of each one has nothing to do with me. One official even wets himself, trembling as he speaks. He is genuinely terrified. After all, the sword of Cangtian does not hesitate to strike. In this tumultuous era, chaos reigns supreme, yet it has never reached such a level of indiscriminate slaughter. The chill around his neck serves as a constant reminder that Cangtian might soon send them on their final journey. Though the desire to flee lingers within me, escape remains elusive. The fall of each one's city has left me truly hidden away, as I firmly asserted. I share your sentiments. An official interjected immediately. Your Highness, the situation is laid bare before us. Ziyuan approached Lu Feifan with an account book in hand. Lu Feifan opened it briefly for inspection. Li Jingji stepped forward. He commanded after closing the book. Your Highness, spare my life. I admit to having taken quite a bit, but those were voluntary tokens of gratitude from them. They insisted on offering them, leaving me with no choice. A relatively youthful official exclaimed in fear, desperately defending himself. In such dire circumstances, being singled out meant certain death, and fear loomed large over them all. At that moment, the other officials appeared visibly relieved, for the book had been closed. Upon witnessing the one singled out, they shared a moment of realization. This Cangtian, though undeniably ruthless, understood the necessity of restraint. Among them, Li Jingji possessed the most tenuous connections. It seemed that Cangtian, having demonstrated sufficient authority, was ready to find a convenient way out, allowing them to escape unscathed. Except for him, let the rest be executed. Lu Feifan instructed nonchalantly. As these words left his lips, the officials who had just felt a sense of relief suddenly raised their heads, their faces painted with disbelief. What does this mean? If I heard correctly, the tyrant Cangtian is ordering executions for all. Chapter 11. Come and seize if you can. The officials who had come to welcome the imperial army back, with the exception of Li Jingji, were all gone. They could hardly comprehend how Cangtian dared to act so boldly. Despite the White Lotus sect's invasion, they remained unscathed. Yet, with Cangtian's arrival, they had all vanished. This was a scenario they had never envisioned. Had they foreseen such an outcome, they would have brought more resources or simply hidden away. Initially, they had come to commend the performance of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Although they bore no ill will towards the White Lotus sect, they had no intention of risking their lives, yet unease lingered. With the imperial forces present, their prospects seemed considerably brighter. Alas, they never anticipated that the court would become a harbinger of death. Cangtian's ruthlessness was akin to that of Yama himself. Was it merely a lack of resistance? They had no capacity to resist, such was the norm. However, regardless of their thoughts or justifications, their fates were sealed, and their heads would inevitably roll. Li Jingji felt a chill run down his spine. In the end, he was the last man standing. You are no paragon of virtue, Lu Feifan declared, causing Li Jingji's face to drain of color. Your Highness, I can be a good person from now on. He hastily replied. That is of little consequence. Lu Feifan responded coolly. I have reviewed your past actions. While you may not be a virtuous individual, you have accomplished quite a few significant tasks. Despite your greed, you ensured the work was done in exchange for payment. That is commendable. Therefore, I shall spare your life. From now on, you shall be the governor of each one. Conduct your duties diligently. Upon hearing this, Li Jingji first sighed in relief, only for his expression to shift dramatically. Your Highness, I cannot possibly assume the role of governor, he exclaimed, his face contorting with despair. Promotion is a favorable prospect, yet he lacked both the requisite strength and backing. Occupying such a position without the means to support himself would be tantamount to courting death. Serving as an official in the Great Xia was no simple endeavor. Without the power to command respect, one could easily be silenced in the dead of night. This was not the mundane world. The strong were plentiful, and everything revolved around power. For someone of his standing to become governor was merely obstructing the paths of others. The next step would be bandits raiding the city, and the governor would meet an untimely demise. Only during the reign of Emperor Wu had any semblance of order been maintained, as no official dared oppose his appointed officials, regardless of their abilities. Yet, this was contingent on having strong protectors. Without any power, assassination was inevitable, should the influential choose to act. The imperial guards under Emperor Wu were not to be trifled with. They would pursue the matter to its conclusion. Any faction or family involved would be thoroughly eradicated. Even the founding emperor had not achieved such a feat thus. Li Jingji felt no joy at being appointed governor by Lu Feifan. This was not the era of Emperor Wu. It was the reign of the notoriously inept Guangzhou. The current state of the aristocracy was dire. Even when they lost each one, they initially believed they would face no repercussions. The first reaction of Feng Dewu upon receiving Lu Feifan's execution order was one of threats, revealing their true nature. Go ahead and proceed. Rest assured, with me here, no one dares to harm you. The elite forces of the Zhao family will be yours from now on. At these words, Li Jingji opened his mouth. He wished to say, with just your mere words, does the king truly believe those men will comply? Perhaps while King Qin was present, they would act as sycophants, but once he departed, they would turn into ravenous wolves. Yet, observing the king as confidence, he dared not voice his thoughts. Harsh truths are often unwelcome, and he feared for his life. For the time being, he resolved to continue in his role, waiting for King Qin to return to the capital and for any issues to arise. At that point, he would gracefully resign from his position. This was merely a temporary appointment, so he should not find himself in danger. Contemplating this brought him some measure of comfort. Truth be told, King Qin's way of thinking seemed to deviate from that of a typical individual. The actions he undertook were beyond the realm of normalcy. While the king indeed held a noble status, it was merely that, nothing more. This was not the time of the founding emperor or Emperor Wu. Such behavior would surely lead to ruin in the capital. Instruct those affluent families to submit 70% of their assets to support the army. Make it clear that I do not wish to act myself. Lu Feifan commanded Li Jingji. This left Li Jingji momentarily stunned. He was aware of King Qin's madness, yet he never expected it to reach such heights. Demanding 70% of the assets from the aristocracy was tantamount to confiscation. How could they possibly acquiesce? It would be far simpler to eliminate them outright. Proceed with the notification. I require no counsel. Just do your job. If you cannot, feel free to say so. Before Li Jingji could express any words of persuasion, he heard Lu Feifan's directive. He swallowed his words and, with a heavy heart, went to deliver the message. What is this? King Qin demands 70% of our assets to support the army. What madness is this? This is outright robbery. The White Lotus sect only requested 50%. Upon receiving the news, the aristocracy erupted in outrage. Although the White Lotus sect had not engaged them in conflict, they had not done so without conditions. After all, the common populace lacked resources for cultivation. While they were unwilling to completely sever ties with the aristocracy, the White Lotus sect could not conquer a city without gaining anything in return. Consequently, they had previously discussed the extent of resources to be provided. The White Lotus sect's bottom line had been a 50-50 split, but the matter had yet to be finalized due to time constraints. Hence, upon witnessing Lu Feifan's defeat of the White Lotus sect's forces, they were not only shocked, but also relieved. After all, the White Lotus sect had been repelled, sparing them from having to sacrifice their resources. Thus, they voluntarily offered some resources to support the army, genuinely surprised by the prowess of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. However, they never anticipated that King Qin would surpass even the White Lotus sect in his demands. 70%? This was nothing short of banditry. Even as a prince, he must adhere to reason and rules. Refusing to comply, even to a single percent, was he to unleash his forces to rob them? Upon learning of this news, certain aristocrats boldly declared they would never acquiesce. The head of the household faced a catastrophic situation. The master of the Zhao residence, along with Commander Feng, had been executed. Only one official remained from each one, a certain Li Jingji. Just as he was boasting, he received alarming news that sent a chill down his spine. He hurriedly ordered resources to be gathered, insisting on a 70% contribution, employing any means necessary to achieve this. Madness had ensued. He initially vowed not to provide any resources, not even a fraction. However, upon learning of the brutal executions of each one's officials, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. If he remained obstinate, his entire clan could face annihilation. Chapter 12. The heir apparent. The powerful families of each one were deeply dissatisfied with the 70-30 split. Nevertheless, most complied, recognizing the terrifying methods employed by the Qin king. As for resistance, the 30,000 troops of the White Lotus sect had perished, and the bloodshed outside the city had not yet dried. Fear gripped them. Of course, a few stubborn families refused to yield, but their fate was swift. They were uprooted entirely. This served as a chilling reminder to the powerful clans of each one. Suddenly, the demand for a 70% contribution seemed trivial. At least their lineage remained intact. However, they were not to be trifled with. Messages were dispatched to their uncle in the main house, demanding impeachment. Imperial authority should not be allowed to act with impunity, for they were not easy prey. They sought to hire individuals to tarnish his reputation, crafting scathing narratives that would render his name more odious than refuse. Yet these actions would need to be postponed until he departed from each one. The The Qin king was simply too formidable, too savage. Of the resources obtained, Lu Feifan retained half, distributing the other half to the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. After stabilizing the situation in Yichuan, Lu Feifan continued his journey back to the palace. Meanwhile, tales of his deeds began to circulate, embellished by those with ulterior motives, spreading like wildfire throughout the realm of Great Xia. Most were only aware of these distorted accounts, merely finding amusement in the Qin king's brutality, lamenting the inevitable downfall of Great Xia. However, the major powers were acutely aware of the actual circumstances and found them utterly absurd. Such actions could not be allowed to continue. Even the royal family should not act so recklessly. At this moment, they felt profoundly provoked. Although they were not the ones suffering from raids or executions, it was a troubling signal. If the royal family could act with such impunity today against the noble families of Yichuan, tomorrow it could be their turn. After all, none of them were without blemish. Except for the era of the founding emperor and the martial emperor, the subsequent rulers had never acted so capriciously, especially for a mere feudal lord. If only one or two families were suppressed, they might remain silent. But the noble families of Yichuan had been plundered, and those who resisted faced extermination. Some factions, anticipating the Qin king's approach, were thrown into panic. The Qin king, previously an enigma, had revealed a ruthless side upon his arrival. Although several inept emperors had ruled in recent years, none had stooped so low. Thankfully, there was no news of him being named heir apparent. Otherwise, the years leading up to the complete collapse of Great Xia would be fraught with tribulation for all. Such a brutal Qin king might not intimidate the major powers, who dared to defy the royal family. However, the smaller factions were understandably alarmed. While this path would surely lead to the downfall of Great Xia, the current state of affairs was already precarious. They risked being undone by this ruler before a complete collapse occurred. This was no jest. My dear brother, is he truly this deranged? Humph. Let the news of the emperor's intention to name him heir apparent circulate, so that all may be aware and oppose it. Within the depths of a grand estate in the imperial capital, a youth with a jade-like visage stood with one hand behind his back, while the other scattered bait into a lotus pond. Upon hearing the words of a half-kneeling figure clad in black behind him, he issued a calm command. Father, why do you favor him so? He had never realized that the other sons held such a lowly status in their father's heart. Had it not been for this revelation, he might have remained in ignorance himself. Once the cloaked figure departed, the youth murmured to himself. In a sudden fit of rage, he crushed the jade bowl in his hand into fragments, which slipped through his fingers with a soft clatter. News regarding the Qin king potentially being named heir soon spread throughout the realm, igniting turmoil among the various factions. Observing the actions of the Qin king in Yichuan revealed his true nature. If he were to ascend to the throne, one could scarcely imagine the chaos that would follow. The major powers began seeking connections within the court to initiate impeachment proceedings. The events in Yichuan must not be allowed to recur, otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. They were all too aware of the desperation of a cornered beast. As it turned out, he was the heir apparent. No wonder. Within the White Lotus sect, there was much confusion regarding the army's defeat. They struggled to comprehend how such a formidable force could have failed, especially since they knew the power sent to confront the Qin king was far from a mere rabble, including elders of the earthly immortal realm. The outside world was already shocked. Their understanding of the situation made it all the more incredible. The Holy Mother, upon receiving the news, felt as if she were hearing a phantom voice. Now, with the revelation that the Qin king might be the chosen heir, everything fell into place. They had underestimated their opponent. It was no wonder the emperor dispatched the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry to retrieve him. Besides the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, there were likely formidable guardians of the earthly immortal realm hidden in the shadows. It seemed the sixth elder had indeed perished. The Holy Mother seethed with anger. Although she found these old fools tiresome, she could not deny that they represented the true foundation of the White Lotus sect. The loss of 30,000 ordinary soldiers did not pain her as much. They could easily be replaced. However, the loss of an earthly immortal was a different matter entirely. Such beings were not easily found. Losing one could be considered a grievous wound. It was unacceptable. If the sixth elder had known he was outmatched, he should have withdrawn instead of stubbornly engaging the enemy. The returning disciples reported that there had been no signs of the elder's involvement in the battle. The Holy Mother furrowed her brow, perplexed. Even if the Qin king was the heir apparent, surrounded by powerful protectors capable of threatening the sixth elder's life, his attack should have caused a significant commotion. It was inconceivable that the sixth elder could have been dispatched in an instant. That was simply impossible. There were issues, serious issues. Did the royal family possess unknown means? As this discussion unfolded, the Holy Mother became increasingly vigilant. The implications of an earthly immortal being so easily defeated were too alarming to ignore. Clarity was imperative. The Holy Mother reached a conclusion, and the higher echelons of the White Lotus sect nodded in agreement. This matter was indeed grave. If left unresolved, the next casualty might very well be one of them. But who would be suitable to investigate? This was a dilemma, given that they were entirely unaware of the Qin King's capabilities. One misstep could lead to disaster. Perhaps they should send the Holy Maiden to investigate. Chapter 13. The four great sacred sects. The Qin King's intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Therefore, to uncover the truth, a subtle approach may be more effective than a direct confrontation. Moreover, if the Qin King truly ascends the throne, the hidden means of the royal family are indeed formidable, capable of having the Saintess resolve this predicament. A formidable suggestion was put forth by a strong member of the White Lotus sect. This plan is exceedingly clever. With the Saintess's qualifications, she could undoubtedly ensnare that Qin King. The members of the White Lotus sect nodded in agreement, expressing great confidence in this proposal. The White Lotus Holy Mother, seated in her elevated position, displayed a subtle change in expression. However, after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced. In addition to sending the Saintess, preparations must also be made to send word to the Blood Demon sect, urging them to intervene and gauge the outcome. It seems I have been overly benevolent. Lu Feifan soon became aware of the public discourse surrounding him, which was far from flattering. Various rumors circulated wildly. It goes without saying that this is undoubtedly linked to the forces from Yichuan. He had taken 70% of the resources and generously refrained from pressing other grievances against them. To his astonishment, these individuals showed no gratitude and dared to fabricate slander against him. Next time, none of them shall escape. Lu Feifan concluded that he had not been ruthless enough. Should such a situation arise again, he would need to act with greater severity, leaving them no opportunity to spread rumors. What lies ahead? On this day, the convoy passed through a mountain abundant in spiritual energy. Lu Feifan beheld a cluster of palaces shrouded in mist, with celestial cranes and spiritual beasts calling out, occasionally accompanied by the resonant chimes of bells that calmed the heart and spirit. This sight compelled Lu Feifan to divert his gaze from his book. This place felt even more magnificent than the imperial capital. When he previously journeyed to Qinchuan, he had not traversed this route. Primarily, this time, his carriage was too large, necessitating a more suitable path. This is the Wuji sect. Lu Feifan was solely focused on his cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet Ziyin was different. She was well acquainted with the various circumstances of the world. Although she could not recognize the Wuji sect, Lu Feifan was aware of its reputation. The Wuji sect is renowned as one of the four holy sects of the Great Xia. Except during the reigns of the Great Ancestor and the Martial Emperor, they typically disregarded the imperial edicts. The four holy sects are regarded as the benchmark for all sects in the realm. Their words carry far more weight than those of the royal family. There is even a saying that circulates: the court's dominion does not encompass the martial world. The martial world belongs to the four holy sects. This illustrates the unique status of the four holy sects within the Great Xia. In earlier times, this was manageable. But now, the territories of the four holy sects have even extended to appointments of court officials. They have become, in essence, a state within a state. Let us go and take a look. Lu Feifan spoke calmly. My lord, this may not be wise. The Wuji sect is not easily dealt with, Ziyin urged, advising her lord to refrain from proceeding. Although this is the land of Great Xia, it is not one that the empire can dictate. Even the emperor might face humiliation upon arrival. Thus, should my lord venture forth, he may be met with disdain, inevitably affecting his mood. My lord, it would be best to leave this place quickly. Even the usually resolute commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry could not help but interject. His mission was to escort his lord safely back to the imperial capital. He would not falter even in the face of 30,000 troops from the White Lotus sect. To him, those foes were merely a rabble. However, he was genuinely surprised by the ease with which they had cut through the White Lotus sect. Initially, he had braced for a loss of half his men, yet they emerged unscathed, leaving him puzzled as to how this had come to pass. Nevertheless, he did not let it inflate his ego. In other matters, the Wuji sect was a force that even the emperor could not contend with, especially with only 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalrymen at his disposal. Through their recent interactions, he had gleaned some understanding of the Qin King, who had a volatile temper, easily ignited. The reputation of the Wuji sect's disciples was also one of arrogance. The probability of conflict was significantly high. In the imperial capital, should his lord dispatch a few Wuji disciples, it would not raise any eyebrows. However, this was the territory of the Wuji sect, should trouble arise. Escape would be far from guaranteed, and this was no jest. Even if they were restrained from outright killing his lord, the likelihood of a subsequent pursuit was great. And at the very least, a humiliation would be unavoidable. Thus, to engage them head-on would be an exercise in futility. Fear not, I merely wish to take a look. Lu Feifan replied nonchalantly. Lu Feifan was the one in command. Once he made a decision, the commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had no choice but to comply. Halt! Dismount your armor at the mountain gate of the Wuji sect. As they reached the foot of the mountain, a group of disciples clad in white robes and bearing long swords intercepted them. There were many disciples present, most of whom were masters, with two leading figures even reaching the grandmaster level. Though the Wuji sect was indeed formidable, it was unlikely that ordinary guarding disciples would achieve such heights. Undoubtedly, the Wuji sect was aware of his arrival. In such a scenario, they demanded the disarmament of his men immediately. Clearly, they held little regard for imperial authority. One could only conclude that the Great Xia, after 8,000 years, had indeed fallen into disarray. In earlier times, this would have been unthinkable, even 1,000 years prior. While the four holy sects did not hold the empire in high esteem, they would not have acted so brazenly. Impudence. This is His Highness, the Qin King. This is the realm of Great Xia. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. Upon the arrival of the Qin King, why do you not come to pay your respects? The commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry proclaimed, maintaining an unyielding demeanor despite the apprehension palpable in the air. Who is the Qin King? I have never heard of him. Now disarm. One of the disciples scoffed dismissively. Lu Feifan furrowed his brow. While the four holy sects were indeed bold, they usually maintained a semblance of decorum when dealing with the imperial court, provided there was no conflict of interest. It was quite irregular for a mere disciple to treat a prince with such disdain from the outset. Yuan Hao, save me. Woe is me. My father and brothers have perished. You must take a stand for me. Just then, a voice of distress rose from the prison cart behind. Lu Feifan instantly grasped the situation. The leading youth appeared to be from the Zhao family. No wonder he had seemed eager for a confrontation. It all made sense now. This individual was clearly seeking to instigate a conflict between Lu Feifan and the Wuji sect, aiming to utilize the power of the Wuji sect for vengeance. What a clumsy scheme. Lu Feifan shook his head. You wish for me to clash with the Wuji sect? Very well, let us incapacitate him. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Feifan commanded. Due to the unwavering loyalty of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, they hesitated for the second time that day at Lu Feifan's directive. It must be noted that this was the territory of the Wuji sect. To arrive and target their disciples was a reckless display, and their Qin King had indulged in any wine to warrant such bravado. Chapter 14. 500 years of taxation with a crack followed by a scream, the order was executed. Ultimately, despite believing their lord had lost his mind, the ingrained obedience to commands prevailed, even if the command seemed suicidal. Thus, Zhao Yuanhao was incapacitated. He had attempted to resist, but along with his fellow disciples, their efforts were in vain. However, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had been instructed only to incapacitate Zhao Yuanhao. Consequently, out of respect for the Wuji sect, they exercised restraint, merely repelling the remaining individuals. How dare you? How dare you? Zhao Yuanhao slumped to the ground, utterly incredulous. He had indeed sought to provoke a conflict between Lu Feifan and the sect. However, he envisioned Lu Feifan charging in boldly, causing a stir among the sect's higher-ups, leading to an eruption of conflict. In his mind, the Qin King would merely engage in empty threats. This was the Wuji sect, and he surely understood the gravity of the situation, refraining from any extreme actions. However, the abrupt destruction of his abilities was something he had never anticipated. Feeling the dire state of his circumstances, a pallor of despair washed over his expression. His incapacitation was complete, while the loss of his limbs was unfortunate. The true tragedy lay in the obliteration of his Qi Si and Dantian, rendering his cultivation null. Unless he were to acquire a legendary elixir, he would be condemned to a life of perpetual disability. Yet, such a miraculous potion was beyond his reach. Even as a member of the Zhao family and a disciple of the Wuji sect, he lacked the qualifications to use it. Being merely a junior, the elders would hoard such treasures for themselves. At this moment, the fate of the Qin King was no longer of consequence, for he had met his end, utterly and irrevocably. As a pariah, he could no longer remain within the sect, and returning to the Zhao family was an equally grim prospect. Many within his clan had long harbored disdain for him, and those who once could not touch him would now seize the opportunity to wreak havoc. The torment awaiting him was all too predictable. He could scarcely fathom how the Qin King could act with such audacity. This was the Wuji sect, not the imperial capital of Daxia. To so brazenly disable a disciple of Wuji's sect was beyond comprehension. Despite the reality unfolding before him, everything felt surreal. It was not just him. All disciples of Wuji's sect, including the women being escorted back to the capital for punishment, wore expressions of disbelief. While the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had decisively defeated the White Lotus Army, the remnants of that army now seemed to them nothing more than a rabble. Though their defeat was still impressive, it was merely that, nothing more. In their eyes, the White Lotus sect had fallen from grace. Moreover, the forces the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had decimated were but a minor faction within the White Lotus. Thus, while the spectacle was astonishing, it did not elevate the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry to the status of invincibility. Yet, the current situation indicated that the Qin King truly believed in the unparalleled might of his Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Had he known of the Qin King's brutality, Zhao Yuanhao would never have dared to take such a risk. His confidence was misplaced. Alas, there are no what-ifs. He was now rendered useless. Ascend the mountain. Lu Feifan intoned calmly. The iron hooves of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry moved forward with a heavy clatter, as if they too were imbued with Lu Feifan's imposing aura, compelling their steeds to exert more force and amplify the pressure. You, a junior of the Lu family, have overstepped your bounds. This is not a place for your reckless antics. Even if your elders were here, they must adhere to the rules. Out of respect for your elder, let today's events conclude here. Withdraw. In front of the resplendent white jade pillars that stood like the southern heaven gate amidst the mist, an elder with white hair and beard sat in contemplation. Upon the arrival of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, he opened his eyes, casting a scornful glance before speaking. As he did, an overwhelming aura descended upon them. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, which had previously cut through 30,000 soldiers of the White Lotus, found their steeds trembling and retreating involuntarily. The red blood dragon horses neighed in distress, as for the first time. The 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry faltered under Lu Feifan's command. Upon meeting this king, why do you not bow? Lu Feifan spoke coolly. The elder regarded Lu Feifan with surprise, not merely at the words, but at the composure he maintained beneath such formidable pressure. What was more astonishing was that not a single maid within the carriage, resembling a miniature palace, appeared phased. Recalling the rumors of the Qin King as a favored heir, it became clear that he must possess some extraordinary artifact. Youngster, you are merely a king. Wait until you become an emperor before you utter such words to me. The elder retorted. Truth be told, had it not been for the speculation surrounding the young man as a potential heir, he would have already taken action against an ordinary prince. Daxiao still held some measure of prestige, even in the face of its decline. Many factions would accompany it to ruin. Thus he was unwilling to provoke unnecessary conflict at this critical juncture. Lu Feifan was taken aback. He had heard that the four holy sects no longer regarded the court with any reverence. Even the emperor would not command much respect. Yet here he was, having incapacitated one of their disciples and soundly beaten a group, and this elder had not lost his temper. It seemed that the court's authority was not entirely non-existent. I have come today with urgent matters. Your Wuji sect has defaulted on its taxes to the court for 500 years. I demand full payment at once. Lu Feifan declared. The elder scrutinized Lu Feifan intently, perplexed as to whether the young prince was truly naive or possessed some hidden strength. Upon reflection, he concluded that the youth was likely quite foolish. The emperors of Daxia had become increasingly abstract in their governance. This future heir, so foolish, seemed destined to meet the same fate as his predecessors. There is no need to waste breath on a junior. Your temper is too lenient. Consider your words carefully. Boy, while I am still calm, you would do well to leave. A red-haired elder emerged, casting a cold glance at Lu Feifan. This was the demeanor he expected. Lu Feifan preferred such arrogance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take action. He considered himself a reasonable person. After his declaration, noticing Lu Feifan's lack of response, the elder huffed and thrust his hand forward. The white-robed elder chuckled, shaking his head, showing no intention of intervening. Kill. The commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry steadied himself, his aura surging as he directed his spear forward. Kill. The 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry roared in unison, their presence heavy with intent. The appearance of the two elders exerted immense pressure upon them, something they had not experienced even against the 30,000 soldiers of the White Lotus. The overwhelming aura they exuded unmistakably marked them as earthly immortals. Chapter 15. The earthly immortal taken by a wave, a swarm of inconsequential ants. The red-haired elder scoffed. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry was indeed elite, possessing the strength to contend with earthly immortals, but only when it was at full capacity. Frankly, Lu Feifan's ability to breach the ranks of 30,000 soldiers of the White Lotus had already astonished him, Yet that was the extent of it. Ultimately, without reaching the realm of earthly immortals, they could not escape the essence of being mere ants. As an earthly immortal, he alone could quell armies. For a mere 800 heavy cavalry to charge at him was nothing short of an insult. Crack! How is this possible? The once confident red-haired elder found himself shaken. Yet, as his attack met the black ice heavy cavalry, an overwhelming force surged forth, leaving him trembling. His power shattered, truly shattered. In that moment, it felt as though his strength had transformed into a fragile mirror, cracked under the weight of a hammer, splintering into fragments. The elder was incredulous. He was an earthly immortal, the pinnacle of martial might in Daxia. Even when facing an opponent stronger than himself, he could usually contend for dozens of exchanges before revealing any sign of defeat. Yet now, in mere moments of clashing with a group of ants, his power had been obliterated. He could not accept it. He refused to believe that a mere band of black ice heavy cavalry could possess such strength. If 800 of them could achieve such a feat, Daxia would not have fallen so far. Then it dawned on him. This overwhelming force must originate from the young Qin king. But how could that be? If that were the case, the implications were even more unfathomable. A few days prior, the identity of the king of Qin was unfamiliar to him. However, in recent days, tales of the king's brutality have spread far and wide. He had indeed heard whispers about this king, who was merely 18 years of age. At such a tender age, even those of the ancient Wuji sect could only aspire to the esteemed rank of Grandmaster. Achieving such a status at 18 would already grant one admission into the inner sanctum of the Wuji sect, and in any faction, one would be hailed as a prodigy. Even the legendary martial emperor had not surpassed this age benchmark. Yet, if his instincts served him correctly, the king of Qin before him had likely ascended to the realm of earth immortals, and not just an ordinary one at that. Crucially, according to the traditions of the Great Xia, the imperial lineage practiced the celestial emperor's art. The terrifying prowess of this technique was evident when the martial emperor dominated the realm with an iron fist, silencing dissenters with ruthless efficiency and eliminating several peak earth immortals. It is vital to remember that during the martial emperor's reign, while the four holy sects were significant, they were not the apex of power. The two top sects that opposed him faced complete annihilation, resulting in the deaths of 5 peak earth immortals. Furthermore, the northern wolf tribes fell victim to the martial emperor's singular might. The ferocity of the celestial emperor's art is indisputable. If this youthful individual had indeed attained such heights, the Great Xia could not perish. Rather, it might witness the dawn of a new golden age. And yet, he was merely 18. Such potential eclipsed even that of the martial emperor. Observing the composed demeanor of the young man before him, the crimson-haired elder was struck with profound trepidation. However, he could not utter a word before the black ice heavy cavalry surged through him. 800 riders charged forth, their long spears piercing him repeatedly until his body was utterly obliterated, lifeless beyond comprehension. Silence enveloped the scene. The disciples of the Wuji sect, who had trailed behind, anticipating the king of Qin being soundly reprimanded by their elder, now stared in disbelief. Particularly, Zhao Yuanhao, who had been lifted onto a platform, blinked furiously, suspecting he was witnessing an illusion. If he was not mistaken, the one who had been reduced to mere pulp was an elder of their sect, a figure of earth immortal stature. Was this some sort of jest? An earth immortal, a paragon among the elite of the Great Xia, capable of navigating through legions with ease. He had initially hoped to see the detestable king of Qin receive a deserved reprimand, yet now, the king remained unscathed while their elder lay slain. This was absurd. At that moment, it was not only they who were in disbelief. Even the black ice heavy cavalry, who had executed the strike, were bewildered. When had they become so formidable? A single charge had felled an earth immortal. Previously, they had faced death with valor, yet now, the captain of the black ice heavy cavalry was consumed by a torrent of thoughts. The sensation of their recent charge felt eerily similar to when they had broken through the White Lotus sect's forces. Where had that power originated? Suddenly, he turned. A jolt of realization striking him, a daring thought surfaced in his mind. Yet, it seemed implausible. His lower realm of power limited his perception, preventing him from grasping the true nature of the situation. The primary reason for this was the overwhelming mastery of Lu Feifan, whose application of strength was so divine that it appeared flawless. Those of lesser cultivation were oblivious to the nuances. This had also been the case when the black ice heavy cavalry pierced through the White Lotus sect. Although they had felt a sense of surrealism, they had not pondered it deeply. This time felt different. They faced a true earth immortal, whose significance loomed larger than the 30,000 troops of the White Lotus sect. Thus, when their target was effortlessly reduced to nothingness, they instinctively sensed something was amiss. he began to suspect that their lord may indeed be problematic. Yet, how could that be? Their lord was only 18. In the realm of ordinary men, this age signified adulthood, but in the world of the powerful, it merely marked the beginning. Even during the reign of the martial emperor, when royal resources were abundant, such an extraordinary situation had never arisen. At this moment, among the living, only the elder in white robes grasped the true identity of the assailant. The gentle breeze rustled, causing his once mighty hand to tremble slightly. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Even an earth immortal like him felt fear. Just moments ago, he had sensed something was amiss. He contemplated intervening, but merely raising his hand was enough to deter him. For it felt as though a sharp blade hovered above him, threatening death with any movement. In that instant, dread enveloped him, and the alarm bells of mortality rang within his soul. It was then that he recognized the truth. The king of Qin, at a mere 18 years of age, had been shrouded in obscurity until now. He was the source of terror. Chapter 16. The decision of the Wuji sect and Earth Immortal, undoubtedly an Earth Immortal. Moreover, not merely a novice, but at least in the intermediate stage, perhaps even at the pinnacle. Why this speculation? It is primarily due to the fact that it has been ages since anyone within the royal family has cultivated the celestial emperor's art to the intermediate stage. Each successive emperor has only reached the initial stage through the secret methods of inheritance. Even so, within the Great Xia, few could stand against them. Moreover, it is said that the true might of the celestial emperor's art is only unleashed at its peak. Otherwise, it could be even more fearsome. Though incredulous, the elder in white perceived that the king of Qin before him had likely attained the pinnacle of Earth Immortal status through the cultivation of the celestial emperor's art. If this were indeed the case, it could only signify that this young man was extraordinarily formidable. Was it possible that the Great Xia was not destined for demise? Was the mandate of heaven still with the Great Xia? It is crucial to understand why many believed the Great Xia was nearing its end. Apart from the declining lifespans of its emperors, which had worsened with each generation, there was also a rumor that the royal family's plight stemmed from the very same celestial emperor's art, both its boon and bane. The royal decree dictated that only the imperial lineage could practice this art. This meant that upon failing to claim the throne, the next generation would resort to alternative techniques. Primarily because the celestial emperor's art was exceedingly difficult to master. The royal family ensured that each emperor at least reached the initial stage of Earth Immortal, a secret method of the royal lineage, the specifics of which were known only to them. However, it is rumored that the cost of this secret method is exorbitant, which may explain the shortening lifespans of the emperors. Although this may be mere gossip, most find it quite plausible. According to predictions, following the current emperor, the royal family would no longer be able to sustain this power. Coupled with the accumulated burdens over 8 millennia, many believe the Great Xia was doomed. Yet now, at this critical juncture, an 18-year-old king of Qin, relying solely on his own merit, had cultivated the celestial emperor's art to the level of Earth Immortal. Was this not the very essence of destiny? He finally understood why this king of Qin was so audacious and why the 3,000 troops of the White Lotus sect had been so easily overwhelmed. He comprehended why the king showed no mercy towards the mighty clans. This was akin to the actions of the martial emperor during his reign. All of this stems from a profound confidence in one's own abilities. At present, the Qin king, too, possesses an unwavering belief in his strength. It is laughable that he previously thought the royal lineage was declining, not only in terms of cultivation but also in intellect. The true fool was he. 5 centuries of taxes have been paid by the Wuji sect. The elderly man in white spoke with great difficulty, having lost a friend of the terrestrial immortal realm. He was filled with fury, yet he could only harbor that anger within. The situation was indeed more powerful than any individual. The might of the Qin king has already indicated one undeniable truth. The forthcoming era shall remain the dominion of the Great Xia's Lu family royal clan. Great Xia shall once again experience a millennium of glory, perhaps even greater than before. After all, the Qin king is still exceedingly young, merely 18 years old. In light of this, the Wuji sect must now maintain a low profile and comply, for otherwise, during the reign of the martial emperor, the 2 foremost sects that faced annihilation were none other than the Wuji sect itself. It was precisely this that allowed the Wuji sect to rise. The previous 500 years of taxation were insignificant, but now it has escalated to 2,000 years. Lu Feifan remarked coolly. Furthermore, due to your disrespect towards the court, an additional 1,000 years of taxes shall be imposed. Lu Feifan added, "We are grateful for your grace, Lord Xia." The elderly man in white bowed respectfully. It was indeed a grace, for at least they were not entirely exterminated. Although the Qin king's reputation had only recently begun to circulate, It was evident that he was not one to be trifled with. He was a figure of immense brutality. The annihilation of clans was certainly within his capabilities. Such circumstances left the disciples of the Wuji sect utterly dumbfounded. To think they were required to pay a single sum of 3,000 years' worth of taxes, this was no trivial matter, as it was to be paid all at once rather than gradually over the years, which could be deemed a grievous wound to their resources. Yet, even in such dire straits, their elders still felt compelled to express gratitude. This was the Wuji sect, renowned as the pride of the Great Xia. Yet in the martial world, they were merely the Wuji sect of the four holy sects. Moreover, they had just lost an elder of the terrestrial Immortal realm, shattered before their very gates by the imperial court. This was an unparalleled humiliation for any faction. Yet now, the Wuji sect had bowed its head. The elder's death was disregarded, and they were compelled to surrender resources. What a profound indignity this was. It must be understood that despite the loss of an elder at the terrestrial Immortal level, the Wuji sect was still revered as one of the four holy sects. Capable of disregarding royal authority, boasting 18 elders of the terrestrial Immortal realm, including 3 at the mid-stage. Rumors had it that they even had ancestors of the peak terrestrial Immortal level still alive. Furthermore, the four holy sects were allies, capable of joining forces in critical moments. Such formidable power should not have led to their swift submission, even with the loss of one elder. Although the exact circumstances of their elder's demise were unknown, they instinctively conjectured it to be a ploy of the royal family. Though the Great Xia royal family had indeed fallen into decline, they still possessed some remnants of their former glory, which was not wholly surprising. However, that was where it ended. Such underlying tactics could not be wielded indiscriminately. They believed the sect should not cower in fear. Unfortunately, regardless of how oppressed the ordinary disciples felt, the upper echelons of the Wuji sect dared not slacken their efforts to gather resources. In truth, after the demise of the crimson-haired elder, the masters within the Wuji sect had already been stirred. They were filled with rage. The elderly man in white conveyed explanations through sound transmission, preventing them from erupting in anger, as they tacitly accepted the elderly man's approach. It took 3 days to gather the necessary resources, leaving the Wuji sect considerably weakened. After all, the court's taxes were no trifling matter. Of course, if it were to be paid annually, it would not amount to much, but now, paying 3,000 years' worth in one go was a staggering drain on their resources. Thus, the payment of 3,000 years' taxes could indeed be considered a complete depletion of their reserves. However, they dared not voice their anger and even took the initiative to dispatch disciples to escort these resources back to the imperial capital alongside Feifan. They instructed their disciples that this matter must remain confidential. Effective immediately, the mountain shall be closed for a year. No news or information shall be allowed to escape. Once Feifan and his entourage departed, the Wuji sect's leadership promptly issued their orders. It should be noted that the disciples sent to escort the resources were unaware of the recent events, as they had been isolated from external news for 3 days. They knew only that they were tasked with transport. The Wuji sect's leadership acted in unison for this singular purpose, ensuring that information did not leak. This time, the Wuji sect had suffered a grave loss and was left severely weakened. Such a loss could not be borne solely by the Wuji sect. Otherwise, they would risk falling behind. Chapter 17. When is consent required? When one faction suffers a loss, it is a true loss. But if all suffer, then it is as if no one has truly lost. Thus, from a different perspective, it can be seen as not having suffered significantly. Hence, only the upper echelons of the Wuji sect were privy to the information regarding Feifan, while the disciples speculated wildly about the reasons for their capitulation, though no senior members divulged specific details. Thus, while the Wuji sect's affairs created quite a stir under the stringent control of its leadership, no whispers of dissent reached the outside world. The strong within the Wuji sect eagerly anticipated that other factions would stumble as they had, perhaps even worse, particularly the other 3 holy sects. Though they were allies, publicly regarded as branches of the same tree, in truth, the 4 factions were in competition. The current situation was beyond salvaging. Thus, their most fervent desire was for the other 3 holy sects to face similar tribulations, if not worse. As they resumed their journey, the women detained and awaiting their fates at the Bureau of Education had grown utterly silent. The 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had reached a peak of ferocity. Although they remained perplexed about how the terrestrial Immortal had met his end, they were confident in their strength. Along the way, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry laid waste to numerous noble clans and sections. As word spread, those along their path, including wealthy families and even some smaller sects, hastily gathered their possessions and fled. They had heard of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry's formidable achievements and had no desire to confront them. To be frank, even the White Lotus sect's rebel forces had not driven them to such extremes. Though the White Lotus sect was far from virtuous, at least they could be reasoned with and bargained with. The Qin king, however, was a man who would not entertain negotiations. They understood that to challenge him would exact a far greater toll, and even a slight act of defiance could lead to annihilation. There had been factions that attempted to unite for a bandit ambush to teach the young Qin king that this world was not one where a mere title of prince allowed one to act with impunity. Alas, those who had conspired were utterly obliterated. Originally, if they had marched straight into the imperial capital, they would have arrived in about 8 days. However, this time, half a month had passed, and they were still not halfway through their journey. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the princes had already gathered. They were stunned to hear news about their brother, especially upon learning that the opposing forces had plundered vast resources along their path. Rumors circulated that after visiting the Wuji sect, some of its disciples had chosen to follow Lu Feifan, seemingly pledging allegiance to the Qin king. Witnesses claimed to have seen Wuji sect disciples among the ranks of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. This revelation left them incredulous. It was utterly astonishing. This 14th prince. I had almost forgotten about him. He had rarely appeared at royal banquets in past years. How could he be so formidable without making a sound? In contemporary society, there are even those who, in their ignorance, dare to compare him with the venerable Emperor Wu. The individuals most concerned with Lu Feifan's circumstances are undoubtedly his brethren. Upon being summoned back to the capital, they can surmise the reason. In a normal context, one could comprehend whether the current throne of the Great Xia could be attained. Alas, the situation is anything but ordinary. Those who fail in the struggle for succession face dire consequences. Thus, the exalted position, beyond its unparalleled power, is intrinsically tied to their lives and fortunes. Regardless of the circumstances, they must exert every effort. Initially, they were well aware of their brother's situation and recognized the formidable competitors. They had strategized how to contend for this position accordingly. However, they were utterly unprepared for the emergence of a previously overlooked brother who has now surged forth with remarkable force. Though his actions may appear reckless and foolish, he has nevertheless succeeded. Those noble families had previously warned them of the formidable nature of their adversaries, yet it seems they are nothing but bluster. They fear the might, but disregard the virtue. The royal family has been overly lenient with them. The 14th brother has illuminated a different path for us. Regardless of who among us reaches the end, the events orchestrated by the 14th brother can be seen as a learning experience. To those noble clans, one must adopt a firm stance. A few severed heads will render them compliant. Prince Lu Bou, the 8th prince, sat alone by the window with a wine jug, indulging in self-reflection. In response to his brother's critiques of the previously inconspicuous 14th brother, he suddenly spoke up. The 800 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry pierced through those noble families. They are not the united front one might expect, merely a cacophony of noise. His words prompted thoughtful nods from those present. I understand. Some exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with newfound ambition. The gentle sound of a guqin, clear and melodious, resonated like droplets falling into a river, creating a rhythmic harmony. Amidst the fine rain, between the lotus pavilions, a figure clad in white seemed to emerge from the mist, as if a celestial being from the heavens was performing a solo on earth. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry trotted past, their ironclad demeanor softened by the enchanting music. Upon reaching this point, even the Iron Warriors could not help but slow their pace. Inside the carriage, Lu Feifan glanced up with a smile. Invite that young lady inside for a conversation. The attendant Ziyun, upon hearing this, trembled slightly as she poured the tea. Her lord had always been focused solely on cultivation, indifferent to both men and women, never showing interest in anyone. Today marked the first instance of him personally inviting someone. Moreover, the young lady in the lotus pavilion, though veiled and her figure shrouded in the fine rain, exuded an undeniable beauty. At 18, her lord had changed remarkably, exhibiting a newfound freedom in his actions. It would not be surprising if he began to harbor feelings typical of adulthood. This was something she had anticipated, yet the object of his affection was not her. She sighed inwardly, recognizing her position as merely a maid, realizing her aspirations were too lofty. Ziyun composed herself, revealing no signs of her inner turmoil, and gracefully departed the carriage to extend the invitation. My lord, she stated, it is essential to maintain a gracious demeanor when requesting someone's presence. Only a short while later, Ziyun returned, bowing respectfully. The notion of attitude, it was evident, necessitated Lu Feifan's personal approach. Why should she need to agree to his invitation? After taking a sip of tea, Lu Feifan casually remarked. Ziyun was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Even as a trusted confidant, she found herself at a loss. Wasn't their lord in high spirits? His words implied a more forceful approach. Though he was indeed domineering, she felt he should not resort to such tactics. Chapter 18. Seeking guidance despite her confusion, Ziyun executed the command flawlessly. The woman in the white dress was brought forth. What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to forcibly seize a virtuous woman? The maid in green, with her striking dual-braided hairstyle, exclaimed, her tone bold and assertive, unlike that of an ordinary servant. If I were to seize her, what could you do about it? Lu Feifan replied coolly. A lady as beautiful as your mistress, performing alone in such a place, is simply inviting someone of fate to claim her. You speak nonsense. The green-clad maid, initially taken aback by his words, seemed to find them somewhat reasonable, but quickly recovered and retorted. Regardless of your intentions, your actions will inevitably lead to such consequences. He paid no heed to her insolence, nor was he angered. His temperament had always been remarkably gentle. However, my dear lady, you are fortunate to have encountered me. I harbor no ill will. I am merely intrigued by the piece you played. Might I request your guidance on it? Lu Feifan was not speaking idly. His invitation to the woman in white stemmed from a genuine interest in the profound piece she had performed. Possessing an extraordinary capacity for comprehension, he discerned that the melody she had played was anything but ordinary, imbued with a deep power of intent. This was the reason even the black ice heavy cavalry, known for their iron resolve, found their pace slowing. Iron hearts softened by the allure of melody. From this perspective, the lady was indeed remarkable. Perhaps she awaited him, the Prince of Qin, here all along. Throughout this journey, if no forces had come to test him or even attempt to assassinate him, that would have been the anomaly. However, for Lu Feifan, these concerns held little significance. His absolute strength afforded him unshakable confidence. Any schemes or plots against him were trivial in the face of his power. He need only observe quietly. Whoever dared to emerge would face swift retribution. The martial emperor, the celestial emperor, had reached the 15th level of the celestial technique, dominating an era where neither internal nor external forces could defy him. It is noteworthy that during that time, the martial spirit within the Great Xia was at its zenith, and the noble families wielded immense power. Many individuals had attained the pinnacle of earthly immortality. In contrast, the current era sees the strongest among the various factions at the mid-level of earthly immortality. As for those at the pinnacle, they have become legendary figures within their sections. Their existence remains uncertain even to those within their own factions. When the martial emperor reigned, the martial prowess of the world was unparalleled, and he swept through all opposition. In comparison, the overall strength of the Great Xia today pales in comparison to that period. Lu Feifan himself had already cultivated the Celestial Emperor's technique to an unprecedented 17th level. With such power, what could he possibly fear? It is worth mentioning that since the reign of the Great Xia Martial Emperor, the strength of the emperors has relied heavily on inheritance, with each generation weaker than the last, showing little progress in cultivating the Celestial Emperor's technique. Nevertheless, the Great Xia continues to maintain a formidable presence, primarily due to the weakened martial capabilities of surrounding forces. This is a direct result of the Martial Emperor's ruthless purges during his reign. To the royal family, the Martial Emperor is a sacred ruler, the aspirational target for every emperor. Yet, to the various factions across the realm, he is regarded as a tyrant. The fear of the Martial Emperor has been passed down through generations, instilling trepidation even in those who merely read about him in ancient texts. The Great Xia and its neighboring factions have only recently begun to recover their vitality, a testament to the Martial Emperor's thorough cleansing. During the reign of the Martial Emperor, which spanned a millennium, most of his time was consumed either by the annihilation of entire clans or by military expeditions. Those formidable individuals who attempted to evade his wrath were swiftly located and met with a grim fate. The resources and esoteric cultivation techniques of various factions were systematically collected into the imperial armory. Frankly speaking, the legacies of these factions were mirrored within the royal vault. What they possessed, the royal family possessed, and what they lacked, the royal family still had. This was all acquired during the era of the Martial Emperor. One could assert that, over the course of 8 millennia, the name of the Martial Emperor eclipsed even that of the Great Ancestor. In truth, while the Great Ancestor established dominion over the realm, he failed to eliminate the remnants of the state. Numerous sects and powerful clans persisted, their ambitions unabated, especially in the wake of the tumultuous upheavals they had just endured. Following the Great Ancestor, the stability of the Great Xia was precarious, teetering on the brink. It was the Martial Emperor who ultimately purged the land, effectively shattering the backbone of these influential families and sections. However, after years of decline, with the royal family's power waning, it was evident that these factions were beginning to resurrect from the ashes. Can the gentleman play a tune? The woman in the white dress spoke with a voice as cold as ice, devoid of emotion. Not yet, but I can certainly learn, Lu Feifan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the woman's cheeks, hidden behind her veil, curved into a slight smile. Although he could not yet play a tune, she found his musical endeavors intriguing and desired to learn, an approach that lacked subtlety. She could already foresee his next move. He would feign difficulty in mastering the music, subsequently inviting her to accompany him for gradual instruction. Amen. It seems this task bears little challenge. Indeed, it appears that such tactics need not be overly complicated. A more straightforward approach works best. Since you wish to learn, I shall be obliged to assist. The woman in white curtsied gracefully. Bring forth your zither. Lu Feifan commanded Ziyuan. Once everything was prepared, Lu Feifan sat opposite the woman in white. Please, my lady. He gestured invitingly. With a gentle touch, the woman caressed the zither strings. The notes resonated amidst the rain and mist, their clarity summoning the cry of celestial cranes. Lu Feifan followed suit. Yet his playing bore a solemnity that caused the woman's brows to furrow. It was not due to Lu Feifan's lack of skill, but rather because, despite their apparent disparity in performance, she alone understood that his notes contained a variation of her piece, intended for combat. But here, who was the enemy? As her thoughts wandered, the woman suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. Her gaze darted towards the lake, where a series of bubbling sounds emerged, as if something were leaking. Continue, my lady. Before she could ponder further, Lu Feifan urged with a smile. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. However, this was not the time for contemplation. The woman steadied her emotions and placed her fingers back on the zither strings. Chapter 19. Misunderstanding. The zither echoed, intertwining soft melodies with a fierce intensity, creating a symphony that made the gentle rain sound like a chorus of metallic clangs. At that moment, the rain seemed imbued with a will of its own. This was an ancient path, bordered by towering mountains enveloped in mist for thousands of miles on one side, and a vast lake with surging waves on the other, where the gentle breeze of the rainy season brought a sense of ease to one's spirit. Yet, those caught in this paradox felt as if they were enduring a relentless torment. In the lake and among the mountains, a group of individuals clad in blood-red garments lay in perfect concealment, blending seamlessly with their surroundings, even their breath stilled. They resembled stones in the mountains or flowing water in the lake. However, with the onset of the zither's melody, each of them, regardless of their prowess, felt as though an immense weight had descended upon their hearts. Some, weaker in skill, were even crushed to death. The music continued, slicing through the air like blades upon their bodies. Those hidden among the mountains felt the rain transform into a torrent of daggers, incessantly cutting into them. Meanwhile, the individuals in the water perceived the flowing currents morphing into piranhas, gnawing away at them bit by bit. As the final note faded, Lu Feifan gestured for the group to resume their journey. Behind them, the lake, once serene, bubbled violently, soon tainted crimson, attracting fish drawn to the scent of blood and flesh, yet they lingered at a distance, hesitant to approach. Even the air was thick with a sinister aura, unsettling even the fish. Meanwhile, the mist in the mountains had taken on a red hue, rendering the landscape particularly fearsome. They're all dead, every last one. It appeared they had remained in a state of concealment without ever moving. After some time, several figures soared into the air. Upon surveying the scene, their expressions shifted dramatically. The killing melody. This is the work of that little demoness from the White Lotus sect. One exclaimed with fury. How dare they strike at us so boldly? Do they truly believe themselves to be the supreme sect? One man, wielding a folding fan, descended and surveyed the surroundings, his fan rustling ominously. His eyes gleamed with malice. It's certain that if any members of the White Lotus sect were here, they would be torn apart in an instant. Calm down, second brother. Even if that little demoness had the intent, her strength is insufficient. We lost 20 grandmasters today, and the remaining are all at the master level. They didn't even have the chance to act before perishing. Do you truly think she could manage that? Clearly, she could not. If they had been exposed, dying at the hands of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry would be understandable, as they specialized in stealth and lethal strikes. But to die so inexplicably was evidently unrelated to exposure or the cavalry's assault. Just as the man with the folding fan was about to unleash his fury upon a few members of the White Lotus sect, a young scholar among their ranks surveyed the surroundings and spoke. Even if it wasn't that little demoness, she is certainly implicated. It was said that the killing melody is known only to her, But whether that is true remains a mystery, only they know. I suspect that this technique must have been taught to her by some elder within the White Lotus sect. The irritable middle-aged man with the fan interjected, his disdain for the sect palpable. It's clear that this method is tied to the White Lotus sect. But what I can't comprehend is why they would aid that Cangtian. Just recently, their army was decimated by him, and their plans in the southeast were thoroughly disrupted. Logically, they should harbor the most animosity toward him. Another voice chimed in with a question. This indeed raises suspicions. The White Lotus sect should harbor more hatred for Cangtian than we do. Yet they seem to be protecting him. It defies logic. Regardless of the reasons, the White Lotus sect must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, do they think our Blood Butcher sect is easy to bully? As for Cangtian, they would gather more forces to ensure his demise. The young man with the fan remained resolute in his belief that the White Lotus sect deserved retribution. However, he was also acutely aware that now was not the time to settle scores with the White Lotus sect. The true priority lay in eliminating the crown prince of the Great Xia. One couldn't help but wonder why the sect leader had suddenly taken an interest in a mere king of Qin. Could it be due to the rumors surrounding his status as the crown prince of Great Xia? According to the sect leader's previous sentiments, the fortunes of Great Xia had already waned. Nevertheless, even in their twilight, a cornered beast could pose a formidable threat. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile and wait for their internal collapse. As for the emperor and the crown prince, they were inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. A middle-aged man adorned in the garb of a jade-faced scholar appeared rather perplexed. This matter was at the behest of the sect leader, and it was wise to comply, for he surely had his reasons. The one leading the discussion was an elder who had remained silent amidst the fervent debates of his subordinates, quietly surveying the surroundings. Regardless of who was meddling on behalf of the king of Qin, the situation had become intricate. It was evident that a powerful being from the realm of terrestrial immortals had intervened. I shall personally assess the situation. You all remain here, and we shall speak further when the time comes. If possible, I will eliminate that prince directly. If not, we shall devise another plan. To personally slay a prince would indeed be a noteworthy accomplishment. The elder pondered aloud, one hand clasped behind his back, while the other stroked his long beard. A confident smile gracing his face. With their elder taking action, the king of Qin was as good as doomed. None could save him now. Indeed, with our elder's intervention, his power is boundless. Upon hearing the elder's intention to act, the followers perked up. The current circumstances, which had led to such a scene, could only be attributed to the involvement of formidable beings from the realm of terrestrial immortals. Among them, only their elder possessed that level of power, while the rest were merely at the pinnacle of grandmasters. Under ordinary circumstances, this would suffice. Accompanying their elder, they would not fear even the terrestrial immortals. After all, their roles would primarily involve support. However, dealing with the king of Qin was a different matter altogether. Regardless of how disdainfully they spoke of him, they were acutely aware of one fact. The Black Ice heavy cavalry under his command had once breached the ranks of 30,000 White Lotus troops. Although the White Lotus sect was largely composed of rabble, it still harbored elite forces. Otherwise, how could they have conquered cities and plundered lands? They had received news that those elite forces had been substantially diminished. Chapter 20. Underestimation. Should their elder become entangled with the terrestrial immortals, they would be responsible for the assassination of the king of Qin, necessitating a direct confrontation with the Black Ice heavy cavalry. This thought left them feeling quite apprehensive. Initially, they had arranged for their subordinates to carry out the assassination, choosing not to involve themselves. Now, with their elder taking the lead, they were relieved to remain behind. They hoped for a swift and successful strike. As they watched the elder depart, the jade-faced scholar spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. If their elder succeeded, they would not need to intervene. Observing the devastation around them, some among them couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, their elder had initially been occupied, allowing them to lay ambush against the king of Qin. They had stationed their men along that route for several days, but the king had progressed too slowly. Arriving only today, their elder had completed his tasks and joined them, but they were left wondering if they had arrived too late or just in time. Had they come sooner, they would have undoubtedly confronted the king. While their elder was likely safe, their own fate was uncertain. How could you play the death melody? The army advanced slowly, with a moving palace drawn by horse-drawn carriages. At that moment, Bai Liuli felt a chill enveloping her heart. Initially, she had thought this mission would be nothing extraordinary, especially when Lu Feifan sent someone to invite her into the carriage. At that moment, she thought to herself that all men in the world were the same, and the heavy-handed approach of her interlocutor only reinforced her belief in their inferiority. However, when the death melody played, she suddenly realized her grave miscalculation. This king of Qin had evidently discerned her true identity at a glance. But that was impossible. The 8 Extremes demon suppression melody was only revealed through the death melody. The love melody she had played previously had never been performed in the world of martial arts. There was no knowledge of it among the martial artists. They only knew of her death melody, completely unaware that she possessed the 8 Extremes demon suppression melody. Yet, just moments ago, she had played the love melody, and he had countered with the death melody. This realization sent shivers down her spine. Even more alarming was the King's death melody. Bai Liuli felt an icy dread. She sensed that there had been assassins lurking in her vicinity. It was crucial to note that she hadn't even sensed them initially. Clearly, they were professionals who employed special techniques to conceal themselves deeply, remaining undetected even by those of higher cultivation. Yet, if her instincts were correct, those assassins should now be gone. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. At that moment, she formed a bold hypothesis. The previous failures of the Holy Sect, including the loss of an elder from the realm of terrestrial immortals, were not due to any hidden strategies of the royal family, but rather the presence of the King of Qin. At such a critical juncture, a being of such terrifying power had emerged in Great Xia. This signaled that the destiny of Great Xia was still intact. This news must be conveyed back. The Holy Sect needed to remain dormant. The timing was not yet right. Bai Liuli forced herself to regain her composure. She had to survive to deliver this alarming news. If her deductions were accurate, the King of Qin was merely 18 years old. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal was unprecedented in her knowledge. Even the martial emperor had not achieved such a feat. The royal family of Great Xia had produced someone more formidable than the martial emperor. If this were true, even if they chose to remain dormant, the Holy Sect faced dire consequences. In the era of the martial emperor, the Holy Sect had suffered near annihilation. Only a handful of weak practitioners had managed to survive by concealing their identities. It was only now, as Great Xia weakened, that they began to regain their strength. Should another massacre occur, they might never have a chance again. The path of dormancy was fraught with challenges, and the history of the Holy Sect was a tale of blood and tears. He should still be at the threshold of the terrestrial immortal realm. Could they seize this opportunity to eradicate him? Contemplating the arduous journey of remaining dormant and the struggles the Holy Sect had endured to reach this point, Bai Liuli concocted a daring plan. She believed that even if the King of Qin had indeed reached the realm of terrestrial immortals, he was still in the early stages. Despite his formidable appearance, she recalled how the martial emperor, also a terrestrial immortal at his peak, had been able to command respect from all cultivators. Thus, she surmised that Lu Feifan's terrifying prowess stemmed from his cultivation of the celestial emperor's art. After all, an 18-year-old terrestrial immortal was already fearsome enough. Any further advancement was beyond her imagination. If he were merely at the initial stage of the terrestrial immortal realm, then a price could be paid to resolve this issue. All of this needed to be accomplished before he entered the imperial capital. In other words, she had to disseminate the information, urging the Holy Sect to unite with other factions and spare no effort to eliminate the King of Qin before he reached the capital. Otherwise, if the royal family of Great Xia produced another martial emperor, the Holy Sect would be utterly finished. After all, the nature of the Qin king can be discerned from prior information. He is a character reminiscent of the martial emperor, a man prone to exterminating entire families at a whim. Should news of his actions spread, all factions across the realm would undoubtedly strive to extinguish him. Although the current noble clans owe their existence to the martial emperor, having risen from the ashes of the powerful factions he annihilated, they cannot truly express gratitude. Rather, they are filled with trepidation. The once mighty forces have turned to dust, and now it is their turn to face annihilation. As Bai Liuli pondered how to relay this message back, she noticed a faint smile appearing on the face of the man she viewed as akin to a demon. In the next moment, she witnessed him glide his hand across the strings of a zither. With a resonant twang, an invisible wave of energy shot forth like a crescent moon. Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted out, colliding perfectly with the arc created by the sound. And then, silence ensued. In the distance, amidst the hazy drizzle, blood mist spread, crafting an unusual yet beautiful tableau. Bai Liuli felt no beauty in it. The fleeting shadow evoked a familiar sensation. Could it be the one from the blood butchery sect? Impossible. She refused to believe it. Even with the mastery of the celestial emperor's art, he was merely at the initial stage of the earthly immortal realm, and it seemed implausible for him to achieve such a swift and clean kill. Yet, perhaps it was indeed possible. Reflecting on the might of the celestial emperor's art, she realized her imagination had fallen short, ultimately underestimating its overwhelming power. Chapter 21, Brother Shattered. Eliminating opponents of the same realm appeared effortless. No wonder the martial emperor could wash the world in blood. Opponents of the same level were akin to ants before such power. Of course, experience could still provide some means of resistance. Although no emperor had emerged since the martial emperor who could cultivate the celestial emperor's art to the pinnacle of the earthly immortal stage. Many had reached the earthly immortal realm through the inheritance of power, with some even achieving mid-stage mastery. Those emperors wielded considerable influence, but it was limited. The major factions held a healthy respect, yet not a paralyzing fear. If they united, even emperors of that caliber could be countered. From various reports, as long as one had not reached the 15th layer of the celestial emperor's art and attained the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm, there remained a possibility of resistance. However, it was imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. Achieving the earthly immortal state at 18, particularly through the celestial emperor's art, left by Lioli with no doubt that given sufficient time, he would certainly cultivate the art to the 15th layer and become invincible. Gazing at the receding blood mist, myriad thoughts swirled in by Lioli's mind. What she had anticipated to be a straightforward task had shattered her worldview. The misty drizzle mirrored the uncertain future of the holy sect, obscured from sight. Her brother would return soon. They ought to prepare. Conveniently, there was a pavilion nearby where they could procure some game and prepare wine to celebrate her brother's return. Previously, within the Lotus Pavilion whereby Lioli had played, several figures sat. During a moment of boredom, one proposed, "This is indeed a splendid idea." Everyone agreed enthusiastically. They soon sprang into action. Some ventured into the mountains for game. Others headed to the water to catch fish, while one crafted a stone pot over a fire, and yet another revealed a gourd of wine from behind. The ambience felt quite poetic. The middle-aged man, resembling a scholarly gentleman, sighed with anticipation. "We await our brother's triumphant return." They felt fortunate to follow such an exceptional brother. Each time a slightly challenging task arose, he managed it independently. This time, eliminating the Qin King promised considerable rewards, and they had contributed little, which delighted them. Although many subordinates had perished, they deemed such losses replaceable, as long as they remained unharmed. Yet, as hours slipped by, their brother's absence became increasingly palpable. Despite their attempts to slow their pace, the food in the stone pot and the meat on the fire inevitably cooked through. The aroma wafted. Yet their initial enthusiasm waned completely. Could something have gone awry? The scholarly gentleman furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Impossible. Our brother is an earthly immortal. The man with the jade fan shook his head. With his brother's strength and assassination skills, eliminating an 18-year-old youth should pose no challenge, even with a powerful earthly immortal protecting him. Moreover, even if he had not succeeded, with his brother's prowess, escape would be trivial. The 800 black ice heavy cavalry were negligible. Surely, the opposing earthly immortal could not threaten him. Upon hearing this, the group's tension eased slightly, yet unease lingered, particularly as time passed. As twilight descended, their unsettling feelings intensified. Could something truly have happened? The scholarly gentleman spoke again. Impossible. Our brother must be seeking an opportunity. Perhaps the earthly immortal protecting the Qin King is formidable, and our brother has yet to find the right moment. After all, he is the Qin King, and it is only natural that assassination poses difficulty. The man with the jade fan remained confident in his brother. Still, even he could not suppress the increasing frequency of his fan's motion, revealing his own unrest. "Why don't we follow along and see?" suggested one of the group. Agreed. But we must maintain our distance. I have a feeling that something is amiss with the Qin King. The scholarly gentleman nodded. They proceeded cautiously. Suddenly, the man with the jade fan exclaimed, "This is a fragment of our brother's silver silk armor." He had spotted a small piece among the thick grass by the lake, his body trembling at the sight. At this revelation, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Their fears were manifesting into reality. Search. They leapt into the lake, moving like fish within the water. After a while, as they regrouped, each bore fragments from different locations, and one even held a piece of flesh with a distinct black mole. "This is the mole from our brother's neck," the one who found the flesh asserted confidently. The assorted fragments and the marked flesh left them with no choice but to confront an undeniable truth. Their brother had been shattered. A voice trembled as someone spoke. "Our brother, who has fought alongside us for over 200 years. He was the one who helped us secure an extraordinary opportunity, allowing him to ascend to the earthly immortal realm. He has always stood by us, elevating our status far above that of typical grandmasters. But now, our brother is gone. Shattered into pieces, our pillar of support has vanished. Most tragically, our earthly immortal brother has perished, and all that remains are these fragments of his armor." They could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power that could reduce their elder brother to such a state. What should they do? Should they persist in the assassination of the Qin king? The middle-aged man with the jade fan spoke up, only to be met with incredulous stares from the others. Their elder brother was, after all, a being of terrestrial immortality. And even he had been utterly shattered when confronting the Qin king, with no chance to escape. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to attempt an assassination? It was akin to courting death. Not to mention the formidable individual who had vanquished their elder brother. The elite Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had suffered devastating losses, and now, with their elder brother gone, they were merely inviting their own demise. I merely wish to avenge my brother, the middle-aged man with the jade fan insisted, realizing he had misspoken and hastily attempting to clarify. The others, upon hearing his words, were filled with intense indignation, yet their fury quickly dissipated. Regardless of how profound their hatred was, they had to accept the harsh reality that they lacked the strength to seek vengeance. Send word to the sect. Let us exaggerate the threat posed by the Qin king and utilize the sect's influence to eliminate him. The Qin king must die. Only then can we appease our elder brother's spirit in the afterlife. Chapter 22. An assault on the royal family in a moment of audacity. Bai Liuli seized the opportunity to employ a method comprehensible only to the strong of the White Lotus sect, leaving behind a covert message. The implication was clear. They must find a way to eliminate the Qin king, sparing no effort, for otherwise, the revival of the holy sect would remain a distant dream. After leaving the secret signal, Bai Liuli felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now, it was up to the holy sect. She hoped they would take it seriously. In truth, one could be more forthright. Just as Bai Liuli reveled in her clandestine triumph, Lu Feifan, who had been perusing the ancient texts, suddenly looked up and spoke. Upon hearing his words, Bai Liuli's heart sank. It was evident that her subtle maneuver had not escaped his notice. But why did he not seek to obstruct her in this situation? Gazing at Lu Feifan's confident demeanor, a sense of foreboding gripped Bai Liuli. Is this a trap set by your royal family? She conjectured boldly, suspecting that the royal family might have anticipated everything, intending to ensnare the holy sect entirely. Your imagination is truly boundless. Lu Feifan chuckled, shaking his head. Miss Bai, why not play through all the pieces you know? Upon hearing this, Bai Liuli was skeptical, suspecting Lu Feifan was mocking her. After all, she knew that once she played a piece, he could replicate it even better, leading her to feel as though he was teaching her. Most importantly, he had mastered her unique 8 Extremes demon suppression melody, a fact that left her perplexed. It was a rare opportunity, she had yet to comprehend how he could also play it. She had considered that Lu Feifan's talent was indeed exceptional, capable of learning after a single hearing. Yet, dismissing this notion as overly exaggerated seemed unavoidable. After all, her compositions were not merely ordinary tunes. They involved intricate applications of power and profound subtleties. The notion that he could deduce her 8 Extremes demon suppression melody from such limited exposure was beyond her belief. Meanwhile, in a hidden enclave of the White Lotus sect, a gathering of formidable beings convened. The saintess had conveyed the message that the Qin king must perish. His potential was too great, possessing the makings of an emperor. An emperor's potential? Surely you jest. Is the saintess too young to comprehend such matters? Someone interjected dismissively, questioning the credibility of the information. Though the Qin king had recently gained prominence, he had been virtually unknown prior to this. And had it not been for their collaboration with the White Lotus sect to ensure his demise amidst the chaos, they might never have realized he existed. His territory, Qin Chuan, is hardly familiar with him. The White Lotus Holy Mother glanced at the speaker before responding. Silence. If this news is accurate, the Qin king has already entered the realm of terrestrial immortality. Silence enveloped the room at her proclamation. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal? Could it be true? Finally, someone dared to voice their disbelief. They had never heard of an 18-year-old terrestrial immortal. The saintess would not spread falsehoods. When the White Lotus Holy Mother first received this intelligence, she too found it hard to believe. However, reflecting on the recent actions of the Qin king, it began to make sense. The fact that he had yet to meet his end was itself inexplicable. The deeds he had accomplished were not limited to the White Lotus sect. Various aristocratic clans had certainly aimed to eliminate him. She did not believe that the aristocracy had simply refrained from acting out of fear of the court. Those factions were not easily placated. After all, they understood that allowing the royal family to act unchecked would lead to their own ruin. This momentum must be quelled. If the Qin king truly possessed the strength of a terrestrial immortal, it would explain much. Previously, no one had considered this possibility, which is why the dispatch forces had been merely ordinary terrestrial immortals, leading to their consistent failures. If this were indeed the case, Then the destiny of the Great Xia was still in play, making success exceedingly difficult. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal would strike fear into the hearts of the people. Upon hearing their holy mother's words, a sense of panic washed over some. It was not that their resolve was lacking, rather. The implications of this revelation were simply too shocking. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal, given time, could achieve unimaginable feats. This was a singular occurrence in 8,000 years for the Great Xia. If so, the terror of the Qin king would be unparalleled. Even if he were an 18-year-old terrestrial immortal, I doubt he is cultivating the Celestial Emperor's scripture. The Celestial Emperor's scripture is reputed to be the most arduous to master. And reaching the realm of terrestrial immortality by 18 is already astonishing. If he were cultivating the Celestial Emperor's scripture, that would be no mere jest, but rather a fantastical tale. As long as he is not practicing the Celestial Emperor's scripture. Even if he reaches the realm of terrestrial immortality at 18, he alone cannot save the Great Xia. He cannot change anything. On the contrary, he would hasten the demise of the Great Xia. The world would not allow another emperor to arise. The deeds of the previous emperor are not forgotten. Even after all these years. Previously, they had hesitated, merely observing the unfolding situation, ready to support whoever emerged victorious. But now, upon learning that the royal family might produce another emperor, they too felt urgency. At that point, the royal family would truly be besieged from all sides. A cold snort echoed as someone voiced dissent. An 18-year-old terrestrial immortal is indeed impressive, with a limitless future. Yet, as long as he is not invincible, there is no need to fear excessively. Talented individuals? I have vanquished many of them, declared the left protector of the White Lotus sect with unwavering conviction. His resolute words, brimming with absolute confidence, prompted a nod of agreement from the upper echelons of the White Lotus sect. Indeed, it was so. 18-year-old terrestrial immortal, they were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Now, upon the words of the Left Guardian, their expressions shifted to one of understanding. After all, the Left Guardian's reasoning was quite sound. During such a time of weakness for the Great Xia, most major factions remained still, not due to lack of intent, but rather to preserve their strength, waiting for the opportunity to support the victor. However, if the royal family were to announce the emergence of another martial emperor, the situation would drastically change. No one could remain idle. We must reach out to the various factions. With the Qin Wang's prowess, this matter transcends the interests of our White Lotus sect alone. Chapter 23. The indignant second prince, the 14th brother, has achieved terrestrial immortality. Within the shadowy confines of a grand estate, a youthful-looking man stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the letter in his hand, his complexion reddening visibly. Why? Why is it he who has attained terrestrial immortality, and not I? At 50, I remain merely a grandmaster. Why does he ascend to the heights of terrestrial immortality? We share the same father. Despite his youthful appearance, he was actually over 50, appearing young due to his royal status, abundant treasures, and considerable cultivation. At this moment, rage consumed him. He had schemed for many years. He viewed his elder brother as a mere fool, and while some younger brothers showed promise, he had confidence that his meticulous planning would ensure his ascendance. Until a month ago, he believed the throne was rightfully his, with no room for doubt. He was merely waiting for his father to pass away so he could claim his rightful place. He harbored great ambition and had laid the groundwork, convinced that once he ascended, he could rectify the tumultuous state of the Great Xia. Yet, fate proved unpredictable. At the peak of his confidence, he learned that his father already favored another candidate for the throne. All those years of cultivation, favoritism, and false hopes had merely been a facade, pushing him into the spotlight to face the onslaught from all sides. For years, he had tread carefully, especially after the old emperor's health declined, as his brothers sought his demise. Yet, this only fueled his pride, believing it to be a testament to his father's favoritism. However, a recent revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. The foolish emperor. Even now, when alone, he finds himself cursing in frustration. After all, his father had indulged in pleasure for years, delegating all responsibilities onto him. He had borne the burdens without the authority of an emperor, exhausting himself in the process, all while believing it to be a sign of his father's regard and training. It was only recently that he realized the old man merely sought a substitute to handle his affairs, never intending for him to be the crown prince. The 14th brother, one he had nearly forgotten, had left at the tender age of 5 with no notable news, seemingly no longer a royal. Who would have thought he was the father's favored child, the one intended to inherit the throne? When he learned this news, he nearly lost his mind. And now, even more maddening news arrived. His younger brother had become a terrestrial immortal. No wonder, no wonder. He finally understood why this brother, who had suddenly reappeared, was chosen as the crown prince. Yet, to achieve terrestrial immortality at 18, one must possess not only extraordinary talent, but also ample resources. This realization filled him with resentment. Clearly, the foolish emperor had bestowed countless treasures upon the 14th brother from the royal treasury over the years. Now it dawned on him. His father had deliberately distanced the 14th brother, rendering him nearly invisible within the royal family, all to provide him with resources for uninterrupted cultivation. Look at it. He attained terrestrial immortality at 18, and he, appearing to be favored, had been preoccupied with responsibilities. While his aptitude was commendable, had he been granted the resources given to his younger brother, achieving terrestrial immortality at 18 might have been challenging, but at 50, he would have had a chance. However, after years of labor, all resources he procured were squandered to ensure his father's comfort. Reflecting on it now, those resources likely found their way to his younger brother. It felt like a betrayal. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Under normal circumstances, he could accept the 14th brother's status as a terrestrial immortal, despite his resentment. After all, the current state of the Great Xia required strength to maintain order. However, in recent generations, those who failed in the succession struggle faced dire consequences. Thus, regardless of how extraordinary his younger brother was, he must contest for the throne. This was a life-and-death struggle, with no option for retreat, at least not for him. The Zhao and Feng families had already forged enmity with the 14th brother. If he were merely ordinary, they would not be overly concerned. After all, the royal family had long viewed these prominent families with disdain. Their continued existence was not due to the emperor's benevolence, but rather a matter of inability to eliminate them. Therefore, while the ascension of his younger brother might irk the Zhao and Feng families, if he lacked any exceptional qualities, their opposition would be moderate. However, should they discover that their younger brother was a terrestrial immortal, they would likely lose sleep over it. The 14th brother was still so young. He shook his head, unable to fathom why his younger brother had remained so patient for so long. Now, with only one final step remaining, all that was needed was for the foolish emperor to pass away, allowing for a smooth ascension. Meanwhile, he had remained low-key for over a decade, nearly forgotten. Yet, upon entering Qin, the younger brother began to wreak havoc, slaughtering left and right. He reveled in it, but had antagonized countless factions, alerting them to his presence. This was sheer folly. It was perplexing how he had managed to conceal his true situation for 18 years, maintaining such a low profile that even he had overlooked his younger brother. Fortunately, it seemed the younger brother had endured for 18 years, but now, youthful temper flaring, he could no longer contain himself. Without taking that final step, his true nature had been revealed. Perhaps he believed that achieving terrestrial immortality granted him invincibility, freeing him from the need for further restraint. Little did he know, being a terrestrial immortal did not equate to being invulnerable. Foolish emperor, I shall make you understand that your choice was erroneous. I am the most suitable candidate. As he spoke, the paper in his hand crumpled into fragments, ultimately igniting into flames and reducing to ashes. The news of Lu Fei's potential achievement of terrestrial immortality spread swiftly among the great powers. While the veracity remained uncertain, Lu Fei's ruthless actions along the way had undeniably struck a nerve, evoking memories of the records of the martial emperor within their clans. Undoubtedly, he was a figure capable of being compared to the martial emperor. For the major factions, this was the last scenario they wished to see. They were all too aware of the current state of the Great Xia. If the royal family were to produce another martial emperor, the consequences were all too predictable. Therefore, the Qin Huang must perish. Even if he is a terrestrial immortal, it matters not. Chapter 24. Creating the Great Sun with Bare Hands during this capricious season. Just days prior, the weather had been stiflingly hot. However, in the blink of an eye, ordinary individuals began to shiver from the cold, donning extra layers. Snowflakes danced gracefully in the sky. Do you recognize it? Lu Feifan inquired, delicately pinching a snowflake between his fingers as he gazed at Bai Liuli. Yes, it is a snowflake. Bai Liuli nodded, seemingly oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Lu Feifan's words. In these years, aside from my cultivation, I have scarcely concerned myself with other matters. Nonetheless, I have perused numerous texts, diverse in nature. It is said that the sacred land of the snow region, once obliterated by the martial emperor, was inhabited by formidable beings capable of summoning the grand forces of nature, freezing vast expanses. At this time of year, while erratic weather is commonplace, snowfall is decidedly abnormal. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, the snow only blankets 1,000 miles, indicating the incompetence of the younger generation of the sacred snow sect. Lu Feifan remarked nonchalantly, Your Highness, the king of Qin, is truly erudite, knowing everything. Bai Liuli, not perceiving any concern on Lu Feifan's face, felt a tinge of disappointment. Throughout their interactions over the past few days, she had only observed confidence in this man, an assurance that everything was within his grasp. It seemed that regardless of what transpired, he remained unfazed. I have heard that the sacred land of the Snow region has now allied with the White Lotus sect. I wonder if this rumor holds any truth. Lu Feifan chuckled again. As a woman of humble origins, I have never encountered such matters and apologize for my inability to enlighten your highness. Bai Liuli curtsied. It is of no consequence. I merely spoke idly. This snow is indeed splendid, yet its occurrence in such an out-of-season manner is detrimental to the populace. While the scenery is lovely, it must align with the seasons. It would be best if it ceased. Lu Feifan casually grasped the copper furnace ignited by the maid beside him. In an instant, the pure copper furnace was effortlessly crumpled within his palm, its temperature rising to a fiery red. Moments later, he casually tossed it into the sky. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. In an instant, the surrounding temperature began to rise dramatically. The falling snowflakes were swiftly vaporized into nothingness. At that moment, it appeared as if a radiant sun was rising from the ground, ascending higher and higher. As it soared, the warmth emanating from this sun intensified. Before long, the snow covering 1,000 miles dissipated entirely. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the sun in the sky erupted in a brilliant display, illuminating everything. Bai Liuli stood speechless, her expression frozen in awe, even oblivious to the falling sheer veil from her face. In that moment, she felt her very soul tremble. Surely, even having cultivated the Celestial Emperor's scripture to the level of a terrestrial immortal could not account for such a spectacle. She was aware that the sacred land of the Snow region could freeze 1,000 miles, but this was not solely a matter of strength. It required a unique treasure belonging to the sacred Snow sect. The current sacred land of the Snow region could only extend its influence over 1,000 miles, not merely due to a lack of strength compared to its peak period, but also because, during the martial emperor's extermination, they had fiercely resisted, even shattering their own sacred treasure in the process. The treasures they now possessed were replicas painstakingly crafted over many years. To execute such a feat required the collaboration of at least 3 terrestrial immortals. Yet now, the methods of the sacred land had barely begun to manifest before being effortlessly dismantled, and all that had been utilized was a single furnace. Were it not for her first-hand experience, Bai Liuli would have scoffed at anyone claiming such a thing. But now, witnessing the event unfold before her eyes, she recognized a troubling possibility. She may have gravely misjudged the situation. The king of Qin was far more than a mere initial-stage terrestrial immortal. If one could achieve such strength merely by cultivating the Celestial Emperor's scripture at its nascent stage, the Great Xia would not be in such a state of decline. Historically, every emperor had inherited the foundational powers of the Celestial Emperor's scripture. While it was said that this inheritance was not as potent as personal cultivation, the disparity was not insurmountable. Moreover, there were those who had cultivated the Celestial Emperor's scripture to the initial or even mid-level stages. Yet even then, such prowess was not absurd. The few emperors who had reached the mid-level stages of the Celestial Emperor's scripture held greater authority, silencing dissent and stabilizing the realm. But that was all. Those emperors had not hesitated to employ ruthless measures, yet they remained powerless against the Great Xia's circumstances. Thus, even attaining the mid-level realm of the Celestial Emperor's scripture could hardly be deemed invincible. Otherwise, given the ruthlessness of the Great Xia's royal family, they would not have shown mercy. However, the presence of the king of Qin instilled in Bai Liuli a sense of invincibility. She harbored grave doubts that the king of Qin had reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, having perfected the Celestial Emperor's scripture. Otherwise, how could he possibly exhibit such outrageous power? Yet, he was merely 18 years old. Merely 18. The ability to cultivate to the level of a terrestrial immortal was already astonishing, let alone mastering the Celestial Emperor's scripture at this level. If her previous conjectures had not been bold enough, the notion that he was at the peak of terrestrial immortality was staggering. Bai Liuli felt as though the heavens were collapsing around her. If this were indeed the case, the White Lotus sect's alliance with so many forces would lead to their utter annihilation. At that point, those factions would dare not direct their wrath toward him, but rather, the White Lotus sect, bearing the brunt of their fury. Contemplating such consequences, Bai Liuli's delicate visage turned pale, illuminated harshly by the blazing sun. Yet, she could not be blamed. She firmly believed that Lu Feifan had attained the realm of terrestrial immortality, rather than employing some hidden royal technique. This hypothesis was already exceedingly audacious. Who could have imagined that he would be a master at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality? In the span of just a few days, her worldview had been repeatedly transformed. Now, her thoughts were so disordered that she struggled to think clearly. It was truly terrifying. Observing the situation, it seemed that the Great Xia was indeed destined for greatness. Meanwhile, while Bai Liuli was engulfed in dread, others were even more horrified. On a mountaintop several miles away, a group of men and women cloaked in white lay sprawled on the ground, their surroundings in utter disarray, as if they had endured a tempestuous storm. Viewed from above, one could see that their location was precisely at the center of the sky, where the sun had erupted. In other areas, the aftermath of the explosion resembled the rejuvenation of spring, but here, it felt as though the sun had plummeted to the ground. In mere moments, the mountaintop was rendered barren, the soil rapidly transforming into dust. As the wind blew, the particles swirled, burying the individuals lying on the ground. Chapter 25. Enlightenment. How is this possible? What kind of power is that? At this moment, only 3 individuals remained conscious on the ground, 2 men and 1 woman. The speaker was an elderly man, who gazed up at the blazing sun in the sky, his eyes devoid of color. The terror of that fleeting moment had shattered his spirit. All their efforts, spanning thousands of years and countless generations, to successfully recreate their sacred treasure had been obliterated in an instant. It was known from ancestral accounts that even when the martial emperor had attacked the sacred land of the snow region, it had taken 3 days to destroy their sacred treasure. Yet this time, theirs was shattered in an instant. Though it was true that the newly crafted treasure could not match the original's power, said to have originated from an ancient lineage, it should not have been annihilated so swiftly. In that fleeting moment, the intensity was terrifying. Who could it possibly be? Is there truly such a formidable presence within the Great Xia? Another middle-aged man, gasping for breath, coughed up blood, his mouth filled with bitterness. He found it utterly inconceivable that such a being existed in Great Xia. They had prided themselves on being among the elite of the realm. Even if there were those stronger than them, they could at least escape. If worse came to worst, they could exchange blows for hundreds or even thousands of rounds. Any one of them could command respect and authority anywhere in Great Xia. Yet now, with just a single strike, they had not even glimpsed their opponent's shadow before succumbing. How could they possibly accept this? Just moments ago, amidst the sun's brilliance, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. I have seen the portrait of the Great Xia's Cangtian. It was he. The beautiful woman who spoke last still held disbelief in her eyes. Even now that she had spoken the truth, she found it hard to accept. The Great Xia's Cangtian, their target this time. Though they had received information from the White Lotus sect suggesting that he had likely attained the realm of a terrestrial immortal. Could such a technique truly be executed by one at the initial stage of that realm? Even the peak of the terrestrial immortal realm, the martial emperor, could achieve no more. That was Cangtian. The other 2 had also seen a faint figure glance at them just before the sun exploded into flames. However, they had never seen the portrait of Cangtian, so they were unaware of his identity. Now, upon hearing their companions claim that it was the Great Xia's Cangtian, they were all struck with astonishment. The Great Xia's Cangtian was merely 18 years old. Initially, upon hearing from the White Lotus sect that he had achieved the status of a terrestrial immortal at 18, they had been skeptical. However, regardless of their doubts, the martial emperor had nearly obliterated the lineage of their sacred land in the snowy region. This enmity had been passed down through generations. They had come with the intention to avenge their ancestors by extinguishing the hope of Great Xia if Cangtian were indeed a terrestrial immortal. Yet, they never anticipated that instead of avenging their kin, they would meet their own demise. This was a scenario they had not considered before their arrival. They were 3 terrestrial immortals, accompanied by a host of skilled practitioners from the sacred land of the snowy region, and armed with newly forged treasures. Their primary concern had been whether, if they failed to kill the Great Xia's Cangtian, they could retreat and unite with other forces. But now, they had no opportunity to do so. No, they must leave a message, informing Hao and the others that they could not seek revenge. The fates still favored Great Xia. And now was not the time for vengeance. The sacred land of the snowy region must remain in hiding. The elder spoke, feeling his life force rapidly waning. He understood that his time had come to an end. Despite his reluctance, there was no means of recovery. Now, they needed to leave a message for the remnants of the sacred land, indicating that they could not continue to confront Great Xia, nor could they harbor thoughts of revenge. The mandate of heaven still resided with Great Xia. The Great Xia's Cangtian, what an extraordinary figure. The army passed through, their carriages resembling mobile palaces. Bai Liuli raised her gaze towards the stark mountains surrounding her, lifeless and barren, the entire landscape reduced to desolation. The remnants of the sun's explosion were no longer visible. Yet a small ember still lingered atop that mountain, and even from a distance, she could feel its searing heat. More importantly, she had distinctly heard cries filled with resentment moments ago. A bold hypothesis took root in her mind. She glanced at Feifan, whose entire body trembled. She began to suspect that he was not human. At that moment, she finally grasped what Feifan had meant when he said that there was no need for subterfuge in their actions. They could be bold and unapologetic. He had mentioned that it was inconsequential. Now she understood. It truly was inconsequential. Such terrifying power rendered any schemes or alliances futile against it. Concealment was the only path forward. Even if this path was fraught with hardship, even if it meant passively facing death, it was still the only route that offered a glimmer of hope. Everyone was aware of Great Xia's vulnerabilities. However, they were even more cognizant of one crucial fact. Should another figure of the martial emperor's caliber emerge, the situation would dramatically shift. All major factions understood this well. The moment such a figure appeared, a sweeping purge would be inevitable. The royal family needed to maintain a tighter grip on the realm of Great Xia. If Cangtian did not grow stronger, even if he were merely at the initial stage of a terrestrial immortal, the factions would unite against him and would not yield easily. However, if he truly reached the peak of the terrestrial immortal realm, then uniting would be tantamount to seeking death. No wonder. She finally comprehended why such a gifted Cangtian had not had any news about him for 18 years. Why he could remain low-key for so long, and then suddenly become conspicuous at this juncture, showing no signs of concealment. It turned out that he had not been unable to contain himself due to youth. Rather, he had attained the pinnacle of the terrestrial immortal realm and possessed the strength of a martial emperor. He could indeed afford to be high-profile. Bailioli was struck with enlightenment. An 18-year-old at the pinnacle of the terrestrial immortal realm. An 18-year-old with the celestial emperor's art at the 15th level. 18 years old. Great Xia was not only set to extend its lifespan, but was also on the verge of achieving another glorious chapter, potentially reaching even greater heights. The White Lotus sect may never have another opportunity. With Cangtian's age and capabilities, the White Lotus sect could very well be completely eradicated. In just a few days, she had already witnessed the depths of Cangtian's cunning and ruthlessness, and even more terrifying was his formidable power. Your Highness, I can serve you faithfully for eternity, never to betray you, if you would only grant me one request. After a tumultuous array of thoughts, Bailioli finally gritted her teeth and knelt down. After much contemplation, she concluded that there was only one path left to tread. Chapter 26. Reduced to ashes, Bailioli knelt. She felt that the sacred sect had been far too conspicuous this time. No matter how they acted, a purge was inevitable. Given Cangtian's might and the ruthless methods she had witnessed in recent days, it was easy to foresee the slaughter that awaited the sacred sect. Even knowing that they could not withstand Cangtian's strength, it was a matter of absolute power disparity. After much reflection, Bailioli believed that the only chance for survival lay in sacrificing herself to the demons. She needed to seek a glimmer of hope for the sacred sect. Miss Bailioli's maid, Xiaoqing, could hardly believe her eyes. How could their once proud saintess suddenly kneel? Hadn't they come to resolve the matter with Cangtian? But now, it seemed as though their saintess intended to submit. Her expression shifted repeatedly. The saintess's actions left her in a quandary. What did this mean for Bailioli? Feifan twirled the teacup in his hand, chuckling lightly. Your Highness, I am guilty. Bailioli bowed deeply. Xiaoqing's face paled in shock. It seemed their saintess had truly lost her mind. Her hands clenched tightly. Speak up. Feifan remained noncommittal. I hail from the White Lotus sect. Upon hearing this declaration, Bailioli's maid could no longer contain herself and suddenly lunged forward, not at Bailioli, but at Feifan. Xiaoqing. No. Was the saintess truly infatuated? She was taking action against the esteemed Cangtian, and yet still called for restraint. The saintess was merely human, after all, and spoke of how all men would bow down at her feet. Whether or not the world knew, she certainly did. Behold, at this moment, instead of uniting against the treacherous Cangtian, they dare to direct their hostility towards her, attempting to thwart her. It is utterly laughable. Such individuals are unworthy of being the holy maiden of the sacred teachings. In a mere instant, they have rallied to defend that treacherous man. No, wait. Her thoughts had not yet fully formed. Suddenly, she sensed an overwhelming terror approaching. She glanced at her intended target, the Cangtian, who merely cast a fleeting glance her way. In that instant, she felt her mind and body plunge into a void of darkness and chaos, as if her very being had solidified into an unyielding glass. Following that, her consciousness thawed, and she watched helplessly, akin to a small stone striking her body, shattering with a resounding crack. At that moment, she grasped a grim realization. The Holy Maiden's plea was to spare her life. Alas, at this juncture, such clarity came too late. After her mind shattered in a final blow, she descended into an eternal abyss of darkness. She witnessed her own maid disintegrate, gradually turning to dust, which was whisked away by the wind, scattering into the cosmos. Though this unfolding seemed slow, in truth, from the moment the maid struck, it transpired in the blink of an eye. As Bai Liuli cried out in desperation, the maid crumbled to dust, her essence dissipating into the air. The absence of one person in the carriage went unnoticed, as if she had never existed at all. Even the diligent maids and the guards outside failed to witness this drastic transformation. It was only the formidable Black Ice Cavalry that sensed something amiss. However, by the time they reacted, believing an assassin sought to protect their lord, they discovered nothing was wrong. All they beheld was Bai Liuli kneeling on the ground, her face a mask of horror and fear. This prompted them to hastily apologize. After all, the situation bore a striking resemblance to their lord's intentions, and their reaction indeed dampened the mood. Ziyin had merely stepped away for a moment to attend to certain matters, only to return and find such a perplexing scene. Though she had only recently encountered this white maiden, it was evident she was a figure of cold pride. Even knowing her lord's identity, she had maintained a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance. Yet, here she was, suddenly kneeling. Had her absence allowed her lord to impart wisdom upon her? This was indeed astonishing. After all, even without royal blood, her lord possessed a charisma unmatched in this realm. Continue Bai Liuli. Lu Feifan reclined in his chair, engrossed in a book, exuding an air of tranquility, his demeanor unchanged throughout the unfolding events. Whether Bai Liuli knelt or the maid made her sudden move, they seemed trivial to him. A chill crept into Bai Liuli's heart. Had Lu Feifan heeded her cry and shown even a hint of mercy, she would have retained confidence in her allure. However, he had not hesitated even for a moment. Her maid had become naught but dust in the wind. The nonchalance of the man before her, the Cangtian, was evident. He clearly held her in little regard. If he could not even protect his maid, what hope did she have for the sacred teachings of the Daxia? Yet, faced with the formidable Cangtian, she had no alternative but to make her plea. I hail from the White Lotus sect, approaching you with ulterior motives. Her thoughts raced, but there was no chance to retract her words, and Bai Liuli pressed on. Upon hearing this, Ziyan's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly unsheathed her soft sword. Calm down. Don't you see she is kneeling to speak? Lu Feifan waved his hand dismissively at Ziyan. Your Highness, do not underestimate her. The White Lotus Enchantress is most cunning. Though Ziyan obediently sheathed her sword, her vigilance towards Bai Liuli remained unyielding, ever ready to act. Humph. Bai Liuli cast a cold glance at Ziyan. Although she had knelt before Lu Feifan, it was solely for his sake. Your Highness, the White Lotus sect is willing to serve you, to ride before you and follow behind you, seeking only your forgiveness for our great disrespect. With that, Bai Liuli paused momentarily. I too belong to your Highness, she continued, gritting her teeth. Ziyan's eyes revealed a flicker of suspicion. She wondered if Bai Liuli had originally come to assassinate their lord, but the time spent in his presence had led her to submit at his feet, to curry favor with him. She intended to offer the White Lotus sect as a prize. It was no wonder Ziyan thought so. She believed wholeheartedly that her lord was deserving. Were she in Bai Liuli's position, she would surely do the same. Regardless of your standing within the White Lotus sect, your strength represents only yourself. You cannot claim to represent the sect. Lu Feifan regarded Bai Liuli with a calm demeanor. Your Highness, I can return to persuade them. Bai Liuli exclaimed eagerly. The White Lotus sect is powerful. If they submit, they can become your sharp blade to sweep through the world. She implored. It matters not. It matters not. This declaration once struck Bai Liuli as the Cangtian's arrogance. Yet now, having surmised that he had reached the pinnacle of earthly immortality, cultivated in the Celestial Emperor's art, her perception of his words shifted entirely. She realized he was indeed correct. To such a formidable Cangtian, it was inconsequential. Should he desire, the world would recognize his might, and as long as he could ensure his own safety, numerous factions would line up to serve him. In the time of the martial emperor, there were still those who contemplated rebellion. However, the consequences were now all too clear. The martial world had been severed. It was for this reason that even when the royal family became weakened later on, those factions had not recovered their strength to resist. Thus now, if servitude could offer a chance to preserve their lives, they would not hesitate. At least Bai Liuli would not. I beseech the Cangtian for an opportunity. Bai Liuli threw herself to the ground, striking it with such force that her delicate veil and outer robe fell away. Ziyan's gaze sharpened. She is indeed a temptress. However, considering her lord's interests, she believed he ought to accept, if the White Lotus sect were to ally with them. The merit of subduing them would enhance her lord's claim to the throne. Yet, her lord seemed utterly indifferent to this matter. Over the years, she had contemplated making efforts. Regrettably, the meager influence she wielded was dismissed by her lord as child's play. In truth, it was insufficient to make a significant impact. She had merely been gathering information. Moreover, she had plotted for her lord's interests far too briefly. Who could have anticipated that the once illustrious Guangzhou, having reigned for merely 20 years, was on the brink of demise? The royal lineage had become astonishingly short-lived. Even ordinary mortals did not perish so quickly. Contemplating this, she felt a profound sense of worry. Even if her lord successfully claimed the throne, how long could he remain in power? Nonetheless, those considerations could wait for later. She had dispatched forces beyond the Daxiao to seek treasures that might extend life. If no solutions could be found within Daxia, perhaps there was hope beyond its borders. This was the only way she could aid her lord. Though uncertain of its efficacy, she was determined to try. Your Highness, perhaps we can trust this white maiden once. Ziyin thought deeply and could not help but voice her opinion. Bai Lioli, who had raised her head, regarded Ziyin with surprise. She could sense that the women around Cangtian harbored significant disdain towards her, and this was undeniably apparent. As for the reason, Bai Lioli naturally understood it well. It was simply her exceptional qualities that evoked a sense of threat in that woman. However, to her surprise, even in such a situation, this woman managed to speak on her behalf, which was indeed remarkable. Though her initial intention was to protect her own master, it was still a commendable act. Yet, one must wonder, does this woman not realize the extent of her master's prowess? With her master's formidable strength, it could be said that not only would the White Lotus sect be at their mercy, but even with the 4 sacred sects in submission, it would be a matter of whim whether they required their kneeling. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Bai Lioli felt deeply moved by the fact that her adversary chose to advocate for her at a crucial moment. Boom! As these thoughts crossed her mind, a sudden roar erupted from the front of the convoy. The path ahead was abruptly severed. At this moment, it could be said that both the front and rear were cut off, and even boulders began to tumble from above. However, upon their descent, they burst apart to either side as if an invisible force was at work, safeguarding the entire convoy. This location was not a perilous pass. Given the size of the falling boulders, it was implausible for an ambush to be set up here. Yet, they had managed to achieve just that. It was evident that the force behind this attack was formidable. Cries of slaughter resounded as flags rose abruptly on the mountaintops. Ziyin, who had initially intended to persuade her lord to allow Bai Lioli to speak, cast a fierce glare at her the moment she spotted the flags. Those flags represented the White Lotus sect, specifically the elite 5 Elements banner. Clearly, the recent maneuver was a signature tactic of the Earth Yellow banner, one of the 5 Elements banners of the White Lotus sect. Yet, it was puzzling why the descending boulders had all been repelled. If not for this, even the elite Black Ice Heavy Cavalry would have suffered significantly. But wait, how could Cangtian's entourage appear so unscathed, as if they had not been struck at all? Wasn't it said that the Holy Land of the Snowy Domain had initiated an attack? Moreover, why had the 5 Elements banner's assault proven utterly ineffective? Was the White Lotus sect merely toying with them? At this moment, atop the mountains flanking the road, a gathering of powerful figures convened. As the 5 Elements banner's efforts returned in vain, these strong individuals could not help but voice their doubts. We remain unaware of the situation on the side of the Snowy Domain. We cannot establish contact. As for why the 5 Elements banner's actions bore no fruit, Cangtian was the heir apparent. Having already reached the realm of terrestrial immortality, he was destined to become the next emperor of the Great Xia, making him a figure of utmost importance to the royal family. It was entirely reasonable that he would be accompanied by formidable allies wielding powerful secret techniques. The Great Xia was merely in decline, not completely fallen. How could they be so easily dealt with? If the 5 Elements banner could truly affect change, why would we even need to intervene? Though the experts of the White Lotus sect felt something was amiss, they still huffed in dissatisfaction at their ally skepticism. They have a point. Yet, the words of the White Lotus sect strongmen contained a measure of truth, garnering the agreement of others. Regardless, it was our joint efforts that were at play. Even if Cangtian possessed countless stratagems, this is merely a fraction of the royal power. It is not the imperial capital. Today he shall meet his demise. In response, all the powerful figures exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. Indeed, with such a formation, they could not fathom how they might lose. Even if the Snowy Domain failed to restrain Cangtian, it would not pose a significant issue. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Bai Lioli felt her head was about to explode. First, it was her maid, and now the 5 Elements banner had made its move. Even before she had the chance to explain, these individuals were recklessly courting death. Bai Liuli was anxious. If the Five Elements banner were to be annihilated, she would be powerless to persuade the holy sect to retreat. The Five Elements banner represented the elite force of the White Lotus sect. More importantly, its members were interconnected with ordinary disciples. If anything were to happen to them, the White Lotus sect would find it exceedingly difficult to pivot. The enmity that had been suppressed by the martial emperor had, by their generation, mostly been reduced to mere slogans. In truth, there were few among the disciples who genuinely harbored these grievances. However, if the Five Elements banner were to face calamity, it would be an entirely different matter. The hatred would become palpable. Not even she, a saintess, would be able to persuade them. Not even the Holy Mother would have much influence. Let me observe the esteem of the young lady within the White Lotus sect, Lu Feifan said nonchalantly. For him, whether the White Lotus sect bowed in submission was merely an aspect requiring suppression. Of course, it was those powerful figures who needed to be quelled. He remained quite temperate, not resorting to the martial emperor's total annihilation approach, leaving not a single soul behind, even those with familial ties. To be candid, the fact that remnants of the forces obliterated during the martial emperor's reign still emerged only indicated that these factions had indeed flourished. The thorough purging had not been achieved. Nevertheless, Lu Feifan was unconcerned by this. His innate talent was extraordinary. While the martial emperor's reign lasted a mere millennium, his own abilities could extend for millennia, even tens of thousands of years. These so-called great powers were nothing more than specks of dust in the grand scheme of existence. Since breaking through the limits of the celestial emperor's decree and reaching an unprecedented realm, Lu Feifan consistently experienced profound insights into the principles of heaven and earth. This state could be described as one of an immortal amidst the mortal realm. Chapter 28. The interventions cease. Everyone, retreat at once. Upon receiving Lu Feifan's approval, Bai Liuli wasted no time and soared into the air. She stood suspended in mid-air, channeling her energy, her voice resonating throughout the region, echoing in the ears of all present. Who is this? A mere peak master dares to command us to retreat? The gathered powerful figures, who were prepared for battle, were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Bai Liuli. Isn't that the saintess of the White Lotus sect? Some recognized her identity. Indeed, she is our holy sect saintess. The news of Cangtian came from her. Acknowledged a strong man of the White Lotus sect. You White Lotus sect are truly amusing. You claim that Cangtian possesses the potential of the martial emperor, yet it is you who leads the charge against him. And now you are the ones calling for a halt. A powerful figure scoffed. The saintess does not represent the entirety of the White Lotus sect. She has no authority to call for a ceasefire. Another White Lotus sect strongman retorted coldly. The saintess has no reason to obstruct our path. As the powerful figures took to the skies, most ignored Bai Liuli, with only the strongmen of the White Lotus sect voicing their doubts. I have already negotiated with Cangtian. The holy sect will submit to the court, and Cangtian will consider granting the holy sect a path to survival. Bai Liuli declared. As for why she did not divulge Cangtian's cultivation level, it was because she had discerned something. Cangtian's strength had never been revealed. Given his cultivation, if he wished to return to the imperial palace, it would take him less than a day. However, the information regarding his strength had remained undisclosed, and it was only her keen perception that had allowed outsiders to glean some insight. Yet, it now appeared that she harbored suspicions that this was Cangtian's intentional strategy. He was luring fish to the bait. Throughout their journey, he had been leisurely accompanied by the Black Ice heavy cavalry for this very reason. In other words, Cangtian did not wish for his true power to be exposed. He acted as bait, intending to draw out dissenting forces across the realm, only to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. In such a situation, if she were to state her intentions outright, it would undoubtedly disrupt the meticulous plans laid by the King of Qin. Under such circumstances, how could there be any talk of submission? Hence, she refrained from revealing the crucial details from the outset. Nevertheless, she had already sensed impending danger. It appeared that the White Lotus sect had allied with various factions for this endeavor. Without a compelling reason, it would be exceedingly difficult to persuade the formidable members of the White Lotus sect to retreat. Even if she claimed that the King of Qin had reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, they might not believe her. They could even suspect that she had been ensnared by the King of Qin. The notion that the White Lotus sect would submit to him was met with disdain. As Bai Liuli's words left her lips, the expressions of the powerful figures present turned hostile towards the members of the White Lotus sect. It is important to note that they had come at the behest of the White Lotus sect. If the sect had indeed brokered a deal with the King of Qin, what would that make them? These powerful individuals distanced themselves from the White Lotus sect, remaining vigilant. Some even chose to retreat silently, concealing their presence to escape unnoticed. Only Lu Feifan took note of this. finding the cleverness of the fleeing individual amusing, hence he refrained from intervening. Otherwise, with his strength, if he wished, no one would have been able to escape at that moment. Absolutely not. Bailioli, have you lost your mind? You were sent to seduce the king of Qin, and now it seems you have fallen under his spell instead. This situation left the members of the White Lotus sect feeling humiliated, although the saintess held a high position. For those seasoned veterans among them, their respect was conditional upon their satisfaction. Should they be displeased, they would not hesitate to voice their grievances. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bailioli's expression darkened. She had anticipated that they would not heed her advice, but she did not expect to be openly insulted in such a manner. It is not I who have lost my mind. Trust me just this once. Though infuriated, she recognized that the elder's outburst represented only his personal opinion, not that of the entire sect. It was inconceivable that Bai Linglong would disregard the fate of the entire sect based on one individual's opinion. Trust you? I would rather trust that the martial emperor has returned. The elder spoke with contempt, firmly believing that Bailioli had developed an infatuation with the king of Qin. In his view, women were inherently unreliable, often capable of extraordinary folly in the name of so-called true feelings. This woman, having lost her senses, was now dragging the White Lotus sect into disgrace. Upon returning, he would certainly bring this matter to light and seek to strip her of her title as saintess. In fact, his own disciple had been qualified to assume the role of saintess, but it had ultimately been denied by the Holy Mother, landing in Bailioli's lap instead. He had long harbored dissatisfaction over this. Now, the woman's folly provided him with the perfect opportunity. Focus on resolving the King of Qin issue first and discuss the White Lotus sect's internal matters later. While the emergence of such problems within the White Lotus sect seemed thrilling, some were eager to resolve the pressing issue at hand. Elders Zhou and Zhang, heed my words. Do not involve yourselves in this matter. It is for the sake of the sect. As they prepared to take action, Bailioli grew anxious, urgently glancing at the two elders with whom she was familiar. Saintess, do not act rashly. This is not the time for personal emotions. They cautioned. Have you forgotten that as the saintess of the White Lotus sect, you must not indulge in personal sentiments? At that moment, both elders found the previous speaker's words to be quite reasonable. Bailioli was clearly not thinking straight at such a critical juncture. She had succumbed to the king of Qin's allure. Otherwise, how could she have uttered words about the sect's submission to the court? Did she think this was merely child's play? Even if a saintess were to make such a decision, she would cease to be a saintess by the next day. While they stood with the Holy Mother, it didn't imply blind obedience to every absurdity. All right, saintess, go play on the side. We will address your matters when we return to the White Lotus sect. For now, we must deal with the king of Qin, the elder who had spoken earlier. Seeing that the Holy Mother's followers aligned with him, nodded in satisfaction. Forgive me for the spectacle, everyone. With such a rebellious element within the sect, let us unite to unveil the true nature of the king of Qin, who is rumored to possess the potential of a martial emperor. As he spoke, he unleashed his aura, pushing Bailioli aside. His gaze shifted towards the grand carriage at the center of the military formation. The royal family truly lived extravagantly. Cursed be it. With that, he was the first to strike. Chapter 29. Upon meeting the king, why not bow? Although he was aware that Lu Feifan was at the level of a terrestrial immortal and had cultivated the celestial emperor's art, he felt no fear, even eager to test his mettle. His own cultivation had reached the mid-stage of terrestrial immortality. Moreover, with numerous formidable figures from various factions gathered here, the odds were overwhelmingly in his favor. Surrounded by so many terrestrial immortals, unless a martial emperor were present, they could not envision a loss. Thus, he felt free to act. More importantly, the king of Qin would undoubtedly have terrestrial immortals guarding him. If he struck, he would certainly encounter them, providing him with worthy opponents. The king of Qin could be dealt with by others. Kill. Under such pressure, the 8 white-black ice-heavy cavalry still dared to raise their lances. Yet, even they could not escape a sense of tragic valor. Not to mention the group of terrestrial immortals standing in the void, exuding tremendous aura. Even the elite from the 5 Elements flag of the White Lotus sect were far beyond their capability to handle. The White Lotus sect's 5 Elements flag was not to be compared with the 30,000 disorganized troops they had previously routed. This was the elite force of the White Lotus sect, filled with countless powerful individuals. Perhaps only the entire contingent of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry could stand against them. Their 800 men were hardly enough. As for the disciples of the Wuji sect escorting the women destined for the Bureau of Courtesans, they were entirely disregarded by the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. In such a high-stakes confrontation, they were not even worth considering. To be honest, even they couldn't comprehend it. Were these individuals insane? For just a mere prince of Qin, So many powerful beings had congregated to encircle and kill him. It was utterly incomprehensible. They had never heard of anyone receiving such treatment. What made the king of Qin so special? Of course, pondering such matters held no relevance to them now. All that remained was to fight to the death. Let him in. Just as they contemplated opposing the advancing elder, they heard a calm voice. It was the voice of the king of Qin. More importantly, this voice seemed to contain a unique essence. Merely hearing it instilled a sense of inexplicable conviction, compelling instant obedience. Consequently, the elder of the White Lotus sect faced no obstacles as he leaped into the carriage. Inside, he found Lu Feifan leisurely sipping tea, seemingly unconcerned by the onslaught of powerful adversaries. "Humph, quite the connoisseur. But I have come to kill you." The elder of the White Lotus sect had not anticipated such an unimpeded entrance. He had expected to be obstructed by the terrestrial immortals of the court. Regarding Lu Feifan, who was rumored to have reached the realm of terrestrial immortality and to be practicing the celestial emperor's art, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Upon meeting the king, why not bow? The teacup in Lu Feifan's hand rotated, and a drop of tea leaped from it, tracing an unusual arc in the air. "Are you so confident that you believe in your own lord's status? Utterly absurd. We are rebels, the kind who would annihilate your entire family. What a ridiculous title, Prince. This is your death warrant." The elder of the White Lotus sect scoffed coldly. "It appears that you do not accept the proposal from your sect's saintess." Lu Feifan remained unfazed by his disrespectful words. After all, he generally exhibited a degree of tolerance toward those who were on the brink of death. "You don't seriously believe that with merely her status as a saintess, she can command our White Lotus sect, do you? What power does she possess? Is she even worthy?" The elder of the White Lotus sect replied disdainfully, speaking plainly. As a top-tier powerhouse of the sect, he possessed direct strength and had no need for subterfuge. "Is your confidence derived from those outsiders?" Lu Feifan's teacup trembled even more violently in his hand. "So what if it is? There are over 28 Earth Immortals present here. Killing you is hardly a challenge. Do you think you can escape?" The elder of the White Lotus sect did not conceal his arrogance. After all, if the opponent were truly at the initial stage of Earth Immortal and trained in the Imperial Sky Emperor technique, his words alone would not suffice to subdue them. But this situation is different. Here, masters abound. To be frank, we have to thank your saintess for claiming you possess the potential of a martial emperor. The fear of a martial emperor is palpable among the great powers of the world. I am equally astonished that so many formidable figures have joined in such a short span. You could not have anticipated this, could you? Those masked individuals are all from the imperial clans. They even wish for your death more fervently than we, the so-called traitors. The elder of the White Lotus sect mocked. "It matters not." Lu Feifan shook his head. "Since they are your source of confidence, I am curious to see what you will become without them." The elder of the White Lotus sect furrowed his brow in confusion, not comprehending the meaning behind these words. Then, in the next moment, he witnessed the king of Qin opposite him abruptly shake his teacup, causing all the tea to spill forth violently, splattering everywhere like a thunderclap. The elder's gaze instinctively followed the flying tea. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. There, suspended in midair, were 23 Earth Immortal-level powerhouses, who, like tofu meeting turbulent waves, offered no resistance and were reduced to mere fragments, so thoroughly shattered that no flesh could be discerned. Buzzing. The sight caused the elder's mind to momentarily explode. 23? Wait. Why are there only 23? Excluding himself and the 3 from the snowy domain, there should be 24 at least. Of course, this fleeting thought flitted through his chaotic mind. At this moment, he trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though his very soul was about to disperse. After all, these were 23 Earth Immortal powerhouses, not mere nobodies. Each Earth Immortal could command an army, capable of dominating a region, serving as authoritative elders within their respective factions. One word from them could determine the fate of countless lives. They stood among the pinnacle of the Great Xia. Yet now, they were obliterated, so casually, without warning. They had no time to react or confront the ambush. In their final moments, it seemed they had not even comprehended what transpired. In fact, even those present were unaware of the specifics of the event. Only the elder of the White Lotus sect, who witnessed the entire ordeal, along with Xian by Lu Feifan's side, grasped the gravity of the situation. Additionally, Bai Liuli, who had been sent flying by the elder, was just returning. Upon witnessing the bodies of those powerhouses shattered, she understood. It was the king of Qin who had struck. Her heart sank, realizing she had ultimately changed nothing. Chapter 30. Kneeling, the elder of the White Lotus sect's hands trembled, his heart quaking. It was utterly terrifying. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a frightful event. Even during times of lesser strength, he had not been so terrified. This joke had escalated far beyond expectation. Even a being as powerful as a martial emperor would be dwarfed by this. Cursed by Lioli, claiming the king of Qin possessed the potential of a martial emperor. This was truly a martial emperor incarnate. He felt as though his head might explode from sheer terror. At this moment, he understood why Bai Lioli suggested submitting to the king of Qin and urged them to retreat swiftly. If the king of Qin was this formidable, why hadn't he been informed sooner? Just as the elder of the White Lotus sect continued to tremble, a voice that sounded calm, yet resonated in his ears like the voice of a demon echoed around him. Before he could react, Lu Feifan waved his hand. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, and the massive boulders that had been struck down by the dirt-yellow flags on the mountaintops soared into the air. Upon reaching a certain height, they hurtled down toward the White Lotus sect members on the mountain. At that moment, everything transpired too rapidly. The members of the White Lotus sect had yet to fully process the annihilation of the powerful figures. Many among them believed the powerhouses had acted, only that their speed was so swift that their vision couldn't keep up. However, before they could witness the might of the powerhouses, they were met with the sight of boulders descending like meteors. The sheer suddenness of the situation sent them into a complete panic. They attempted to flee, but it was far too late. Even those at the master or grandmaster level felt as if they were trapped in quicksand, unable to move. Moreover, in comparison to the ordinary sect members, their strength allowed them to perceive the problem. Those standing in the void seemed to have been struck by some overwhelming force, instantly reduced to fragments. Upon realizing this, they began to doubt their own eyes and senses. After all, these were Earth immortals. They could not fathom what sort of power could obliterate them in an instant, and in unison, no less. But before they could confirm whether they had truly seen incorrectly, the boulders fell from the sky like meteors. At this moment, they harbored no other thoughts but the desire to survive. Alas, this was but a futile wish. For their strength, escaping in an instant felt as though they were ensnared by an invisible force. They could only helplessly watch as they were crushed and buried beneath the falling debris. It was over. The elite forces of the White Lotus sect, the Five Elements banner, had been utterly annihilated. This scene caused the elder of the White Lotus sect's lips to tremble. Although he was a mid-stage Earth immortal, at this moment, he felt utterly powerless, unable to take any action. It was too terrifying. The power displayed by the king of Qin transcended humanity. The so-called Earth immortals were but mere mortals in the grand scheme. The methods employed by the king of Qin were akin to the will of heaven and earth. Such prowess resembled that of an immortal existing amidst the mundane world. Thud! The elder of the White Lotus sect fell to his knees, with the ground beneath him lost. He realized the true nature of his opponent. Lu Feifan nodded. In response to this mockery, the elder of the White Lotus sect felt no offense. He was filled with regret, realizing he should have heeded Bai Lioli's advice to retreat. Had he complied then, he would not be facing such dire consequences. And now, Saintus, quickly plead with His Highness the King of Qin. I was wrong. I am willing to submit. I am willing. With a visage of utter despair, Bai Lioli had just returned to the carriage when the elder of the White Lotus sect looked upon her as though she were a savior. It is too late. Bai Lioli sighed and shook her head. Bai Lioli, you treacherous woman, it is all your fault. If it were not for you, how could matters have escalated to this point? You are a sinner of the holy sect, the elder of the White Lotus sect. Witnessing Bai Lioli's moment of despair as she shook her head, could no longer contain his thoughts and voiced them. If it were not for you, how could the holy sect have orchestrated this operation? Knowing full well the might of the Qin Wang, you should have simply spoken up. You should have informed us, and we would have retreated. The elder bellowed at Bai Lioli. She found herself utterly unable to refute his words. At this juncture, she bore a significant share of the responsibility. Yet, who could have foreseen that the 18-year-old Qin Wang would possess such terrifying power? Previously, she had boldly speculated that he had merely reached the initial stage of the terrestrial immortal realm. Alas, she had gravely miscalculated. The accusation of her being a sinner of the holy sect was, in fact, accurate. It seemed her standing within the White Lotus sect was not as elevated as she had believed. The title of Saintess was but a hollow honor. You were given an opportunity, yet you proved to be inept. At that moment, Lu Feifan shook his head. Bai Lioli gritted her teeth. She had no grounds for rebuttal. The title of Saintess held great prestige among the ordinary followers. However, for the elders of the terrestrial immortal realm, such accolades mattered little. Qin Wang, my standing in the White Lotus sect is considerable. I am not merely a figurehead. I am the first elder. Grant me the opportunity, and I shall seize it. Qin Wang, spare my life, and I promise to bring the White Lotus sect to its knees in submission. The elder of the White Lotus sect knelt, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. For one of his stature, such an act was a profound humiliation, yet at this moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with dignity. All he desired was to survive. Lu Feifan shook his head. Qin Wang, I speak the truth. I do not deceive you. In the White Lotus sect, not even the words of the saintess carry as much weight as mine. The sect largely adheres to my counsel, and those surrounding the saintess now belong to me. Should I wish it, I could orchestrate her demise at any moment. The entire White Lotus sect would fall under your command. The elder of the White Lotus sect, fearing Lu Feifan's skepticism, hastily affirmed his loyalty, even divulging the intricate plans he had laid within the sect. Yen Chao, you ambitious wolf. Upon hearing this, Bai Liuli was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the adversary had established such extensive machinations within the holy sect. If what he said were true, the holy sect might indeed change hands at his behest. No wonder her mother had expressed regret at making her the saintess. It appeared her mother had sensed the impending turmoil. Qin Wang, I am of great utility. My cultivation is on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the terrestrial immortal realm, and then I can wage war for you. Many rebels in the Great Xia and the surrounding territories would be of great use to me. Yen Chao disregarded Bai Liuli, continuing to assert his value to Lu Feifan. You are mistaken. It is not that I lack faith in you. Rather, whether in your words or in your essence, you are inconsequential. The last drop of tea in Lu Feifan's cup danced on his fingertip, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from Yen Chao. He had long suspected that the final drop was intended for him. Thus, upon witnessing it launch forth, he instinctively prepared to unleash a desperate assault. In an instant, the elder of the White Lotus sect was but a mere beginning, for in the next moment, his body erupted, disintegrating into dust, as ephemeral as fragments of the earth. A potential elder poised to reach the pinnacle of the terrestrial immortal realm was thus extinguished. Even having witnessed Lu Feifan's prowess multiple times, Bai Liuli felt her heart race with trepidation. She cast a complex gaze upon Lu Feifan. The death of a few elders was secondary, despite their centrality to the sect. However, the loss of the Five Elements flag disciples weighed heavily upon her heart. The thought of those who had been buried beneath the boulders, their existence now rendered untraceable, filled her with sorrow. At that moment, she lamented her prior hesitations. Had she spoken out, perhaps those disciples might have been spared. But now, there were no what-ifs. Those disciples were irrevocably lost. Meanwhile, Ziyin stood in numb disbelief. She had never imagined that Lu Feifan could possess such formidable strength. Although she had always accompanied him, she had remained unaware of her lord's immense capabilities. No wonder he exuded such unwavering confidence. Throughout their journey, she had sensed a multitude of strange occurrences. Now, everything became clear. It was all due to her lord. The army continued its march, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, at that moment, countless hearts were in turmoil. Despite the fact that, among the living, only Ziyin and Bai Liuli were aware that Lu Feifan had been the one to strike, the sheer might displayed against the elite forces of the White Lotus sect, including numerous terrestrial immortals, was undeniable. They all speculated about the nature of the formidable presence beside Qin Wang, capable of such feats. The most despairing of all were the women of noble families, like those of the Zhao family, who had been taken after Lu Feifan's raid and were now en route to the Ministry of Rites. With Qin Wang wielding such immense power, whether their families would be able to rescue them upon reaching the imperial capital remained uncertain. Throughout this journey, they had witnessed the might of Qin Wang's forces and his ruthlessness. Days passed since the assassination, and as Lu Feifan was on the verge of returning to the imperial capital, news spread rapidly across the land. The White Lotus sect had allied with Qin Wang, conspiring with the court to slaughter over 20 terrestrial immortals from various factions. Upon the release of this information, a tremor rippled through the realm. Initially, most dismissed it as a ludicrous rumor, for the White Lotus sect had long been a staunch adversary of the court, harboring innumerable grievances. Moreover, the attempt to assassinate Qin Wang had been initiated by the White Lotus sect. The notion of their collaboration seemed absurd, and the larger the faction, the more they regarded the rumor as a mere figment of imagination. Yet, as various factions began to announce their intentions to seek retribution against the White Lotus sect, even those factions that had maintained a neutral stance suddenly turned hostile. In regions where the White Lotus sect had thrived, the court could not maintain stability. A sweeping campaign to eradicate the White Lotus sect surged forth. This clearly indicated that what had once appeared as an absurd rumor might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Despite the deployment of so many powerful figures, only one from the Wang family returned alive, and he claimed that our holy sect had colluded with Qin Wang to slay the strongholds of various factions. Were those factions truly so foolish? Our own powerful figures have yet to return, and even news from the Five Elements flag has gone silent. The Holy Mother of the White Lotus sect seethed with fury. For the sect, this was nothing short of a thunderclap. They had never anticipated that a mere attempt on Qin Huang's life would attract an overwhelming number of powerful adversaries. At the time, they had felt elated, regardless of whether the factions feared the emergence of another martial emperor. They could publicly declare it as a testament to the White Lotus sect's formidable influence. They had even begun to strategize for greater endeavors following the assassination of Qin Huang. Unfortunately, before they could finalize their plans, disaster struck. Aside from the terrestrial immortal from the Wang family, none of the other participants in the assassination returned. Their fates remained uncertain. They had searched the site of the ambush, turning it over thoroughly, but discovered no clues. It was as if all had been vaporized. And the sole survivor, the terrestrial immortal from the Wang family, adamantly asserted that it was the saintess of their holy sect who had conspired with Qin Huang to ensnare those powerful figures. This was nothing short of absurdity. The White Lotus sect bore the brunt of the losses this time. The Five Elements flag, a pivotal force, has suffered a total collapse, resulting in the demise of 3 elders, alongside the powerful allies who had forged deep collaborations with them. It is unimaginable that they would now turn against the court, for they have been at the forefront of opposition. Those factions must be out of their wits. Clearly, only the Wang family's divine martial artist remains alive, and he bears the greatest suspicion. How could they so readily trust the words of the opposition and begin to doubt our White Lotus sect? It is said that the Wang family member used a recording stone to provide evidence, which has led various factions to believe him. Surely, the Holy Mother has received this news. It was the saintess who claimed that our White Lotus sect has already submitted to the Qin King. Holy Mother, are you truly unaware of this? At this moment, an elder within the sect spoke up. Upon hearing this, many powerful figures gazed at their Holy Mother with peculiar expressions. Within the sect, it is well known that the Holy Mother shares an extraordinary bond with the saintess, with rumors suggesting that the saintess is her daughter. Thus, the saintess's assertions raise suspicions of possible guidance from the Holy Mother. The most concerning aspect is that the elder who perished was the one who posed the greatest threat to the Holy Mother, although 2 other elders remained allied with her. Coupled with the losses of the Five Elements flag, it seems rather unlikely. However, when a woman takes the helm, one cannot help but expect abstract occurrences. Hence, even they maintain a stance of skepticism. Even the recording stone may not reveal the entirety of the situation. Perhaps the saintess has her own hidden motives. While I may have conflicts with the Yin dynasty, I would never go to such extremes. The Holy Mother's gaze was sharp and resolute. Now, we must find a way to contact the saintess. We must ascertain what transpired. Furthermore, we must advise our followers across the lands to exercise caution and keep a low profile for a while. The Holy Mother continued. What on earth is Liu Li plotting? After making arrangements, once everyone had departed, the Holy Mother could not help but murmur to herself. In truth, even she must harbor doubts about her daughter's possible involvement in this incident. Nonetheless, she cannot admit it, regardless of the circumstances. What perplexes her is why her daughter would act in such a manner. Could the rumors be true? The thought of a certain rumor circulating in the martial world caused a pang of heartache to flash across the Holy Mother's face. If this were indeed the case, her daughter would be following in her footsteps. Chapter 32. The shadow looming over the royal family. The White Lotus sect has submitted to my brother. Is it possible that this alliance with various factions was merely a trap, resulting in the slaughter of those powerful figures? When the second prince learned of this news, he could only feel a sense of absurdity. It was as if he were the butt of a cruel joke. After all, he has been managing state affairs for many years, even if his father has not genuinely relinquished power, primarily relying on his intellect. He has nominally overseen the nation for a considerable duration. There remains a substantial cadre of capable individuals under his command. Hence, from the compiled information, it appears that the forces across the regions have not been mobilized. His dim-witted father is still in seclusion, nursing his injuries, and has not emerged. It should not be the case that he is pulling strings from behind the scenes. Moreover, given the current state of the Great Xia, it would be implausible to orchestrate such a grand scheme. Yet, those factions have indeed suffered losses among their powerful members. Could it be that the White Lotus sect has truly submitted? After much contemplation, this possibility seems the most plausible, that his dear brother orchestrated the demise of those powerful figures through the White Lotus sect. Although the scale of such a slaughter is somewhat outrageous, there is at least a semblance of likelihood to it. In fact, this notion aligns with the reasoning of many significant factions, which is why they harbor suspicions against the White Lotus sect. However, even if his brother had truly reached the realm of the earthly immortal, the White Lotus sect should not have knelt so swiftly, nor voluntarily become cannon fodder. Unless the second prince pondered a potential scenario wherein his foolish father might be behind this scheme. Although his father is somewhat dim-witted, one cannot deny that he possesses certain cunning. Ah, so everything is being handed to the 14th brother, while I am left in the dark about these matters. The second prince's ire only grew as he contemplated this. He felt an urge to storm into the royal forbidden grounds and physically confront the slumbering fool of a father. How could one son be treated so differently from another? It seems there is no way to prevent this brother from returning. After a moment of rage, he ultimately sighed. The forces that thwarted him were so formidable that they had been utterly eradicated. He could not conceive of any means to impede his 14th brother's return to the imperial capital. At least, he could not do so himself. Has the second prince given up? It's merely the demise of a few earthly immortals. It is not insurmountable. If only you would cooperate with us, second prince. We could assist you in eliminating the Qin king. Just as the second prince despaired over the futility of competition, a strange laughter suddenly resonated. Who goes there? Show yourself. The second prince's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was alone, with even his trusted confidants barred from approaching. The realization that someone had been lurking nearby was a startling revelation for the second prince. Do not be alarmed, second prince. I harbor no ill intentions. A shadow emerged from the lotus pond. Upon glimpsing it, even the most seasoned second prince felt a shiver run through him. The apparition could not even be considered human. It resembled a malevolent spirit, shrouded in black smoke, as though it had risen from the depths of hell. It would be wise for the second prince to refrain from shouting. Do you not wish to resolve your brother's predicament? Faced with this bizarre entity, the second prince had intended to call for help, but upon hearing its words, he stifled the impulse. Who are you? And what means do you possess to deal with my 14th brother? The second prince inquired in a low voice. Let us strike a deal. I will assist you in eliminating your brother, and in return, you shall help me with a task. The shadow replied. You can deal with my brother, but I cannot deal with you. What task do you require of me? The second prince furrowed his brow. Rest assured, the task I require of you is well within your capabilities. My only question is, do you accept this deal? This shadow was clearly not a virtuous character. Collaborating with it felt akin to striking a bargain with a demon. However, at this moment, the second prince found himself devoid of options. If his brother were to enter the imperial capital and the sequestered fool of a father were to perish, his brother would ascend to the throne. Given the trends of recent generations, that would likely signify the end for him. Thus, regardless of whether the entity before him was benevolent or malevolent, he had no choice but to take a risk. Very well, as long as my brother cannot return to the imperial capital, I will assist you once. In the end, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. A wise choice, second prince. Await my good news. The shadow emitted a sinister chuckle before dissolving into darkness, vanishing beneath the second prince's very eyes. What in the world was that? Moments later, the second prince arrived at the spot where the apparition had disappeared, searching earnestly yet finding no further traces. To be frank, had there been any possible scenario where his brother ascended without threatening his life, he would never have allied with that entity. Yet he had no choice. Second prince, dire news has arrived. The first prince has perished at home. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. This was a rule of the second prince. When he wished to be alone, his subordinates were not permitted to approach. Even the gravest of matters could only be conveyed from a distance. Upon hearing this news, the second prince's expression shifted dramatically. What? My brother has perished? This cannot be true. In a flash, he sprinted to the messenger, his expression grave. Indeed, this news has just arrived from the Grand Prince's side. The servant trembled as he spoke. The second prince, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of his younger brother, felt his head buzzing as if it were about to explode. Sudden death, a term so familiar. It is known that in recent generations, when the new emperor ascends the throne, his brothers often meet untimely ends, much like the Grand Prince. Yet, the critical issue is that their foolish father has yet to die, and the throne has not been passed down, yet brothers are already perishing. This news truly shocked him to the core. Something is amiss. Either a force has attacked his elder brother's residence, creating a false pretense of sudden death. For many factions are aware of the circumstances surrounding the royal family over the past few generations, making this explanation quite plausible. Alternatively, the factors leading to trouble for their royal lineage may have accelerated. If it is the former, it could be managed, albeit such occurrences in the imperial city are outrageous. However, if it is the latter, the second prince shuddered. For their royal lineage, this has been the most daunting matter over the years. Go to the ancestral hall. Summon the strong ones of the royal family to handle this matter, and urge our dim-witted father to emerge from his seclusion promptly. Once the servant departed, He gazed up at the heavens. He felt as if invisible hands were tugging at the fate of the Daxia royal family. Chapter 33. The sacred clan, the Zhang family of Fengmen Mountain, has endured for 10 millennia. However, despite their lengthy heritage, their strength remains unremarkable. Their enduring existence relies solely on an unyielding disposition. The family's domain lacks precious resources, and even the younger generations seldom engage in significant enterprises. Their undertakings are perpetually a tier below their capabilities, ensuring absolute control. The result of such an approach is that while the family remains secure, their strength diminishes with each generation, as does the resources they can acquire. Yet, the Zhang family has fared relatively well. Such caution, if applied to ordinary factions, would see them vanish within 2 or 3 generations. In the realm of cultivators, without striving and lacking resources, there is no space for survival. Moreover, this does not guarantee absolute safety. Any unforeseen incident could ensnare them. Additionally, the younger members of the family, filled with their own aspirations, may inadvertently stir up trouble if not properly managed. The larger the family, the harder it is to remain inconspicuous. Yet, the Zhang family has been an exception, maintaining a low profile for millennia. Of course, youthful ambition has not entirely escaped them. Nearly every generation has seen it. However, such thoughts dissipate once they venture beyond the ancestral grounds, transforming them into individuals indistinguishable from their elders. Thus, the Zhang family has persevered through the ages. On this day, the Zhang family of Fengmen Mountain, which had known tranquility for millennia, was visited by a group of unexpected guests. Cloaked in black robes, they disregarded the inquiries of the Zhang descendants and ascended the mountain directly. Naturally, the Zhang family found this attitude intolerable. Initially, it was ordinary disciples, followed by core heirs, then elder family members, and finally, the family patriarch. By the time the black-robed figures reached the ancestral hall, the entire Zhang family had already been breached. With casual strikes, the intruders forced the Zhang family to exert all their strength to resist. Inside the ancestral hall, a group of Zhang family elites lay on the ground, pallid and clutching their chests, unable to comprehend why, despite their low profile and lack of any treasures of worth, they faced such an unwarranted calamity. Esteemed guests, may I inquire about your purpose in visiting the Zhang family? Please speak freely. We shall do our utmost to accommodate. The patriarch of the Zhang clan spoke, scanning the room. Although their family had been breached, none of their kin had perished, indicating the absence of murderous intent. This was the best conceivable outcome. As long as they were deemed useful, it implied there remained a path to survival. What they feared most was being deemed useless. That would signal their true end. Yet, these intruders were exceedingly unreasonable. Why not simply state their intentions? The Zhang family had always been accommodating and would surely comply upon witnessing their strength. Instead, they were met with a brutal assault, and given the severity of his injuries, the patriarch doubted he would recover without consuming a considerable amount of medicinal pills. He had once believed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now, such hopes were dashed. Has the Zhang family truly become so feeble? The leading black-robed figure let out a mocking laugh. What is this? Has the Zhang family not always been rather ineffectual? What do you mean by now? No, the Zhang family, according to tales passed down only at certain levels, was quite formidable 8,000 years ago, before the Daxia came to power. However, with the downfall of the previous dynasty, the Zhang family could only cling to survival, their former glory extinguished. In fact, they even changed their surname at one point, only reverting it once the storm had passed. Who are you? The patriarch's voice trembled with unease. The Zhang family's past prowess was a closely guarded secret, even unknown to their own descendants. To have it revealed by outsiders made him exceedingly anxious. It is worth noting that despite the Daxia's current lack of information regarding the previous dynasty, he alone understood that the Daxia royal family has long harbored a hidden force searching for them. Even after 8 millennia, the Daxia's Lu family has never ceased their pursuit, regardless of the issues faced by the current emperors. Do you still recognize this? The leading figure tossed forth a token, the sacred fire token. Upon seeing it, the patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, fear flashing within them. He understood his family's secret all too well. To put it plainly, the Zhang family is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Though not of royal blood, they can be considered half as such, sharing dominion over the realm with the royals. However, unlike the Daxia, where the royal family holds absolute power, the former Jin dynasty was not so simple. The Sima family, who ruled alongside the Zhangs, were merely the public face of authority, while a terrifying sacred clan loomed above them. Frankly, despite their former brilliance, the Zhang family endured a constrained existence, often feeling powerless. The ancestral teachings passed down warned them to free themselves from the bloodlines controlled by the sacred clan. This edict has been the reason for their low profile over the years. The Zhang family's ancestors had long discovered a method to break free from that control. Previously, it was impractical due to the time involved, and they had been under the sacred clan's influence, rendering them hesitant to act. Only after the Daxia's Lu family eradicated the sacred clan and established the Daxia could they find the courage. Unfortunately, by then, they were no longer a top-tier dynasty, and the resources at their disposal were limited, leaving them reliant on time, a blunt tool. However, they never anticipated that just as they were on the cusp of success, the sacred fire token would emerge. Undoubtedly, at this critical juncture, the sacred clan has returned. While the assistance of the sacred clan could restore the Zhang family to glory, he harbored no desire for the splendor chronicled in the ancestral texts. More importantly, as long as the Zhang family alters the contingency set by the Holy Clan, they can activate the hidden mechanisms they once established and similarly take flight. However, now that the Holy Clan has resurfaced, it seems the Zhang family's plans can no longer proceed. Otherwise, with the methods employed by the Holy Clan, they would meet a most gruesome end. Damn it! A bunch of worthless scoundrels. A figure cloaked in black spoke. Upon hearing this, the ancestral figure of the Zhang family changed countenance dramatically. Although he was reluctant to return to servitude under the Holy Clan, historical records from their lineage indicated that the Holy Clan was no benevolent entity. As long as the Zhang family proved useful, they might be safe. Otherwise, their demise would be inevitable. Why did these scoundrels come knocking on the Zhang family's door the moment they returned to the Great Xia? Was it because their ancestors had been particularly useful? After 8,000 years, they still could not forget them. Truly a pack of beasts. If they were so formidable, they could easily recruit more subordinates. Why persistently fixate on the Zhang family? And upon arrival, they even scorned their abilities. They ought to consider whose dominion it currently is. Surviving these 8 millennia was no trivial feat. The ancestral figure of the Zhang family was seething with anger, yet wore a fawning facade. There was no choice. The circumstances dictated their actions. No matter, they could still make do. Fortunately, it was the initial speaker, the cloaked figure, who allowed the Zhang family's ancestor to breathe a sigh of relief. Very well, we present you with a choice. Annihilation or once again serving as dogs of the Holy Clan. This is no mere choice. The Zhang family willingly pledges allegiance to the Holy Clan once more. The ancestor of the Zhang family bowed his head in submission. Excellent, a most sagacious decision. Naturally, if it were unwise, one would already be dead. I, the high priest of the Holy Clan, prophesy that the fortunes of the Lu family in the Great Xia are at an end. However, they possess a treasure capable of defying fate. The Lu family must be eradicated. They cannot be allowed to extend their lives. The cloaked figure declared. Therefore, your task is to sever the hope of the Lu family to reverse their destined demise. The ancestor of the Zhang family was left dumbfounded. In his generation, as the patriarch, his cultivation level was merely that of a grandmaster. Did these imbeciles of the Holy Clan comprehend the gravity of their words? To instruct them to thwart the Lu family's chance to alter their fate was either a gross underestimation of their capabilities or an overt disdain for the royal Lu family. In the entirety of the Great Xia, any first-rate power could accomplish this task with far greater reliability than the Zhang family, given their current strength. This was akin to a blatant offering. The expressions of the stronger members of the Zhang family also turned grim. Previously, they had not understood the implications of the cloaked figure's discussions with their ancestor due to their ignorance of past events. However, they grasped the final intention. It was to turn them into rebels, and worse still, foot soldiers. This was tantamount to courting death. No matter how feeble the imperial family appeared, they were not to be trifled with. Had the imperial family been able to toy with the Zhang family, they would have perished long ago, unable to endure the decline of successive generations. This was essentially a call for them to become cannon fodder. No, with the Zhang family's power, they were even unworthy of that role. Fear not, for when tasked with a job, we will ensure you possess the requisite strength. To serve the Holy Clan is a blessing bestowed upon you by your ancestors. You should be grateful for such an honor. Aside from the ancestor of the Zhang family, who was privy to some underlying truths, the remaining members of the Zhang family were invigorated. They had thought they were merely to be beasts of burden, but now it appeared they might actually reap some benefits. The imposing figures in black, with their resounding declarations of intent against the royal family of the Great Xia, and their self-identification as the Holy Clan, suggested a formidable lineage with immense strength, presumed to be quite benevolent. Instantly, they all bowed, expressing their willingness to serve. The ancestor of the Zhang family sighed deeply. Ultimately, their lineage could not escape its fate. destined to tread the path laid by their forebears. Yet, it mattered little. If they could not evade it, they would face it once more. At least they could maintain an appearance of grandeur. Chapter 34. Remnants of the former dynasty ending city. This is the gateway to the imperial capital of the Great Xia. It is merely a day's journey from the capital. Following the failed assault by the White Lotus sect in alliance with various major factions, they ceased their advance in confusion. Consequently, the journey thus far has been markedly tranquil. Of course, the pace has not quickened. After all, even if ambushed, it would not impede their progress. For Feifan, the presence or absence of trouble was of little difference. During this period, the name of the Qin king has resonated throughout the lands. Today, it is widely acknowledged that he is the crown prince, the next candidate for the throne. More importantly, there are rumors of his potential as a martial emperor. If the former were to be the case, it would not be particularly significant to the major factions. In recent years, emperors have changed too swiftly, even if one ascended. Their demise would not be far off. To them, the emperor holds diminished significance. However, the potential of a martial emperor is an entirely different matter. Regardless of the current challenges faced by the imperial family, if the opposing side were to reach the level of martial emperor, all issues would be resolvable. Thus, the Qin king occupies a unique position in their eyes. Although most factions do not wish to see the emergence of another martial emperor in the Great Xia, they have no choice but to accept it in light of the circumstances. Given the current situation, it is certain that the royal family is already aware of the Qin king's talents. Numerous protective measures surround him, leading to the demise of over 20 martial masters. All major factions are observing, hoping that another faction will act to reveal the Qin king's trump cards. Unfortunately, due to the significant loss of martial masters, the deterrent effect is sufficiently strong, and no one is willing to take the initiative. Once past Ending City, the Qin king will be on the cusp of entering the imperial capital, at which point the opportunity for action will be nearly non-existent. The imperial family has held sway in the capital for 8 millennia, boasting an inconceivable reservoir of resources. The Qin king's potential as a martial emperor is of utmost importance to the current imperial family. It is certain they will go to great lengths to protect him until he cultivates the celestial emperor's incantation to the 15th level. Therefore, Ending City represents their final opportunity. Consequently, the powerful observers from various factions, unable to contain themselves, began to gather once more in tacit agreement. The imperial family must not be allowed to produce a martial emperor. Absolutely not. An elder opened the meeting with these words. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was the very purpose of their gathering. However, the question remained, what trump cards did the Qin king possess? To this day, no one could clarify. If they did not understand, and failed to prepare adequate countermeasures, it would pose a significant danger to them all. As these words were spoken, a heavy silence fell over the assembly. Everyone understood the reasoning, yet the challenge lay in who would dare to test it. One must recognize that the Qin king had already orchestrated the demise of so many martial masters. He undoubtedly possessed some hidden capabilities of the Great Xia royal family that they had never encountered. To venture forth to test, it would be perilous, with a high likelihood of fatal consequences. Thus, in this situation, no one would be willing to take the lead. Today, a decision must be made. The Qin king would depart from Ending City for the imperial capital tomorrow, and after that, there would be no further opportunity. Someone spoke up. Yet, even this was met with silence. They had stumbled into a dead end. To ascertain the Qin king's capabilities, someone among them would need to act. Sending ordinary subordinates would be tantamount to sending them to their death. However, should they act themselves, it was highly probable they would meet the same fate. Naturally, no one would wish to take on the role of the scapegoat. Martial masters are not grandmasters. They cannot be forced. We have a solution to this matter. Just as the group of powerful individuals was in turmoil, a contingent of cloaked figures suddenly appeared. Who are you? It is essential to understand that those gathered here are all invited by mutual acquaintances. Not just anyone can join. After all, they must remain vigilant against the court. The sudden appearance of several individuals not within their circle of invitation, especially those who behave suspiciously, naturally raises their alertness. It is worth noting that the court had previously allied with the White Lotus sect to eliminate over 20 formidable beings from the land deity realm. Given the court's ruthlessness, they cannot afford to let their guard down. Who are you? You need not know. The leader of the cloaked figures spoke in a hushed tone. Get lost. You sneaky rodents. If you dare to hide your identities, leave now, or we shall dispose of you. A temperamental powerhouse spoke up directly. They could not possibly collaborate with individuals whose backgrounds are unknown, as such matters are of grave importance. One misstep could cost them their lives. At this juncture, engaging in such theatrics would only lead to their expulsion, had it not been for the formidable aura emanating from these newcomers. Some of the stronger individuals would have already taken action. We are the Zhang clan of Feifan Mountain. In light of the circumstances, several cloaked figures reluctantly revealed their identities, lifting their black robes to self-introduce. What is this Feifan Mountain Zhang clan? I have never heard of it. Which remote corner did you crawl out from with such a name? Their announcement was met with derision. The expressions of the arriving Zhang clan members turned grim. However, the point made by their adversaries was valid. In the past, the Zhang clan was indeed a minor player, lacking the qualifications to be present in such a gathering. But the situation has changed. They are now aware of their own lineage, recognized as the Zhang clan of the previous dynasty, famed for their dominance over the realm. Coupled with the bestowals from the Holy Clan, their current power is formidable. Have you heard of the Zhang clan of the Great Xia Dynasty? We are they. The Zhang clan members proudly stood tall. Initially, they had intended to remain inconspicuous, but it was evident that without a credible identity, they could not integrate into this assembly. Fabricating a story was unrealistic. These individuals hailed from the upper echelons of the Great Xia's elite, and any concocted tale would fail to earn their trust. Thus, they had no choice but to speak the truth, having prepared for this eventuality prior to their arrival. From the moment the Holy Clan set their sights on them, it was clear they would inevitably confront the imperial lineage of the Great Xia once more. The Great Xia? What nonsense is this? Is there even such a dynasty? 8,000 years have passed. Furthermore, with the Great Xia's deliberate suppression, many are now unaware of what the Great Xia even represents. The Great Xia is merely a remnant of the former dynasty. Of course, those present were all from significant powers. Some of them were indifferent to such matters, focusing solely on their cultivation and unfamiliar with the Great Xia, but most were aware. The Zhang clan, the one known for dominating the realm alongside the Ma clan. Some were more knowledgeable about the previous dynasty. Indeed, it is the Zhang clan famed for their dominion. Upon hearing this, the assembled members finally regarded the newly arrived Zhang clan members with respect. Although the Zhang clan had been silent for 8 millennia, they were remnants of the previous dynasty. A family that once wielded control over half the empire. It is only natural for them to possess deep-rooted heritage. You claim to be remnants of the previous dynasty. But what proof do you have? Despite the Zhang clan revealing their identity, the assembled powerhouses remained skeptical. The leading figure of the Zhang clan cast a cold glance at the one who had spoken. While skepticism was understandable, the repeated reference to remnants was irksome. This is our proof. The Zhang clan produced an artifact. Chapter 35. The Land of Great Calamity, my lord. We are nearing the imperial capital. Why must we linger here for a night? In the government residence of Anding City, Lu Feifan reclined in a chair, sipping hot tea while studying ancient texts. Beside him, Xian was perplexed. With the imperial capital in sight, she could not comprehend why her lord chose to stay another night. I observe the celestial phenomena. This place bears ominous signs. Lu Feifan raised his gaze to the heavens. This statement left Xian momentarily stunned. If this place was indeed foreboding, should not her lord depart immediately? Why linger here? Was he merely seeking thrills? Your Highness, you possess knowledge of divination. Bai Liuli, standing nearby, could not help but interject. At this point, she was utterly bewildered. Recent news had declared her no longer the holy maiden of the White Lotus sect, and she was now a target of pursuit. Accusations of her being a traitor responsible for the massacre of over 20 land deities were leveled at her. In all honesty, while she was somewhat implicated, it was not solely her fault. Who could have anticipated the absurdity of the Qin prince? Moreover, even without her involvement, he would have ultimately eradicated them all. Death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. Now, the blame fell squarely on her shoulders. As if that were not enough. Even the sect she had once served was now hunting her. In this vast world, there was no refuge for her. Only beside Lu Feifan could she find a semblance of safety. These esoteric arts are merely a diversion I indulge in alongside my cultivation. I possess a smattering of understanding. Lu Feifan humbly remarked. Bai Liuli was left speechless by his words. Given his terrifying cultivation alongside his mere 18 years of age, it was nearly impossible for a typical prodigy to reach such heights without dedicating their entire focus to practice, forsaking all else. Yet, here was Lu Feifan, excelling not only in cultivation but also possessing the leisure to explore other pursuits. Had anyone else claimed such, Bai Liuli would have dismissed it outright. Yet, considering that the Qin prince had mastered her own 8 extremes demon suppression melody, and even surpassed her in its application, she could hardly believe it. The implication was clear, he had learned it from her. However, after merely playing a single piece of her sentiment melody, he had effortlessly deduced the entirety of the 8 extremes demon suppression melody. Bai Liuli could hardly fathom such a feat to her. It seemed utterly impossible. She had devoted all her energy to mastering the 8 Extremes demon suppression melody, and if the Qin prince could grasp it so easily, what did that render her years of effort? Nevertheless, even if the Qin prince had acquired the secrets of the 8 Extremes demon suppression melody, his ability to cultivate it to such a terrifying degree while also mastering other esoteric arts was still remarkable. As she learned more during this time, she increasingly recognized how laughable her previous self-assessment of talent had been. She simply could not grasp how one person's potential could reach such extraordinary heights. If it were merely about cultivation, that would suffice. Yet, he had mastered a multitude of other esoteric arts as well. The level of attainment he had achieved in each was beyond what any ordinary genius could hope to reach in a lifetime. Once, she had thought of the Qin prince as possessing the potential of a martial emperor. Such thoughts now felt like an insult to him. Even if a martial emperor were alive, they would hardly compare to the Qin prince. The only advantage they might hold would be their seniority. Had the Qin prince revealed his talents at a young age, the world would have been thrown into chaos, and various powers would have united to extinguish him. But now, the Qin prince had lain low for 18 years. His cultivation had reached its peak, and no force could now impede his progress. With his extraordinary gifts, at the age of 18, he had attained the pinnacle of the land deity realm and had cultivated the celestial sovereign art to the 15th layer. In the future, there was no telling how much further he could advance. Undoubtedly, the Great Xia would surpass even the martial emperor's reign. Those factions within the Great Xia that had begun to harbor treacherous thoughts were surely anxious now. The ominous signs surrounding Anding City were likely directed precisely at the Qin prince. If, in earlier years, figures like the Qin Wang had emerged from the royal family, there might have been room for negotiation. However, during these years of frequent changes in the position of the emperor of the Great Xia, which exposed its fragility, those opposing forces have already begun to reveal themselves. Their conflicts with the royal family have become irreconcilable, akin to the White Lotus sect raising a rebellion. In such circumstances, the emergence of figures like the Qin Wang, or even those of the caliber of the martial emperor, would not be tolerated by the royal family. It is hardly surprising that these powerful factions are now in a state of anxiety. Currently, the specifics of the Qin Wang situation remain unknown outside, as they still believe they have a chance, and in Anding City, they are undoubtedly preparing for a final struggle. This time, the forces they amass will certainly be stronger than before, and it is even possible that some peak-level beings among the terrestrial immortals will take action. These ancient figures have not shown themselves for many years. Presently, the discourse in the Great Xia is dominated by mid-level terrestrial immortals. There are even rumors that many of those ancient beings have perished. However, that is certainly not the truth. Bailioli knows of at least 2 families whose peak terrestrial immortals are still very much alive. As for other factions, they likely still have their own ancient figures. Those old-timers are perhaps the most fearful of the emergence of another martial emperor, as the previous one was notorious for slaying many of their kind, effectively severing their lineage. It is only due to the external forces being unable to arrive in time that they have not intervened. Had they known that the royal family of the Great Xia might produce another martial emperor, they would surely have sent powerful beings to confront him. After all, the surrounding factions had also suffered grievously from his rampage, leading them to acknowledge the Great Xia as their suzerain for the past 8,000 years, once paying tribute yearly. It is solely because of the Great Xia's recent weakness that they have become emboldened, harboring thoughts of rebellion. Especially given the resource-rich lands of the Great Xia that stand in stark contrast to the harsh environments surrounding it. Their disdain for the Great Xia has deep historical roots. Over the years, they have even instigated numerous conflicts with the Great Xia, further constraining the royal family's power. One can only imagine the repercussions should the Great Xia produce another martial emperor. If there exists even a slight possibility of such an occurrence, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil across the realm. Alas, they remain unaware. The current Qin Wang has already reached a decisive point. They have lost the chance to obstruct him. Regardless of how many powerful figures come to Anding City this time, it is all in vain. This place will become their final resting ground. If mere numbers could guarantee success, they would not have suffered such catastrophic losses at the hands of the martial emperor. Those powerful beings have not failed to unite in the past, yet their grand counterattacks have only resulted in their own demise. Some powerful figures may have fled to the periphery, yet ultimately, they too met their end. Tonight shall witness history. Bailioli gazed up at the heavens. At this moment, having cast aside her fixation on seeking a glimmer of hope for the White Lotus sect, she found herself eagerly anticipating the events to unfold. After today, if enough powerful beings arrive, the Great Xia and its terrestrial immortals may very well face another severance. It is important to note that terrestrial immortals have lifespans of 1,000 years. Such beings appear numerous within the Great Xia, seemingly possessed by various factions of some strength. However, this is a culmination of a millennium of accumulation. If they were all to perish, the resulting severance would not be a trivial matter. This is precisely why the previous martial emperor's widespread slaughter rendered those factions incapable of recovering for thousands of years, some even losing their very paths. Such a situation may soon recur. Chapter 36. The Secrets of the Royal Family in Ding City. Oh, the 14th Prince, I wonder what he is thinking. How much better it would be to return directly to the imperial capital, yet he insists on lingering. The second prince lifted his gaze to the sky. The moon tonight is exceptionally full. With such tumultuous stirrings in the realm, he is, of course, aware of the news. Nevertheless, he has managed to suppress the situation in the imperial capital. Fortunately, his father is in seclusion, struggling for his last breaths. Otherwise, he would have lacked the means to contain this information. Although he has allied with that enigmatic specter, the second prince has not placed all his hopes on the other party. Currently, the entire realm is preparing to encircle his talented younger brother. Their chances of success are quite high. To be frank, at this moment, he feels a sense of melancholy. If his 14th brother's talents are indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggest, perhaps he is truly the one who could prolong the life of the Great Xia, even recreating the glory of the martial emperor's reign. I too desire to be a good elder brother. He sighed and shook his head. Should he lose the throne, he hopes to remain unharmed. Given the current state of affairs, he would gladly hand over the throne to his younger brother, allowing him to clean up the mess. However, the thought of his elder brother's sudden demise tightens his fists. The imperial capital is the stronghold that the Great Xia has maintained for 8,000 years. Here, the royal family possesses numerous means and countless experts. Under normal circumstances, not even a prince, let alone a court minister, should face such a fate. Yet now, the circumstances surrounding his elder brother's sudden death remain shrouded in mystery. Regardless of who investigates, the conclusion is always the same: sudden illness. This is utterly absurd. They are cultivators, having utilized countless precious resources. Even an ordinary person with a modicum of martial skill would find it difficult to succumb to sudden illness. How could such a thing occur within their royal family? Although he knows that uncovering the truth may prove elusive, he has not given up, continuously striving to unveil the reasons behind their family's predicament. To be honest, if he could ascertain the cause, even if he cannot inherit the throne, he could at least avoid a similar fate. The second prince has no desire for that position anymore. Yet now, he cannot find any leads. His elder brother merely succumbed to sudden illness. My time is running short. Based on recent clues from generations past, the pattern of sudden deaths has been consistent from the top down. His elder brother has already perished, which means his own time is not far behind. Therefore, no matter what, he must secure the throne. 14th brother, do not struggle. Dying in Ding City is the mark of a good brother. Father, let us move swiftly. If death is inevitable, let it be decisive. The second prince can hardly wait. With the sudden demise of the first prince, and lacking the usual clues that accompanied past royal deaths, the current evidence increasingly indicates that the factors causing their misfortunes have already surfaced. If he does not ascend to the throne soon, the second prince fears he might precede his own foolish father to the grave. Ha ha ha. Second prince, indeed. Your time is limited. However, I possess treasures that can temporarily alleviate your plight, albeit with certain side effects. I wonder if you would be willing to use them. Just as the second prince was becoming increasingly agitated, a strange, mirthful laughter echoed once more. Upon hearing this voice again, the second prince felt considerably more composed. You know the issues plaguing my royal family, and you possess a solution. His eyes sparkled with surprise as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the suddenly appearing specter, brimming with hostility. Do you think that the problems of your royal family are my doing? If that were the case, would I still need to collaborate with you? The specter shook its head with a cold snort. Why should I trust you? The second prince scoffed. Just take a look for yourself. The specter tossed a tome to the second prince. With skepticism, he opened it. So it's like this. The more he read, the more alarmed he became, his body trembling with fear. In the end, he was shaking uncontrollably, his complexion paling, his heart sinking into despair. I'm done for. Whoever desires this wretched throne may take it. Ha ha ha. The second prince tore the book apart and tossed it aside, laughing maniacally. Previously, no matter the pressure, even if it meant fratricide or patricide, he seemed unfazed. It appeared that, regardless of the chaos surrounding him, he possessed the capability to turn the tide. However, at this moment, he appeared utterly shattered, devoid of any desire for life. His laughter echoed throughout the royal manor. His subordinates rushed in upon hearing the commotion. only to witness their prince, seemingly mad, alternating between laughter and tears, uttering phrases like the throne is worthless and the title of prince is garbage. The guards exchanged glances, bewildered, unsure of how to respond. "Get lost, all of you," the second prince shouted, prompting them to leave. None could fathom why the second prince, who seemed perfectly fine, had suddenly descended into madness. Perhaps the death of the first prince had deeply affected him. The fraternal bond rendered him lost. Some speculated, but they dared not engage in further discourse on the matter. "Is that enough? If you have had enough, then calm down. If you cannot, I can seek another partner." After the guards departed, the spectral figure that had previously vanished reappeared. "Whoever desires to find me may do so. I am done," declared the second prince. It seemed the information provided by the spectre had utterly shattered his composure. "Are you certain? I possess a definitive solution, and you are truly uninterested?" The spectre's form began to waver. "What?" The second prince, who had been prepared to give up, felt a jolt of energy at these words. "You truly have a method." He fixed his gaze intently on the spectre. "I can first ensure you avoid a violent demise. When your third brother perishes, you shall understand whether my words hold truth." The spectre emitted a chilling laugh. Yet, at that moment, the second prince was too enthralled to care. The spectre's laughter resonated in his ears like a melodious symphony. "If you can indeed resolve this matter, then we shall collaborate." The second prince, who had appeared to teeter on the brink of madness, suddenly felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. "This I have no need to deceive you about. If I cannot provide a solution, then seeking you would hold no significance." The spectre laughed again, a sinister sound. The second prince nodded. Previously, he had deemed the spectre a nefarious being, something decidedly abnormal. Deep down, he had been reluctant to engage in any partnership with it, even contemplating enlisting the aid of royal experts to eliminate this entity. However, having learned the truth behind his impending demise and recognizing that the spectre held a solution, he resolved that from this moment forth, it would be his most reliable ally, an unalterable bond. "Very well, now await my message. Your 14th brother will not see the light of tomorrow." Chapter 37. The siege begins in the depths of Anqing City. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the ancient town. Even the chirping of insects seemed sparse. "Tonight, we must intensify our patrols. No one shall rest. All must remain vigilant, for the Prince of Qin is here, and we cannot afford any missteps." The governor of Anqing personally oversaw the inspections of the city, often glancing around nervously. His hand remained firmly on the hilt of his sword. Although the current state of the Great Xia was tumultuous, with imperial decrees failing to reach the lower echelons and loyalty to the royal family dwindling, Anqing City, being the gateway to the imperial capital, was governed by staunch royal supporters. Otherwise, he would not have attained this position. Their family's influence was modest, reliant on the royal family for survival. If the Great Xia flourished, their family might not gain strength, but if the empire fell, they would surely perish. To earn the emperor's trust, they had undertaken numerous tasks for the royal family, incurring the ire of many. The governor understood well how crucial the Prince of Qin was to the royal lineage. The revival of the dynasty rested squarely on the shoulders of the Prince of Qin. Therefore, when the prince arrived at Anqing, he personally ventured outside the city to welcome him, wishing to escort him safely to the imperial capital. However, he never anticipated that despite the prince's remarkable talents, he lacked the foresight to return to the capital during such a critical time, choosing instead to linger in Anqing. Despite his earnest entreaties and the prince's initial agreement, the prince ultimately disregarded his counsel. This left the governor utterly befuddled. He could not comprehend the reasoning behind it. However, with the prince's determination to remain, he had no choice but to dispatch 12 urgent pleas for assistance to the capital. Logically, given the importance of the Prince of Qin to the royal family, even without sending 12 pleas, the capital should have dispatched a cadre of powerful individuals to escort him. Yet, in reality, there was no response. Not even a single ordinary soldier arrived. Having navigated the political landscape, Li Yuzhu realized that there were likely factions in the capital opposed to the Prince of Qin's return. This realization left him questioning the intellect of the high-ranking officials in the capital. In the current tumultuous state of the Great Xia, even common folk sensed impending doom. After all, a Prince of Qin with the potential of a martial emperor had emerged. They ought to seize this opportunity rather than engage in petty schemes. It was utterly foolish. Nonetheless, while those individuals sought their own demise, Li Yuzhu had no intention of allowing the Prince of Qin to fall. Regardless of how insignificant his efforts might seem, he was determined to protect him. He resolved to send another message to the capital, reaching out to all the dignitaries, the House of Ancestry, and anyone he could contact. The atmosphere within Anqing City led Li Yuzhu to suspect that forces plotting to assassinate the Prince of Qin were already in motion. The local strength was insufficient to carry out such a plot, so he could only continue to place his hopes in the capital, wishing that those with questionable judgment would come to their senses. They are all mad, he thought. The capital is filled with fools. The Prince of Qin is also lacking in wisdom. Li Yuzhu felt helpless. He saw clearly and understood the situation, yet his power and influence were inadequate to effect change. He could only remain anxious. Governor, His Highness the Prince of Qin requests your presence for a performance. Just as Li Yuzhu was nervously making arrangements, one of his subordinates approached him. Upon hearing this, Li Yuzhu felt as if his head would explode. At such a critical juncture, the Prince of Qin wished to attend a performance? Did he lack awareness of the danger, or did he possess some form of confidence? Even if he had some form of support, he ought to be more cautious. If things went awry, it could cost him his life. The Prince of Qin likely did not grasp how sensitive the situation was regarding the royal family producing another martial emperor. The peril was so profound that it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a nationwide siege. Yet, regardless of his apprehensions, he could not refuse the prince's invitation. Soon, Li Yuzhu found himself led to a tower overlooking the entirety of Anqing City. As he surveyed the surroundings, he saw no sign of performers. The Prince of Qin sat by the window, one hand continuously rubbing a block of bronze while the other twirled a cup of tea. Li Yuzhu found this strange. Hadn't the prince summoned him to witness a performance? What was going on? Nevertheless, he dared not inquire further and remained standing silently beside him. As midnight approached, the hour when most would be resting, even cultivators would typically be engrossed in quiet meditation. The entire Anqing City had fallen silent. As if enveloped in slumber, Li Yuzhu, standing nearby, felt an unsettling sensation. The atmosphere in the city seemed amiss, compelling him to descend and make arrangements. Unfortunately, the Prince of Qin had summoned him here, leaving him uncertain of what was to come. While it was said to be a performance, there was not a single actor in sight, merely the emptiness of the air. Several times he attempted to voice his impatience, only to be met with reassurances to remain calm. He was told not to rush, as the stage had been set and the performers would soon take their places. The Qin king appeared uncharacteristically composed, perhaps excessively so. He felt compelled to remind the Qin king that he possessed the potential of a martial emperor. But he was not the martial emperor himself, and such overconfidence could lead to dire consequences. It was now certain that the world's formidable warriors had largely congregated here. Regardless of their initial intentions, the moment they perceived an opportunity, they would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. This implied that the Qin king was likely to face a concerted assault from the world's strongest. Among them might even be figures of peak terrestrial immortals. Under such circumstances, unless the martial emperor were present, there would be no chance of survival. One could only wonder what profound foundation allowed the Qin king to exude such confidence. Li Yuzhu felt an intense agony. Finally, a rumble echoed through the once peaceful Inding city, signaling a change. Clearly, someone could no longer restrain themselves. This situation caused Li Yuzhu's heart to leap into his throat. In truth, had no faction taken the lead, all parties might have hesitated due to mutual caution. With rumors of the Qin king having orchestrated the slaughter of over 20 terrestrial immortals from the White Lotus sect, those factions were waiting for someone else to make the first move. It was entirely possible that they could have waited until nothing transpired. After all, these factions were not united. Each harbored thoughts of letting others gauge the Qin king's strengths and weaknesses, not wishing to be the first to suffer. This was the only opportunity Li Yuzhu believed existed today. However, with the first to act having lost their composure, that chance was lost. What they needed was someone to initiate the conflict. The winds began to stir. The entirety of Inding City became saturated with a pungent odor. The very void seemed to ripple as three towering giants, each nearly 3 meters tall, materialized above the city. The stench emanated from their very beings. Their expressions were rigid, their eyes a ghostly gray. One could instantly tell they were anything but normal. Without hesitation, they advanced directly toward the tower where Feifan resided. Their movements were unmasked, easily identifiable. Chapter 38. The reenactment of the martial emperor era. It was evident that the first to strike were not ordinary beings. In such a scenario, a normal person would never take the initiative. Nevertheless, upon sensing the aura of those three giants, Li Yuzhu's countenance grew exceedingly grave. What manner of monstrosity were they? He had encountered puppets before, but none had been so agile or powerful. This was a technique he had never heard of, with no knowledge of its origins. Yet, that was no longer of consequence. Your Highness, I shall proceed. To hold the position of Lord in such a pivotal location as Inding City, Li Yuzhu's strength was at the initial stage of a terrestrial immortal. Scanning the surroundings, he realized he was the most suited to act. As for the Qin king and the means at his disposal, this was merely the beginning. Revealing everything too soon would invite a collective onslaught. Thus, it was indeed most fitting for him to take action. Today, I summoned you to witness a performance. There is no need for you to step onto the stage. Lu Feifan ceased his manipulation of the bronze statue. What did this mean? Did the prince intend to exert his full strength from the outset? Surely, such a thing was not customary. In the midst of Li Yuzhu's confusion, Lu Feifan casually hurled the bronze statue he had just crafted, positioning it directly in the path of the advancing giants. Li Yuzhu keenly observed that several threads, as fine as hair, were attached to the statue. Clearly, the Qin king was manipulating the statue with those very threads. This revelation left Li Yuzhu utterly bewildered. He recalled that upon his entrance, the statue had merely been a collection of ordinary bronze pieces, which the Qin king had molded into form. He could ascertain that those bronze pieces were entirely mundane, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Previously, he had found the Qin king's peculiar hobby of shaping bronze rather strange. Yet, he never anticipated that the creation of the statue was not merely for amusement, but for combat. Could this contraption truly be effective? A flurry of questions raced through Li Yuzhu's mind. It was important to note that the three giants were a palpable threat, undeniably formidable, possessing the strength of terrestrial immortals. Yet, under these circumstances, it seemed absurd that the Qin king would engage in battle with a statue fashioned from mere bronze. This was no child's play. Boom. As Li Yuzhu's thoughts churned, the giants clashed with the bronze statue. A resounding crash echoed as the statue delivered a powerful blow to one giant's head. The impact was akin to two mountains colliding, sending ripples through the air and causing Inding City to tremble. The giant's head was sent spinning, almost as if it were a top. Li Yuzhu was left dumbfounded. While others might have presumed the statue to be a royal artifact or secret weapon, he knew better. He had witnessed the Qin king molding the bronze into a statue. Thus, it was clear that it was not an imperial treasure or technique. Yet, this hastily crafted object had managed to send a being comparable to a terrestrial immortal's head spinning. Simultaneously, it endured the combined assault of the three giants without sustaining any damage. Li Yuzhu found this utterly incomprehensible. He had dedicated 300 years of his life to attain his current strength, having grasped an opportunity as his lifespan waned. Yet, now he realized that his efforts seemed to pale in comparison to the level of power represented by the bronze statue created by the Qin king. Even witnessing it firsthand, Li Yuzhu began to doubt his sanity. Unfortunately, shaking his head, he considered that if a normal person's head were struck in such a manner, even a terrestrial immortal would lose all combat capability and, without prompt medical attention, would not last a mere quarter of an hour. Yet, astonishingly, the giant appeared little affected, continuing to fight despite its head being nearly severed. Clearly, its vulnerability was not in its head. However, in comparison to the giant, the statue was even more extraordinary. At least the statue had managed to spin the giant's head with a single punch. Yet, the combined assault of three giants had not even scratched the statue. Li Yuzhu felt as though he might tear his hair out in frustration. He could not fathom it. The statue, under the Qin king's control, was as pliable as clay, indicating that it was indeed a genuine bronze statue, devoid of any other hidden treasures. However, such an ordinary statue with such immense power could withstand the combined might of three terrestrial, immortal-level giants. Li Yuzhu's eyes were opened wide. The Qin king, if the statue was indeed ordinary and possessed no special qualities yet demonstrated such formidable power, it could only mean something significant about the Qin king himself. If that were the case, the external rumors regarding him would likely be a gross underestimation. Recalling the previously circulated tales of over 20 terrestrial immortals being ambushed, Li Yuzhu, as the lord of Inding City and a core force of the court, had not heard of any significant movements within the court. Initially, he had found it peculiar. However, it now appeared that the so-called ambushes might have been direct suppressions by the Qin king. It was entirely possible that they were simply no match for him, devoid of any intricate schemes or plots. Contemplating this possibility, Li Yuzhu inhaled sharply. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If this were true, then the Qin king was not merely a potential martial emperor. He had already reached that level. At the age of 18, he surpasses even the martial emperor. If this is indeed the case, it elucidates why he has so clearly and persuasively spoken, with the king of Qin nodding in acknowledgement, yet choosing to disregard the counsel given. It is not arrogance, nor is it the fearless ignorance of the uninitiated. Rather, it is confidence, born from an absolute mastery of power. If this holds true, Li Yuzhu suddenly gazed into the depths of the night, where hidden currents stirred restlessly. Those factions remain oblivious that the bronze statue is a mere fabrication of the king of Qin, unable to fathom that the slaughter of over 20 masters from the realm of terrestrial immortals was a unilateral suppression. Their worldview and experiences do not permit such thoughts. Even Li Yuzhu, who boldly speculated upon witnessing Lu Feifan's prowess, found the reality difficult to grasp. After all, the king of Qin is merely 18 years old. The mere conjecture that he has reached the realm of terrestrial immortals is already unfathomable to most, with many skeptics. It is precisely because the Great Xia is weakened and the fear of another martial emperor emerging from the royal lineage is palpable that they acted with a mindset of better to wrongly kill than to let one escape. Only after the demise of over 20 terrestrial immortals did all factions truly take notice, beginning to confront the gravity of the situation. Yet, they could hardly imagine the truth. The 18-year-old king of Qin possesses not just the potential of a martial emperor, but the actual might of one. The tragic fate of powerful factions during the martial emperor era may soon befall them once more. A terrifying thought flashed through Li Yuzhu's mind after making such bold conjectures. Chapter 39. After success. Annihilate the Zhang clan. Is this truly the method of the royal family? I have never witnessed such power before. The bronze figure, which appeared so ordinary, emanates such formidable strength. It is utterly astonishing. The royal family must wield an unimaginable amount of such power. In the shadows, a group of individuals from various factions conferred in hushed tones, marveling at the bronze figure. Surely, there cannot be many of them. Otherwise, the royal family would not remain so discreet. If they possessed a significant quantity of such power, they would have long since swept across the realm. The royal family is no benign entity. Therefore, there is no need for alarm. If the royal family's capabilities are limited, then the king of Qin is mine to handle. One person boldly declared. Indeed, that seems plausible. The creation of such bronze figures must come at a considerable cost. I am far more concerned about the puppets of the Zhang family. They appear to be crafted from real individuals, and notably, from those of the realm of terrestrial immortals. They are indeed perilous. Once these words were spoken, the masters from the realm of terrestrial immortals cast peculiar and foreboding glances at the Zhang clan's warriors. After all, they are all masters of the realm of terrestrial immortals. If the Zhang family's puppets are indeed forged from terrestrial immortals, it is indisputable that they pose a significant threat. The potential for such creations to snowball into something terrifying is chilling to contemplate. Once the king of Qin is dealt with, we shall turn our wrath upon these remnants of the previous dynasty, leaving not a single one alive. Agreed. It must be so. Since they were communicating telepathically, the Zhang family members suddenly felt a chill down their spines, yet remained perplexed about the unfolding events. The king of Qin's methods have yet to be fully assessed. Do you still possess any puppets, Zhang family? If so, bring forth a few more. Let us recreate the scene where the king of Qin ambushed and slaughtered over 20 of his kind. With a firm resolution to eliminate the king of Qin and eradicate the Zhang clan, one individual spoke up, urging the Zhang family to exert more effort. Ideally, the Zhang family would engage the king of Qin in a mutual destruction, allowing them to clean up the aftermath. Indeed, you Zhang family have claimed the responsibility of drawing out the king of Qin's tactics. Your efforts thus far are insufficient. Continue pressing on. Currently, the various factions have unified their stance. Thus, they are all in accord, eager to discern the true strength of the Zhang family. We only possess these 3 puppets. And previously, we merely agreed to take the lead, without committing to completely unearthing the king of Qin's hidden cards. Now that you have seen it, that bronze statue is undoubtedly a tool of the royal family. There may be more than one, and with the cooperation of the White Lotus sect, they orchestrated the slaughter of those 20 comrades. The situation is now quite clear. We must confront the king of Qin collectively and swiftly. The Zhang family has already deployed 3 puppets, so naturally, they are reluctant to expend further resources. This cannot be. Over 20 comrades were slaughtered. The sole survivor was one who sensed something amiss before the engagement commenced. If even terrestrial immortals could not escape, then the methods employed must be exceedingly dangerous, and we must ascertain their nature. One spoke up. This is not an excuse, but a fact. The slaughter of over 20 terrestrial immortals, with none escaping after the engagement, is indeed terrifying. This is also why, despite their fear of another martial emperor emerging from the Great Xia, they have hesitated for so long to take action. Had the Zhang family not been willing to take the lead, they might have deliberated for an entire night without making a move. They are eager to eliminate the king of Qin, but their unease stems from not fully understanding his capabilities. You could also employ some tactics. Even sending forth some younger members. I know that outside in Ding City, Each family has prepared a considerable number of personnel. This serves as a contingency for each family. If negotiations prove fruitless, let us collectively dispatch our forces, utilizing a multitude of grandmasters to ambush the king of Qin outside the city. Though these younger individuals are also the backbone of their respective factions, they have witnessed too many prodigies perish over the long years. Generations of talented youths have fallen before them, leaving them nearly numb to such losses. To them, their own interests take precedence, followed by the preservation of their legacies. And finally, the welfare of the younger generation. Furthermore, those they intend to send as cannon fodder are either deemed incapable of breaking through to the realm of terrestrial immortals or are individuals from their subordinate factions. Thus, employing these individuals to probe the king of Qin is indeed a prudent choice for them. The reason they did not initiate this strategy from the outset is not out of kindness, but rather an understanding that if the king of Qin's forces are truly powerful, these youths would not be capable of drawing out his formidable trump cards. Additionally, a few among them, who are still somewhat naive and wish to protect the younger generation, have insisted on reserving this tactic for a last resort. Humph, those younger individuals are of no use. We merely use them to guard against the court's army. Such blatant falsehood. The Zhang family members were incensed. They had not spoken in such a manner previously, before they had interacted with these factions. They believed that those who could become major powers were at least of a high caliber. Now they realize that these individuals are even more shameless than they initially thought. Even without puppets, do we not have 3 remaining? Since your puppets have been deployed, let the good deeds extend to you as well. One person suddenly interjected. What do you mean by that? The Zhang family members were furious. These scoundrels, they had already committed their puppets, and now they want them to personally engage. Do they truly consider the Zhang family to be easy prey? What are your intentions? Just as the Zhang family members were preparing to confront this matter, they found themselves surrounded by those powerful figures. The 3 Zhang clan warriors immediately sensed the impending danger. You would do well to cooperate. We will ensure your safety. With so many of us, we shall certainly prevent you from encountering peril. But should you act otherwise, not only you, but the Zhang family will face annihilation. A powerful figure declared directly. The use of the Zhang family's puppets has solidified their resolve. The Zhang family must be exterminated. Previously, they merely sought to test the waters with their puppets, not to engage in idle chatter. Although the Zhang family once held great prominence, that was a thing of the past. Those present were all formidable powers, dismissive of the remnants of a fallen dynasty. Without the puppetry involved, they might have exchanged some words. Yet, once the puppets were introduced, the Zhang family became akin to the dead in their eyes. Have you all made your decisions? This is rather tedious. Be straightforward. Dragging this out serves no purpose. A calm voice resonated among the assembly of powerful figures. What's the rush? It will happen soon enough. Someone instinctively replied. However, upon uttering those words, he suddenly realized the inappropriateness of his response. It was not something a comrade would say. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Then, as if recalling something, he abruptly turned to look in the direction from which the voice had emanated. They had gathered in a small courtyard. At that moment, atop a nearby rockery, a youth holding a teacup in one hand and a string in the other was quietly observing them. Prince Qin. The assembly comprised the most esteemed figures of various factions. Although none had seen Lu Feifan with their own eyes, he had made appearances in the past, albeit discreetly. These powers had gone to great lengths to obtain his likeness. Thus, the instant Lu Feifan appeared, the figure who had turned around recognized him immediately. The one who had spoken was indeed their target, the so-called Prince Qin, rumored to possess the potential of an emperor. When did he arrive here? Although they were numerous, as beings of the earthly immortal realm, their mental faculties could monitor their surroundings at all times. Especially in such a tense situation, despite their discussions, each was acutely aware and vigilant. They could sense even the slightest movement of an ant on the ground, yet now, a living person had materialized behind them. They only became aware of this after he had spoken. Even then, none felt the presence of someone in the trees. Only their eyes could perceive him. This was indeed a chilling realization. Consequently, the first to notice was genuinely startled, abandoning telepathic communication for an audible gasp. Upon hearing this, those who had intended to intimidate the Zhang family also sensed something amiss, turning to follow the sound. Prince Qin, what are you doing here? They had never anticipated that the prince would actually arrive at this location. Are you not all searching for me? Why does it seem you are not pleased to see me in person? Lu Feifan remarked nonchalantly. The expressions of the powerful figures turned peculiar. They did wish to find Lu Feifan, yet in their minds, they were the ones poised to ambush him. They believed they held the reins of the situation. However, Lu Feifan's unexpected appearance left them at a loss. How could the prince come here, and what audacity allowed him to do so? It was important to note that their numbers were sufficient to overthrow an imperial capital, a force potent enough to destabilize the Great Xia. They had hesitated, not because they doubted their ability to subdue Lu Feifan, but out of trepidation from the demise of over 20 earthly immortals. They were concerned about the consequences of engaging him, fearing they might suffer from his dying retaliations. Their true dilemma lay in who would act first. In their view, if they were willing to pay any price, the prince was assuredly doomed with no chance of survival. With so many powerful beings present, they were uncertain how they could fail. They believed that no matter the means, the prince ought to be in a state of terror. Even disregarding how he had learned of their presence, how could he possibly dare to come here alone? They immediately relaxed their minds, scanning the surroundings for any anomalies, yet found none. This meant that the prince had truly come alone. Was he mad? Even if the royal family possessed some extraordinary hidden means, could they truly contend with so many formidable figures? Unless a martial emperor were to rise from the grave, their power was insurmountable in the Great Xia. If anyone among them was pleased, it was undoubtedly the Zhang family. With the prince approaching of his own volition, the need for further probing had dissipated. They had narrowly escaped a calamity. These wretched beings had attempted to sacrifice them even after offering their puppets. Wait, the puppets! The puppets have exploded. A member of the Zhang family cried out. At that moment, in the void above, the three puppets that had previously seemed evenly matched with the bronze statue suddenly erupted. With a single punch each, the bronze statue obliterated the three seemingly resilient puppets in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the three puppets vanished, leaving the Zhang warriors in stunned silence. The other powerful figures, though momentarily distracted by Lu Feifan, were still of the earthly, immortal tier. Their perceptive powers surpassed mere sight, and their failure to detect Lu Feifan was merely a result of a disparity in strength. However, they were acutely aware of the battle between the puppets and the bronze statue, noticing the latter's sudden surge in power as it shattered the puppets. They were astonished to realize that this was the source of his confidence. Yet, some powerful figures reacted with unexpected delight. They had previously struggled to comprehend how Lu Feifan had managed to eliminate over 20 earthly immortals. However, upon witnessing the bronze statue's explosive prowess, some began to piece it together. His method had always been that bronze statue, or perhaps more than one. Previously, those figures had underestimated the statue's might and had not considered retreat during their normal confrontations, resulting in several being unexpectedly killed, compounded by the assistance of the White Lotus sect and hidden forces within the court, leading to the demise of over 20 compatriots. Realizing this, a sense of calm returned to the minds of those who had been anxious over the sudden destruction of the puppets. Indeed, it was expected that Prince Qin possessed formidable capabilities. After all, the loss of so many earthly immortals was a tangible reality. They had been cautious about this very point. Therefore, when the bronze statue erupted, they were genuinely taken aback. Yet, upon analysis, they quickly regained their composure. Yes, they had intended to uncover the means by which the prince operated. Now they had discovered it, and it was that very bronze statue. If that were the case, there was no need for excessive concern. Regardless of how many statues existed, their presence here in such numbers rendered it insignificant. Moreover, with Prince Qin now within their grasp, his trump cards had been revealed. Had the prince not arrived, requiring them to pursue him, they indeed might have felt some reservations. But now, he was right here. How could he possibly survive? Was he perhaps a martial emperor in the flesh? If he were older, they might entertain such speculation. But at merely 18 years of age, it was an impossibility. Another martial emperor in the Great Xia? A mere fool lacking in intellect. Regardless of the truth of the matter, this ends here. Chapter 41. Oppression. A powerful figure spoke. Although they were indeed wary of Lu Feifan's sudden appearance, they were acutely aware that he must possess some form of confidence or means. Nonetheless, this place was currently a gathering of the mightiest in the Great Xia. Unless the martial emperor himself walked among them, they could not fathom how they would lose. Thus, despite their caution, they were filled with enough self-assurance to believe that Lu Feifan was courting death. This was a classic manifestation of a young man who, having acquired formidable power, had become excessively arrogant. Such youths, each year, met their demise in the martial world. Though the other party was a prince with terrifying innate talent, he was merely 18 years old. Achieving such heights at that age implied he had devoted himself solely to cultivation, without much exposure to the broader world. Hence, his lack of wisdom was understandable. After all, it would be absurd to suggest that he was the reincarnation of the martial emperor. That was an impossibility. Even the most gifted prodigy at 18 could not possess such extraordinary power. Some powerful individuals even communicated telepathically to analyze the situation, reaching a consensus among the majority. Thus, the display of power from the statue only brought them joy, as it indicated that the Qin king had found a means of exerting influence. At that moment, with the Qin king nearby, the course of action was self-evident. However, with so many present, each aligned with different factions, they all hoped for others to act first. Otherwise, they would have already engaged in combat. Their hesitation was not due to a desire for idle chatter. Even the strong man who initially spoke harshly had only taken a few steps forward. As time passed, and everyone awaited action, it became evident that continuing in this manner was untenable. Finally, someone sent a message through thought. A group of powerful figures nodded in agreement, aware of the wisdom in acting swiftly lest they prolong their peril. Thus, after confirming their intentions, they moved in unison. Even if the Qin king still possessed puppets, their combined strength could easily crush him. No puppet, regardless of its strength, could protect him from such overwhelming force. A motley crew. Lu Feifan shook his head, seemingly disappointed. Though his voice was not loud, every powerful being present heard him. Yet, they were not angered. Rather, they felt that the Qin king had truly lost his mind. Each of them was a pinnacle figure among their respective factions, capable of commanding armies. If they were to unite, they could overturn the entire Great Xia. Until now, they had merely pursued their own interests, with many factions wishing to maintain the status quo, which had left the Great Xia in a precarious state. Had they all harbored treachery, it would have perished long ago. Now, fearing the emergence of another martial emperor in the Great Xia, they had banded together. At this moment, their collective strength inspired confidence in their ability to besiege the imperial capital. Yet, the Qin king dared to label them a rabble. Only madness could explain such a statement. Did he truly believe himself to be the martial emperor reincarnate? No, that could not be right. However, before they could fully process their thoughts, as Lu Feifan concluded his words, the mightiest beings of the Great Xia felt as if the dark canopy of the heavens had been lifted. Dawn had arrived. A terrifying pressure descended upon them. In an instant, they lost all capacity to resist. They gazed in shock at the Qin king, who stood atop the treetops, hands clasped behind his back, advancing towards them with each deliberate step. The source of this overwhelming pressure emanated from him. With each step forward, it felt as though the weight of an entire mountain was added to their beings. They could feel their knees weakening, their formidable strength unable to resist the urge to kneel. The situation left their minds reeling. They could scarcely believe their own eyes. The 18-year-old Qin king, their intended target, had suppressed them all merely with his aura. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering. Had anyone outside this scene been told such a tale, they would undoubtedly dismiss it as a jest. 18 years old. Those who stood before him were the pride of an era. Yet at 18, they had barely begun their journeys. Even the once terrifying martial emperor had only shown the first glimmers of his prowess at that age. Yet now, the 18-year-old Qin king alone had subdued them all. For them, this was nothing short of a nightmare. At that moment, many began to grasp a terrifying possibility, cold sweat cascading down their brows. The Qin king before them was not merely endowed with the potential of a martial emperor. He had likely already attained that level of mastery. In other words, at 18, he had possibly reached the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm, having cultivated the celestial emperor's art to such heights. If this were true, then the earlier rumors of over 20 earthly immortals being betrayed and slaughtered by the court and the White Lotus sect were utterly unfounded. The White Lotus sect's cries of injustice were justified. They had indeed done nothing wrong, for it was merely the Qin king who had the power to resolve all matters. This implied that those 20 or so earthly immortals had been slaughtered by the Qin king. Their previous conjectures about royal machinations had been mere flights of fancy. Such a formidable Qin king had no need for petty tricks. They had been gravely mistaken, entirely wrong. The Qin king had become a force of nature. I understand now. The Qin king had been sent to his fief at the tender age of 5. Even then, the royal family recognized his prodigious talent. They had sent him to the countryside to keep a low profile, concealing this truth. And now, his grand display was because he had achieved greatness. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. This reflected the thoughts of all present. They had been deceived. The royal family had orchestrated a grand scheme, drawing them out with the intent of capturing them all at once. The royal family was ruthless. Many began to comprehend the truth. The Qin king's triumphant return, previously overlooked, now erupted into such a colossal commotion. This was the royal family's way of generating momentum, ultimately revealing to the world that the Qin king possessed the potential of a martial emperor, drawing them in like moths to a flame. Indeed, the royal family could not afford to allow another martial emperor to arise. Look, as soon as he appeared, he sought to eradicate them. They wished to resist, refusing to surrender without a fight. Alas, they found themselves unable to muster any strength, thoroughly suppressed. In that moment, they felt as insignificant as ants. The chasm between them was unimaginably vast. Though they were also earthly immortals, the difference between their minor realms manifested more starkly than any major disparity. Even the grandmasters, once perceived as mere insects, did not seem so utterly powerless. No wonder the royal family's celestial emperor's art was heralded as the supreme technique of the realm. No wonder the former martial emperor could dominate the world. Even mere records of ancient texts inspired terror. Previously, they may have harbored doubts. Now, they were utterly convinced. Chapter 42. I will not give. You cannot demand. This was not even a matter of comparison. They watched as the Qin king extended his hand. Their hearts sank into despair. It seemed he intended to crush them. However, they soon realized that the Qin king was not aiming at them. Instead, he reached out towards a certain part of the city. Thanks to the Qin king's actions, they sensed that someone was attempting to flee the city. Clearly, there were still powerful individuals lurking in the shadows, not gathered with them. Sensing something amiss, they sought to escape. Yet, despite the distance and the silence of the Qin king's movements, it was evident that their efforts were in vain. It is the ancestral elder of the Zhao family, who reached the pinnacle of the earthly immortal realm 3 centuries ago. However, he has not made an appearance for over a century. Who would have thought he was still alive and had come here? As Lu Feifan made his move, the silhouette attempting to escape ceased its concealment and erupted forth. In such circumstances, many soon discerned his identity. If those old-timers were to join forces with us, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Someone spoke up, their anticipation growing. They were unaware of how many old-timers were present this time. Nevertheless, their trepidation regarding the emergence of another martial emperor from the royal family was undoubtedly stronger than anyone else's. Many had indeed arrived here. Boom. Just as they thought this, the ancestral elder of the Zhao family, who had scarcely escaped a short distance, exploded in midair, akin to a blooming firework. The sight sent chills down the spines of the formidable beings present. Despite being at the same pinnacle of earthly immortality, the disparity was terrifying to behold. The Zhao family elder was instantly obliterated, not even emitting a sound. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was extinguished. If even the Zhao family elder could not withstand a single strike, then the few remaining elders lurking in the shadows would likely be insufficient to turn the tide. At that moment, the despair of the powerful beings from the martial emperor era was no longer just cold, lifeless words from ancient texts. It was now a visceral reality laid bare before their eyes. They finally understood how helpless those formidable figures from the martial emperor era truly were. Thud, Your Highness. The Qin Wang, I am Feng Jiazu, an elder of the Feng family. We have remained loyal to the Great Xia for generations. I have come here upon hearing that treacherous rebels wish to harm you, Your Highness. Thus, I infiltrated their ranks to assess the situation. I have now uncovered all their information, and among them are even remnants of the former dynasty. The elder of the Feng family knelt, banging his head on the ground. As a powerful being at the earthly immortal realm, this act was tantamount to a complete loss of face. However, after much contemplation, he had come to this singular choice. At 500 years old, with the lifespan of an earthly immortal, he still had 500 years to live, and he did not wish to die just yet. He had always held himself in high regard, having never encountered anyone compelling enough to lower his head. Clearly, he had now met such a figure. Observing the situation, many powerful beings began to stir restlessly. If kneeling could ensure survival, then perhaps this pride could be set aside. However, crack. Lu Feifan cast a detached glance at the kneeling elder of the Feng family, and he was instantly shattered. The hearts of those who had contemplated kneeling chilled. To think that even submission would not earn them any mercy, and death would come even faster. Moreover, witnessing such an explosive end was shocking. The Feng family elder was no mere minor character. He was a figure of the earthly, immortal realm. Even if the pinnacle of earthly immortal was fearsome, such an absurdity was beyond reason. The powerful beings present were gripped by sheer terror. They could hardly fathom that the Qin Wang could be so terrifying. It seemed even more outrageous than the legendary martial emperor. After all, while it was easy for a martial emperor to dispatch an earthly immortal, it had never reached the point of simply looking and causing an explosion. Of course, pondering such matters was of little consequence now. What they needed to consider was how to survive today. You there, who are the remnants of the former dynasty. The reason Lu Feifan refrained from killing everyone was precisely for this inquiry. To cultivate to such heights, Lu Feifan had indeed put in tremendous effort. Yet, he did not devote all his thoughts solely to cultivation. In addition to his training, he harbored a passion for reading. Over the span of more than a decade, he had become well-read. Books related to the former dynasty of Jin were scarce, not only among the common folk, but even within the royal family. Before Lu Feifan turned 5, while in the imperial capital, he had accompanied his father into the royal secret vault, where there were indeed introductions to such matters. He had read in one of the texts about the Sima and Zhang families being a significant hidden danger. These two families possessed unique characteristics. Moreover, the founding emperor's ability to overthrow the Great Xia was not solely due to the strength of the Cangtian emperor's decree, but also because of internal turmoil within the Sima and Zhang families. The royal family had deliberately concealed information about the former dynasty, seemingly due to the peculiarities of these two families. If such information were to spread, it could potentially lead to grave consequences. The founding emperor had emphasized the need for future generations to remain vigilant against the resurgence of these issues. Thus, upon hearing of the remnants of the former dynasty, Lu Feifan could not resist the urge to inquire. It was understood that although he had only glimpsed a fraction of the truth, he had gleaned the founding emperor's apprehension towards the two families from the former dynasty. Even with the cultivation of the Cangtian emperor's decree, Lu Feifan had relied on a measure of luck to ultimately establish the Great Xia. Furthermore, the subsequent martial emperor's purging of the martial world was also partly due to such concerns, not merely for future considerations. In truth, severing the lineage of earthly immortals was a side endeavor. These factions still harbored secrets of the Great Xia, and had it not been for the martial emperor's ascension, the Great Xia would have faced peril. This was the true reason behind his relentless extermination. It was widely circulated that the martial emperor had collected the texts of various families. In reality, this was also a side endeavor. The martial emperor's initial actions had been to completely seal off all secrets pertaining to the Great Xia. Each faction had recognized the royal family's resolve. If they were to uncover the secrets, the royal family would never relent until they eradicated the entire clan. Thus, those factions had actively cooperated in destroying such records. Even the formidable martial emperor harbored great trepidation regarding the secrets of the Great Xia, making it evident that the Great Xia was indeed no trivial matter. It is them. Upon hearing Lu Feifan's inquiry, the gaze of a group of powerful beings converged upon the members of the Zhang family. Your Highness, whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge, but you must spare me. Crack. One of the Zhang family members uttered this declaration, only to be shattered before he could finish speaking. If I wish to grant you a chance at life, then you shall have one. If I do not wish to grant it, you cannot demand it, as that would displease me, Lu Feifan stated calmly. Upon hearing these words, two members of the Zhang family swallowed their words. How ruthless. This Qin Wang was simply inhuman. They sought to cooperate earnestly, hoping for a glimmer of survival, yet they were not even afforded the right to make such a modest request. Chapter 43. In the face of death, one can only gamble. Humph, since you give no promise, it makes no difference whether I speak or not. Ultimately, one member of the Zhang family could not restrain himself. However, before he could finish his words, he was instantly obliterated. To Lu Feifan, the information from the Zhang family was of interest, though not imperative. His curiosity was merely a fleeting whim. The founding emperor, an earthly immortal at the pinnacle, had managed to establish the Great Xia. He, on the other hand, was a transcendent being among mortals. As for the remnants of the former dynasty, he had little to worry about. Your Highness, I am the last one left. If you desire my words, you must spare my life. The remaining member of the Zhang family felt a mix of fear and a tinge of relief upon witnessing the demise of his two companions. With them gone, he believed he could bargain for his life. At the very least, he needed a promise of survival. Despite the cautionary tales, he found it hard to trust such a ruthless Qin Wang. Without a prior condition, he felt uneasy, as if death was the only option. I have already stated my refusal. You cannot make demands. Your so-called honesty is of little significance to me. The final member of the Zhang family found himself at Lu Feifan's mercy. Hearing his indifferent words, the Zhang family member's eyes widened in horror. The implication was unmistakable. An unprecedented dread surged within him. He had not finished his words when his body shattered. Witnessing the ease with which the three members of the Zhang family met their demise was chilling. There was no room for negotiation. The mood among the powerful witnesses was palpable. The presence of the martial emperor was unmistakable. He was undoubtedly a force of brutality, perhaps even surpassing the tales of past emperors. While they had only encountered the historical accounts of the martial emperor's ruthlessness in ancient texts, at least he had been capable of conducting interrogations. Unlike this king of Qin, who could not even entertain a necessary condition, even the last member of the Zhang family, on the verge of speaking, was denied the opportunity. The cruelty was overwhelming. His father had merely been a foolish monarch, but should this one ascend, he would undoubtedly become a tyrant. The fates awaiting the powers behind them were all too clear. Regrettably, they found themselves powerless, Their adversary had grown formidable, reaching a level beyond their capacity to contend with. The king of Qin demanded nothing, desiring only to have them serve as loyal hounds, accepting his every command without question. Under such pressure, some could no longer endure. Those with experience and thick skin, even those at the realm of terrestrial immortals, chose to kneel. Although the Feng family elder's pleas for mercy had ceased, there was a hint of bravado in his demeanor, suggesting a hint of deception. It was evident to all present that his display was insincere, and the king of Qin surely recognized this. This individual was not one to engage in empty pleasantries. Hence, he swiftly executed the elder of the Feng family. In contrast, another openly declared his loyalty, even expressing a willingness to be a dog. Such declarations might grant him a chance at survival. Indeed, Feifan nodded in approval. The proactive kneeling of the powerful elicited a flicker of hope. They realized that as long as they could live, their dignity mattered little. Furthermore, those present understood that if they wished to survive, they had to abandon any notions of pride. Those who chose to preserve their dignity would not dare speak recklessly. Thus, this matter would remain undisclosed. At that moment, upon witnessing Feifan's nod, some displayed hesitation, while others were prepared to kneel outright. I demand your death. Yet, before the others could lower themselves, Feifan addressed the kneeling strongman, who had declared his willingness to do anything. The strongman's expression froze in shock. Despite his earlier bravado, the reality of self-harm was an entirely different matter. Although he had been intimidated by the king of Qin's might, true loyalty was not so easily earned. Crack! In but a second of hesitation, the individual was no more. The sight left the other powerful figures trembling in fear. The king had shown no rejection. Mere hesitation led to immediate annihilation. Such madness! Your Highness, the king of Qin, I am willing to die for you, even if it means my own demise. At that moment, a strong man stepped forward. Feifan regarded him with a smile, his intent unmistakable. Let him demonstrate. The speaking strong man gritted his teeth and brought his palm to his own head. With a thunderous sound, his skull exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. It was a gruesome sight, one that Feifan did not favor. No, it seemed a premonition gripped the half-dead body, which, despite its shattered skull, made a feeble attempt to rise, emitting a terrified scream. Alas, it could only manage that one cry before disintegrating into dust, scattered by the night wind. Cursed be this king of Qin. He never intended for us to live. Some powerful figures could no longer contain their frustration. The situation had become all too clear. Combat was futile, escape was impossible, and every plea for mercy was in vain. The king of Qin was exceedingly ruthless, having made up his mind to eradicate them. In such dire circumstances, some powerful figures, driven to madness, began to curse. You are astute, indeed. Feifan cast an appreciative glance at the one who spoke. The next moment, that individual shattered into fragments, meeting the same fate as those before him. They could not await death. It was inevitable, so they resolved to fight back. Elders hidden in the shadows, you may act now. We will cooperate fully. With the king of Qin's overwhelming strength, their concealment was futile. If they perished, the hidden elders would have no chance either. One of the strongmen, a figure of terrestrial immortal rank, spoke up. They weighed their options, perhaps in agreement. The death of the Zhao family elder and the display of Feifan's formidable power made them realize that their hiding was meaningless. As the young ones had suggested, only through resistance could they grasp a sliver of hope. Thus, after one voice emerged, the hidden terrestrial immortals swiftly reached a consensus. With a thunderous sound, they boldly launched their attack. Chapter 44. Why me? There were 4 elders. We still have a chance. From several directions of Inding City, 4 powerful auras surged forth. A multitude of strong figures from various factions felt a surge of surprise. Initially, they had anticipated only 2 or 3 terrestrial immortals to arrive. With the Zhao family elder sensing danger and being swiftly vanquished, their prospects appeared bleak. However, now there were 4. Yet, even with this many, the prospect of defeating the king of Qin felt unrealistic. Still, if these elders acted together to restrain him, they would have a chance to escape. The earlier notion of coordinating an attack on the king was merely talk. The king of Qin was far too terrifying. He was the true martial emperor in the flesh. A mere glance from an ordinary terrestrial immortal could obliterate, and even a peak terrestrial immortal would be dispatched with a single strike. In such dire circumstances, winning seemed unimaginable. All they sought was an opportunity to flee. Indeed, some, gripped by fear, contemplated leaving the Great Xia altogether, thinking that if they could survive this ordeal, they would run as far away as possible to escape the Great Xia. They had not expected that the Great Xia still harbored such hidden talents. Feifan glanced at the four figures soaring through the air. Although it was publicly claimed that terrestrial immortals had become legends, as the king of Qin, he was privy to certain insider knowledge. This information had reached him during his early years in the palace, listening to his father. The royal family possessed 3 peak terrestrial immortals. It appeared that the royal family's strength was not weak. However, the royal family had to contend with threats both internal and external. Of the 3 peak terrestrial immortals, 2 were stationed at the borders, leaving only 1 to oversee the southern territories. Even the imperial capital lacked a peak terrestrial immortal. Nonetheless, the imperial capital was fortified by the royal family's considerable heritage. Coupled with the emperor, who had inherited a portion of this power, albeit at the initial stage of terrestrial immortality, he could still hold his own against peak terrestrial immortals. With the royal family's backing, even peak terrestrial immortals would think twice before acting recklessly. This was why, despite the royal family's apparent weakness, they still managed to hold their ground. As for the number of pinnacle Earth immortals in the martial world, Feifan was uncertain. However, with the emergence of the Zhao family patriarch, a total of 5 had appeared. Feifan finally understood why there were dire predictions for the Great Xia's demise. It was not merely due to the emperor's short lifespan or the crumbling of the inherited power. It was far more complex. With so many formidable beings in existence, they and their respective families would naturally seize a greater share of resources, most of which rightfully belonged to the court and the royal family. When the inherited power falters and several Earth immortals grow old, the resources dwindle, and the younger generation cannot be nurtured, it is unsurprising that disaster would ensue. Yet, this was not solely a failure of the royal family. The longevity of the Earth immortals played a significant role, with lifespans extending beyond 1,000 years. Only a few emperors in the Great Xia's history managed to suppress the major factions, and even then, it was merely suppression. Over the course of 8 millennia, it was not unexpected for these factions to amass considerable power. As for the royal family, it was not only the issue of their short-lived lineage. Generally, every royal line faced similar challenges, albeit with varying degrees of severity. Even among the ranks of Earth immortals, life expectancy was limited. Otherwise, the various factions would have grown in the shadows, accumulating strength, while the royal family, previously monopolizing the resources of the realm, would have been forced to act defensively. Had the royal family maintained a more stable approach, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. In reality, within each generation of the royal family, there were always remarkable talents, but sadly, they were never sufficient in number. Up until now, even with the presence of pinnacle Earth immortals, the core region of the Great Xia, Tiannan, was already unstable. The sheer power of these Earth immortal experts was evident, and it was no wonder that these noble families opted for silence, while the royal family refrained from exposing the truth. After all, should the truth come to light, the authority of the imperial power would diminish significantly. Feifan nodded thoughtfully. With a swift motion, he plucked a few fallen leaves from the treetops. Watching as the green leaves twirled delicately between his fingers, he strolled forward, releasing one leaf into the air. To the onlookers, the leaf appeared to move slowly, yet it soared through the sky, leaving behind a shimmering trail, akin to stars cascading to the earth, radiantly beautiful. Its target was the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect. Renowned for their formidable defenses, no one could breach their barriers when facing a disciple of the same realm. It was said that their lineage traced back to the era of the martial emperor, originating from the Prajna Temple. It is worth noting that the only individual to survive 3 strikes from the martial emperor hailed from the Prajna Temple, which was the only sect to emerge with survivors after being confronted by the martial emperor. While the existence of survivors was merely a rumor, it was enough to incite hope. The powerful beings present observed the direction in which the leaf flew, and a golden light flickered in response. Some instantly recognized the targeted pinnacle Earth immortal and the faction from which they hailed, sending a tremor of realization through their ranks. After all, the Prajna Temple, sharing a common origin with the Diamond Sect, had withstood the full force of the martial emperor's assault for 3 strikes. Additionally, there were sects that had managed to survive when confronted by the martial emperor. Undoubtedly, this was their opportunity. If the powerful being from the Diamond Temple could withstand a few strikes, allowing the Qin king to exert his full strength, even for just a brief moment, their suppressive force would surely weaken. At that point, they could seize the chance to escape. Given their capabilities, a few fleeting moments of distraction would be enough to flee from Inding City. With their numbers, if they scattered, their chances of survival would increase significantly. Even the other 3 pinnacle Earth immortals, who had been racing towards Feifan, hesitated, momentarily slowing their approach. Clearly, they shared similar thoughts. The Qin king's prowess had instilled a deeper fear in them than that felt by ordinary Earth immortals. the higher their realm, the more profoundly they could grasp the terror that the Qin king embodied. Particularly after witnessing the swift demise of the Zhao family patriarch, their fear became suffocating. They were acutely aware of the Zhao patriarch's formidable strength. He was among the best, even within their ranks. Yet, in a moment of despair, he had simply cried out before vanishing. They were certainly inclined to flee. Despite their seemingly decisive actions, it was evident that they felt deeply insecure. Among those present, the one who felt the most profound anger and despair was the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect. He could not fathom why he was the first to be targeted. More importantly, why were his allies standing idly by? Were they waiting to be picked off one by one? His frustration was palpable. They had agreed to attack together. Yet upon seeing him singled out, they had frozen, causing his heart to ache with betrayal. Had they all engaged, he might have had a chance of survival. However, facing the Qin king alone, he was reminded of the fate that befell the Zhao patriarch, and he felt doomed. While he was somewhat resilient against the powerhouse of the Qin king's caliber, his endurance offered little hope. At best, he might buy a fleeting opportunity for his disciples to escape, much like the Prajna Temple expert had done against the martial emperor. Yet, the Prajna Temple expert had fought for his successors, while he had no desire to sacrifice himself for these wretched beings. Nonetheless, he could not simply refrain from resisting, leading to an overwhelming sense of frustration. As he watched the seemingly leisurely green leaf approach, the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect considered evasion. However, he quickly realized a terrifying truth. The leaf, while appearing slow, had already locked onto him, leaving no escape. The sensation sent chills down his spine. He even contemplated surrendering, resigning himself to fate, thinking that if he were to die, he would prefer to do so alongside others. However, this thought passed fleetingly. In an instant, he unleashed his full power. Buzzing, his body radiated a golden divine light, transforming him into a blazing sun amid the darkness of night. The intense heat enveloped Ding City, creating an atmosphere of unrest. The reason Earth Immortals are referred to as such is due to the extraordinary powers they possess, powers that transcend the imagination of mere mortals. Those Earth Immortals whom Lu Feifan had dispatched did not showcase this strength, not due to inferiority compared to the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect. After all, the gap in their realms was not as vast as one might think. The reason lay solely in the fact that they had been eliminated before they could even display their might. At this moment, the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect stood as the only one to fully unleash his power. This was not due to Lu Feifan's mercy. Until now, he had not fully exerted himself against any opponent, having only utilized the strength of a pinnacle Earth Immortal. In other words, the intensity of his power was at the level of the 15th layer of the Celestial Emperor's art. Yet, despite this, those so-called Earth Immortals had all been swiftly dispatched. Lu Feifan had not exerted himself. They had not even been able to resist, including the Zhao Patriarch. The Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect was the sole one to momentarily break free from Lu Feifan's overwhelming aura and fully unleash his power. In that instant, the might of his Earth Immortal realm was laid bare. The atmosphere in Ding City grew stifling. The events of this night were far from tranquil. Yet most remained unaware of the brewing chaos. Consequently, as the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect erupted with power, the bystanders were filled with dread. Many individuals were once immersed in the joys of nightlife, only to suddenly feel as if the happiness of their remaining years had been snatched away in an instant. However, even in such dire circumstances, they dared not utter a word, left only with an overwhelming sense of dread. Boom. Following the eruption of the supreme being of the Diamond Sect, a solitary green leaf pierced through the void and gracefully came to rest before him. There was no thunderous explosion, nor any violent clash. The leaf simply sliced through the golden light and seamlessly entered the body of the supreme being. As effortlessly as a knife cutting through tofu, the supreme being's eyes widened in disbelief, the golden radiance emanating from him dimming visibly, akin to a deflated balloon. How could this be possible? He could hardly believe it. He had failed to parry even a single strike. While he never harbored the delusion of matching the Qin king, the predecessors of the Prajna Temple had at least managed to withstand 3 blows, creating quite a commotion. Yet this time, he had not been able to block even one, and had been silently breached. That green leaf seemed to be the sharpest of instruments, capable of piercing through anything in this world. A mere leaf had shattered the defenses he had once prided himself on, defenses that no one in the Great Xia could penetrate. And it had done so with a mere gentle touch, without any flourish. The disparity in power was staggering. Yet, he could sense that the opponent's strength was merely at the pinnacle of earthly immortals. If that were the case, then what was he? In terms of the same cultivation realm, he felt like an insignificant insect. Such a chasm of difference was utterly despairing. Forget about the fact that those individuals had not joined forces. Even if they had, they would have been nothing but trash. Renowned for his defenses, he had failed to block even a single strike. Naturally, the so-called opportunity to escape that those individuals had hoped for would not materialize either. Perhaps that was his only consolation. At least they would all meet the same fate. Their demise was nearly predictable. After expressing his unwillingness to accept this fate, the supreme being of the Diamond Sect's eyes widened as he plummeted from the void. It was not that he could not close his eyes. Rather, he wished to witness how those scoundrels would perish. In his final moments of life, he felt that his greatest hatred was not directed at Feifan, but rather at those who hesitated at critical moments, hoping to seize an opportunity to flee. Regrettably, as his body fell through the void, it gradually dissolved. Akin to snowflakes encountering a raging fire, before even touching the ground, he had turned to dust, dissipating into the cosmos. Silence. Witnessing the tragic fate of the supreme being of the Diamond Sect, all the powerful beings fell silent, their hands paralyzed. In that moment, they could see no glimmer of hope. It was utterly terrifying. The once mighty Prajna Temple, renowned for its prowess, had at least withstood 3 strikes from the martial emperor. Yet the supreme being of the Diamond Sect, hailed as unparalleled, had not withstood even one. There was not even a chance for them to breathe easy. Uncertain whether it was due to the supreme being's insufficient cultivation or the sheer terror of the Qin king, at first, when they saw 4 earthly immortals among them, they still harbored some hope of escape. However, after witnessing the supreme being of the Diamond Sect being vanquished by a single leaf, their hopes of fleeing had all but evaporated, replaced by a rising tide of despair. They were the elite of the Great Xia, wielders of power capable of determining the fate of countless lives. Once, they instilled terror and despair in others. Yet now, terror and despair swelled within their hearts. Even as they united against a single adversary, gazing at the green leaf dancing and swirling between the fingers of their opponent, they now perceived it as the scythe of death. Chapter 46. Under the radiance of sun and moon. All is the land of Great Xia. That figure merely stood suspended in midair, evoking tremors in their bodies, their knees quaking. If kneeling could be of any utility, none among them would hesitate at this juncture. Alas, they had no choice in this predicament. Qin King, grant us a chance. I wish to serve the Great Xia loyally. Let me go to the borders and expend my last drop of blood to protect the realm. A targeted strong man trembled as he spoke, with the green leaf once again soaring from Feifan's hand. Having witnessed the fate of the supreme being of the Diamond Sect, he held no confidence in the seemingly leisurely leaf. Even the strong men who had initially agreed to join forces now hesitated to act. Though they understood that begging for mercy was futile, they found themselves bereft of options. Alas, there are no borders with this king present. The land illuminated by the sun and moon is all Great Xia. There is no need for protection. As Feifan's words fell, the green leaf pierced through his body. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, he was no match for even the supreme being's level of prowess. As a tyrant, even if you ascend to the throne, you will remain a tyrant. Great Xia shall ultimately be undone by your actions. I curse you to meet a grim end in your later years. Just like your royal ancestors, I curse Great Xia to fall into ruin after your reign, leaving no one alive. Your royal family will face retribution. Confronted by the green leaf, the strong man, knowing that begging for mercy was futile and escape impossible, directly uttered his curse. Moreover, it was not mere bravado. A black tome materialized in his hands, exuding ominous power. After he finished speaking, the book spontaneously ignited, and black smoke erupted from his body, as if he were performing a sacrificial offering, emanating an eerie aura. I shall remain eternal, alongside heaven and earth. Your curses are but laughable. Feifan's eyes suddenly shone with divine light. In an instant, the void was pierced. The very spot where the self-igniting strong man stood became engulfed in flames, accompanied by the anguished wails of a soul being consumed, as a figure akin to a vengeful spirit was incinerated into nothingness amidst desperate struggles. In a mere moment, only one peak earthly immortal remained at the scene. The 4 who had once stood together had not even been given a chance, let alone now. The path of escape had been chosen by the Zhao family's ancestor from the very beginning, to no avail. Those who pleaded for mercy, wishing to serve Great Xia, found it futile. In the eyes of the Qin king, even a peak earthly immortal held no significance. Even curses were of no use. He effortlessly incinerated the power of the curse from the void. What terrifying means these were. Was this the celestial emperor's decree? Qin king, my coming is solely my affair. I am willing to take my own life. May I be spared the repercussions for my family? The last remaining peak earthly immortal spoke. Even offering to take his own life, signaling his intention to cease resistance. For one who once felt invincible, perched atop the Great Xia like a god, to make such a choice elucidated the depth of his despair. Even with a glimmer of hope, he could not have acted thus. Whether you take your own life or not makes no difference. The outcome will remain unchanged. Lu Feifan directed the final leaf toward the last peak, earthly immortal. In that moment, silence enveloped them. For seemingly simple green, leaves claimed the lives of 4 peak, earthly, immortal beings. Despite their strength, only the supreme being of the Diamond Sect had managed to create a slight disturbance. At this moment, they no longer knew what to do. Unable to fight back, escape, plead for mercy, or muster the courage to end their own lives. At this moment, every passing second is an agonizing torment for them. They have even begun to envy those who have long since met their demise. At least they have closed their eyes, oblivious to everything. They wish they could muster some defiance, to struggle even in death, yet they find themselves utterly immobilized, merely suppressed by the overwhelming force of Qi. Your Highness, the Qin King, why must it be this way? We acknowledge our transgressions against you, but do the royal family not share any blame? Had it not been for your family's tempestuous nature, we would not have dared to strike out against you simply because of your potential as a martial emperor. If you possessed such power, you should have revealed it sooner. We are not without understanding. Had we known of your true strength, we would have been loyal subjects of the Great Xia, and such a tragedy would never have occurred. A powerful woman at the earthly immortal realm spoke out. Though she was aware that voicing such thoughts could lead to her demise, she felt that silence would yield the same fate. It was better to express her thoughts than to take them to the grave unspoken. Initially, she had refrained from speaking to gauge any remaining opportunities. But the situation was now abundantly clear, there were none left. In her heart, she believed the Qin King to be the root of the issue. Had he revealed his formidable strength earlier, peace would have reigned, and all would have been loyal subjects, with no traitors in the Great Xia. They all assumed he was merely acting due to his potential for martial prowess, seeking to quash him, but none could have anticipated that at the tender age of 18, he had already reached such an extraordinary level, the earthly, immortal realm. Among those present, who could attain such heights in their era was a paragon of excellence. Yet for any of them to break through to the earthly, immortal realm took centuries. This was the reason they had sensed something amiss with the Qin King from the very beginning, though they could not fathom the truth. They believed he had gained the royal family's backing due to his martial potential, which was understandable given the royal family's long-standing rule over the Great Xia and their extraordinary means. However, they never envisioned that the true terror lay within the Qin King himself, a mere 18-year-old youth who had reached an unattainable pinnacle. Right or wrong, it mattered little. The loyalty of the Great Xia was insignificant. Lu Feifan shook his head gently. Hearing this, the woman's expression turned to one of shock. She did not quite grasp the meaning behind Lu Feifan's words. As you say, if you had known my strength, you would all be loyal subjects. Similarly, should you perish, as long as I exist, loyalty will abound in the Great Xia. It was a compelling rationale, indeed. If they were aware of the Qin King's power, they would obediently submit, devoid of ulterior motives, at least while he was present. Enough of this. Lu Feifan raised a hand. The powerful beings seemed to understand the implications of this gesture, and one by one, they ignited their own essence, seemingly making a final struggle. Yet, it was futile. Their very presence was forcefully suppressed, every trace of them erased from existence. Have you seen enough? After making his move, Lu Feifan's gaze shifted abruptly to a certain point in the void. Chapter 47. Lu Qianquan, you can perceive me. A hoarse voice, akin to a wailing specter, echoed in Lu Feifan's ears. In the void where Lu Feifan's eyes were fixed, a black, ghostly figure flickered into view, shrouded in a maelstrom of demonic flames. Centered around him, it seemed to cast a shadow over the entire Inding city, spreading like the roots of a great tree. It was night, and due to the nature of the power residing in the void, no one could detect it. However, at this moment, those within Inding city felt an inexplicable sense of dread and anxiety. Despite being awakened by the previous commotion, it was as though they were trapped in a nightmare, unable to shake off the haunting visage of the malevolent spirit. Do you find it strange that I have discovered you? Lu Feifan smiled lightly. Even the former Lu Qianquan would have been unable to detect me had I chosen to remain still. The ghostly voice hissed ominously. Lu Qianquan was, in fact, Lu Feifan's esteemed ancestor, renowned for severing the ties of power among the martial strong of the Great Xia and neighboring nations. His name had become synonymous with terror over the millennia within the martial world. Hence, upon hearing of Lu Feifan's martial potential, throngs of powerful beings had rushed to eliminate him. Indeed, the former martial emperor was formidable and ruthless. Many of the current powers in the Great Xia had risen to prominence only because he had cleared the path for them. They owed their ascent to the martial emperor. Yet the fear of him remained ingrained within them, unshakable even after all these years. They could not tolerate the emergence of another martial emperor from the royal family, one who could instill fear across the realm. It was evident just how terrifying the previous martial emperor had been, and such a powerful figure could not even detect the ghostly figure standing before him. The specter indeed had cause for pride. You seem to doubt. The ghostly figure's voice turned more sinister, as if poised to devour at any moment. He sensed that Lu Feifan remained unfazed. I believe. Lu Feifan nodded. Yet you appear utterly unafraid. The ghostly figure grew increasingly grotesque. Why should I fear? Is it because you have lived long? You've lingered so long in such a stealthy manner. What use is it to you? You are but a worthless being. And you think I should fear you? Upon hearing these words, the ghostly figure writhed with rage, as if struck at its core. I am merely wounded. Otherwise, you, the Lu family, would not stand a chance. The figure in the void displayed a defiant demeanor. Back then, Lu Zhu did not see you. Consider yourself fortunate. Now that I have laid eyes upon you, your luck has run out. I can sense your great hostility toward me, as if you have come for me. Thus, is it not your kin who are suffering misfortune? Lu Feifan stepped forward, each step blossoming a lotus flower. The blooming lotus merged with the void, dissolving or perhaps devouring the shadowy power that enveloped Inding City. The ghostly figure in the void let out a piercing wail, its sound reverberating across the entire city. However, this sound merely spread through the air. As the lotus beneath Lu Feifan blossomed, the void erupted with glimmering lights. Neither the demonic flames nor the sound could penetrate. At that moment, the once anxious inhabitants of Inding City felt a sudden calm wash over them, as if divine light were cascading down. Not only did the haunting specter in their minds dissipate, but even the injuries inflicted by the recent commotion from the Jingang sect were healed, and some individuals found their hidden ailments cured in this moment. What is this? The Heavenly Emperor's art is not like this. The ghostly figure cried out in confusion amidst its agony. I have merely been idly researching a trivial skill. It is nameless. Lu Feifan replied. The ghostly figure could not believe this. Research? You are but 18 years old, and your cultivation is already so formidable, yet you have the leisure to study such matters. Who would believe that? It realized it had miscalculated. Initially, it thought that this time, a simple strike would suffice to conclude matters. Yet, it had not anticipated that the young Qin king would be so formidable. Previously, upon witnessing the ease with which he crushed earthly immortal beings, it had sensed something amiss, and simultaneously felt fortunate for not acting prematurely. However, it had never imagined that the Qin king could perceive it. It is noteworthy that, compared to several millennia ago, he has regained a considerably greater strength. Thousands of years prior, Lu Qianquan was unable to perceive him. Yet, unexpectedly, this 18-year-old descendant of the Lu family could discern his presence at a glance. The aura emanating from the opponent felt even more terrifying than that of Lu Qianquan. This time, he would likely have to pay a hefty price, as his millennia of cultivation might turn out to be in vain. More importantly, at such a critical juncture, a figure of such formidable prowess has emerged from the Lu family. It is imperative to eliminate him swiftly, or he could become a significant threat. To be this formidable at the tender age of 18, surpassing Lu Qianquan at such an early stage, is a testament to his extraordinary talent. Even without advanced techniques, he could likely advance further. The Lu family is indeed fortunate. At every crucial moment, they manage to produce remarkable individuals. In this vast land of the Great Xia, free from any controlling powers, its existence for 8 millennia is truly miraculous. However, it seems that this must come to an end. You seem reluctant to answer my question. Lu Feifan remarked, extending a hand behind him. Your family's short lifespan is of no concern to us. It is a problem of your own making. The ghostly figure spoke. I truly came for you. I had no intention of opposing you. It was your brother who entrusted me. It was your third brother's directive. The ghost continued. I see you are merely stalling. Lu Feifan shook his head. Next time we meet, I shall surely end your life. The ghost was indeed cooperating merely to buy time. In that moment, his power erupted suddenly. The black, demonic energy, hidden in the void like the roots of a great tree, exploded violently. Even his body was detonated at that moment. Simultaneously, a cloud of black mist slipped into the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ah, young one. You are still too inexperienced. In such a situation, you should have attacked me directly instead of engaging in idle chatter. You foolish humans cannot fathom our clan's capabilities. Even should another Lu Qianquan arise, times have changed. Our clan is set to return once more. At this moment, one Lu Qianquan cannot alter anything. The ghostly figure let out a sinister laugh as it vanished into the void. This time, it was perilous, but fortunately, just as before, he managed to escape. Really? Chapter 48. Returning to the capital, the ghost's sinister laughter abruptly ceased. He had utilized their clan's unique ability to flee, and in mere moments. He was not only outside in Ding City, but nearly at the imperial capital. Yet, why was that young Lu family descendant still haunting him? The ghost had no time to ponder further. He felt an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis enveloping him, as though it were igniting from within. He had no time for contemplation. One thought consumed him: to burn himself out, accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. It was over. At a certain moment, he snapped back from the frenzied thoughts that had filled him with haste. Yet, it was precisely at that moment he realized his complete demise was imminent. In that fleeting moment of clarity, he exploded into flames, dissipating into the void. His final thought was that the Qin Wang was undoubtedly far more formidable than merely a peak Earth Immortal. Even if the Emperor's technique had been cultivated to the pinnacle of Earth Immortal, it would be impossible for him to be dispatched so easily. He was not to be compared to those inferior human Earth Immortals. Had he not been injured, he would not have regarded even the former Lu Qianquan with any respect. Even in his current wounded state, he should not have been subdued so easily. In his final moments, a shocking possibility flashed through his mind. Regrettably, it was but a fleeting thought. Ultimately, he would not be able to carry this information back. In the void, not a trace remained of his existence. As if he had never appeared in this world at all. In Ding City, Lu Feifan shifted his gaze from the void and stepped back towards the high tower where he had previously been. At that moment, a cup of tea on the table where he had sat was still releasing faint wisps of steam. This indicated that the time taken to deal with the Earth Immortals, including the ghostly figure, had not been long. The tea had yet to cool. Gulp. It was only upon Lu Feifan's return that Li Yuzhu regained his senses, involuntarily swallowing hard. He was astounded. He had not anticipated that so many powerful figures would come to besiege the Qin Wang. Even a peak Earth Immortal, who had long been absent from the pugilistic world, had made an appearance. He had thought it necessary to protect the Qin Wang to the best of his ability. Now, it appeared that his considerations were utterly superfluous. With such power, it was truly a mere fantasy for him to intervene. Initially, upon following the Qin Wang's trail and discovering so many strong figures, he had believed the day was over. However, he never expected that the situation could turn around. The 18-year-old Qin Wang possessed not only the potential of a martial emperor, he had already matured into a new martial emperor of the Great Xia. Thus, the tumultuous Great Xia would once again find stability, as steadfast as gold. Look at how many formidable figures had arrived, all crushed by the Qin Wang as if they were mere insects. Even witnessing it with his own eyes felt surreal, as though he were dreaming. At this moment, he understood why the Qin Wang had invited him to witness the spectacle and why he had chosen to remain in Ding City. This was not madness. It was absolute self-confidence. How foolish he had been to offer counsel previously. In retrospect, it was entirely unnecessary. The Qin Wang understood everything. Yet, just as he had said, it was insignificant. Yes, it was indeed insignificant. No matter how many powerful figures arrived or how heavy the atmosphere of danger became, it was all inconsequential. For the Qin Wang possessed the absolute power to control everything. Rumors in the pugilistic world suggested that the White Lotus sect had allied with the Qin Wang, employing despicable means to slay over 20 Earth Immortals. Even he had begun to doubt this claim, temporarily easing his suspicion towards the White Lotus sect. However, it now seemed that those rumors merely flattered the White Lotus sect. Given the Qin Wang's might, how could he possibly need the allegiance of such treacherous scoundrels? With so many powerful figures dispatched, what were those 20-odd individuals in comparison? For the Qin Wang, the so-called treacherous means were a mere insult. Those individuals were unworthy of such tactics. Regrettably, they would never comprehend this truth. Li Yuzhu also began to understand why the Qin Wang was so terrifying. Along this journey, he must have acted more than once, yet no information had leaked out. It was simply that the Qin Wang moved with such swiftness, and dispatching these Earth Immortal-level foes required no effort. Throughout the entire ordeal, apart from the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect, there was hardly a sound. Even when a group of Earth Immortals was eradicated, leaving behind a massive pit in the ground, such commotion did not disturb the surroundings, nor did it elicit any unusual sounds. It was all silent and unremarkable, from start to finish. Had Li Yuzhu not been summoned to witness it all, those within the city might have remained oblivious to the specifics of what transpired. Everything occurred too swiftly. Apart from the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect, no one else made a peep. After the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect had created a disturbance, the The scene was such that those with slightly lesser cultivation dared not approach. That overwhelming aura was lethal upon contact. Thus, with so many powerful figures perishing and such a significant event occurring within Inding City, it merely caused a tremor from the Grandmaster of the Diamond Sect. For those involved, the specifics of what happened remained shrouded in ignorance. They may be unaware that within this brief span of time, a multitude of formidable beings, accumulated over millennia in the Great Xia, have perished. Moreover, their demise was utterly complete, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, standing aside, Xian and Bailioli, who were already privy to certain aspects of Lu Feifan's circumstances, remained in a state of shock. They recognized Lu Feifan's strength, yet they had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Bailioli sighed, her thoughts confirming that the White Lotus sect had no chance of survival. With the presence of the Qin King, the Great Xia would once again enjoy a lease on life for at least another 1,000 years. Given the ruthless nature of the Qin King, the calamity of the heavenly martial arts was likely to resurface. In truth, it was already well underway. Across the realm, the powerful factions had been severely diminished after this upheaval. The era of absolute dominion by the Lu royal family was poised to return. She could hardly muster the energy to contemplate how to reach out to the White Lotus sect or to prove her innocence. Such efforts would be futile, at least in this time. With the Qin King's terrifying power, any feeble attempts at resistance would be laughable. As the Qin King stated, they were of no importance. As dawn broke, the city of Anding gradually buzzed with life, its inhabitants engaged in discussions about the bizarre events of the previous night. The fear that once gripped their hearts had dissipated, allowing for normal discourse regarding the occurrences. None could ascertain the specifics, they merely speculated wildly, attributing it to battles among the powerful. Yet, with their limited worldview, they could scarcely imagine that just yesterday, a host of terrestrial immortals had been crushed like ants in mere moments. With the arrival of daylight, the eastern gate of Anding City echoed with the rhythmic clatter of armored hooves as the black ice heavy cavalry slowly exited the city. It was time to return to the imperial capital, a place not seen in 13 years. Chapter 49. News from the palace come forth. According to reports, my dear younger brother is set to return today. Did you not say to await good news? Is this what you deem good news? In the depths of a secluded courtyard, beneath the Lotus Pavilion, the second prince raised his voice in anger. Calm yourself. I am still unclear about the exact circumstances. But rest assured, the Qin King will not return to the imperial capital. Furthermore, please understand that our relationship is one of cooperation. Next time, show a bit more respect. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to seek another partner for this endeavor. Your father has many offspring. A shadow emerged from the darkness, its voice chilling and sinister. The second prince frowned. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though this specter were poised to pounce upon him with malevolent intent, an unsettling sensation. Once he resolved matters with his brother and discerned a solution to the royal family's afflictions, he must summon the royal experts to deal with this menace. This entity could not be allowed to remain. As the second prince, the future sovereign of the dynasty, he could not be threatened. However, for the time being, he needed this individual's strength to eliminate his brother. I hope you do not let me down. My brother has already departed from Anding City. You must act swiftly, or he will reach the imperial capital by nightfall. The second prince urged. Those noble families are utterly inept. The mere thought of it ignited his fury. It should be noted that he regarded this specter merely as a backup force. He believed that, given the reputation of his 14th brother, the prominent families would not remain indifferent. They would exert every effort to obliterate his brother, who possessed the potential of a martial emperor. To that end, he had been quite cooperative. In the capital, he had successfully isolated the royal family's influence from the flow of information. An accomplishment made possible only because his father had been in seclusion and he had effectively governed the affairs of state for nearly a decade. And yet, despite his cooperation, these inept individuals had failed to act. He surmised that mutual suspicion among the great powers had led to this impasse. It was infuriating to consider that, even at this juncture, they were unwilling to take the initiative. It seemed that the resurgence of the heavenly martial arts had been so long ago that these factions had forgotten its horrors. Or perhaps they had never experienced such terror and despair. Even among the royal family, he had to concede that their martial emperor ancestor was indeed ruthless, particularly towards those of the terrestrial, immortal realm. For ordinary cultivators, as long as they were not disciples of the major factions, there was little need for concern. The true danger lay with those powerful beings at the terrestrial, immortal level and the influential factions. For common cultivators, the martial emperor was quite benevolent, or perhaps simply indifferent. During the martial emperor's era, those terrestrial immortals posed the greatest threat. With a reason, they would find a justification for annihilation. Without one, Even those who secluded themselves and did nothing would be viewed with disdain for merely breathing too heavily. In that era, the higher the cultivation, the greater the calamity. Thus, he believed that every terrestrial immortal ought to desire the demise of his brother. Though his brother had previously lacked notoriety, the news that had circulated recently suggested he bore the spirit of their martial emperor ancestor, harboring a heavy murderous intent, ready to annihilate families at the slightest provocation. If he possessed the strength of a martial emperor, the signs indicated that the calamity of the heavenly martial arts would likely recur. Of course, the calamity of the heavenly martial arts was a term used by the common folk. The royal family referred to it as the resurgence of the heavenly martial arts. Regardless, the revelation that his brother had departed from Anding City had certainly rattled the second prince. His earlier belief was that there was no need for him to specifically target his brother. As long as he suppressed the flow of information and prevented the royal family's interference, there would be those who would willingly seek to eliminate his dear brother. However, it now appeared that he had overestimated the capabilities of those inept individuals. He cast a deep gaze at the place where the specter had vanished, now awaiting to see if this entity truly possessed the strength it claimed. Initially, he had not regarded this specter with much importance. His agreement to collaborate was merely due to the fact that the other party was privy to royal secrets. He sought to ascertain whether they truly had the means to resolve the issue of the royal family's potential demise. However, now that the influential families had proven unreliable, he could only hope that this specter might indeed succeed in eliminating his 14th brother. Yet, based on various indications, it seemed that his younger brother wielded extraordinary power. Should this specter still manage to eliminate the 14th brother, it would undoubtedly complicate any future attempts to exert control over it. This was the source of his inner turmoil. He wished for the other party to possess the strength to eliminate his younger brother, yet he feared that their power might be too great to manage. Primarily, he remained wary of the specter, suspecting ulterior motives towards their royal family. Had it not been for the specter's knowledge of how to prevent their family's untimely demise, he would have acted long ago. One day, just one more day? The second prince gazed deeply into the distance, as if piercing through the fabric of space to glimpse beyond the imperial capital. His emotions were now tumultuous. In these final hours, he wondered if he would receive the news he so desperately desired. "Your Highness, news from the palace." Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Upon hearing this, the second prince's eyes sharpened with intensity. The road from Anding City to the imperial capital was wide and paved with adamant rock. The hooves of the black ice heavy cavalry's crimson-blooded steed echoed crisply upon it. Anding City served as the gateway to the imperial capital, and on this thoroughfare, carriages and warriors traversed continuously. The route was vibrant with activity. Yet, despite this bustling atmosphere, Feifan's convoy moved smoothly without any obstruction. Even as his carriage resembled a miniature palace, the banners of the royal family and the Qin king flew high, causing the crowd to part respectfully. Although the Great Xia now faced turbulent times, and the royal family had waned in influence, their words still held weight in the outside world. In Kyoto, there remains an absolute authority. Furthermore, the name of Feifan, the Qin king, has spread far and wide, following his every step. In Kyoto, even with forces attempting to suppress his renown, his reputation cannot be contained. Though the banner of the Qin king may be unfamiliar, they are literate enough to recognize it. They are also aware that the Qin king is returning to the capital, quite evidently today. Meanwhile, among the crowd, there are those with ulterior motives, watching the black ice heavy cavalry stir restlessly. What is happening with the elders? Have they received no news? Will they make a move or not? If they delay any longer, the Qin king will return to the imperial capital. Are they contemplating a fierce assault at that time? Their confusion is palpable. They were summoned precisely to resolve matters before the Qin king's entrance into the capital. Yet, they have waited in vain, without any news of action. This leaves them perplexed. Chapter 50. The Emperor's Inquiry. The disciples from various families found themselves unable to reach their elders. It seemed as though those elders had simply vanished. They could only watch helplessly as the iron cavalry rode away. Inside the carriage, Feifan savored the purple fruits fed to him by Ziyuan, his gaze drifting to the outside. He could naturally sense the lurking malice. However, it was far too weak. Feifan shook his head, recognizing that those hidden in the shadows lacked sufficient strength. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Their weakness, coupled with their inaction, rendered him disinterested in engaging. Lacking power, they did not even qualify to become his fallen foes. If they wished to earn that right, they must return and train harder. Should they become stronger and still harbor murderous intent upon their next encounter, he would undoubtedly eliminate them without a second thought. Of course, if they remained as feeble as they were, it would depend on his mood. Suddenly, Lu Feifan's spirit stirred, and he lifted his gaze to the front. He noticed several figures slicing through the void. Just as they approached the front of Lu Feifan's entourage, they abruptly halted and descended. A group of eunuchs, clad in black robes and topped with long hats, approached the procession with small, measured steps. "Your Highness the Qin King, His Majesty has a decree," one of the eunuchs announced. "What is it?" Lu Feifan inquired directly. "In the Daxiao realm, the protocol for conveying decrees, akin to a royal presence, applies only to outsiders. Among the royal family, there is no such notion as a personal audience. Eunuchs are merely servants, and even when delivering imperial edicts, royal offspring need not show them deference. Your Highness, the Emperor requests that you return to the capital alone for the final stretch of this journey. This time, I have brought someone to replace you in the procession," the eunuch conveyed discreetly. "His Majesty is aware of your arduous journey to quell the White Lotus and intimidate those who defy the court. He has commanded preparations for a grand welcome in the city. However, as the Emperor has been in seclusion, this arrangement is rather hurried. His Majesty hopes your Highness will proceed with caution." While speaking, the leading eunuch brandished a decree and recited it aloud. "I understand." Lu Feifan nodded. "Your Highness." In that moment, a shadow aimed to slip inside, but instead collided with an invisible barrier, as if striking an unseen wall. The leading eunuch was momentarily taken aback. A question mark flashed across his mind. If the Qin King acknowledged the edict, why was he not cooperating? "I am aware of my father's intentions, but it is unnecessary." Lu Feifan did not even transmit the thought. "Your Highness, it is truly perilous. Experts from various families are present, and there are dangers you cannot fathom that may target you. Even if His Majesty dispatches all the skilled individuals from the capital, your safety cannot be guaranteed. Only within the capital, with the royal lineage backing you, will those threats refrain from acting boldly." The leading eunuch urged anxiously. "Enough. I have already stated it is unnecessary." Lu Feifan waved his hand. "Continue on." He then turned his gaze to the commander of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. The eunuch, flustered, began to pace in circles, perplexed by the Qin King's disposition. He had warned that the final stretch back would be dangerous, yet the Qin King refused to heed the warning. Regrettably, there was no way to enforce compliance. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to hasten back, seeking the Emperor's determination. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, the second prince knelt on the ground. Before him, upon the dragon throne, sat an aged figure, resembling a frail old man nearing the end of his days, feebly occupying the throne. "Why must it be this way?" The figure on the throne, the current Emperor Guang, questioned. Though he appeared decrepit, his eyes were sharp, fixed intently on the kneeling son. "Does father not understand? I do all this for self-preservation. To save oneself inevitably leads to fratricide. Father, I have managed state affairs on your behalf for 10 years. You are well aware of my performance. I have never faltered, and my talent for cultivation is equally commendable. Is a decade not sufficient to prove anything? Over the years, I have been diligent, never daring to slacken. You know well what you have done since ascending the throne, how you have left Daxiao in disarray. I have worked tirelessly to stabilize the situation and clean up your mess. Am I not enough? Yet you wish to pass the throne to the Qin King. Do you understand what that entails? You know everything." The second prince suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were about to unleash the burdens of these years, and the grievance of knowing he was not the heir. "I ask you why this? Your 14th brother might be acceptable, but what of the others? They possess no chance of inheriting the throne." The Emperor abruptly rose from the throne. "Why must it be this way? Ha! Father, when you ascended, I was 18. I understood everything. Do you not know how you came to sit upon that dragon throne? So, should grandfather not inquire of you as well? Can you tell grandfather why? Can you?" The second prince suddenly stood, the pent-up frustration erupting forth. "You have done so much, and yet grandfather still bestowed the throne upon you. What you can achieve? Why can I not? If I am at fault, then what of you, your Majesty? Have we not always endured in the Lu royal family like this? When has success or failure ever warranted a question of why? When has right or wrong ever mattered?" In the silence of the aged emperor, the second prince continued. "I know, father, that you have emerged from seclusion. My affairs remain unfinished. I have no chance left. I am doomed. Whether you choose to kill me now or allow me to linger and wait for death is your decision. This position, whom you bestow it upon, is your choice. But I fear the 14th brother will have no opportunity either. He is exposed, and even if I do not act, many will seek his life. Furthermore, aside from the 14th brother, any misfortune that befalls my other brothers has nothing to do with me. Recently, a ghostly figure sought me out, claiming to know the cause of our royal family's affliction. Having said this, The second prince paid no mind to what the old emperor might do and turned to leave. The old emperor stared blankly at his son as he exited the grand hall, the flickering lights within casting a sorrowful hue upon his countenance. Have those ghostly figures emerged as well? Has the Lu family truly reached its end? Once the second prince's figure vanished entirely, the old emperor slumped back onto the dragon throne, letting out a deep sigh. To be honest, he was quite surprised by his son's remarkable talent. Yet, ultimately, it was too late. There was no time left. Chapter 51. A smile. Your demeanor suggests a frigid heart. What? Are you not planning to continue the struggle? In the deep courtyard, the second prince, having returned to his residence, found solace in the Lotus Pavilion, a place where he often sought solitude. Rarely indulging in alcohol, he now grasped a flask of strong liquor, drinking it straight without any dilution. As a hazy intoxication began to envelop him, a ghostly figure materialized once more. Laced with mockery, boring, tired, weary, the second prince's voice dripped with ennui. Over the years, he had always been cautious in the presence of his father, the emperor. Yet today, after a bout of unrestrained expression, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if the burdens he had carried for years were suddenly lifted, leaving him feeling empty. You are not dead yet. There is still opportunity. If your brothers were to perish, who else could claim the throne but you? The ghostly figure chuckled ominously. My father has emerged from his seclusion. Though he is a foolish ruler, he possesses cunning. During his retreat, I could still wield some influence over the capital, but now that he has returned, the reins of power will be firmly in his grasp once more. My brothers, unless struck by sudden illness, are not fated to die. The second prince shook his head. What did it matter if the 14th brother was dead? The throne would not fall to him anyway. His every action hinged upon ensuring everything was settled before his father re-emerged. Once his father returned, all would be decided, just as it was in the past. Regrettably, he had failed to achieve that. The second prince was acutely aware of his diminishing chances. He understood well the nature of his father. That he had not been killed on the spot today was somewhat unexpected. It seemed the old man was not only physically weakened, but had also grown soft-hearted. In days gone by, he would not have been afforded the chance to continue drinking. Your father's control? You hold him in too high esteem. Fear not, none of your brothers will survive. The throne will ultimately be yours. Let it begin with your 14th brother, the Prince of Qin. Although Lu Feifan did not leave the formation, he obliged the imperial edict and instructed the troops to slow their pace. The journey felt akin to fishing, which piqued his interest. Returning to the capital would signify the end of the line, so a slower pace was advantageous. Despite having vanquished many formidable opponents the previous day, he knew that some may have slipped through the net. Regrettably, he sensed no powerful auras along the way. It remained uncertain whether all had been dispatched or if those adversaries had sensed an ill omen and dared not approach. Just as Lu Feifan began to feel a sense of tedium, he suddenly perceived a dense, sinister energy spreading like tentacles from the void ahead. This scene was all too familiar. A smile graced Lu Feifan's face, captivating Xian, who was enchanted by her lord's smile. Unfortunately, he seldom smiled, often appearing detached, seemingly unaffected by the world around him. She pondered what might evoke such a smile from her lord, wishing he could smile more often. Beside her, Bai Lioli regarded the Prince of Qin's smile as harboring an enigmatic significance, sensing that misfortune was in store for someone. He cast his gaze along the road's edges. While the bustling crowd was indeed due to the main thoroughfare leading to the capital, there were undoubtedly many among them who harbored intentions against the Prince of Qin. However, Bai Lioli shook his head. With so many powerful figures having perished yesterday, these individuals would have little chance of success even if they attempted to strike. A new, glorious chapter for the Lu royal family was unfolding. She could not help but look at the Prince of Qin, a formidable and terrifying man, who, in her eyes, would lead the Great Xia to unprecedented prosperity, even surpassing that of the era following the martial emperor. The more time she spent with him, the stronger that feeling became. Yet, she noticed that at this moment, the Prince of Qin had lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the carriage's barrier to behold the vast sky beyond, drawn by something that captured his attention. Bai Lioli followed Lu Feifan's line of sight, but perceived nothing. Meanwhile, just beyond her line of sight, a ghostly figure emerged from the void. It gazed at Lu Feifan, its face contorted into a grotesque grin, as the dark energy surrounding it coiled toward Lu Feifan's carriage like tendrils. What is happening? But soon, the figure realized something was amiss. Its power could not penetrate. An invisible barrier seemed to shield the carriage from its influence. Because you are too weak. A whisper echoed in its ear, as if someone were speaking directly beside it, causing it to feel a chilling breath pass by. Ordinarily, it excelled at instilling fear. Yet at this moment, it found itself startled, nearly emerging from the void in surprise. Such an uncanny experience had been inflicted upon many, but for it, this was the first. However, it quickly regained its composure, intertwining its dark energy in a desperate attempt to discern the source of this anomaly. "Who are you?" it inquired into the void. "Didn't you come seeking me?" Upon hearing this, the ghostly figure fixated its gaze upon the carriage. In an instant, it locked eyes with those of Lu Feifan, which sparkled like stars, the latter's face adorned with a faint smile, as though he had stumbled upon something delightful. The ghostly figure, fully aware of its own nature, knew it bore no resemblance to anything delightful, and thus, that gaze filled it with dread. "Can you see me?" The ghostly figure shrieked, its voice piercing and akin to a wailing specter. "Last night, another like you asked the same question." Lu Feifan replied coolly. "Qingming? What happened to him?" The ghostly figure paused, its wavering energy instinctively retracting slightly. It sensed something was amiss. Before coming here, it had known that Qingming had attempted to confront the Prince of Qin. However, no news had returned. This was precisely why it had hesitated to strike immediately upon arrival. To its astonishment, the human before it had encountered Qingming. Clearly, something was amiss. He was frightened of me and fled, running so far he exhausted himself to death. Lu Feifan declared earnestly. "Exhausted to death?" The ghostly figure scoffed at the absurdity of the human's words. Given their clan's peculiarities, how could such a thing be possible? Even if a night had passed, there was no chance of such an occurrence. "You seem skeptical. Allow me to let you experience it firsthand." Chapter 52. The Prince of Qin's triumphant return. Upon Lu Feifan's utterance, snow lotus flowers began to bloom in the void. The dark energy that had enshrouded the area was consumed and dissolved upon contact. The ghostly figure let out a wail of agony, resonating with profound despair. In that moment, it comprehended why Qingming had fled. This Prince of Qin was far from the rumored celestial being of the earthly realm. His abilities directly countered those of their clan. What manner of power was this? It was a question it could not fathom. However, it recognized that now was not the time for contemplation. Escape was imperative, flee as far as possible. Even a moment's hesitation could lead to its demise. This was truly terrifying. This fellow, merely 18 years of age, possessed such strength. Fortunately, while it may not match Qingming's prowess, it had not sustained significant injuries and could swiftly employ their clan's secret techniques. The demise of Qingming was undoubtedly attributed to this reason. Severely wounded, he was incapable of an instantaneous outburst of power. However, he was different. In the moment he sensed something amiss, boom. His magical energy, akin to the roots of a great tree, erupted explosively, encompassing even his physical form. Then, a swirl of black mist vanished into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, I am not Qingming. He felt an immense sense of relief. How perilous it was. Had he been in a state of severe injury, an instant explosion would have been impossible. In that case, he would have met a grim fate, surely ending up like Qingming. That Qin Wang was exceedingly enigmatic. Mere brute force was sufficient to obliterate them. One could only wonder what means he employed. This message must be conveyed. Qin Wang must perish at any cost. The Lu family had become increasingly peculiar. At every critical juncture, a character would emerge to alter the situation. Previously, it was due to the inability of his demonic lineage to descend. Yet in this era, regardless of how strange the Lu family might be, they could not rival the eccentricity of my demonic clan. The grievances of today shall be avenged tomorrow. Their lineage's talent, when unleashed, could potentially leave them severely weakened or even devoid of future prospects. Look at Qingming, a senior of his, who, despite having encountered extraordinary opportunities and lived for so long, had ultimately become a mere shadow of his former self. This was the consequence of his talent suffering great damage after a single outburst. One can only imagine the dire ramifications of such a talent explosion. The animosity towards Qin Wang had grown immensely. Without swiftly eliminating him, his heart would remain troubled. Now was not the time. Their clan's intervention would come at a cost. However, against the unpredictable Qin Wang, any price would undoubtedly be worth paying. This individual was utterly incomprehensible. At merely 18 years of age, he had already become terrifyingly formidable. Thankfully, he was born in this era. Had he arrived a millennium earlier, the implications were too daunting to fathom. Perhaps the demonic clan would indeed suffer a significant loss at the hands of this youth. But now, at 18, he had lost all opportunity. Time was insufficient. A genius remained merely a genius, not a peerless force capable of altering the tides. Even if he were to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's scriptures to the 15th layer, what would it matter? Even if he had reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, it would still alter nothing. As he whisked away into the void, feeling secure, the specter muttered with a voice filled with resentment. Driven to this juncture, he was filled with fury, yearning for that human's demise. Was it not so? Just as he prepared to emerge from his explosive state, a calm whisper echoed in his ear. Like the whispers of a devil, the soft voice detonated within his very soul. In that moment, he was enveloped by an icy chill that permeated his essence. The talent of his clan, when unleashed, was unfathomably swift. Not to mention the same realm. Even those stronger would find them insurmountable. Yet now, the voice, akin to a malignant curse, made him feel as though his soul were about to shatter. What manner of sorcery was this Lu family scion employing to pursue him so relentlessly? Originally intending to halt, he accelerated once more, pushing his talent to its utmost limits. Faster, even faster, he urged himself. The haunting voice clung tenaciously to him. The one most adept at instilling fear was now on the verge of succumbing to terror himself. He continued to hasten, yet the murmuring voice remained inescapable. At a certain moment, he felt his essence consumed entirely, leaving not a single drop. It was then that he finally comprehended the meaning behind Qin Wang's earlier words. He understood why the other had claimed Qin Ming was worn to death. Now, he was treading the same path as his predecessor. No, when he finally halted, he felt as though something inside him had been detonated. He realized that unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen prey to Qin Wang's machinations, compelled to move ceaselessly. And faster still, any pause would result in detonation. In the last moments of his life, a flash of insight struck him. Recalling the first moment their gazes met, the glint in the other's starry eyes, he realized that at that instant, he had already been marked by his opponent's technique. In other words, merely exchanging a glance had sealed his fate. In a voice filled with despair and reluctance, his soul was violently obliterated, dissolving into the void, leaving no trace behind. The carriage continued its journey, showing no signs of interruption, as if nothing had transpired. Following that, the remainder of the journey unfolded without incident. Those from the great powers, unable to contact their elders, ultimately withdrew without taking action. The ghostly specter behind him seemed unable to decipher Lu Feifan and ceased its pursuit, appearing to wait patiently for an opportunity. Nonetheless, even so, the caravan did not reach its destination until the following morning. This was partly due to the recent messages from the palace, which had slowed their pace. The Black Eye's heavy cavalry naturally pushed their speed to the limit. A journey that should have taken a day stretched into the following daytime. The imperial capital, this ancient city, was older than the 8,000-year-old Great Xia Dynasty. Before the establishment of Great Xia, it had already served as the imperial capital of the preceding dynasty. In truth, the location of the imperial capital was not particularly advantageous. Resources were scarce, and it was not a strategic stronghold. During the establishment of Great Xia, many ministers had proposed relocating the capital, and similar suggestions had arisen later. However, the imperial family had never wavered. Or rather, successive emperors had remained steadfast. Even if they had entertained such thoughts as heirs, their perspective changed once they ascended the throne. The ancient city exuded an aura of antiquity, akin to a slumbering primal beast, poised to awaken and devour the heavens and the earth. As Lu Feifan's entourage approached the city, a resounding horn echoed through the air, and the rhythmic beating of drums reverberated throughout the city. Qin Wang Lu Feifan, having journeyed to Qin Xuan, diligently honing his skills for a decade, has now attained mastery, vanquished the White Lotus, slain the disloyal, and returns triumphant. Chapter 53. The disappointment of the prince's groups of armored guards raised their weapons and cheered. In the imperial capital, the populace had done nothing but gather to welcome him. They were there of their own volition. Of course, the reasons behind their willingness were not to be scrutinized. Nevertheless, on this day, everyone in the imperial capital, regardless of their status or cultivation level, even those from prominent families and sects, had come forth. Whether their attendance was genuinely voluntary or coerced was of little consequence. At the very least, they had to display their enthusiasm. High above, cloaked figures with hawk-like gazes scanned the crowd. While they might not remember those who performed well, they would undoubtedly notice those who did not. No wonder, despite their reluctance to admit it, this father of theirs was indeed somewhat foolish. Such a spectacle could only be orchestrated by the current ruler among the myriad emperors of Great Xia. The realm was in disarray, yet within the imperial capital, one would find no evidence of this turmoil. Here, festivities flourished, and the citizens of the imperial capital frequently emerged to express their excitement. Even those from noble families were no exception. Their father relished such displays. In the past few years, his behavior had become increasingly extravagant. It was only recently, due to health issues, that he had moderated somewhat. The emperor wielded 3 forces under his direct control. The black-clad guards had been tasked with this duty in the capital for years. Additionally, due to necessity, the power of the black-clad guards had been steadily expanding. To what extent they had grown, beyond the emperor, no one could say. Outside the imperial capital, the emperor might have lost control. However, within the capital, every movement of ordinary cultivators, let alone those from prominent families, was firmly under the emperor's dominion. Although not absolute, it can be said that in the imperial capital, any stirring of the winds and grass is known to the emperor. Lu Feifan felt that his father's actions resembled a self-indulgent revelry behind closed doors. The affairs of other places seemed inconsequential. As long as one could relish the experience of being emperor in the capital, that was sufficient. In this regard, his father was truly ostentatious and relished his position. He still remembered a few years back when his father had sent him letters boasting about this very aspect, subtly encouraging him to adopt a similar mindset. It was as if he were teaching him the ways of the last emperor. Look, didn't he, the 14th prince, merely eradicate a few ragtag groups of the White Lotus Society and eliminate a handful of minor clans and sects? The treatment bestowed upon him by the emperor might lead outsiders to believe he had accomplished great deeds for the nation, vanquishing the White Lotus Society and subduing the aristocratic clans. At the forefront of the welcoming procession stood a group of youthful noblemen, their expressions decidedly grim amidst the excitement surrounding them. Their discontent was particularly pronounced, yet the hawk-eyed black-clad guards seemed collectively blind to their dismay, choosing to overlook it entirely. If such minimal accomplishments warranted such preferential treatment, then surely anyone could step up. Previously, I harbored doubts regarding the emperor's intention to establish the 14th brother as the heir apparent, feeling that the rumors were somewhat exaggerated, especially since I had nearly forgotten about the 14th brother, as if he had suddenly materialized. However, now I find it hard to dismiss this notion. Look, even the second brother was so incensed that he didn't even show up. Speaking of which, the second brother is truly the unfortunate one, toiling tirelessly for so many years only to end up as a mere errand boy. My heart aches for him. The second brother usually carries himself with great bravado. So why has he shrunk back this time? If it were me, I would certainly take action. The emperor's behavior has inflicted a deep wound upon him. These young nobles, all princes, spoke freely and without restraint, for there was little to hold back. After all, they were well aware of their father's health. The position of heir apparent was soon to be established. Just days ago, their eldest brother had suffered a sudden death. This was a harbinger of their own fates. Thus, the discomfort weighing on their hearts was palpable. At this juncture, there was no need for pretense. It was clear that they would voice their grievances, even to the extent of pointing fingers in accusation. They felt a tinge of envy towards the once inconspicuous 14th brother. If the heir were the second prince, they could somewhat accept it, as they had witnessed his capabilities over the years. However, the 14th brother was a stranger to them. Even with his recent rise to fame, they perceived it as merely a result of their father's favorable provisions. The formidable black ice heavy cavalry was apparent on the surface, yet they had not been able to partake in such privileges. The disparity in treatment was stark. Regrettably, no matter how discontented they were, the outcome remained unchanged. Initially, they had intended to observe the second brother's endeavors today, but to their astonishment, the usually audacious second brother had opted not to appear, leaving them feeling quite disappointed. They had heard that the prominent aristocratic clans had contemplated taking action. Typically, they had displayed disrespect towards the court, believing themselves to be formidable. Yet they were unable to manage even the 14th brother. These aristocratic clans were nothing more than paper tigers. If the 14th brother could eliminate them all, it would serve as a catharsis. These princes endured indignities in the capital from their father and their brothers, finding little comfort, and even outside of the capital. They were subjected to the whims of the aristocratic clans. They could tolerate their father. After all, he was their emperor. Yet, their resentment towards those clans was palpable. And given the chance, they would not hesitate to retaliate. Deep down, they believed that Lu Feifan was justified in his actions. If not for the loss of the throne, their lives would not be at stake, and they could have united against those clans. However, there were no what-ifs. The position of heir apparent was a matter of life and death, a zero-sum game for them. In reality, when it came to suppressing information in the capital to facilitate the aristocratic clans maneuvering against Lu Feifan, they too had covertly contributed, aside from the second prince. Their logic was clear. If the clan succeeded, the 14th brother would be doomed, and the second prince, as a primary participant, might find himself at the mercy of their father's wrath, or at the very least, lose the title of heir. Then, they would have their opportunity. Unfortunately, the second brother had proven himself courageous, daring to take risks even when aware of the potential consequences. Yet, those aristocratic clans, who had previously appeared increasingly dismissive of the court, now seemed cowed. Signs indicated they were preparing to strike. Yet behold, the 14th emperor returned to the capital unscathed. Clearly, those clans had not succeeded. Perhaps they had attempted to act, but ultimately lacked the resolve to follow through. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Chapter 54. The 8th Prince's desolation. As they watched their brother return to the capital, none of the princes felt joy. Disappointment permeated the atmosphere. Had they known? Someone sighed softly. They had initially believed that news of their 14th brother's martial prowess would incite frenzy among the aristocratic clans. They merely needed to wait. At the very least, there was always their second brother. However, now that Feifan had returned to the capital, neither the clans nor their second brother had achieved their objectives. In their eyes, it was not that their brother possessed such formidable power. Rather, the clans were simply unwilling to expend their resources. If only the 14th brother truly had martial talents, he could decimate those clans, and even in death, they would find solace. Those clans had long held disdain for them. One prince lamented. It was likely just a rumor circulated by the second brother. All of it was false. He must have sought to use those clans to eliminate the 14th brother. Perhaps the clans had realized this. And with their father bestowing numerous advantages upon the 14th brother, they decided to abandon their plans. I heard that yesterday. Several leaders of the secret imperial guards went outside the city to greet the 14th brother. They are all formidable experts at the earthly immortal realm. One prince scoffed. 8th brother, you are aware of the movements of the imperial guards in the palace. It seems you have been quietly laying plans for quite some time. A prince regarded the 8th brother with a discerning gaze. So what if I have? It is not as if I have ever fully grasped that our father's true concern lies with the 14th brother. I underestimated him. The 8th brother sighed. At this point, he no longer wished to feign ignorance. He had been exhausted over the years. Yet, he had always kept a watchful eye on his second brother. For in his view, the second brother held the greatest promise for the throne. He possessed the means to eliminate the second brother. However, their father, this foolish monarch, simply did not play by the rules. Even he had failed to perceive that the object of their father's affection was the 14th brother. Now, it was he who had been outmaneuvered. From the palace's reports, it seemed their father had only recently come to this realization. Time was running out. Once the 14th brother ascended, they would be left in the cold. Thus, he no longer felt the need to keep his thoughts to himself. This time, he would speak candidly. He even acknowledged the considerable schemes he had orchestrated over the years. Why don't we collaborate, brothers? At the very least, we can eliminate the 14th brother, and everyone will still have a chance. One prince said, his eyes glimmering with ambition. Useless, within the imperial capital. The emperor holds the essence of the royal lineage. He is invincible. As long as he draws breath, our efforts are in vain. The 8th prince sighed, well aware of many matters. He understood that from the moment his younger brother returned to the capital, everything was set in stone. The noble families, claiming they could unite and conquer the capital, were merely ignorant fools boasting of their insufficient strength. The foundation of the Great Xia is not so easily shaken. As long as the emperor reigns, no one can breach the capital. However, that day approaches. Once the Great Xia is without its emperor, it shall be unrestrained. To the Great Xia, the emperor is more than just a title. If it were up to me, perhaps I could devise a solution, but alas, my father does not permit it. The 8th prince lamented. How can you know what father allows when you keep everything hidden? Scoffed one of the princes, displeased by the suddenly appearing 8th prince. They were unaware that, beyond the 14th brother and the second brother, another had been lurking in the shadows. How do you know I have not? The 8th prince retorted. Throughout the years, he had shared his plans and strategies with his father, yet regrettably, the emperor was too muddled. Ultimately, the 8th prince could not contain his frustration. He felt a deep sense of injustice. He had demonstrated his capabilities to his father, asserting that he could lead the royal family out of its predicament. Yet, the old fool had dismissed him. Beneath his calm exterior, a tempest brewed within. He understood his second brother all too well. Typically, when their father spoke, the second brother would readily step forward. But this time, he did not even make an appearance. One could only imagine his current state of mind. Surely, he was on the verge of exploding. The second brother had been summoned to the palace the day before, daring to confront their father. It was evident how desperate he must have felt. Even the 8th prince felt a twinge of sympathy for his second brother. Over the years, their foolish father had sought enjoyment, while simultaneously attempting to manage the mess he had created, a truly arduous task. Their father acted according to his whims and preferences. Had he shown even a modicum of reason, there could have been opportunities. Amidst the prince's discussions, Feifan's entourage arrived. As the carriage curtains parted, Feifan scanned the scene. These brothers, though appearing youthful, had some who were already over 50, while the youngest was merely 7 or 8. A distinctive trait of the imperial lineage was that most were princes. The thinner the bloodline, the more likely a daughter would be born. They all possessed remarkable cultivation. Of course, for Lu Feifan, it was trivial. Nonetheless, they were still brothers. Although he knew they would all likely wish him dead. It mattered little as long as they did not act openly. Among the princes, he recognized only a few elder ones. For the rest, he could only deduce their identities from their attire and positions. He had not returned in 13 years. Due to his low profile, none of his brothers had thought to visit him. To them, he was a familiar stranger. 14th brother, I never expected you to return alive. One brother sighed. It seems my survival does not please you, Lu Feifan retorted. This was indeed true. There could only be one heir apparent, a matter of life and death. Only with Lu Feifan's demise could they hope for a chance. Regardless, 14th brother, this is the culmination of my efforts over the years. And my future plans are contained within. Take it. I hope it proves useful. The 8th prince presented a brocade box with great reverence to Lu Feifan. Many of my associates only heed my command. Should I no longer be here, pay attention to them. If they disobey, eliminate them promptly to avoid any mishaps. The 8th prince added. Prior rumors suggested that Lu Feifan had attained the realm of earthly immortality, which he had initially thought was fabrications by the second brother. Yet now, it appeared to be true. Perhaps he truly held the potential to restore the Great Xia. Alas, I fear I may not witness that day. The 8th prince's voice carried a profound sense of melancholy. At this moment, the other princes seemed to share in this sentiment, their expressions turning wistful. The youngest even began to weep softly. Though only 7 or 8 years old, he understood much. Chapter 55. The secret of the Lu family's demise. There was little point in reminiscing with a group of brothers. Although the welcoming ceremony in the city was grand, to Lu Feifan, it was merely superficial. He had always been indifferent to such trifles. After meeting with his brothers, he proceeded directly to the imperial palace. The emperor's condition was dire. He could only remain in the palace, and his frailty was evident. Son Lu Feifan, paying respects to father. In the hall of heaven, the guards were dismissed. The recently returned Lu Feifan was summoned for a private audience with the emperor. How strikingly similar you are. The old emperor scrutinized Lu Feifan closely. Devoid of any longing, only reminiscent. Seated upon the dragon throne, he appeared to be barely holding himself upright, as if he might collapse at any moment. Looking at the aged man nearing his twilight years, Lu Feifan found it difficult to reconcile him with the formidable emperor he had known over a decade prior. Merely a decade and a half had passed. For cultivators, that was not a lengthy span, let alone for ordinary individuals. Yet now, the emperor seemed as though he had lived a lifetime. He recalled the year he left the palace. The emperor had been in his prime, brimming with vitality. But now, he had aged, truly aged, and appeared to be on the brink of death. A monarch who had reached the initial stage of earthly immortality should have enjoyed a lifespan of 1,000 years, yet he now stood at the threshold of a century. Such a fate was unimaginable for ordinary powers. One must understand that their father had not left the palace since ascending the throne, indulging himself daily without experiencing life and death battles. It was indeed absurd for him to have come to such a state. A complex expression flickered in Lu Feifan's eyes. Why has father become this way? Is there a hidden enemy targeting our royal family? Lu Feifan directly inquired. Having attained sufficient strength, he wished to uncover these secrets. Previously, he had to remain discreet due to his lack of power, but now he no longer needed to. We indeed have enemies, formidable enemies. However, my current condition is unrelated to them. It is a matter intrinsic to our royal family. The old emperor replied. This position will soon be yours. You have the right to know everything. With a resounding clatter, the ground beneath the emperor's dragon throne suddenly parted, revealing an underground passage, and his throne floated above. Follow me, commanded the old emperor, as his throne glided into the passage. Lu Feifan followed closely. They entered an underground chamber adorned with numerous portraits, each receiving incense offerings. A swift glance revealed to Lu Feifan that these were the portraits of the emperors throughout history. Soon, I too shall be among them. The old emperor sighed heavily. Approaching the central portrait, which honored the founding emperor, he bowed deeply and retrieved a seal from above. This is the seal of heaven, the true essence of our Lu family. Within the capital, the invincibility of our Lu family stems from this seal, and our family's cultivation method, the heavenly emperor's scripture, also originates from it. The old emperor spoke, his gaze fixed on the seal, his expression complex. The brevity of our royal lineage is also due to this. Lu Feifan's expression shifted. He had previously believed the royal family was under the threat of some terrifying force, yet he never anticipated this to be the root cause. We, the imperial family, Although each generation may not have cultivated the celestial emperor's yellow scripture to the 13th layer or broken through to the initial realm of terrestrial immortals, every emperor upon ascending the throne has invariably reached that realm. The rumors of power inheritance stem from this very fact. The emperors of the Liu family, upon their coronation, become terrestrial immortals. Even in recent generations, despite the frequent changes of reign, this remains unchanged. Therefore, it is well known that the Liu family's power can be passed down. Though the specifics of how this transmission occurs remain unclear, known only to the emperor. Even other members of the Liu clan are unaware of this. The celestial seal and the celestial emperor's scripture represent not only the fortune of our family, but also the source of our calamities. The general short lifespan of the Liu family is a consequence of the drawbacks left by the power derived from the celestial emperor's scripture. This explains why, despite its unparalleled dominance, our clan primarily practices this scripture. As time progresses, the latent dangers grow stronger and manifest more rapidly, with the inherited power within our bloodline intensifying. Each emperor from our main lineage tends to have many offspring. Even when aware that sons may die prematurely, they continue to procreate. This is because having more children can dilute the latent dangers within the bloodline, implying that the younger generations possess weaker latent threats, albeit marginally. This serves as a desperate means of preservation. At this point, the old emperor sighed, lamenting that without this necessity, the royal family would not endure such prolific reproduction. The complete eruption of latent dangers results in untimely deaths. Initially, before attaining innate status, there is a risk of sudden demise. Later, the same holds true for grandmasters and great-grandmasters. At present, failing to cultivate the celestial emperor's scripture to the realm of terrestrial immortals by a certain age results in death. This explains why princes who do not inherit the throne succumb in succession. The imperial physician diagnoses our royal offspring as having sudden malignancies, which, to some extent, is indeed accurate. The closer one's bloodline is to ours, the shorter their lifespan, and this is why, now that you are 18, during your cultivation, you must have felt inexplicably irritable at times. This is the manifestation of the latent dangers of the celestial emperor's scripture, the old emperor continued. Liu Feifan blinked, stating that he did not feel that way at all. He remained remarkably calm and had never been irritable. After some thought, he attributed this to having cultivated the celestial emperor's scripture to an unprecedented 17th layer, thus resolving the latent dangers. That was the only explanation. However, Father, you mentioned that it is the inherited power of the celestial emperor's scripture that leads to such consequences. Then, why not refrain from using that inherited power and reserve it for critical moments? Liu Feifan identified an inconsistency in his father's statement, suggesting that if the inherited power of the celestial emperor's scripture was the cause of their family's predicament, then normal cultivation should suffice. After all, the royal family had never lacked talented individuals in the past. Even now, the royal lineage remains formidable. Otherwise, various factions would not be so compliant in their dealings. It is well known that those factions covet the deep-rooted heritage of the Great Xia royal family. Should the suppressing power diminish, they would undoubtedly rise. As it stands, the Great Xia remains under the control of the Liu family, still a royal dynasty, and thus its power remains formidable. The royal family is not limited to the main lineage. After 8,000 years, the strength of the imperial clan is also immensely powerful. If matters were that simple, the old emperor sighed deeply. Indeed, Liu Feifan realized immediately after his question that the royal family's legacy had endured for 8 millennia, undoubtedly filled with astute minds. If he could conceive of this issue, the emperors of past generations certainly could as well. Their refusal to act upon it must have been for compelling reasons. This is likely the true crisis facing the Liu family. Chapter 56. The old emperor's decision. The founding ancestor overthrew the Great Jin and established the Great Xia, relying on the celestial seal. In the past, the Great Jin was dominated by Zhang and Ma. However, both the Sima and Zhang families were merely the surface. Behind the Sima family lay the demonic clan, while the Zhang family was backed by the Holy Clan. The old emperor began to unveil the true secrets of this world to Liu Feifan. The land of Great Xia was once the core of the world, where myriad races vied for supremacy. Later, the core was shattered and scattered across the lands. Originally, this was the realm of humanity, but the arrival of the holy and demonic clans turned humans into resources for their cultivation, while the Sima and Zhang families collaborated with them in wrongdoing. The founding ancestor, blessed with profound fortune, obtained the celestial seal and gained its inheritance. At that time, the holy and demonic clans were embroiled in a fierce battle due to some unknown conflict, which the founding ancestor seized as an opportunity to annihilate them. The reason for choosing this location as the capital was that it was a site painstakingly cultivated by the holy and demonic clans, possessing passages to both the abyss of demons and the holy realm, necessitating the celestial seal for suppression. To activate the celestial seal, one must have cultivated the celestial emperor's scripture and reached at least the initial realm of terrestrial immortals, the old emperor explained to Lu Feifan. I encountered beings that were normally invisible yet exuded overwhelming demonic energy. Were they part of the demonic clan? Lu Feifan recalled the two individuals he had dispatched with a glare. It must have been them. I did not expect you could eliminate them. The old emperor's gaze towards Lu Feifan brightened, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, but it quickly dimmed again as if recalling something. If they were able to escape, does that mean the passage to the abyss of demons has loosened? Lu Feifan continued to inquire. Not at all. The old emperor shook his head. Both the holy and demonic clans have remnants that once existed within the Great Xia. They suffered significant injuries during the holy and demonic conflict and were subsequently suppressed by the martial ancestor, thus remaining in a dormant state. When the Great Xia was founded, many of them escaped, and after the founding ancestor passed away, they continued to cause disturbances. Eventually, the martial emperor ascended the throne, rapidly advancing his cultivation to the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals. The founding ancestor reached the pinnacle through the inheritance of the celestial seal. But the martial emperor achieved it through his own cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals, a feat unmatched in the 8,000 years of the Great Xia. In truth, he was the only one who cultivated the celestial emperor's scripture and broke through to the realm of terrestrial immortals without relying on the celestial seal. The other emperors throughout history had all relied on its assistance to achieve breakthroughs. To advance through the celestial emperor's scripture to the realm of terrestrial immortals solely through one's own efforts is exceedingly difficult. It was also due to the martial emperor that our bloodline's injuries have been mitigated. Otherwise, by estimates, the Lu family would only be able to endure for 5,000 years. While the inherited power is formidable, it indeed inflicts great harm. At this point, the old emperor's eyes reflected admiration and yearning, seemingly desiring to emulate the martial emperor's grandeur. In reality, when he first ascended to the throne, he was not muddled. He still aspired to accomplish something. However, ultimately, perhaps recognizing the futility, he simply resigned himself to inaction. The martial emperor, in his rampage, primarily aimed to resolve the threats posed by the holy and demonic clans, and his slaughter of surrounding forces served a similar purpose. The old emperor stated. So, the rumors that the martial emperor slaughtered the martial world and surrounding powerful factions are somewhat exaggerated. Lu Feifan couldn't help but inquire. That is not the case. The martial emperor, while pursuing the holy and demonic clans, also took care of those formidable individuals along the way, primarily because they were somewhat entangled with the holy and demonic clans. The old emperor's expression turned peculiar. Lu Feifan felt that the martial emperor simply craved bloodshed. However, regrettably, even so, remnants of those two clans still managed to escape. As the fortunes of the Great Xia decline, it has been many years, and their injuries should have mostly healed by now. They may rise again. Most importantly, the power of the celestial seal has been greatly depleted over these years and is nearing its limit. Without the celestial seal, even if the martial emperor were alive, he could not block the passage between the holy and demon clans. The old emperor gazed at Lu Feifan, his eyes filled with regret. His son indeed possessed the potential of a martial emperor, but he was born in the wrong era, lacking the conditions that existed during the age of the martial emperor. Back then, the power of the celestial seal was at its peak. The martial emperor could even leave the palace without needing constant assistance to suppress the passage. However, since his ascension, he has not been able to leave the imperial capital even once. It is not that he does not wish to, but rather that he truly cannot. If he were to venture out, the passage to the holy and demon clans would likely open. At that point, Great Xia would certainly face ruin. Furthermore, the holy and demon clans harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Lu family and would undoubtedly hunt them down from their very bloodline. Thus, the royal family has reached a perilous juncture, one that even the martial emperor cannot salvage. It is indeed true that the 8,000-year saga of Great Xia has come to an end. There is no hope or future for Great Xia. The royal family's fortunes have been exhausted, and any struggle is futile. Once you ascend to the throne, you need not continue suppressing the passage to the holy and demon clans. Instead, take the celestial seal and leave. The greatest purpose of the celestial seal is not merely to suppress the passage. Using it in such a manner is a gross underutilization. If it were not for the issues surrounding the passage, our Lu family could reach even greater heights with the celestial seal. You have cultivated the Celestial Emperor's art to the 15th layer on your own, although there are still bloodline injuries. You will likely be fine for at least a century or two. With the Celestial Seal in hand and your exceptional talent, you may yet ascend to even higher realms. Lu Feifan cast a surprised glance at his father. He did not expect his father to suggest fleeing instead of blocking the passage to the holy and demon clans. This foolish king truly is something else. He may have considered the empire, but certainly not too deeply. Lu Feifan felt that if he had been able to cultivate to the realm of earthly immortality, he would have fled long ago. His persistence now is merely a result of relying on inherited power. Whether he stays or goes makes little difference. Indeed, the title of foolish king is well deserved. This father of his is truly giving up. However, it is also a matter of helplessness. Great Xia has reached a point where hope is nowhere to be seen. If he could run, it would undoubtedly be best to escape while he still can. Remaining would not sustain him for long, given the circumstances. Had it not been for his exceptional talent and breakthroughs, he would surely be the last emperor of a fallen Great Xia. But that is merely hypothetical. The reality is that he has not only broken through to the 15th layer of the Celestial Emperor's art, but has transcended to the 17th layer, becoming a celestial being amidst the mortal realm. With him present, the emergence of the holy and demon clans is not merely a question of inability to escape. It is also a matter of Lu Feifan's intention to confront these two clans head-on. With him in the Great Xia, the holy and demon clans pose no threat. Naturally, this is Lu Feifan's perspective. The old emperor does not share this view. Even if his son truly reaches the 13th or even the 15th layer of the Celestial Emperor's art, in his eyes, it bears little significance. This is not 8,000 years ago when the Celestial Seal was at its most powerful. Now, without the Celestial Seal, even achieving the 15th layer of the Celestial Emperor's art cannot prevent the descent of the holy and demon clans. In truth, there is another significant reason for choosing you as heir, which relates to your mother. The old emperor's eyes sparkled with reminiscence. Your mother's origins are somewhat mysterious. And most importantly, her talents are exceptional. She should be a lady from a great external power, somewhat naive. The old emperor began. Are you and my mother in love? A lady from a great power falling in love with the last emperor of a fallen dynasty. It seems that my foolish king father does possess some charm. No. The old emperor's expression turned peculiar. Your mother initially looked down upon me. He admitted candidly. This revelation carries considerable weight. How else could one describe her as naive? With her illustrious background and exceptional talents, such matters should not be carelessly disclosed, yet she brazenly flaunted them. Perhaps she thought that Great Xia posed no threat to her. The old emperor shook his head. All right, Lu Feifan began to understand. His mother's talents had attracted attention. It was during your grandfather's reign that he saw hope for the revival of Great Xia through your mother. And with the Celestial Seal, within the imperial capital, the emperor of Great Xia is invincible. The power he wields is beyond the imagination of the ignorant. Consequently, after he intervened, this marriage was arranged. But then your grandfather passed away. At this point, the old emperor sighed. Initially, he thought his father was somewhat excessive, a bit disdainful. In the preceding 2 years, he believed that he could resolve the issues of Great Xia entirely on his own without relying on these things. However, reality proved him to be overconfident. Ultimately, he realized that his father possessed a keen insight and foresight. Lu Feifan was left speechless. His background was indeed explosive. I arranged a marriage for you. With Han Zi from the Han family. Her talent is quite remarkable. However, that girl is disobedient. When I entered seclusion, she ran to the borders. Originally, I intended to have the secret guard bring her back. However, given your unique circumstances, let this matter be for now, the old emperor continued. So, it was not the Han family's power, but rather the issue of talent that dictated the marriage arrangement. At this moment, Lu Feifan could not help but suspect that every empress from their Lu family must possess something special. If so, then whoever ascends to the throne must have been predetermined from the start. After all, the Lu family is unique. They are born as princes. If not, then they are likely not of pure blood. It seems that the poor reputation of the Great Xia royal family cannot be entirely blamed on the martial emperor. It is just that the actions of the martial emperor were particularly conspicuous. However, once your strength increases, you must return here. Whether you choose to establish a new Great Xia will depend on your own inclinations, for there are great secrets here. The founding ancestor obtained the legacy of the Celestial Seal here, and the holy and demon clans, with their strength, should not have been so obsessed with Great Xia. But they have been scheming here repeatedly, which is likely the reason. As for the nature of the secrets, I do not know. You must seek them out yourself. In this underground chamber, the old emperor imparted all he knew to Lu Feifan. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more fatigued he appeared. It seemed he might collapse at any moment. Lu Feifan gazed at the portraits of the emperors of past generations. For 8,000 years, every emperor of the Lu family must have received such a legacy here. However, father, I believe you could still continue to occupy this position. My 14th brother has already begun receiving the inheritance of the throne. Did you not say he could not return? Such grandiose claims bear no fruit. In the depths of the mansion, within the lotus pavilion, the second prince scoffed. Although he possessed nothing, he felt certain that the ghostly entity still lingered. Your brother is problematic. Moreover, I suspect your father may be secretly protecting him. The ghostly figure materialized, its voice lacking the previous arrogance. If he were untroubled, he would undoubtedly have returned by now. As for my father remaining in the palace, he appears to be on the verge of passing. How could he possibly provide protection in secret? To suspect my father of safeguarding him is less credible than believing my good brother is now the current martial emperor. The second prince is now also belatedly aware. The ghostly figure fell silent. According to the information he received, the Wuji sect had sent disciples along this time, bringing with them a substantial amount of resources, seemingly in payment of their overdue taxes to the court. From this detail, he perceived a significant problem. However, this was merely a routine report from his subordinates. Despite his own apathy, the strength of his followers continued to function. In truth, the second prince had already lost interest, as everything had settled. Moreover, from the ghostly entity, he had also learned the cause behind the sudden demise of the royal offspring. Although the ghostly figure claimed they had a solution, the second prince was not entirely convinced. If the situation of their clan was so easily resolved, it would not have persisted for 8 millennia, allowing the ancestors to witness their decline helplessly. Now, it was irretrievable. Previously, he had believed it was due to his lingering spirit, his desire to fight back. However, that spirit vanished after he had vented his frustrations at his father in the Cangtian hall. I need a favor. The ghostly figure spoke. You haven't accomplished anything yet, and you want me to help? Go play elsewhere. The second prince coldly scoffed. At that moment, he felt a strange satisfaction in his own resignation, a sense of liberation. Life had been too burdensome before. If you refuse, I will reveal our collaboration. The ghostly figure threatened. Tell whoever you want. I couldn't care less. I've already clarified everything with my father. The second prince was genuinely unafraid of threats, especially since he had already disclosed the ghostly figure's matters to his oblivious father. Are all members of your Lu family mentally challenged? The ghostly figure was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such transparency. Moreover, after the explanation, everything remained unchanged. How peculiar. This is just how we Lu family members are. We only care about the outcome. Does the process matter? Who we collaborate with is irrelevant. The second prince felt no shame whatsoever. Even if it meant fratricide, the Lu family would act with integrity. If not for his insufficient strength, he would have dethroned his father long ago. Do you wish to perish? The ghostly figure found himself at a loss. Why must it always be me? The second prince suddenly asked. What? The ghostly figure was caught off guard, momentarily unable to grasp the depth of the second prince's words. I mean, why must it always be me? You've mentioned it numerous times. If necessary, you can choose another. I have many brothers. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed he had always been the chosen one. I am in this state, and you still haven't sought another? Although a few of my brothers have perished, I still have plenty left for you to choose from. The second prince spoke with a hint of melancholy. Previously, he had not noticed this predicament. However, in his state of resignation, awaiting death, the ghostly figure had yet to eliminate him. Even after he disclosed everything to his father, the ghostly entity did not turn hostile. Undoubtedly, something was amiss. The ghostly figure was convinced that seeking him was not merely about loyalty to such trivial matters. Upon hearing the second prince's words, the ghostly figure let out a low, chilling laugh, revealing a sinister demeanor. All right, finally, your brain is functioning normally. You know about the former Jin dynasty, right? The Zhang family ruled the world, and your mother has the bloodline of the Sima family. Upon hearing this, even the second prince was momentarily taken aback. Do you think you're impressive? After all you've done these years, do you believe you can save the Great Xia? Do you think you're remarkable? The second prince nodded involuntarily, as he indeed harbored such thoughts. This was why he reacted so strongly to his father's decision to pass the throne to his 14th brother. Although the realm remained chaotic, with the White Lotus sect even raising a rebellion, comparisons must be made. The Great Xia was nearing its end, and it was no joke. Especially during the preceding decade, his father had nearly ruined the Great Xia. Yet, during his decade of overseeing the court, he had genuinely managed to save the Great Xia from collapse, resolving numerous issues. He believed that had his father relinquished power entirely, he could have achieved even more, possibly even quelling the White Lotus insurrection. However, the ghostly figure insinuated otherwise. Do you think you are someone significant, strategizing and commanding from afar? You must be dreaming. It's utterly laughable. Without strength, why should they heed your commands? Without power, who would listen to your absurd and foolish ideas? The ghostly figure spoke mercilessly. You fool. Let me enlighten you. Your current achievements stem from our clan's covert assistance, all to enable your ascension. Unfortunately, despite your commendable performance, that old fool still looks down on you, treating you like a mere rag, used and discarded. Such a waste of our efforts. It's truly your fault for being so incompetent. The ghostly figure continued. His words struck the second prince like a thunderbolt. He had always considered himself impressive, but never had he fathomed that his adeptness in handling court affairs was due to dark forces aiding him. Now realizing this, he felt as though he could collapse on the spot. No, that's impossible. He sensed the strangeness of the past years, yet he was unwilling to accept it. If this were true, it would imply that his foolish father had made the right choice. He could not come to terms with this reality. Your lack of conviction reveals you already know the answer. The ghostly figure's voice sharpened. The bloodline of the Sima family is inherently the slave of our shadow demon clan. Now that you are aware of your identity, why not kneel? Kneel. Who do you think you are? What does having the bloodline of the Sima family matter? I also possess the bloodline of the Lu royal family. You wretched creature, do you think you can make me kneel? The second prince, previously disheartened, ignited with rage at the notion of kneeling. The Lu royal family bowed only to their emperor, never to anyone else. He struck out, aiming to suppress the ghostly figure. Though he knew the ghostly entity was formidable and he was likely no match, it mattered little. As someone who would soon perish, the question of seeking death was insignificant. The ghostly figure had not anticipated that his attempt to invoke the Sima bloodline within the second prince to instill fear would instead provoke his fury. The strength of the Lu bloodline was abnormally potent. The ghostly figure recognized the issue. His attempt to invoke the Sima bloodline had instead awakened the power of the Lu bloodline, causing the second prince to become enraged. This was the essence of the Lu family. None would submit, and they would explode at the slightest provocation. To the ghostly figure, the second prince was akin to an ant, easily manipulated, with numerous means to compel his absolute submission. However, this was only feasible outside the imperial capital. Within the city, even he dared not act. The foundations of the Lu royal family were too terrifying. Any action on his part, especially against the royal bloodline, would alert the latent powers of the Lu family. At this point, they still did not comprehend the extent of the Lu family's hidden strength. All they knew was that their foundational power was diminishing. This was also the reason he could enter the capital. Thousands of years ago, they would not have dared to show their faces. But that was the extent of it. They could enter. But to act within the imperial capital was tantamount to courting death. Thus, when the second prince made his move, the ghostly figure was furious, yet ultimately had no choice but to retreat. Something was amiss. In a dim courtyard of the imperial capital, deep within a well, a shadowy figure that had just departed from the second prince addressed a group of companions. What is amiss? His companions were perplexed by his sudden return and his words. The bloodline of the Sima family we infiltrated is fundamentally flawed. The strength of the Lu family's bloodline has suppressed it, rendering that wretched creature uncontrollable. Our plans over the years have gone awry. He spoke with evident frustration. It must be noted that the Lu royal family possesses methods for probing bloodlines. They invested considerable resources to channel the power of the Sima bloodline. Thus it was not merely a matter of strategy, but also an enormous sacrifice. Yet, it now seemed they had labored in vain. The potency of the Lu bloodline was overwhelming. Even the bloodline of the Sima family, which had been transformed by their shadowy kin for many years, could be easily subdued. It was simply unreasonable. How could this be? 8,000 years ago, the Lu family was merely a group of lowly beings without any distinctive attributes. It was merely due to Lu Zhongba's fortuitous encounter that the Lu family achieved its current status, and this was only within the span of 8 millennia. How could their bloodline strength be so formidable? One of the shadowy figures expressed confusion. They were all too aware of the Lu family as circumstances. Had it not been for the discord between their holy and demonic clans, the humble Lu family would never have had the opportunity to ascend. Initially, they thought that allowing the Lu family to rise temporarily was merely a fleeting phenomenon. Yet, unexpectedly, a monstrous figure like Lu Qianquan emerged. They had witnessed the terror of Lu Qianquan during the cataclysm of Tianwu. Had it not been for their clan's unique gifts, they would have been obliterated by Lu Qianquan. The lowly Lu family had managed to perpetuate their dynasty for 8,000 years, although the emperors of the Lu family could not perceive their presence. They could nonetheless sense their general location and launch indiscriminate attacks. This was indeed peculiar. It must be noted that their clan possessed special talents. They could choose who to reveal themselves to, and unless there was a vast disparity in strength, entering a shadowy state would render them undetectable. Yet, Lu Qingquan, or rather the emperors of the Lu family through the ages, could sense their existence. The distinction was that, aside from Lu Zhongba and Lu Qingquan, the remaining emperors could only achieve this within the imperial capital. Something feels off. I suddenly sense a chill, akin to the feeling I had when Lu Qingquan targeted me. Suddenly, one of the shadowy figures spoke. Chapter 59. Father, you are not dead. Within the palace, the elderly emperor, his complexion vibrant, wore an expression of disbelief. Feeling the surge of vitality within himself, he initially thought it to be a mere illusion. The drawbacks of the Lu family's bloodline, as taught by the legacy of the Cangtian emperor's decree, were such that even with the might of a nation, no remedy could be found. Whether for healing or prolonging life, all proved futile. Yet, his own son, with just a slight exertion, had restored some of his vitality. Though it was not a complete revival, sustaining this for a few more years posed no issue. Though merely a few years may seem insignificant, it signified a monumental step forward. This indicated that the flaws of their bloodline were not insurmountable. The emperor gazed incredulously at his son, perplexed as to how he had acquired such abilities. Could it be that the fusion of the Lu bloodline with your mother's lineage yielded such benefits? Realizing this, the emperor felt a pang of regret. He should never have agreed to raise only one child and let her return. He ought to have sired several. Had he done so, the Lu family could have soared to new heights. No, son, your strength cannot be merely that of an initial stage of a terrestrial immortal. The emperor suddenly came to a realization. Lu Feifan nodded. Upon emerging from seclusion, he had heard rumors of his son's martial emperor potential, which he initially dismissed as fabrications spread by his seemingly inept second son. However, later, piecing together various pieces of information, he began to suspect there might be truth to it. Hence, he hastily dispatched experts to support him, initially anticipating a grand battle, only to find that nothing transpired. It was merely a gathering of disciples from various aristocratic families, who appeared to be mere spectators. Until now, he had found the situation somewhat odd. However, now that his son had returned, he did not dwell on it further. Suddenly, he realized something. Those aristocratic families had likely already made their move. However, the rumors circulating in the outside world were erroneous. His son was not merely a potential martial emperor, but had already become one in the flesh. Moreover, his abilities seemed to surpass even those hinted at in the legends surrounding the original martial emperor. After all, the martial emperor had been powerless against the issues surrounding their bloodline. He gasped again, followed by a wave of regret. The timing was indeed unfortunate. With such a formidable bloodline, siring 10 or 8 more children would render the holy and demonic clans trivial matters. Should he descend? And if this matter reached the ears of their ancestors, especially his father, he would surely face dire consequences. The other party's departure meant he would not have another chance. At the very least, she was undoubtedly aware of the terrors of the Daxia imperial capital and would never return. Nevertheless, if she did not return, he could send his son in her stead. With such a powerful family bloodline, he could devise a way to forge a strong alliance. The emperor's mind raced with possibilities. He had always thought the other party merely possessed unique talents, but he never imagined that his own son would be this extraordinary. Just as the emperor was about to speak again, he suddenly changed his expression. What was that rebellious son coming here for? Had this been during the succession, he would have ignored him entirely. However, the situation had changed. His life had been prolonged, and he had a few more years to live. These matters could be discussed later. If his second son wished to come, then let us see. The emperor led Lu Feifan out of the underground chamber. Upon arriving at the Cangtian hall and sealing the chamber, he commanded, "Let him enter." His authoritative voice echoed. "What brings you here at this time?" Upon seeing him, the emperor's expression soured. Previously, he had merely observed, believing the throne was about to be passed down. With his eldest son having perished prematurely and the second son appearing to have little time left. Thus, after the second prince had vehemently expressed his anger and departed, he had refrained from issuing further punishments, not even house arrest. After all, he had thought that once he was gone, the second son would not last long either. He had believed there would be no opportunity for father and son to meet again. Yet, unexpectedly, this fellow had turned back to seek him out. To the emperor, this merely indicated an unwillingness to relinquish the throne. "Father, you are not dead." Upon seeing his father, the second prince was somewhat taken aback. He had indeed come to find the emperor, but he was seeking the new emperor. Today marked the day of the throne transfer. According to their Lu family's tradition, when the new emperor ascended, the old emperor passed on not just the imperial throne, but also the heritage of the royal family. The emperor and the royal heritage were inextricably linked. The passing of the throne signified not only the ascension of the new emperor, but also the demise of the old. Impudent. The emperor's anger flared. He was well aware of his second son's nature. He usually spoke with restraint, exhibiting a stable temperament. Such outrageous words escaping his lips made the emperor suspect it was a deliberate act of rebellion. In truth, the emperor's suspicions were not unfounded. Although the second prince felt a sense of futility in everything, the mere sight of his father instilled in him a sense of grievance and anger. He was acutely aware that such sentiments should remain unvoiced, yet today, he found himself yearning to speak his mind without restraint. He had endured more than enough over the years, often treated like a mere pawn. The foolish ruler had never considered him as a potential successor, assigning him all the menial tasks while feigning belief in his future ascendance to the throne. Each time, the king appeared feeble, as if he were on the verge of passing the crown to him, fueling his determination with false hopes. The thought of his situation left the second prince feeling stifled. He felt like a free laborer, or rather, one who paid to work, to curry favor with his father. He hastened to deliver any good fortune he received directly to the palace, never daring to indulge himself. The mere contemplation of this left him on the verge of tears. Lu Feifan cast a glance at his elder brother. Compared to their years together, the second prince's appearance had changed little, allowing Lu Feifan to recognize him from memory. Even in the realm of Qin Chuan, whispers of his reputation reached the ears of many. He had always been regarded as the heir apparent, the unspoken choice for the next generation's ruler, backed by formidable influence. Observing his current demeanor, it was evident that he harbored a deep resentment over the loss of his claim to succession, feeling both aggrieved and defiant. "Speak, what brings you here?" Perhaps encouraged by a glimmer of hope, the old emperor maintained a relatively good mood and chose not to dwell on the second prince's disobedient remarks. "That cursed being has sought me out again, claiming I possess the bloodline of the Sima family. It appears they have woven quite a web within the palace. I am here to warn you, brother, to be cautious," the second prince declared bluntly. His irritation towards that malevolent entity was palpable, especially since it had failed to eliminate his younger brother and dared to threaten him. "If I am to meet my demise, let it be together. Let us explode in unison." After driving the specter away, the second prince consumed several jugs of wine, his anger intensifying as he entered the palace. Chapter 60. Divine light illuminates. The old emperor was equally astonished by the revelation of the second prince's Sima lineage. Wielding the seal of heaven, the royal blood of the Lu family was not something just any woman could merge with. However, this was not the time for such discourse. After the second prince had relayed his concerns, the old emperor dismissed him, leaving Lu Feifan alone with his thoughts. Royal secrets have always been the sole domain of the emperor, although he could still prolong his life and postpone the throne's transfer. The old emperor regarded Lu Feifan as the unequivocal heir, making little difference to the overall situation. Other sons, no matter how trusted, were not to be involved in such matters. This was the tradition of the Lu family. Now, those rogues dared to roam freely in the imperial capital. Yet this time, they would face misfortune. The old emperor's gaze fixed upon Lu Feifan. The seal of heaven could locate them. The shadow demon clan was elusive, hidden from even the martial emperor's sight, but the seal of heaven could track their general whereabouts. The old emperor scrutinized the seal before handing it to Lu Feifan. "My son, your health can gradually be restored, but you should retain the royal legacy for now." This was not a matter of Lu Feifan being dramatic. The royal legacy was intrinsically linked to the emperor's life. Accepting the legacy would imply the impending death of his father. "Rest assured, the emperor's legacy of the seal of heaven can be preserved. When my time comes, I can return the power." The old emperor chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifan accepted the seal of heaven. It could be used to detect bloodline talents or locate those malevolent beings, merely a fraction of its capabilities. The former martial emperor had harnessed a portion of its power, while subsequent emperors had allowed its potential to languish. Now, it was entrusted to you, allowing for the resurgence of its rightful power. The old emperor lamented. The Lu family's acquisition of the seal of heaven was a stroke of fortune. Although the bloodline had faced issues in later generations, the benefits outweighed the problems. After all, an 8,000-year dynasty had been passed down. Moreover, it was the fault of their own kin. If they could produce more who could cultivate the celestial emperor's art to the 15th level, the Lu family could achieve eternal glory. Regrettably, the seal of heaven had depleted much of its power, otherwise in your hands. It might even reawaken the might of the martial emperor. Upon receiving the seal of heaven, Lu Feifan, with the old emperor's guidance and using his bloodline as a conduit, swiftly grasped its basic functions. In an instant, he learned how to use the seal of heaven to locate the shadow demon clan. As he activated his powers, a hum resonated. It was daytime, yet the weather was overcast, casting a dim shadow over the ancient imperial capital. However, in a flash, two suns appeared in the sky, radiating divine light. The world became clear, not scorching but exuding supreme authority. Those were not suns, but seemingly a pair of human eyes. Powerful practitioners detected the anomaly. Those celestial bodies suspended in the sky were not suns, but rather a terrifying existence surveying the mortal realm. Some even sensed a vague figure behind the radiant eyes, appearing as a phantom, shrouded in celestial authority, akin to a sovereign surveying the world's transgressions. Simultaneously, deep within a shadowy courtyard of the imperial capital, members of the Shadow Demon clan sensed an ominous presence. It felt as if they had been targeted in an instant. No, this sensation was even more terrifying than before. Previously, they had been invisible to Lu Qianquan, who merely pinpointed their general location and attacked indiscriminately. But now, they felt distinctly observed. Someone was watching us. They had gathered to discuss matters, each having activated their talents. Unless they wished otherwise, they were untraceable to outsiders. Yet now, they felt the weight of scrutiny upon them. Today marked the day of the Lu family's imperial succession. That useless old man should be gone. Now, a new emperor ascends. The Qin king Lu Feifan ruling over the Great Xia. This is bad. Qing Ming and He Yao, whom I dispatched to assassinate the Qin king, have yet to return. That Qin king is suspicious. The legends may hold some truth. The shadow demon, who had previously quarreled with the second prince, seemed to realize something. Why didn't you say so earlier? The remaining shadow demons were momentarily stunned, suddenly aware of the impending disaster, and hastily fled. Upon emerging outside, they looked up and felt their souls nearly scatter in terror. It was horrific, a terror unseen even when facing Lu Qianquan. The moment they stepped outside, they distinctly sensed the divine light above converging upon them. They quickly realized it was a pair of eyes locking onto them. Run. Without hesitation. When confronted by Lu Qianquan, their clan had hesitated, believing their numbers could withstand the challenge. The result was a multitude of shadow demons perishing, relentlessly hunted down by Lu Qianquan. Only those with substantial power managed to survive by igniting their innate talents. After several millennia, their wounds remain far from healed. The damage to their innate abilities is profound, exacerbated by the fact that their environment is ill-suited for recovery. The once formidable Lu Qianquan had already instilled fear in them, and now, an even more terrifying presence has emerged. Upon sensing this, their resolve to test the waters dissipated entirely, leaving only a singular thought in their minds: to flee. And to flee as far as possible. The memory of the former martial emperor had instilled such terror in them that, during their years back in the Great Xia, they had only covertly nurtured their strength and schemed. However, as their understanding of the Great Xia deepened, they began to probe its situation, discovering that they could infiltrate the imperial capital without a hitch. This emboldened them, leading them to believe that the Great Xia was irrevocably doomed, beyond any doubt. Yet, just when they thought they had regained their confidence, they were struck by a devastating blow. It seemed that a being even more terrifying than Lu Qianquan had arisen within the Great Xia. It felt as though fate were mocking them, despite their disbelief. The most pressing matter was to escape. Thus, at the very first hint of fear, they unleashed their innate powers. Yet, to their astonishment, they found themselves ensnared in time and space, unable to slip into the void. This was a predicament they had never before encountered. Even during Lu Qianquan's reign, they were merely forced to utilize their abilities, with those of lesser strength unable to escape his perceptual range and falling victim to his pursuit. Those among them with power had managed to retreat far from the Great Xia, taking millennia to recuperate, having paid an exorbitant price for it. Otherwise, even their Shadow Demon clan would not have survived to this day. The sacrifices made back then were excruciatingly high, but at least they had been able to flee. Now, however, they could not even use their innate powers to escape, which was a chilling realization. Their minds froze, unable to accept the reality unfolding before them. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a figure arise in the diminutive Great Xia? Even now, they struggled to believe it was true. It had once seemed impossible. Yet the emergence of this king rendered all possibilities valid. A calm voice resonated in response. Above, the heavens gathered a radiant light, and an ethereal figure traversed the space between them in an instant. Qin Wang, one of the shadow demons, gasped at the sight. Though they had never seen Lu Feifan, they recognized his likeness from images. They had sensed the extraordinary nature of Qin Wang. Yet upon witnessing the divine radiance and the ability to freeze time itself, they instinctively thought he must be a powerful outsider. In their hearts, there could be no such formidable being within the Great Xia. Even if Qin Huang possessed the potential of a martial emperor, he was merely 18 years old. No matter how exceptional his talent, there must be limits. They had previously speculated that the peak realm of earthly immortals was the utmost threshold. They even harbored doubts about this. As a result, when Qing Ming and He Yao encountered problems, they lacked sufficient vigilance. Initially, they had assumed that it was the royal family's old guard who had brought their lineage's resources to protect the crown prince. They never considered that an 18-year-old youth could vanquish Qing Ming and He Yao. To them, that was unthinkable. Yet now, they found that the improbable had become reality. This Qin Huang was a prodigy beyond measure. At 18, he surpassed even the most formidable martial emperors. This defied logic, yet it stood before them as an undeniable truth. As the phantom descended and cast a casual glance their way, they felt as if their very souls were on the brink of shattering. The Great Xia's Lu family was exceedingly strange. There was something gravely amiss. 8,000 years prior, the Lu family had merely been regarded as a lowly breed in their eyes. Lu Zhongba's rise had already blindsided them. However, at that time, they had not taken the Lu family seriously. After temporarily reconciling with the Holy Clan, they had intended to retaliate, planning to obliterate the Lu family with overwhelming force. Little did they know that another Lu Qianquan would emerge, nearly leading to their annihilation. They had waited 8,000 years for their wounds to heal. Sensing that the Lu family's resources were dwindling, they believed the opportunity had finally arrived. But just as they began to prepare for their schemes, the Lu family produced yet another figure of such terror. It felt as if the Lu family was destined by fate. "What manner of monster are you?" one of the shadow demons exclaimed in shock. Even they were taken aback. Though they were not human, they felt that their adversary was even less than human. Despite their vast experiences, they had never heard of such an outrageous circumstance. The phantasmal figure of Lu Feifan surveyed them with indifference. "Qin Huang, your talents qualify you for collaboration with our shadow demon clan. Violence is not the answer. The world is vast, far larger than you can imagine. And the Great Xia is but a drop in the ocean. Our shadow demon clan stands among the pinnacle of races, and collaborating with us will bring you immense benefits. Ultimately, the Great Xia is too small for your extraordinary talents. They are squandered here. You must venture into broader realms. Only then can you reach greater heights. For no matter how prodigious your gifts, in the Great Xia, you will ultimately find yourself constrained. Regardless of your prowess, a millennium hence, you will become naught but dust. Only by stepping beyond this realm can you still survey the world's tides a millennium later. That is your rightful destiny." His voice grew fervent, as though a magnificent world were to emerge from his words, suggesting that by allying with them, Lu Feifan could ascend instantly. "You are all a bunch of worthless wretches, unable to emerge from the abyss of demons, yet you dare call yourselves supreme. You presume to entice me? In the realm of cultivation, only the mediocre concern themselves with their surroundings. I, too, shall break through. The heavens will not hinder me, nor shall the world confine me. The Great Xia may be small, but with me here, the reaches of the heavens and the sun shall ultimately belong to the Great Xia, and I shall be invincible," Lu Feifan declared nonchalantly. He cast a glance at the speaker among the shadow demons, igniting their very souls in an instant, causing them to emit wails of anguish as their vitality plummeted, gradually succumbing to eternal darkness. As the specter of death approached, the shadow demon who had spoken was on the verge of exploding. This Qin Huang, with such talent, was becoming arrogant. How dare he look down upon their clan and all races? He claimed the heavens would not prevent his ascension and that the world would belong to the Great Xia. Such delusions. Incredibly, if this individual continued down this path of arrogance, they were all doomed. No, he would perish immediately. Thus, suppression was imperative, a ruthless suppression. Therefore, the shadow demon, on the brink of annihilation, wailed as he spoke, "Our shadow demon clan extends across the entirety of this world. The Great Xia is merely one branch of our strength. Without our might, how could you fend off the encroachment of the abyss of demons? No matter how fortunate you may be, you cannot hope to succeed against our unparalleled power. The world is vast, and among the myriad of races, true prodigies abound. While you may be exceptional, you are nothing in the face of the true geniuses of countless races." What he previously stated, that only this faction was observing the Great Xia, was undoubtedly accurate. However, his subsequent remarks about Lu Feifan's talent being insignificant were nothing short of sheer nonsense. At this juncture, he needed to instill a sense of inferiority in his opponent, ensuring they remained humble and recognized their own worthlessness. Only then could they engage in meaningful dialogue. Chapter 62. The united armies of 5 nations. Regrettably, while he articulated his thoughts eloquently and had much more to convey, he found himself with no opportunity to do so. Lu Feifan showed no inclination to relent. His very soul was being seared away, transformed into utter void, erasing all traces of his existence from this world. The other shadow demons observed, their souls trembling, for if no unforeseen circumstances arose, the grim fate of their comrade would soon be theirs. Cangtian, I am of the core bloodline of the shadow demon clan. Do you dare to kill me? He lamented, but was met with silence. This king only relishes receiving toasts. To threaten me is most displeasing. Lu Feifan replied nonchalantly. Cangtian, you are indeed remarkable. The most extraordinary prodigy of this realm, unparalleled through the ages. We could collaborate, with you at the helm. One shadow demon, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily changed his tone. What are you to propose collaboration with me? Such insults are intolerable. As the frightened shadow demon spoke, Lu Feifan cast a piercing gaze in his direction. The Cangtian was a greater terror than they had anticipated, surpassing even Lu Qianquan. While Lu Qianquan would grant them a swift end, this one seemed intent on terrifying them before their demise. They had previously thought that the fact he had not killed them outright indicated some inquiry he wished to make. However, in this scenario, it appeared he wanted them to perish in dread and despair. Such cruelty was inhumane. Cursed Lu family, await your doom. We can sense that your resources are dwindling. Soon, our clan's powerful entities from the abyss will descend. At that time, we shall exterminate your bloodline entirely. Our clan possesses secret methods. No matter where you flee, we shall find you and eradicate you. Your clan is doomed to extinction. Cangtian, your talent is indeed formidable, but what of it? A prodigy is merely a prodigy. Time is not on your side to mature, and the environment of the Great Xia offers no conditions for your elevation. Even if your clan's members reach the pinnacle of the terrestrial celestial realm, in the eyes of those above, you are but ants. The more of my kin you slay, the more malevolent energy will cling to you. Our ancestors shall learn of your deeds and condemn your soul to eternal damnation. Amidst this ominous atmosphere, a shadow demon began to intimidate Lu Feifan, becoming increasingly animated and ferocious in his threats. Are you finished? Once you've said your piece, you may meet your end. Lu Feifan awaited patiently for the shadow demon to conclude. No, I can continue. The shadow demon, realizing his impending doom, hastily prepared to elaborate. Yet, in an instant, a burning force surged from within him, reducing him to nothingness, erasing him from existence. The remaining shadow demons sensed a chance. As long as they kept speaking, they could survive, and they were willing to talk until the end of time. Qin, the shadow demon, whose gaze had caught Lu Feifan's, was about to speak when he was met with a deadly glare. I have no interest in hearing your trivialities. Lu Feifan chuckled lightly. It became evident that this individual was merely toying with them. I wish to know where else your shadow demons are distributed. Only one among you has the opportunity to answer this question. Lu Feifan continued. There are indeed more, but among the surrounding 5 nations, the Great Xia is here, summoned by blood calamity to discuss urgent matters. A shadow demon hastily responded, seemingly anxious to avoid being overtaken. Why are you shadow demons lacking in courage? Lu Feifan shook his head. Such is the nature of demons. Surviving is our priority. Otherwise, how could we be called demons? The eager shadow demon displayed a sycophantic demeanor, showing no shame. Cangtian, I have answered your question. Will you now release me? He inquired with eager anticipation. I stated that only one among you has the opportunity to respond. That is all. The shadow demon froze, realizing there were no benefits to his answer. What good was it to be the only one to return? Damn it, you tricked me. The shadow demon turned hostile. However, he soon emitted a wail akin to that of a tormented spirit. Following this, Lu Feifan ceased his idle chatter and swiftly dealt with the remaining shadow demons. His inquiry was singular, and whether the responses were truthful held little significance. He intended to cleanse this world thoroughly. Asking was merely a formality. In the land of Zhangzhou, far from the heart of the imperial capital, it was a severe disaster zone beset by the White Lotus. At this moment, the Zhang family had arrived here alongside the Holy Clan. The gates of the cities in Zhangzhou stood tightly shut, emanating a strong stench of blood, with resentful spirits rising to the heavens. Some vultures, drawn by the scent, circled overhead but dared not enter. It seemed that something terrible lurked within. Inside one of the cities, a group of Zhang family members wailed in despair, shackled amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chains adorned with intricate inscriptions bound them, glowing ominously. From time to time, a member of the Zhang family would explode in a gruesome demise. The success rate is exceedingly low. Above the Blood Sea, several figures cloaked in black robes from the Holy Clan surveyed the situation below with evident displeasure. These fools of the Zhang family have tainted their bloodline, and they should have sacrificed their own kin for greater effect. Now, with so few Zhang family members, we must resort to this method, which is naturally less effective. Another Holy Clan expert remarked blandly. According to the reports, Cangtian has returned to the imperial capital, and the assassination attempt failed. That Cangtian seems quite formidable. If the royal family learns of our actions, we shall face grave consequences. A Holy Clan expert cautioned. We must proceed with caution. Such caution is inadvisable. The high priest desires the treasures of the Lu family in hand, and we must not let the Shadow Demon clan learn of our plans. They are already showing signs of emergence, and we must seize the Lu family before they do. As for the Lu family discovering our movements, they are likely preoccupied with their own troubles. The surrounding 5 nations have formed a coalition, and their armies will soon press down upon us. The emergence of a martial emperor from the Lu family is something they fear greatly. The legacy of Lu Qianquan is unforgettable, and they must not be allowed to thrive. They have been in disarray for millennia, all thanks to Lu Qianquan. A weakened Great Xia presents us with an opportunity for alliance. Chapter 63. General of Heavenly Strategy. The edict proclaimed, I, the Emperor, am ordained by heaven, ruling over all, illuminating the universe, and deserving of the people's acclaim, a blessing upon the realm. King Qin Feifan, my Qilan's son, a paragon of the royal lineage, has vanquished the White Lotus and quelled treasonous efforts, possessing unmatched potential to strategize for the stability of the state and the power to pacify the realm. Thus, I hereby promote you to General of Heavenly Strategy, ranking above all ministers, with the authority to command the military, oversee the Imperial 3 guards, and decide matters of the realm, executing those who defy the crown. May you secure the Imperial foundation for eternity. So decreed. The following day, after waiting an entire day without news of the Emperor's demise or the ascension of the new monarch, the ministers entered the palace, only to be struck by the Emperor's opening edict. This process is amiss. The succession of the Great Xia Emperor has never been this convoluted. According to the ancient customs that have persisted for 8 millennia, it is customary for the aging emperor to summon his heirs to the palace, thereby passing on the imperial lineage. When the old emperor passes away, the new emperor ascends the throne. As long as the imperial heritage is transmitted, the emperor remains invincible in the capital, and none dare to question his legitimacy. Even if there is no foundation prior, it is of little concern, as the royal family will exert every effort to assist the new emperor. This is the true process of succession that has been upheld by the Great Xia for 10,000 years. However, currently, it appears that the old emperor is on the brink of death. They were already taken aback yesterday when he did not pass on the throne. Bestowing so many titles upon the Prince of Qin today is utterly perplexing. The power wielded by the Prince of Qin, in a certain sense, already positions him as the second emperor, especially with the 3 guards under his command, which historically only emperors could possess: the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, the Secret Guard, and the Black Clad Guard. Is it possible that the foolish monarch still clings to life, hoping to endure for another day? Such reasoning is plausible. Some officials began to speculate anxiously, sensing the impending doom of the Great Xia. After all, in previous dynasties, succession was carried out well in advance, never waiting until the final moment. Clearly, it is not that the emperor is reluctant. Rather, it is a necessity, as the transfer of power may encounter issues. The current situation is exceptional, particularly during this tumultuous time for the Great Xia. Should the imperial lineage face further complications, it could lead to immediate catastrophe. The court officials, however, remained indifferent. They were representatives of various powerful families. The downfall of the Great Xia did not equate to their own demise. As long as they possessed strength, they might even advance further. Nonetheless, the representatives of the royal family, who typically refrained from political affairs, grew anxious. Before they could voice their concerns, a series of urgent bell tolls echoed through the hall, each more frantic than the last. Reports came in, a swift eagle-borne news from the border, alerting that the Northern Wolf tribe had amassed 500,000 elite troops advancing toward the Yumen Pass. Another report from the South Sea indicated that the Baiu's naval fleet was approaching. A third report stated that the Guaning defense line was in peril, with 300,000 elite troops from the Jin kingdom breaching the gates. A fourth report warned that the Black Mountain Pass was in jeopardy, with 400,000 troops from the Heavy Mountain clan storming the defenses. Lastly, a report from the Snowy Domain City indicated that the Snow tribe had sent 200,000 troops to attack. These consecutive urgent reports from the border erupted in the court, indicating that 5 nations were simultaneously invading. Clearly, this was no mere coincidence. It was a coordinated effort. Moreover, it was not over yet. A commander from the black-clad guard entered, presenting a confidential letter. Outrageous. Treasonous ministers deserve execution. The emperor's head trembled with fury upon reading it. At the old emperor's behest, the confidential letter was handed to Lu Feifan. Upon receiving it, he quickly grasped the source of his father's anger. The 5 nations were invading, and aside from the Guaning defense line, where General Han Cangtian was stationed, and the Yumen Pass, guarded by powerful members of the royal family, the other 3 locations had already fallen. The ferocity of the attackers was matched only by the cowardice of the defending generals, who fled without a fight. Furthermore, it was not just that. The armies of 3 nations were advancing as if traversing uninhabited territory, with local families and sects offering no resistance and fleeing rapidly. Some even took advantage of the chaos to create further unrest. The White Lotus sect stirred the winds of turmoil during this time. After reading the confidential letter, Lu Feifan's expression remained calm, yet his eyes reflected an odd understanding. The reason these families and sects fled was not solely to preserve their strength. It likely also stemmed from their inability to contact their own powerful allies. In such a grand national conflict, the absence of land-bound deities was no laughing matter. After all, without formidable experts to lead, any elite army would crumble under swift decapitation. As for the adept warriors of these factions, they were all asleep in Inding City. Thus, this moment truly marked one of the most vulnerable periods for the Great Xia. After thousands of years of accumulated elite practitioners, while they had not all been eradicated, their numbers were dwindling. The invading enemy forces were not to be compared with the rabble of the White Lotus sect. They represented the true elite of the nation, a distinction of great significance. The Black Ice heavy cavalry could trample the White Lotus sect's rabble without intervention from strong warriors. But against such elite national forces, even they would face severe losses at any encounter. Hence, the families and sects fled so swiftly in the absence of powerful guardians. It is vital to understand that if a land-bound deity were present to instill fear, even with an army besieging them, there might still be room for negotiation, and the troops could potentially spare them. Once their vulnerability was exposed, it would become a feast for the invading forces. Therefore, fleeing was their only option. This predicament plunged the Great Xia into unprecedented chaos. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire Great Xia was on the verge of collapse. "My son, what shall we do?" The old emperor gazed at his beloved son. Given the current situation, not only was he weakened, but he had also passed down the celestial seal. Even if he were in the prime of his life, he would still find himself powerless against this crisis. At best, he could only rely on the celestial seal to defend the capital. "Do not worry, father. With your son here, this rabble poses no threat," Lu Feifan replied nonchalantly. The ministers in the hall exchanged bewildered glances at Lu Feifan. Could it be that the Prince of Qin had lost his senses? Hadn't he merely annihilated a few thousand of the White Lotus sect's rabble with the Black Ice heavy cavalry? How could such confidence swell to this extent? Eradicating the White Lotus was entirely different from engaging in a true national war. The White Lotus sect's rabble could easily be dealt with. They would also succeed against them. Dismissing a fraction of the White Lotus sect's forces was hardly a significant accomplishment. It did not equate to the complete defeat of the entire sect. Now, they were faced with the elite troops of 5 nations, each with 10,000 soldiers, far surpassing the mere hundreds of thousands of the White Lotus rabble. The Prince of Qin had audaciously labeled them as rabble. Such youthful arrogance was truly astonishing. Yet, they chose to remain silent. The Great Xia was on the brink of collapse, and they needed to plan their escape. If the Great Xia's ship were to sink, they would naturally seek a new vessel. They were quite adaptable. "With you at my side, my son, I am reassured." The old emperor nodded. This time was different from the past. Even just a few days ago, he would have believed the Great Xia was doomed. Yet today, his anger was directed at the incompetence of the defending generals and the powerful families. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. The scene from yesterday still lingered in his mind. His son had wielded the celestial seal, seemingly embodying the heavens themselves. Such a feat had never been achieved, even by the martial emperor. With a son like that, what had he to fear? Clearly, there was nothing to fear. Chapter 64. Too poor. How can I serve the Great Xia's elder? What are these 2 father and son doing? Still at ease while the Great Xia is on the brink of destruction? They lack any sense of urgency. They must disperse the court quickly, return home, and prepare to flee. The capital is the domain of the royal family, while their own forces are positioned in the provinces. The coalition of 5 nations is targeting the royal family, and they do not wish to accompany them to their doom. Upon hearing the news of the Five Nations invasion, these powerful officials lost all inclination to attend court. Had it been during the peak of the Great Xia, they would have surely gathered to discuss how to contribute their efforts. After all, the external enemies posed a threat to their interests as well. But the situation was different now. The Great Xia was at its most vulnerable. The arrival of the coalition of 5 nations would be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The Great Xia was finished, beyond salvation. Father, to repel external threats, we must first secure our own borders. The rapid advance of the foreign coalition was due to the incompetence of the local defenders and the indulgence of the powerful families. The esteemed officials in the court were all products of these very families, and I must interrogate them thoroughly. Although it is true that a significant portion of the flight of these powerful families stemmed from the loss of their elite forces, Feifan was well aware of how those forces had been lost. However, he was not one to dwell on his own faults. As the gaze of Cangtian swept across the assembly, the courtiers present at the morning court felt an inexplicable chill, despite the sweltering heat within the palace. This piercing look from the king could not possibly mean he sought trouble with them, could it? A foreboding sense enveloped them. Reports had indeed confirmed the king's erratic and ruthless nature, yet in such tumultuous times, did he dare to turn against them? Shouldn't he instead be seeking to soothe their concerns? I am weary. I shall leave matters here to you, my son. The old emperor nodded and departed. Feifan ascended the throne, standing before the imperial seat. With a mere wave of his hand, the palace gates were shut by the black-clad guards. The guards understood their duty well, and Feifan nodded in satisfaction. The courtiers, witnessing this ominous display, felt an increasing sense of dread. Some were already sweating profusely, casting furtive glances at the sealed doors, contemplating an escape. Your Highness, with foreign armies invading, it is imperative we discuss how to deploy our forces. A minister, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily spoke up. Indeed, others echoed, recognizing the tension in the air. It dawned upon them that the Liu family was known for their unpredictable nature, making them feel acutely vulnerable. The thought that they might be dragged down with the royal family before its downfall was a chilling possibility. Thus, it was crucial to placate the potentially deranged Cangtian. The court has placed its trust in you, granting your families considerable autonomy. Yet now, with foreign forces at our gates, you have failed to fulfill your duty of defense. Such eloquent words belied the true nature of their power, which was wrested from the court rather than bestowed as a royal favor. Had Emperor Wu been in power, none would have dared to speak so boldly. They would have faced annihilation for their insolence. The courtiers had much to say about this opening statement, yet clearly, they lacked the courage to voice their thoughts. Your Highness, we shall swiftly investigate the matter. Those who have neglected their duties shall be brought to justice. One minister declared without hesitation. At this moment, their sole desire was to exit the room. They would make any promises necessary. It is of no consequence, Feifan replied, leaving the ministers momentarily dumbfounded. What was the point of saying such things? You all must have hidden resources. If you knew of them today, speak up. If not, providing clues will suffice. Consider it a means of atoning for your negligence. Feifan stated plainly. With another gesture, black-clad guards began distributing papers, prompting the courtiers to write down any hidden resources. Those who had achieved high office were well versed in their family's affairs, after all. It was inconceivable for anyone to hold a significant position in the Great Xia without merit. Upon hearing Feifan's words, the courtiers were left speechless. At such a critical moment, they had not anticipated that Cangtian was focused on their resources rather than imploring or threatening them to confront the foreign invaders. Was this a jest? Even if they wished to speak, considering the current state of the Great Xia, would their hidden resources even be of use? After all, these treasures were concealed within their respective territories. What unwilling? Feifan scanned the courtiers with indifference. Of course, they were reluctant. They sought to feign compliance, not to reveal their deepest secrets. As for fabricating excuses, they knew the royal family would easily discern their deception, so they refrained from such thoughts. Elders, you must set an example. Feifan called upon the 3 elders standing at the forefront. These 3, hailing from the Great Xia as top families, represented the pinnacle of their respective sections. Your Highness, in light of this national crisis, our Zhao family is willing to contribute 10,000 taels of gold. As for hidden resources, the Zhao family remains loyal to the nation, and our resources are depleted beyond measure. We possess no hidden treasures. The elder from the Zhao family declared, a look of melancholy crossing his face as he mentioned the gold. Were it not for the intimidating presence of Cangtian, he would have been hard-pressed to part with even 10 taels. Excellent. You squandered the opportunity given to you. Feifan nodded. The Zhao elder looked momentarily perplexed, unsure of what this meant. And you? Lu Feifan turned to the other two elders. Since Elder Zhao has made his pledge, I shall match it with another 10,000 taels. So shall I. Though Lu Feifan's demeanor suggested displeasure, the other two elders, adhering to the principle of shared fate, spoke up. Very well. If you are all so impoverished, then let us execute you, Lu Feifan declared. To manage such a grand estate, and yet find yourselves in this state, even a common merchant would fare better. It is a disgrace. Such worthless individuals have no place as elders of the Great Xia. With a wave of his hand, a group of black-clad guards advanced, surrounding the three elders. The elders were momentarily taken aback. In the heyday of the royal family, it was common practice to confiscate the estates of the wealthy. Countless families had perished at the hands of the Great Xia imperial family. In recent years, such occurrences had lessened, as the emperors of the past had rarely exterminated families without just cause. However, to be punished for poverty was a novel experience for them. How can this be? Your Highness, you cannot act in such a manner. There has never been a precedent for punishing the impoverished. They protested, their voices rising in indignation. As elders, they were all formidable figures, each possessing the strength of earthly immortals. At this moment, they erupted in defiance. Though the black-clad guards were also formidable, some possessing the same strength, they were unable to subdue the elders immediately. Such a precedent has never existed. Yet, today, you shall witness it, Lu Feifan replied calmly. As he cast his gaze upon them, the elders, who had initially considered resistance, suddenly felt as if struck by lightning, as if an immense weight had descended upon them. Despite their formidable strength, they found themselves powerless to resist, and, with a thud, knelt before the guards, who seized them and dragged them to the side of the blood dragon pool. This pool, established by the martial emperor, served as a grim reminder that those who displeased him would be executed in view of the court. Those subsequent emperors had utilized it less frequently. It remained a solemn relic. Today, it was once again put to use. The three elders never anticipated Lu Feifan would be so resolute. They were earthly immortals, representing the pinnacle of their families. In the current state of the Great Xia, could he truly dare to turn against them? An even more terrifying realization dawned upon them. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness they had just experienced. They had always known the imperial family's strength was formidable, but the pressure emanating from Cangtian's gaze felt beyond mere royal authority. Yet, they were earthly immortals. Even if Cangtian's strength was as formidable as the rumors suggested, achieving the same level as them, such terror should not be possible. However, for them, pondering such matters was futile. Preserving their lives was of utmost importance. They had centuries left to live. Dying here was simply unacceptable. Cangtian was truly mad to act against them at such a critical juncture. It was utterly surreal. Cangtian, you cannot act in such a manner. My Zhao family is the foremost lineage of the Great Xia. My esteemed ancestor, Zhao Zhengji, still lives, having reached the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality. To kill me would be tantamount to declaring war on the Zhao family. You must contemplate this carefully, Cangtian. Old Master Zhao, who had been suppressed, struggled and turned his gaze towards the figure of Lu Feifan in the Grand Hall, in the city of Anding. The demise of those skilled fighters occurred with alarming swiftness and without any significant commotion. Thus, until this moment, although various families had not yet contacted their respective strongmen, they remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation due to the lack of timely communication. The interval had simply been too brief. Consequently, Old Master Zhao resorted to invoking his ancestor as a means of intimidation. You shall soon meet my ancestor. Lu Feifan nodded in response. Old Master Zhao was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by soon? Before he could ponder further, a sudden sound echoed, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the headless corpse that lay prostrate on the ground. He was dead, truly dead, having been severed without hesitation. Cangtian was not jesting. How dare he? He was a revered elder of the Great Xia, a powerful figure at the realm of terrestrial immortality. With the backing of a pinnacle expert like his ancestor, it was inconceivable that any emperor would dare to act against him, especially during times of turmoil, unless they were the likes of Emperor Taizu or Emperor Wu. Yet here was Cangtian, who had executed him. It was no mere act. His head had indeed fallen. As a being of terrestrial immortality, even with his head severed, unless his consciousness was obliterated by a formidable adversary, such a common execution would not lead to immediate death. There was even a chance that, should his head be reattached in time, he might survive. This exemplified the formidable nature of those at the realm of terrestrial immortality, beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. At that moment, Old Master Zhao, gazing upon the splattered blood of the corpse, felt a buzzing in his mind. His threats had proven utterly futile. Cangtian had still chosen to execute him. Did he not fear the wrath of the Zhao family? Moreover, what did it mean that he would soon meet the Zhao ancestor? King Qin, I am willing to increase my tribute, 100,000 taels of gold. No, 1,000,000 taels. The death of old Master Zhao sent a shiver down the spines of the two remaining elders yet to be executed. The elder pinned down on the blood dragon pool hastily spoke up. Old Master Zhao's invocation of his ancestor had yielded no effect. His head had rolled. Clearly, King Qin was not one to engage in rational discourse. Just moments ago, you claimed to be impoverished. Did you intend to deceive me? I am displeased. With a mere wave of his hand, Lu Feifan signaled for the elder's head to meet the same fate. The decapitated elder stared blankly at his own corpse. Then at old Master Zhao's, feeling utterly bewildered. Was there no escape from death, whether wealthy or impoverished? At that moment, the third elder pressed onto the blood dragon pool was nearly paralyzed with fear. With two already dead, his fate seemed sealed. King Qin was truly ruthless. Unperturbed by any consequences. It was sheer brutality. The current emperor, though foolish, had sired a son who was unmistakably a tyrant. Even during Emperor Wu's reign, such executions were not conducted in this manner. Furthermore, Emperor Wu had possessed the strength to suppress all, allowing him to act with impunity. Yet, what was the state of the Great Xia now? The land was engulfed in turmoil, with foreign invaders threatening the very existence of the realm. The high-ranking officials were representatives of powerful factions, especially the three elders. Even when the emperor was present, should their interests be threatened, they would be afforded no leniency. But now, King Qin dared to strike them down. This was a flagrant disregard for authority, a complete abandonment of the rule of law. Your Highness, I am indeed poor, but my Li family possesses hidden treasures passed down from our ancestors. I know the clues. I shall write. Though seething with anger and eager to berate the erratic King Qin, the elder, facing the glint of the black-clad guard's blades, opted for submission. He reassured himself that the Great Xia was on the brink of collapse. Even if the secret treasures were revealed, it would matter little. At worst, he could relocate his family afterward. The paramount concern was survival. Upon Lu Feifan's nod, the elder knelt and inscribed the location of the hidden treasures. Once the black-clad guards presented it, Lu Feifan nodded in satisfaction. If you had cooperated from the start, we could have avoided this. The surviving elders sighed in relief, having managed to save their lives. Observing the two heads still possessing some consciousness, they eagerly struck the floor, hoping to express their willingness to cooperate. Unfortunately, Lu Feifan did not spare them a glance. The execution had already transpired. There would be no opportunity for reattachment. Now what of you? Do your families or sects possess hidden treasures? If not, line up for your turn. Lu Feifan's gaze swept across the ministers in the hall. Each minister, upon being scrutinized, felt a chill run down their spine. This King Qin was merciless. Even before ascending the throne, he had already revealed the traits of a tyrant. Fortunately, the Great Xia was on the verge of demise. Otherwise, they could only imagine what fate awaited them under his rule. Among them, each minister, without exception, had powerful backing. Yet now, with the impending collapse of the Great Xia, they could afford to look down upon the royal family. Nonetheless, at this moment, none dared to speak of their supporting factions. For the first minister to do so, old Master Zhao, was now a headless corpse, his blood nearly drained. In a short while, even if he were a terrestrial immortal, his demise would be inevitable. If a member of the Zhao family, a powerful being at the realm of terrestrial immortality, could meet such an end, how much less could they hope for survival? Thus, speaking up at this time was clearly tantamount to seeking death. Adhering to the belief that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, they reluctantly disclosed the locations of their hidden treasures. They, too, shared the same thoughts as the last elder. After all, the Great Xia was doomed. Writing it down posed little risk. They could always relocate afterward. Nonetheless, they harbored deep-seated anger, though they dared not express it. King Qin was far too brutal. The elders could be slain indiscriminately. Aside from Emperor Wu, no previous emperor of the Great Xia had behaved in such a manner. Whether King Qin possessed the prowess of Emperor Wu remained to be seen. However, his brutality was undoubtedly inherited. Thankfully, he was still young, merely 18 years of age. If given time to attain the strength of Emperor Wu, the consequences would be unfathomable. The noble families and sects would surely face annihilation. Thus, they believed that. In contrast to the current circumstances, even if the world fell to foreign powers, it could no longer belong to the Great Xia's Lu family. Such tyranny warranted the downfall of the Great Xia. Regardless of their inner thoughts, they ultimately complied and inscribed the locations of their hidden treasures. Of course, some officials hesitated to write. King Qin, my position in the Tang family is not that high. I truly do not know of any hidden treasures. May I exchange my years of salary instead? An official lamented. Among the officials, apart from the most elite, many held positions of some standing within their factions, but did not belong to the top tier. Thus, they found themselves in a difficult predicament. What nonsense! Your salary is compensation from the Lu family royal house for your service. Once given, it cannot be reclaimed. Are we to allow you to work for free? The officials nearly wilted under the weight of their words. They hoped Cangtian would acquiesce. If he refused, they feared for their lives. Cangtian, we are willing to work for free. We simply enjoy the act of serving, they proclaimed directly. To this, Lu Feifan offered no response. Once the esteemed ministers, who held significant positions, had inscribed their clandestine writings, they were summarily executed. With a mere gesture, Lu Feifan signaled, and a host of cloaked guards sprang into action. Your Highness, why? We have complied. Why must you take our lives? The officials were left dumbfounded. Despite their cooperation, they found it utterly unreasonable that the Qin king sought their demise. I never declared that compliance would spare you. Your reluctance and resentment render you expendable. By the blood dragon pool, the first of the compliant ministers fell, his head severed. As it tumbled, his eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom this grim outcome. He had felt a profound relief, believing he had secured his life, yet he never anticipated the finality of death at the hands of the Qin king. Even in his last moments, he could not comprehend such treachery. Each minister in the hall was backed by formidable power, representing the various factions within the court. In this precarious situation, the Great Xia dared to strike decisively against them, leaving no room for survival even after their compliance. They were effectively coerced into rebellion. Previously, a glimmer of hope lingered for the Great Xia, bolstered by the royal lineage's profound heritage. A negotiation with these powerful factions could have led to a recognition of the Great Xia's legitimacy once the foreign armies retreated. However, that opportunity had vanished. Even if the coalition withdrew now, the factions would inevitably revolt. In times past, there was at least a semblance of dignity maintained among them. Yet now, the Qin king's reckless actions left no room for discussion. The mutual distrust that had once restrained the factions was obliterated. The Great Xia was doomed. Qin king, I await you in the underworld. The last minister lamented, his thoughts consumed by darkness, unleashing a howl filled with boundless resentment. The underworld? If it truly exists, I shall visit, but only when the banner of the Great Xia is planted there. Lu Feifan responded coolly. Upon hearing this, the minister's mouth gaped in shock, uncertain whether to speak or simply be astounded. From the Qin king, he sensed an unparalleled confidence, as if the realm of the dead would indeed become the territory of the Great Xia. In the Tai Chi palace, the stench of blood lingered, mingling with the overwhelming aura of resentment that surged beyond the palace walls, suffusing the imperial city. Humph! Lu Feifan merely scoffed, dispelling all resentment. As for the scent of blood, he paid it no mind. I see potential in you. Hence, I shall spare you, he declared, directing his gaze toward the lesser officials, who were oblivious to their clan's secrets. Such words were met with disbelief among them. The Qin king must have spared them simply due to their weakness and lack of backing, deeming them unworthy of execution. In this world, someone must undertake the tasks at hand. They understood this, for similar events had transpired during the era of the martial emperor. Now, the prevailing factions were a legacy of the martial emperor's endeavors. Should the Qin king possess the essence of the martial emperor, this situation could be an opportunity for them. If the powerful were purged, it would be their turn to rise. If only that were the case, they would find joy in it. Yet, the circumstances now were quite different. The martial emperor had commanded respect, his words were gospel, and none dared to defy him, allowing him to eliminate the powerful and elevate the lesser factions. But the current Qin king, merely 18 years of age, lacked the time to mature into such a force. With the five-nation coalition invading Great Xia, and the Qin king executing the powerful factions, he had irrevocably severed ties. This meant the ship of Great Xia was destined to sink, rendering any aspirations of ascension a farce. There was no longer any necessity or value in remaining aboard this vessel. Great Xia was finished. No miracles awaited. This time was fundamentally different from the era of the martial emperor. This was the final frenzy. Chapter 67. The first battle is the decisive battle. The battlefield was set at Jiading City. 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry prepared for combat. Once internal issues were resolved and a unified mindset established, Lu Feifan scrutinized the map and made his decision. The Qin king is wise. An official immediately praised. The specifics of his wisdom mattered little. Flattery was the order of the day. Lu Feifan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was wise. Choosing Jiading City as the battleground was straightforward, for it was a convergence point for several armies. The first battle would determine the outcome, a victory in one fell swoop. The ministers wore serious expressions, their faces brimming with confidence as they absorbed Lu Feifan's words. Though their ranks were not high, those who stood in this grand hall understood emotional management better than many higher officials. Regardless of their thoughts, they were determined to align with the Qin king. The blood by the blood dragon pool had cooled. They had no desire to reignite it. Lu Feifan's gaze swept across the room, satisfied with their reactions. He was indifferent to their genuine allegiance. He merely required them to feign it. His focus was on the surface. If outward appearances were lacking, he would not trust the internal sentiments. Following the decision, the 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry swiftly assembled. The next day, the eastern Wu gate of the imperial capital swung open, heralded by the sound of drums and horns. The 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry emerged, their hooves echoing steadily. With foreign invaders encroaching, the Qin king leads the charge. General Tian Su donned his armor, wielding his spear with conviction, vowing to protect the realm. With the Qin king, all foreign forces shall be vanquished. On the city walls, the surviving officials of the rights department passionately extolled the Qin king. Lu Feifan, seated in his carriage, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. These officials grasped the essence of imperial authority. Though a hint of trepidation lingered, once the foreign armies were vanquished, their confidence would be solidified. The invading nations had swiftly forged alliances upon learning of the Qin king's prowess reminiscent of the martial emperor. For 8 millennia, the Great Xia had endured, while the neighboring countries had existed for no more than 3 millennia at most. For millennia, they had been embroiled in chaos. The source of this turmoil was none other than the martial emperor, whose ruthless actions had been severe. Within Great Xia, his wrath was mostly directed at the powerful factions, which was somewhat merciful. Outside its borders, however, he showed no mercy to any who dared to rise. After vanquishing them, he unleashed the black ice heavy cavalry to obliterate their secret tomes and plunder their treasures. Had it not been for the upheaval within Great Xia during the martial emperor's reign, the internal issues would have been numerous. After his extensive purges, a period of recuperation was necessary. Besides, the martial emperor had deemed those territories unworthy of his attention, for Great Xia had already expanded significantly, rendering further land acquisition inconsequential. Nonetheless, he did not entirely neglect these regions. The establishment of garrison officials was intended to oversee resource extraction and suppress any emerging powers. Even after the martial emperor's reign, the garrison system persisted for a considerable time, though it gradually became unwieldy. The guardians stationed in various regions, after prolonged tenures, began to disregard the edicts issued from the capital. As the power of the Great Xia royal family waned, these territories ultimately fell into neglect. With the demise of the Great Xia, a prolonged period of chaos ensued, characterized by the frequent rise and fall of factions. Presently, this has culminated in the existing power dynamics. Consequently, the fear of the martial emperor, who instigated centuries of turmoil, runs deep within their bones. The prospect of another martial emperor emerging from the Great Xia stirs them into a fervor far greater than any other faction. After all, the deeds of the martial emperor were not merely acts of slaughter. They nearly obliterated their existence. The thought of another martial emperor is too daunting to contemplate. Not to mention, the high-ranking cultivators among them would undoubtedly meet their demise. Thus, in matters concerning their own survival, they unite with remarkable swiftness. The 5 nations mobilize their elite forces to simultaneously assault the Great Xia with utmost urgency. They did not anticipate the ease of their endeavor. However, upon deliberation, they deemed it reasonable, dismissing the notion of a Great Xia ploy. According to their strategists, the noble clans within the Great Xia are equally apprehensive about the emergence of another martial emperor, hence their cooperation. Their military expedition is also aimed at the Great Xia's Qin Huang. As long as the Qin Huang lives, their hearts remain unsettled, fearing he could ascend to become a martial emperor at any moment. Thus, they hasten, with 3 armies advancing into the Great Xia, racing towards the imperial capital without pause. Their mounts gallop swiftly, composed entirely of elite cultivators riding top-tier demonic steeds capable of covering vast distances effortlessly. Even with the constraints of a marching army, they traverse hundreds of miles daily. In a mere 5 days, 3 battalions totaling 800,000 elite warriors coalesced at Jiading City. In fact, the fastest among them, the Baiwa sect, could have arrived in 3 days but chose to slow their advance, waiting for the other 2 armies to converge at the opportune moment. 800,000 troops gathered outside Jiading City, their banners fluttering in the wind, exuding an aura that could alter the very heavens. In a vast encampment established within 100 miles of Jiading, the three factions convened. Over the years, these factions have experienced numerous conflicts, although their territories are not adjacent. The competition for resources and opportunities transcends geographical boundaries. It is dictated by the availability of what they seek. Thus, their initial meeting was rife with tension and hostility, with caustic remarks echoing throughout. Yet, amidst the heated exchanges, an elder general raised his hand to restore order. Let us set aside our grievances for today. This is a momentous occasion. The Great Xia is on the brink of collapse. Forgetting our differences, if we seize the royal treasures, all present shall prosper. With that proclamation, the atmosphere shifted. It was unexpected that the Liu family would find themselves in such a predicament. They finally redirected their focus to the matter at hand. An eager voice chimed in. The Liu royal family is not only the sky of the Great Xia, but also the source of fear for surrounding powers. It is only in the past millennium or so that their grip has lessened. In the past, they trembled beneath the Liu family's shadow, with royal heirs seeking to hone their skills through hunts among them. The trauma runs deep within their bones. Chapter 68. The Qin Wang is merely a child yet to fully mature. Now that the Liu royal family is on the verge of annihilation, their excitement is palpable. The martial emperor's reign shattered their lands, and even now, they have yet to regain their former vitality. Now, with the Great Xia weakened to its core, possessing a disciple with the potential to become a martial emperor, they envision the restoration of the Great Xia's former glory. Alas, there is no time for growth. We have arrived. Once, the Great Xia ravaged our territories and slaughtered our ancestors. Now, we shall extinguish their hopes, a fitting retribution. Their fervor escalated, and they could hardly contain their eagerness to dismantle the rumored martial emperor potential of the Qin Wang into mere fragments. In truth, had the news of the Liu family's martial emperor potential not surfaced, such a gathering would have been inconceivable. They believed that without this information, their incursion would not have been so swift. Despite the royal family's diminished power, the noble clans remained formidable. A direct confrontation would yield disastrous losses. Their original plan was to negotiate the benefits and drawbacks with the Great Xia's noble clans, perhaps even persuading them to join forces. However, it was evident that no persuasion was necessary. The noble clans shared the same dread of a potential martial emperor emerging from the royal family. They advanced as if returning to their own domains, clearly indicating that the noble clans had acquiesced. Next, let us deliberate on how to proceed. The situation at Jiading City differs significantly, as the Great Xia royal family has stationed 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry, commanded by the rumored martial emperor potential of the Qin Wang, indicating that this is indeed the moment of reckoning. The elder general at the head spoke again, steering the conversation back on course. 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry. Is that all? What more is there to discuss? With so many masters at our side, a single charge from our 80,000 troops will level Jiading City without hesitation. There is no need for further discussion. Clearly, the Great Xia royal family has acted against the tide, and no factions within the Great Xia are willing to aid them, not even a single loyalist force. That Qin Wang, regardless of whether he possesses martial emperor potential, is merely 18 years old, just a child, nothing more. What is he to us? We will charge in and dismantle him effortlessly. A man resembling an iron tower, bearing a heavy sword, spoke up, his face etched with disdain. As for the source of his confidence, they had breached the Great Xia's defenses in mere days, gathering such a multitude of powerful allies. 80,000 against 8,000. He found no reason to doubt their victory. Although the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry are elite forces of the Great Xia, the army they brought along is equally formidable. 80,000 against 8,000. There is no conceivable way to lose. Laughter erupted within the command tent, a buoyant atmosphere enveloping them. Yet, we must exercise some caution. The elder general, though finding merit in this perspective, instinctively adopted a more cautious stance due to years of battlefield experience. I suggest we momentarily set aside our caution and discuss how resources will be allocated after we conquer the Great Xia imperial capital. It is imperative to establish a clear agreement. Otherwise, disputes may arise later, leading to discontent among us. A voice disregarded the elder general's prudent proposal, instead raising a pivotal question. Indeed, this matter must be clarified. Many voices echoed in agreement. Initially, they had been skeptical about the existence of a successor with martial emperor potential in the Great Xia, but driven by fear, they tentatively convened for discussions and quickly reached consensus. They recognized the Great Xia's current weakness, adopting an attitude of better to believe than to disbelieve, and ventured forth. Little did they know, they would penetrate so deeply and so swiftly that it left them somewhat bewildered. Yet, at this juncture, Regardless of whether the Great Xia truly possesses a successor with martial emperor potential, they are resolute in their intent to obliterate it. Vengeance awaits, as does the plunder of resources. Initially, the alliance was formed solely to eliminate the progeny of the Great Xia's martial emperor. However, upon their arrival, their objectives have shifted. Now, the annihilation of the Great Xia royal family has merely become a secondary aim, with the plundering of Great Xia as their ultimate pursuit. The mere thought of the abundant resources awaiting them fills them with elation. In their eyes, the imperial capital of Great Xia is already theirs. Consequently, this issue has invigorated them all. Let us not rush. The imperial capital is not yet within our grasp. We must first deal with Jiaoding City, where the Prince of Qin, endowed with the martial emperor's potential, resides. We should eliminate him first to avoid prolonged complications, the seasoned general remarked, exasperated as he attempted to steer the conversation back on track. This group, although formidable, lacked military experience and wielded influence solely due to their strength. To the seasoned general, they were a disorganized rabble. Were it not for his inability to suppress them all, he would have erupted in frustration. A band of fools, discussing the division of spoils even before reaching the imperial capital. This situation instilled in him an ominous premonition. Martial emperor potential. I had my doubts before. But now that he has been dispatched to the front lines, if he truly possessed such gifts, could the royal family allow this? They would have hidden him away to ensure his escape. Instead, they are sending him to his doom. I suspect this is merely a clumsy ruse by their royal family to eliminate the Prince of Qin, leveraging the might of various factions. The fool who devised this plan clearly did not foresee the outcome. The Prince of Qin is merely a figure of exaggerated reputation. To placate our fury, they sent him here, effectively to his death. Hence, all of this is a facade. He may possess some talent, but the gifts of the martial emperor are unattainable. Great Xia's fate has run its course. No miracles will transpire. A powerful warrior declared. Indeed, there is merit in that argument. Many warriors nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. Of course, aside from sending him to his death to quell our anger, it is also possible that he has already become a martial emperor capable of suppressing all. Yet, he is merely 18 years old. Is that conceivable? The warrior analyzing the situation chuckled, and the others in the tent shared in the merriment. The atmosphere in the command tent, once lively, took on a new level of exuberance. Even the seasoned general could not help but smile, for their reasoning held considerable truth. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Alert! The gates of Jiaoding City have opened. The Black Ice heavy cavalry are emerging, seemingly intent on charging. Chapter 69. The destruction of the Lu royal family. The previously jovial command tent fell silent. A dark cloud loomed over the group of powerful warriors as they stared incredulously. 8,000 against 800,000 emerging from the city? Whose audacity is this? Who granted them such courage? One warrior exclaimed. Perhaps it is not merely courage. The Black Ice heavy cavalry are field troops, not suited for defense. Their choice to engage in open battle is, in fact, understandable. The seasoned general noted sagely. Nodding in approval, the Black Ice heavy cavalry excel at offensive maneuvers. Should they remain entrenched, their prowess would be squandered. Given the current circumstances, even a defensive stance would yield little benefit. It would be wiser to fight with all their might. Upon hearing the general's assessment, the other warriors nodded in agreement, recognizing the rationale behind it. It was a desperate struggle for survival. If they sought death, then let it be so. Gentlemen, I shall take the lead and slay the Prince of Qin, but upon entering the imperial capital, I require my share of the spoils. One warrior boldly proclaimed. Such trivial matters, and you wish to be first in line for rewards? I could just as easily do so. I am faster. The warriors, following their analysis, believed this to be an opportunity for glory. Although, at their level, particularly in a cooperative battle, the concept of merit became irrelevant. They were on the verge of entering the imperial capital. If they could claim credit, they would undoubtedly secure a greater share. Thus, they paid little heed to the Black Ice heavy cavalry's impending charge, instead competing for the honor of leading the assault. Enough with the trivialities. Let us not waste time. I am eager to dispatch the Prince of Qin and delve into the treasures of the Great Xia royal family. As they bickered, someone interjected with a cold snort. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the suggestion. Indeed, since they could not reach a consensus, it would be best to charge together. This way, they could avoid disputes over division later. Ultimately, they reached a consensus and, filled with anticipation, the warriors stepped out of the large tent. The formation of the 80,000 troops was already established. These were the elite forces from various nations, all cultivators, with no ordinary individuals among them. Those lacking strength were unqualified to be present. Moreover, their organization was fundamentally different from the White Lotus sect. They were a structured force, not a makeshift assembly of the moderately skilled. The three factions were divided into numerous formations. Even within the same nation, they belonged to different camps. Yet, despite this, there was no chaos. Rather, they formed a cohesive arrangement, clearly orchestrated by an exceptional commander. The aura of their advance coalesced into a fierce tiger leaping into the clouds. The 80,000 troops stretched for miles, an endless sea of colors from their varied armor. The oppressive atmosphere darkened the sky, rendering even the glaring sun ominous. The sound of galloping steeds filled the air. Outside Jiading City, the terrain was not originally flat, but had now been leveled. The combined might of hundreds of thousands of warriors could reshape any landscape. Even Jiading City could be utterly flattened should they choose to do so, a true obliteration. This was the terrifying power of cultivators. Even an ordinary innate warrior could be likened to a human bulldozer. The formidable force unleashed by so many experts was beyond imagination. The target of this 80,000-strong army was Jiading City, which was breached with a resounding crash. Amidst the clatter, 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry, encased in armor alongside their steeds, slowly emerged from the city. In the face of 80,000 troops, they appeared exceedingly sparse, akin to a trickle against a roaring river. Yet, the 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry, along with their blood-red steeds, exhibited no fear, only an indomitable spirit. The collective momentum of the black ice heavy cavalry seemed to conjure a celestial dragon soaring in the sky, standing in stark contrast to the ferocious tiger formed by the 80,000 troops. Although the black ice heavy cavalry advanced slowly, an immense pressure surged forth like tidal waves. While the entire army might not be affected, those at the forefront felt an involuntary dread, with many retreating gradually. In an instant, their previously taut formation became disordered. Even the fierce tiger's aura diminished slightly, overshadowed by the distant celestial dragon. The black ice heavy cavalry of Great Xia indeed lived up to their reputation. Among the commanding generals at the forefront, one could not help but express their astonishment. It is worth noting that those positioned at the front were also formidable elites, and their combined forces even fielded 10,000 heavy cavalry, equally skilled as the black ice heavy cavalry. After all, without strength, one cannot become a heavy cavalryman. Despite the heavy armor that encases them, both the riders and their steeds are exceptional, their prowess unmatched, with none beneath the rank of a master. Consequently, in terms of mobility and speed, they surpass even the light cavalry. Moreover, their numbers in heavy cavalry exceed those of the enemy. Under such circumstances, it is astonishing that they were forced back a few steps. Though it was merely a few paces, they managed to stabilize themselves. This alone highlights the disparity in power. Even among those of similar cultivation, distinctions in rank exist. The renown of the black ice heavy cavalry is indeed well-deserved. However, that is where it ends. The generals surveyed the vast army of hundreds of thousands behind their heavy cavalry, along with the formidable figures soaring into the air to lend their strength. They could not fathom how they could possibly lose in this scenario. 800,000 against 8,000, and all elite warriors of considerable cultivation. A casual skirmish should guarantee victory. To personally command the annihilation of such an elite force is indeed a glory for any soldier. Some commanders were eager to engage. The more formidable the black ice heavy cavalry appeared, the more exhilarated they became at the prospect of their eventual downfall. After all, they were to lead this charge. Little did they expect the Great Xia to be reduced to such a state. The royal elite remained as powerful as ever, showing no signs of decay. A strong warrior could not help but lament. The Great Xia royal family, particularly this generation's emperor, seemed somewhat feeble. Previous emperors had not acted so recklessly. Their decline stemmed not from a lack of intellect, but from a waning of their own strength. The demise of their powerful lineage had been too swift. Enough of this chatter. Today, we shall obliterate the most formidable elite of the Great Xia royal family and march upon the imperial capital. The Great Xia Lu family shall be extinguished. Chapter 70. The drums resound. All troops advance. A group of celestial-level warriors stood in the sky, gazing at the black ice heavy cavalry. They initially expressed their astonishment, then shook their heads. Some among them hastily concluded about the Great Xia royal family. The black ice heavy cavalry is indeed formidable. Even someone of divine martial prowess would feel the pressure, if faced with an equal number and cultivation level. Even with a couple of ordinary celestial-level warriors to back them, they might not be confident of victory. However, the current situation is different. This is not merely a matter of adding a few more. 800,000 against 8,000, and with so many strong warriors backing them. No matter how extraordinary the Black Ice heavy cavalry may be, unless they are all celestial beings, they stand no chance. And it is evident that they are not. Thus, even though the Black Ice heavy cavalry inspires awe, their fate today is already sealed. The fate of the Great Xia is likewise predetermined. They intend to take the initiative? One must admit, it is indeed bold, but that is all. Under the gaze of the celestial-level warriors, they observed that as the Black Ice heavy cavalry exited the city, they moved forward, faster and faster. Clearly, they had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. They were poised for immediate assault. 8,000 against 800,000 elite warriors. Such initiative should evoke a tragic spectacle. Yet the relentless advance seemed to signify an inevitable victory. Among them, what is that carriage? A strong warrior in the sky spoke in confusion. The banner of the Qin king. It must be the rumored Qin king, said to possess the potential of a martial emperor. They quickly deduced this from the flag on the carriage. What kind of thought process is this? In the midst of war, he rides in a carriage. Is he trying to show off? Does he believe that being the Qin king ensures his survival? Does he think that possessing the potential of a martial emperor makes him one in truth? Upon seeing the carriage and sensing the incongruity of the Black Ice heavy cavalry's presence, the celestial-level warriors were left bewildered. Even they, in normal circumstances, would not dare to act so recklessly unless they were assured of a crushing victory. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. And they believed that the Qin king was indeed courting death. Facing 8,000 Black Ice heavy cavalry against 800,000 troops was already a daunting task. Yet the Qin king remained unfazed in his carriage. It was as if he feared the Black Ice heavy cavalry would not collapse swiftly enough. The 18-year-old prodigy must have been immersed in his training, believing that as a member of the royal family, he is the center of the world, unable to perceive reality. One of the powerful warriors concluded, "Is it possible that he is genuinely confident?" Another strong warrior gazed at the carriage, a sense of unease rising within him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is merely an 18-year-old youth. No matter how gifted he may be, even if he surpasses the martial emperor, so what? He is only 18. A prodigy without the passage of time remains just a prodigy. We were all once prodigies, yet at 18, we were merely spurred on by our elders. In response to this doubt, someone immediately countered. Many nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. If the Qin king were a few years older, they too would question his strength. But the crux of the matter is that the Qin king is merely 18 years old. No matter how extraordinary an 18-year-old may be, there are limits. Yet, I still feel an inexplicable sense of dread. Something is amiss, truly amiss. As the Black Ice heavy cavalry drew nearer, the unease within the initially troubled warrior intensified. He felt a suffocating sensation emanating from the rapidly approaching heavy cavalry, a feeling reserved for moments of mortal peril. Though he attributed it to his innate gift, in reality, it was a treasured item he acquired in his youth, capable of sensing crises. It was thanks to this that he achieved his current status. Therefore, at this moment, even though he acknowledged the validity of his analysis, he could not shake the feeling of unease. No, I suddenly recalled that there is an important matter my family needs to address. With that, he hurriedly retreated, leaving the other powerful warriors in a state of confusion. Do you have so many matters to attend to in the Snow Clan? At this moment, you choose to flee. Are you truly afraid? A warrior from the Moon Worship sect glanced toward the gathering of the Snow Clan warriors. The Snow Clan warriors shared a collective facepalm. They too were bewildered by the actions of their comrade. It was utterly embarrassing, even if there were genuine concerns. He could at least wait until after the battle to depart. In the current situation, there would hardly be any time wasted, at most. It would only be a single charge before it ended. Forget it, let him be. Beat the drums. All troops advance. The assault of the Black Ice heavy cavalry is imminent. Now is not the time to discuss such matters. We shall have ample time to mock him upon our return. Moreover, his departure means that the resources allocated to his contingent will undoubtedly be forfeited. It is, in fact, a boon to lose one less share. A celestial-level warrior is indeed significant. However, circumstances dictate that in this moment, one more or one less holds little meaning. It changes nothing. From the instant the Great Xia royal family was abandoned by the Great Xia clans and sects, their fate was sealed. Before entering the fray, they had hoped for a multitude of strong warriors. Now that they have truly engaged, they have begun to resent each other. After all, with each additional person, the spoils must be shared. At this juncture, they would be pleased to see half of their number depart. Therefore, as they witnessed the Black Ice heavy cavalry charging forth, they disregarded the retreating warriors and issued the command to attack. With the sound of drums and the battle horn blaring, the 800,000 troops began to mobilize. with the foremost ranks comprising a contingent of 10,000 heavy cavalry assembled from the three factions. Although this was their first collaboration, the heavy cavalry were elite warriors, and their coordination was impeccable when they moved. If they were to charge against opponents weaker than themselves, they would undoubtedly prevail. However, they were up against the Black Ice heavy cavalry, who were empowered by extraordinary forces. As the two forces were about to clash, the Black Ice heavy cavalry let out a synchronized battle cry that echoed like thunder. While this roar was formidable, seasoned warriors were somewhat unfazed. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that within that shout, they perceived an ethereal resonance that penetrated their very souls. In an instant, the allied heavy cavalry felt as if the heavens and earth were shifting, as if a divine dragon descended from the sky to engulf them. At that moment, their bodies, minds, and souls trembled in fear. Not only them, but even the beasts beneath them quivered in response. With a thunderous impact, the allied heavy cavalry lost their composure, and their mounts became unsettled. The Black Ice heavy cavalry surged forward, ruthlessly tearing through their ranks. A torrent of black swept through, obliterating 10,000 of the allied heavy cavalry in a single charge. Without hesitation, the Black Ice heavy cavalry plunged into the mass of 800,000 allied soldiers, catching them completely off guard. The light cavalry following the heavy cavalry had not anticipated such a swift encounter with this black tide. They had assumed they would provide support or eliminate the scattered Black Ice cavalry. Instead, they watched helplessly as their heavy cavalry was annihilated before their eyes. The terror in that moment was palpable. The destruction that ensued was brutal. The heavy cavalry was truly torn apart, and their mounts were crushed in the melee. Blood rained down as the black armor of the Black Ice heavy cavalry became stained with crimson, darkening under the light. Initially, the Allied forces were filled with confidence not only among their powerful warriors, but also among the ordinary soldiers, who believed this was an opportunity for glory. 800,000 against 8,000, and they were all elite troops bolstered by formidable champions. They felt little psychological pressure, save for a moment of caution when facing the first wave of heavy cavalry. Yet, that was the extent of their trepidation. Despite the impressive presence of the Black Ice heavy cavalry, they deemed it insignificant. What they never anticipated was the complete destruction of their heavy cavalry. Despite their numerical superiority and equivalent strength, the Black Ice heavy cavalry surged through without even the slightest resistance, as though traversing a steep mountain path. Had it not been for the scattered remnants of armor and the blood that filled the air, one might have thought the annihilation of their heavy cavalry was a mere illusion. With the defeat of the 10,000 heavy cavalry, the morale of the Black Ice heavy cavalry surged to unprecedented heights. From the outset, they had exuded fearlessness and vigor, but facing 80,000 elite troops, especially with an equivalent number of heavy cavalry and powerful champions opposing them, they had felt some pressure. Yet, they could hardly fathom the utter obliteration of their equally matched foes in a single charge, without incurring any losses themselves. It was simply beyond belief. Even as they reveled in their triumph, they remained seasoned warriors, unwilling to dwell on the inexplicable nature of their victory. On the battlefield, their singular thought was to charge forward, to achieve victory or perish in the fray. There was no other choice. Their resolve to break through the ranks of 80,000 intensified after shattering the enemy's heavy cavalry, igniting a fervor within them. With renewed vigor, they unleashed a collective roar and, like tigers among sheep, plunged into the ranks of the light cavalry that followed. The shock of witnessing the destruction of their heavy cavalry left the Allied soldiers, as well as their commanders and the formidable champions, utterly stunned. They could only utter expressions of disbelief. The sheer ferocity of the Black Ice heavy cavalry was terrifying. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, their heavy cavalry had been completely dismantled. Their minds buzzed with confusion. They had known the Black Ice heavy cavalry was formidable, as evidenced by their imposing emergence from the city. Even many of their champions felt unease when facing them individually. Yet, they had never imagined they would be this overwhelmingly powerful. To witness their heavy cavalry, equal in strength and number, vanish in a single wave was absurd. Even the land-bound immortals among them were taken aback. With such intensity displayed, it was clear they would also fall in a direct confrontation. The presence of these land-bound immortals, witnessing their forces being slaughtered, left them momentarily paralyzed, unable to descend to bolster their ranks. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the front lines were rapidly losing their composure. They were indeed elite troops, but they were not desperate fighters. Had the Black Ice heavy cavalry displayed any semblance of normalcy, they might have mustered the courage to fight back. The critical issue was that their own heavy cavalry had been decimated in an instant. While the Black Ice heavy cavalry remained unscathed, who could maintain their composure under such circumstances? This was no longer a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Despite having equivalent strength, the clash felt as if they were striking tofu. It was surreal. Thus, thoughts of retreat began to creep in. However, due to overconfidence in their ability to swiftly conquer Jiading City with their 80,000 troops and the challenges of coordinating forces from disparate factions, they had formed a tightly packed formation. While this may have been advantageous for an overwhelming assault, it proved disastrous in the face of annihilation. In that moment, the formation of the Allied forces became utterly chaotic. Those in the front, witnessing the horror, wished to retreat, while those in the back remained oblivious, merely responding to the sounds of war drums and horns, eager to advance. This put the lives of the frontline soldiers in jeopardy. Suddenly, the formation of the three-nation Allied forces was thrown into disarray. Even masters of grand mastery, sensing the dire situation, took to the skies in an attempt to flee. The scene was terrifying. The Black Ice heavy cavalry moved like a whirlwind, leaving devastation in their wake. Those who attempted to flee were swiftly cut down by the land-bound Immortals overseeing the battle. The Black Ice heavy cavalry, unable to comprehend the overwhelming fear they instilled, hesitated to engage directly but showed no mercy in eliminating these fleeing commanders. Their brutality was cold and ruthless. Moreover, the champions overseeing the battle belonged to different factions. While they fought alongside one another now, they were well aware that they were not truly comrades. Therefore, in this moment of chaos, they felt no qualms about turning against one another. This realization spread among the frontline soldiers, who understood that escaping through the air was impossible. Their only option was to find a way to flee over their comrades' heads. In an instant, the scene descended into utter chaos. The rear ranks of the Allied forces were unaware of the situation in front, while those who understood were paralyzed by fear, wishing only to escape. And the front lines were being brutally assaulted and slaughtered. The battlefield became a scene of unimaginable bloodshed. It is untenable. We can no longer proceed in this manner. If we continue, the Black Ice heavy cavalry will undoubtedly break through our ranks. Esteemed colleagues, we must take action. Chapter 72, The Hour of Your Demise. Cangtian, amidst the coalition of formidable beings, an elder general, gazing at the unfolding situation from the celestial heights, spoke up. He discerned that, given the current circumstances, without the intervention of a powerful force, the Black Ice heavy cavalry would indeed penetrate their defenses. The primary reason for this predicament lay in their prior underestimation of the enemy, failing to anticipate the terrifying prowess of the Black Ice heavy cavalry. Their formations stood united, exuding an imposing aura. However, such a formation proved ineffective under the present circumstances. Under normal conditions, it might have sufficed, but in the face of the current crisis, it became a catastrophe. Had they paid more heed to their adversary, their formations would not have been reduced to such disarray. Just look at the once mighty Tiger formation, now in a state of dismemberment, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, it is not entirely their fault. Who could have foreseen the sheer terror of the Black Ice heavy cavalry? Without a doubt, there must be some peculiarities about them, which is why they hesitated to intervene initially. However, given the present circumstances, action is imperative. This is their elite force from the Three Kingdoms. Regardless of the situation, they must endeavor to save it. If they unite their strength, perhaps the Black Ice heavy cavalry utilized some means to attain such formidable strength. It has long been rumored that the Great Xia possesses an immensely terrifying legacy, and this must be one of its manifestations, unveiled at this moment. No wonder those prominent families of Great Xia, despite their plight, refrain from striking against the imperial family. Their restraint is remarkable. Thus, it becomes clear. Our smooth entry was merely a ruse by those factions, aiming to leverage our strength against the Great Xia imperial family, depleting its resources. Someone seemed to have pieced together this analysis. Regardless, we have arrived at this juncture. Retreat is not an option. The losses would be too great. And should we encounter the families of Great Xia on our way back, it would be disastrous. Now is not the time for further speculation. We must act. The elder general lamented. At this late hour, these individuals still engage in post-analysis. If they continue to deliberate, the army may well collapse entirely. The only reason they still hold is that those behind have yet to grasp the situation. Once fear spreads, even they will lose control of the situation. Although he understood that, as beings of divine martial prowess, they must exercise caution in the face of the unknown. The longevity of the land's celestial beings often leads to a reluctance to engage recklessly. This time, however, the rumors of the imperial family of Great Xia producing another martial emperor are deeply intertwined with their interests, which is why so many formidable individuals have gathered. Nevertheless, these powerful beings are not warriors. They have their own agendas. The army can maneuver and engage, while their actions depend solely on their own initiative, and none wish to bear the brunt of loss. Thus, despite the dire situation below, those in command remain hesitant to act. In truth, had the battle proceeded smoothly, they might have rushed to eliminate Cangtian. Now, faced with adversity, they hesitate. Regardless, with so many celestial beings present, can they truly fear the so-called legacy of Great Xia? If that legacy were genuinely so formidable, the emperors would not have perished in such numbers over the years. Let us unite our efforts. There is no legacy that can withstand our collective might. At this juncture, do you truly wish to retreat? If Cangtian possesses the potential of a martial emperor, this is the opportune moment to strike. Should we fail to seize it and allow him to mature, the consequences of our incursion into Great Xia will be dire, especially considering the temperament of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, a group of celestial beings could not suppress a shiver. For millennia, border skirmishes have generally seen Great Xia practicing against them. Instances of them instigating trouble for Great Xia have been rare. The battleground has predominantly been in territories once belonging to them, but now contested by Great Xia. They dare not tread on lands historically owned by Great Xia, due to the imperial family's notorious volatility regarding such matters. They explode at the slightest provocation. They have only ventured into Great Xia a few times, and the costs were exceedingly steep, resulting in regime changes, actions attributable to previous dynasties. The emperors of Great Xia, while open to negotiations on many fronts, have shown no tolerance for encroachments into their territories. Those who dare to challenge this lesson learn it the hard way. Thus, this incursion, prompted by rumors of a potential martial emperor emerging from Great Xia, combined with the imperial family's current frailty, emboldened them to proceed. Otherwise, they would harbor genuine fears. Now that they have crossed the threshold, should Cangtian truly possess the potential of a martial emperor and rise to power, every participant, including their supporting factions, would face grave consequences. Let us act. United in purpose, they surged forward, though their longevity as celestial beings instilled caution in their actions. Once a decision was made, they exhibited remarkable decisiveness. This is why they were able to swiftly come to a consensus and march into Great Xia. Now, having resolved to act in unison, they unleashed their might. At that moment, the coalition sensed the impending doom, and the Black Ice heavy cavalry had already breached a significant portion of their defenses, leading to a complete collapse of their ranks. Meanwhile, the assembly of divine warriors erupted in unison, their collective might overwhelming the battlefield. The numerous celestial beings radiated an authority akin to divine wrath, imposing a sudden solemnity upon the blood-soaked arena. They have struck. The ancestors have taken action. How splendid! At last, salvation is at hand. Mother, the Black Ice heavy cavalry is terrifying, and Great Xia is formidable. I shall never return. Upon witnessing the celestial beings' movements, the coalition's faltering ranks steadied momentarily, igniting a wave of excitement among them. With the involvement of the celestial elders, the situation could stabilize. They would no longer be subjected to slaughter by those dark phantoms. The elders' intervention has rekindled their hopes. Today, regardless of the legacy or tactics employed by Great Xia, this ends here. Cangtian, your demise is imminent. Chapter 73. The understanding the celestial beings ultimately reached a consensus and prepared to strike. With newfound resolve, they acted without hesitation. They erupted forth like radiant suns illuminating the heavens, descending upon the Black Ice heavy cavalry with unbridled force. They held nothing back, nor did they employ any tricks. Recognizing the abnormality of the Black Ice heavy cavalry, they united their strength to aim for a decisive obliteration. The coalition soldiers, who had been brought to tears by the massacre, found their hearts suddenly steadied upon witnessing the scene before them. They ceased their chaotic destruction. With so many formidable beings of the terrestrial realm joining forces, they reasoned that even the fearsome Black Ice heavy cavalry could not possibly withstand such might. They would merely need to pick up the pieces afterward. The morale, which had plummeted to the depths, began to rise anew. No matter how elite the Black Ice heavy cavalry might be, they were outmatched on the level of power. While a few terrestrial immortals might hesitate to confront them directly, the combined strength of hundreds could not be dismissed. One surge of force would surely shatter even the most elite cavalry. A thunderous cheer erupted from the coalition ranks, arousing tribute to their champions. The sheer intensity of their presence was overwhelming. Under such immense pressure, the once unstoppable Black Ice heavy cavalry found themselves faltering. Accelerate! Charge! They shouted, but at that moment, a voice resonated in their ears. Although they did not fully comprehend it, the imperial authority imbued within that voice compelled them to obey instinctively. In an instant, their previously waning momentum surged forth once more. propelling them toward a group of divine warriors plummeting from the sky. It is important to note that while the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry consisted predominantly of masters, they were still formidable in their own right. The Great Xia was a land of martial prowess. Though the martial emperor had undertaken significant purges, these primarily targeted high-level forces. The martial might among the populace remained largely intact. Even ordinary citizens possessed some degree of martial skill. The acquired realm was merely the threshold. While innate strength was not uncommon, a master could be considered a significant power, yet that was the extent of it. Only those who reached the grandmaster level could be deemed true practitioners. For the distinction was profound, granting them lifespans of 300 years and the ability to soar through the heavens in their physical forms, representing the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Thus, the sight of a group of grandmasters soaring into the air was understandable. However, the entire Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, consisting of 8,000 warriors, leaping into the sky felt instinctively wrong. While it was plausible for masters to momentarily ascend, the key issue lay in the fact that these were heavy cavalry. Given their formidable armor and equipment, such a synchronized leap seemed implausible. The powerful beings who had already engaged felt a sense of unease. Yet, amidst their fleeting thoughts, they found themselves clashing with a wave of Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. The black tide surged forth like a deluge, swiftly engulfing the radiant brilliance emitted by the terrestrial immortals. In that moment, the celestial warriors finally grasped the source of their disquiet. A paralyzing terror enveloped their hearts, their very souls trembling in response. A visceral sense of impending doom surged within them. At that instant, they realized an undeniable truth. Their demise awaited them upon direct confrontation with the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. And now, realizing their predicament, escape was no longer an option. How could it be this terrifying? A single wave of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had swept away their own heavy cavalry. They sensed something was awry. Yet it was merely a vague notion. No one truly comprehended the extent of the threat. In their minds, with so many powerful beings joining forces, even if the Great Xia royal family possessed some means, they could handle one or two threats and, at worst, retreat if things turned awry. Yet, they had never anticipated that a mere clash would evoke such a profound sense of mortality, so intense it felt as though their lives were on the brink of extinguishment. As they encountered this overwhelming aura, they simultaneously discerned its origin. It emanated from the carriage at the heart of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. They could vaguely see within the carriage a graceful dancer performing, a girl resembling a white lotus plucking the strings of a zither, and a young woman in purple serving tea. At the center of it all stood a youth, wielding a brush, painting in the air before him. Even amidst the frantic charge, the ink painting remained suspended in his presence. In an instant, they realized that this must be the Prince of Qin, rumored to possess the potential of a martial emperor. Now, the gaze directed at them from the youth bore an air of detached superiority, as if observing mere actors in a performance. To him, the vast army of 800,000, as well as these terrestrial immortals, were but players in a spectacle meant to alleviate his boredom. This thought was absurd, yet they could not shake the feeling that it was indeed the truth. The Prince of Qin was not merely endowed with the potential of a martial emperor. He was, in fact, a living embodiment of the martial emperor's strength, perhaps even surpassing it. The terrestrial immortals were gripped by a terrifying realization. Given the current circumstances, this hypothesis was the most logical, despite shattering their previous worldview. They understood why the Prince of Qin dared to lead 8,000 troops against 80,000 elite soldiers, why he remained seated in his carriage amidst such chaos, and why even dancers performed within that carriage. It was because the prince's power was formidable enough to render the 80,000 elite forces inconsequential, and likewise, the terrestrial immortals were equally insignificant. At just 18 years of age, the Prince of Qin wielded a power more terrifying than that of the martial emperor. It is worth noting that the martial emperor had once wrought havoc single-handedly, whereas the Prince of Qin merely unleashed his aura, allowing the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry to act. In essence, he single-handedly propelled the entire cavalry into action. Terrestrial immortals might be regarded as deities among mortals, but the prince's abilities transcended such classifications. Akin to celestial beings from the heavens, it is no wonder that he dared to act with such audacity. This was not a matter of courage, but rather an absolute demonstration of strength. They had erred gravely. For the 18-year-old Prince of Qin had already become a force to be reckoned with, far beyond the mere potential of a martial emperor. Alas, they recognized this truth only too late. At this moment, they were on the verge of truly clashing with the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Overwhelmed by terror, they realized that even if they wished to flee, it was no longer an option. No, no. A powerful warrior emitted a cry of dread. Yet, Regardless of their thoughts at that moment, nothing could alter the impending fate that awaited them. The black tide consumed wave after wave of light, engulfing the terrestrial immortals before they could even unleash a sound in their defense. They struggled, they yearned to escape, but all their efforts were in vain. Unable to alter the conclusion of their demise, blood rained down like a torrential storm, mingled with flesh and gore. At this instance, the coalition soldiers, who had just felt their spirits lifted by the emergence of their own terrestrial immortals, found themselves plunged into despair. Their morale plummeted to an icy abyss. Their minds buzzed with disbelief. How could so many of their terrestrial immortals have perished so swiftly, without even a significant clash? They were gone, simply vanished. This scene was utterly shocking. Even the most battle-hardened veterans were rendered speechless, as if they had encountered a ghost. The terror was overwhelming. The battlefield, occupied by the 800,000 allied forces, fell into a momentary silence. After engulfing a group of formidable land deities, the black ice heavy cavalry hovered in the air for a few seconds, seemingly stunned, as if they were digesting the magnitude of their own power. Then, with a resounding command, they charged. In an instant, the entire formation of black ice heavy cavalry executed a swift turn in midair, cascading downwards like a torrent of darkness. Boom! They crashed to the ground, obliterating a vast area beneath them, where those allied soldiers had stood, leaving no trace behind. The deafening impact jolted the allied forces back to reality. They realized, with horror, that the once mighty land deity experts had been entirely annihilated, swept away in a single wave, as though they had melted into a crimson rain. Some commanders even questioned their sanity, unable to fathom such a terrifying occurrence. Yet, the grim truth loomed before them. The land deities were indeed gone, and the black ice heavy cavalry had suffered no losses in the process. The stark reality was undeniable, and fear took hold. Flee quickly. We must escape. The allied soldiers grasped the gravity of the situation. The black ice heavy cavalry was a force of terror. Their own heavy cavalry had crumbled under a single charge, while they witnessed their elite land deities succumb to annihilation. Such a horrifying spectacle was enough to instill panic. Previously, chaos had only touched the fringes of their ranks. After all, with 80,000 troops, many could not see the unfolding disaster and remained oblivious to the growing tension. However, the presence of the land deity experts had provided a semblance of reassurance. But now, with their own eyes, they had witnessed the disintegration of their powerful allies. Who could remain calm in such circumstances? They were seasoned warriors, but that very experience made them acutely aware of the dire situation. At this moment, retreat was the only option, for to resist would be futile. Even the most courageous among them could hardly inflict any damage. Given that the land deities had perished without leaving a ripple, as morale plummeted, the elite troops devolved into a disorganized mob. All they desired was to escape, especially the grandmasters. With their land deity allies gone, they had nothing left to lose and took to the skies in a desperate bid for survival. However, the relentless black ice heavy cavalry, armed with both spears and crossbows, unleashed a torrent of bolts upon the ascending grandmasters. In that moment, they appeared almost divinely empowered. Even grandmasters fell before their onslaught, as their aim was unerring, rendering distance irrelevant. This extraordinary prowess left even the cavalry astounded, as if an invisible force had endowed them with strength beyond comprehension. What should have been a battle of stark disparity transformed into an overwhelming massacre. Any grandmaster that dared to take flight became an obvious target, swiftly dispatched by crossbow bolts. Witnessing this, no grandmaster dared to ascend again. They chose instead to flee atop their comrades' shoulders. Others, unable to fly, followed suit, scrambling for safety, even resorting to violence against their own in their panic. The entire allied force descended into utter chaos. Their fighting spirit evaporated, and no one was willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Infighting and trampling became rampant, resulting in more casualties than those inflicted by the black ice heavy cavalry. This disarray stemmed from the commanding general's poor formation, as the diverse origins of the troops hindered coordination. At that time, no one recognized the impending disaster, for they had been overconfident, believing they would easily crush their foes. Yet, they were tragically mistaken. It was they who would be crushed. The tightly packed formation, once a display of their elite status, became a grave liability. As their morale shattered, the consequences of their panic became glaringly apparent. The black ice heavy cavalry continued their relentless charge, intensifying the terror that gripped the allied forces. They became indistinguishable from a disorganized rabble, their retreat a torrent of despair, sweeping away all semblance of order. In their flight, the battlefield transformed into a scene of brutal carnage, with the black ice heavy cavalry reaping a bloody harvest. The ground was soaked in blood, and the air thick with the scent of death. In their frantic escape, they all surged toward a single path, fear rendering them incapable of reason. Only in numbers did they find a fleeting sense of security. Meanwhile, the black ice heavy cavalry pursued them relentlessly, harvesting lives along the way. The pursuit lasted through the night, spanning over 1,000 miles, as rivers ran red with blood, and the roads turned to muddy crimson. Chapter 75. Marching on Yumen Pass. After the massacre of the 80,000 foreign troops, the 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry pressed onward. Unrelenting in their advance towards Yumen Pass, where 500,000 wolf tribesmen awaited. In recent years, the northern wolf tribes had grown formidable, their ambitions brewing beneath the surface. This was precisely why the royal family had stationed their strongest forces at Yumen Pass, to quell any potential insurrection. The royal power was thus stretched thin. As previous emperors had contemplated mobilizing forces against the northern wolf tribes, yet negotiations had stalled. Now, however, Feifan swiftly resolved the stalemate. The black ice heavy cavalry rallied with a unified roar, without unnecessary words, and surged toward Yumen Pass. They were invigorated by their previous triumphs, with many feeling an exhilarating clarity, some even achieving breakthroughs in their cultivation. 2 among them ascended to the realm of land deities. Their singular feeling was one of elation, an overwhelming thrill that made them reluctant to cease their advance. In this moment, they recognized the extraordinary prowess of their leader. 8,000 warriors had shattered the ranks of 80,000 elite troops, even sweeping away their land deity experts in the process. This was an experience they had never anticipated nor encountered before, akin to crushing ants beneath their boots. Their blood surged with excitement, urging them onward. Even their mounts, the crimson-blooded dragons, thrummed with exhilaration, their speed reaching near flight as they raced through the realm of the Great Xia. The 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry moved like the wind, their presence instilling terror in all who beheld them, causing even insects and birds to cease their calls. Only the thunderous sound of their galloping hooves echoed across the landscape. At Yumen Pass, the urgency among the 500,000 wolf tribesmen intensified, their formidable warriors itching for battle. This time, they mobilized the greatest force yet. However, now that the coalition forces of the 3 kingdoms are nearing the imperial capital of the Great Xia, being stalled here is utterly intolerable. This is a critical moment for dividing the treasures of the Great Xia. Missing this opportunity would result in an unbearable loss, one they cannot accept. It is well known that they harbor the most ambitions against the Great Xia. After the martial emperor, during the few incursions by foreign tribes that sparked the wrath of the Xia royal family, it was primarily the wolf tribe that breached their borders. Despite suffering the most severe defeats and inhabiting the harshest terrains, they remarkably rise from the ashes each time, and when they gain strength, they inevitably turn their sights on the Great Xia. Among the coalition of 5 nations, they display the most fervor, dispatching an army of 500,000, including their most formidable land deities. Even several peak land deities have joined their ranks. Unfortunately, due to their propensity for causing trouble, the forces stationed here are from the royal family. 2 peak martial experts guard this location. Thus, despite their vigorous efforts, they find it impossible to breach the defenses in the short term. Several times, the land deities among them have been unable to restrain themselves from engaging in battle. At this level, even with an advantage, one does not engage in reckless life and death struggles. It is clear how desperately they wish to invade the Great Xia. Having been delayed for so long, it is likely that those adversaries have already entered the imperial capital and are now dividing the royal treasury of the Great Xia. Agongbao, the stout warrior of the wolf tribe, is utterly enraged. They have mobilized their strongest and largest force this time, yet they remain obstructed and unable to advance even an inch. The foolish royals at Yumen Pass, facing the imminent loss of their homes. What are they still obstructing me for? He is fuming. In his view, with the Great Xia in such a dire state, the royal experts should have fled to preserve their strength, instead of stubbornly clashing with him. It seems utterly insane. Moreover, he can discern that even if he retreats, the royal family appears determined to pursue them relentlessly, showing signs of attacking the grasslands. This indicates that the royal experts have resolved to clash with the wolf tribe to the bitter end. The Great Xia is doomed, but undoubtedly, the collapse of this colossal entity will crush many beneath its weight. Clearly, they may be among those affected. This is also the reason why, despite their superior strength, they have made no progress. Those royal experts are truly fighting for their lives. They have gained nothing but trouble. The more Agongbao thinks, the angrier he becomes. Nevertheless, the Great Xia will ultimately fall. Without reinforcements, even if the royal experts are formidable, Attempting to perish alongside them will be futile. As long as they remain here for a while longer, they can exhaust this elite force of the Great Xia royal family. Therefore, the situation is not overly dire. Surely, in such circumstances, the Great Xia cannot possibly have any reinforcements arriving. It is evident that such a possibility is non-existent. Suddenly, news arrives from the Cangtian Eagle. Heavy cavalry from the Great Xia has appeared at Chilean Mountain, suspected to be the feared Black Ice Cavalry coming to their aid. A Gongbao, vexed, receives this report. The Black Ice Cavalry. ISNT that the force commanded by the Emperor of the Great Xia. By now, the coalition forces should have entered the imperial capital, so what business do the Black Ice Cavalry have coming here? He finds this puzzling. At this moment, he does not perceive the situation as particularly grave. At Yumen Pass, they hold an absolute advantage. Even though the royal family is stubbornly defending, he is concerned about excessive losses, which is why he has not yet pressed forward. Under these circumstances, the addition of 8,000 Black Ice Cavalry, while a source of pressure, is manageable. More importantly, due to their current impasse, he has already signaled for reinforcements from the Khan's court, which should be arriving soon. When they do, it is possible that the presence of 8,000 Black Ice Cavalry will prompt the Great Xia to abandon Yumen Pass and confront them in battle, which would present a splendid opportunity. However, what he cannot comprehend is why the Black Ice Cavalry would appear here at such a time. The primary reason being that after slaying 80,000 coalition forces, they hastily made their way here without pause, traveling day and night, fueled by elixirs to sustain their stamina. To save time, they rested on horseback during the day and carried their horses at night to allow the steeds to recuperate. Consequently, the news has not yet spread. While the Wolf tribe does have scouts within the Great Xia, they have not had the chance to relay this information. Therefore, a Gongbao is unaware that the 80,000 coalition forces have been annihilated. He assumes that the coalition has already penetrated the imperial capital and is dividing resources. Hence, he genuinely cannot fathom the arrival of the Black Ice Cavalry here. At this moment, it is clear that the strongest forces, loyal to the Great Xia, should be in the imperial capital to defend it, rather than coming to Yumen Pass. Even if Yumen Pass were to fall, it would not be of paramount importance to the Great Xia. As Chapter 76 unfolds, the indomitable spirit of the Tiger King emerges. Could it be that the Emperor of the Great Xia has fled here with the Black Ice Cavalry? A Gongbao speculates. The more he contemplates, the more sense it seems. Yumen Pass is where the main forces of the Great Xia royal family are gathered. Rumors suggest that the Emperor intends to achieve a significant feat before his demise, possibly launching an expedition against the Wolf tribe to secure a legacy that would be celebrated for millennia. The fellow is said to be quite foolish yet vain, insistent on provoking the Wolf tribe. However, internal conflicts among the noble families of the Great Xia, combined with the Emperor's deteriorating health, have thus far prevented any action. This is also why the Wolf tribe has mobilized so many forces this time, having long positioned themselves at the borders to guard against the Great Xia. They have now seized the opportunity to advance. How delightful! They had feared they would gain nothing this time, but unexpectedly, the fat sheep has wandered right into their grasp. After realizing this, a Gongbao's expression brightens. The old emperor's impending demise is inconsequential. What truly matters is that he must be fleeing with the royal treasures, which is of great importance to him. With this thought, his earlier frustration at being obstructed dissipates. Although the Wolf tribe has not yet entered the Great Xia, they may indeed reap the greatest benefits, leaving them far from at a loss. They will hold their forces back from attacking, awaiting reinforcements. While he feels that the addition of 8,000 Black Ice Cavalry may not change much, the fact that the Emperor has come with his royal treasures and accompanying experts cannot be underestimated. Engaging in a forced battle would result in significant losses, so awaiting reinforcements is the prudent course of action. Meanwhile, within Yumen Pass, a stronghold that has existed since the previous dynasty, meticulously constructed for defense and enhanced with formations, is where the Wolf tribe's 55 experts have been thwarted. At this moment, the one stationed here is the formidable Tiger King, one of the peak land deities of the royal family. He too has received news of the arrival of the Black Ice Cavalry. What is going on? Is the imperial capital forsaken, and why have they come here? He scratches his gleaming bald head, filled with questions. He understands the court's difficult situation. He has even heard rumors of 3 foreign armies invading, and knowing that manpower is already scarce, he had sent another peak land deity from the royal family to assist. According to the timeline, that reinforcement should not have reached the imperial capital yet. Yet, unexpectedly, it seems that the imperial capital has dispatched reinforcements to him. Is this some sort of jest? Even now, despite the lack of reinforcements, there is no absence of power in the imperial capital. I have always maintained that selecting that lad, thick virtue, as emperor is a grave mistake. He is utterly unfit. His mind is not right. The Tiger King contemplated for a moment, eventually cursing in frustration. He suspected that the emperor was acting recklessly. Such folly could only stem from someone not quite right in the head. It is a pity for thick Zhao. He was truly the most suitable candidate. The Tiger King sighed. Alas, despite being of royal blood and an esteemed ancestor, he could not intervene in the affairs of the imperial lineage. Such is the custom of the royal family. It is only in recent years, with the frequency of the emperor's mishaps, that these old-timers have begun to pay attention. They even wish to reside in the imperial capital to uncover the root of the troubles. Unfortunately, the emperor would not permit it and expelled these venerable figures. The power of the royal family has shifted entirely to the borders. Aside from the human pass, the other regions are relatively unimportant and unlikely to ignite conflict. They have also been given a plan, instructing them to take action only when circumstances worsen. The Tiger King had previewed the contents of his plan. The message was simple: flee. The farther, the better. The idea was appealing, yet the Tiger King could not acquiesce. Having lived for over 700 years, a typical terrestrial immortal might expect another 2 or 3 centuries of life. However, the royal family is peculiar. Aside from the martial emperor, most live increasingly shorter lives. Even at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, they would not reach their expected lifespan. The Tiger King estimated he might be fortunate to live another century. In such circumstances, to flee like a beaten dog is simply unacceptable to his proud temperament. Thus, he chose to confront the situation head-on. Even if the Great Xia royal family were to perish, it should be a grand affair. In any case, if doom is inevitable, why not embrace it? I shall fight to the last. After all, death is death, regardless of the manner. Ultimately, the Tiger King resolved to cease pondering the matter. 8 millennia of the Great Xia Dynasty has reached its conclusion. He was acutely aware of the royal family's plight. Although it could still be said that they were the foremost in martial prowess, this was a solitary assessment. In truth, he knew all too well what the royal family had accomplished. Their efforts were wholly inadequate. Absolute suppression was necessary. This would require the foundational strength of the royal family. Once that strength faltered, it was inevitable that they would be besieged. The royal family's secret weapons, their treasury, and the fear and hatred directed towards them must be wielded to maintain their advantage. Only with absolute superiority can they quell their restless hearts. The moment they display weakness, they will be overwhelmed. In fact, if any single faction were to stand alone, the royal family would not fear them. However, due to the iron-fisted methods of the Great Xia royal family in the past, these factions would unite at the slightest opportunity, just as they are now. Had the emperor not encountered difficulties, the royal family's secret weapons could still be utilized freely, and the royal family would not be afraid. Alas, there are no ifs. The imperial lineage refuses to disclose the true nature of the issues surrounding the secret weapons. Otherwise, they could devise a solution together. Yet, to speak of these matters now is too late. The Great Xia is destined to fall. May the ancestors bear witness. The unfilial descendants, Lu Wulia, is willing to accept punishment. The Tiger King gazed up at the heavens, and clad in heavy armor, he suddenly knelt, bowing deeply towards the imperial capital. The Wolf Tribe. If you seek the demise of the Great Xia, then your Khanate must also undergo a change of dynasty. Send the orders, beat the drums, and assemble. Once the Black Ice heavy cavalry arrives, allow them a brief respite before coordinating an assault. The Tiger King knew that the heavy cavalry would undoubtedly be fatigued upon arrival. However, the emperor should be among them. There would surely be pursuers behind them, foreign forces, and even the powerful clans within the Great Xia. In such a scenario, they had no choice but to advance. Moreover, they must act swiftly. Therefore, a mere brief rest and some medicinal pills would suffice. Otherwise, being besieged from both sides would lead to a most humiliating demise. At this point, whether they could break out was of little consequence. They merely needed to recover their losses. The Tiger King rose, gripping his great blade tightly, a fierce determination surging within him, emanating an aura of resolute defiance. Today, even if the Lu royal family must perish, we shall do so standing. The emperor has arrived, just in time to guard the nation's gates. Come forth. Chapter 77. The Qin King's folly, your highness. The Black Ice heavy cavalry is approaching. Shall we open the city gates to let them in? Just as the Tiger King was seeking his fighting spirit, a soldier reported from outside. Let them in. The Tiger King waved his hand. Although he suspected the emperor had arrived, he felt no inclination to welcome him. By lineage, he could be considered the emperor's forefather. Over the years, he had seen countless emperors depart, and he had long ceased to keep count. Under normal circumstances, he would still observe the basic courtesies between monarch and subject. But at this juncture, he felt the emperor should come to him, this elder, to acknowledge his faults. Although the current plight of the Great Xia cannot be entirely blamed on him, after all, it stems from issues within their royal family. 8 millennia of imperial fortune has reached its twilight. Nevertheless, that lad is ultimately a monarch destined for ruin. Regardless of circumstances, he remains culpable. Report. The Black Ice heavy cavalry has entered through the western gate, without pausing, directly heading out the eastern gate to engage the wolf tribe. As the Tiger King awaited the emperor's arrival, hoping to assert his authority as an elder to grant the Black Ice heavy cavalry a moment's respite, he was instead met with this shocking news. The Black Ice heavy cavalry had arrived and proceeded without delay to confront the wolf tribe. This force is even more audacious than I anticipated. Upon receiving this news, the Tiger King was momentarily stunned. Even he had not expected the Black Ice heavy cavalry to forego resting and charge out of the city. Originally, he had set aside a quarter hour for them to catch their breath, fearing they might be encircled, hence his desire to engage quickly. Little did he know, they had no intention of resting. Even he thought this was reckless. Quickly stop them. Warfare requires strategy. The Tiger King could not remain seated and quickly rose. It was too late to stop them. They had already charged out. The messenger soldier lamented helplessly. Who opened the city gates? I only said to open the western gate, not the eastern. The Tiger King erupted in fury. No one opened the gates, yet the Black Ice heavy cavalry charged through, shattering the city gate and breaching the formation. The soldiers trembled under the Tiger King's wrath. What in the world? The Tiger King's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that the Black Ice heavy cavalry would be so foolish as to break through their own city's gate, shattering the formation in the process. He was trembling with rage. Undoubtedly, it was that foolish emperor acting recklessly. I always said that lad was unfit. He only knows how to play petty tricks. Such a serious matter of state should never be toyed with. Out of the city, for a decisive battle, the Tiger King declared fiercely. Since it had come to this, they could only charge directly. After all, his original plan was to fight to the bitter end. Now, it was merely rushed and would incur greater losses. But the difference was negligible. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Agong Bao, who had initially shared the same intention as the Tiger King to wait for reinforcements before engaging in a final showdown, was equally bewildered. Upon hearing reports from the front lines that the Black Ice heavy cavalry had entered the Yumen Pass and, without pausing, directly charged out to attack, he questioned whether his ears were deceiving him. As he took to the skies to observe, the entire Black Ice heavy cavalry appeared to be in a state of fervent excitement. They resembled fierce tigers that had caught the scent of blood rather than mere harbingers of death. Moreover, he discerned an astonishing aura of bloodlust emanating from them, as if they had just emerged from a massacre. What could this mean? From the palpable bloodthirst, he sensed something ominous. The Black Ice heavy cavalry did not seem like those fleeing for their lives. Rather, they appeared to have charged forth through a path of slaughter. Their aura was overwhelmingly potent, radiating an extreme confidence that suggested they regarded the 500,000 wolf tribe warriors merely as lambs. He was familiar with this scenario. It was indicative of an army arriving with the momentum of a great victory. It seemed that the Black Ice heavy cavalry had indeed engaged in a bloody battle, rather than simply fleeing. Yet, curiously, they appeared to have suffered no losses. This was perplexing. After a bloodbath, one would expect some attrition. The banner of the Qin Wang? Gazing at the flag of the Black Ice heavy cavalry intensified his bewilderment. Initially, he had suspected that they were escaping with the emperor. However, the absence of an imperial banner and the presence of the Great Xia's Qin Wang flag, the one rumored to possess the potential of a martial emperor, only deepened his confusion. This situation left him utterly baffled, especially as he observed the grand carriage at the center of the Black Ice heavy cavalry, which resembled a royal palace. His keen eyesight even caught glimpses of figures dancing within. He gasped in shock. How could there be such folly in the world? To charge into battle while seated in such a massive carriage was audacious to the point of recklessness. Even someone as self-assured as he would not dare to flaunt such arrogance. It was tantamount to courting death, and worse still, bringing an entire army along with him. The prowess of the Black Ice heavy cavalry was indeed remarkable. Setting aside the absurdity of the carriage, in any other army, such ostentation would have shattered morale. Yet the Black Ice heavy cavalry surged forward with unyielding momentum, seemingly unfazed. This clearly marked them as an elite force among elites. However, such exceptional skill was a tragic waste for the Great Xia. After 8,000 years, the dynasty had become thoroughly decayed. He had initially thought the issue lay solely with the royal lineage. Yet, judging by that carriage, it was evident that the royal descendants had been rendered inept. Such a farcical display, even if the lineage were intact, would not save them from impending doom. With this realization, the anxiety that the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry's fierce aura had instilled began to dissipate. After all, it was the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, and their aura of invincibility was understandable. As for the bloodlust, it might not necessarily stem from confronting a formidable army. They could have merely slaughtered a few minor clans along the way to bolster their morale. The wolf tribe often engaged in similar practices before battle, allowing new recruits to spill blood to invigorate their spirits, albeit not to the extent of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Yet, seasoned soldiers typically refrained from such actions. He had not considered this aspect until he glimpsed that carriage, which sparked this line of thought. It became apparent that the Qin Huang might indeed possess an erratic mindset, thus rationalizing such outrageous behavior. Without waiting for the guards at Yimingwen to react, he thought, well, since they are so eager for death, let it be so. He glanced towards Yimingwen and noticed that the guards seemed momentarily stunned. Judging by the timing, the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry must have charged out immediately upon their arrival, without even coordinating with the guards. This further indicated the Qin Huang's lack of prudence. Yet, one could somewhat understand his impulsiveness. An 18-year-old youth rumored to possess martial prowess would undoubtedly have devoted himself to training over the years. This could elucidate the rationale behind such reckless maneuvers. Prepare for the entire army to advance. We shall take down the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry in one fell swoop and then deal with the guards at Yimingwen, defeating them one by one. Chapter 78. The fear of Agongbeo. Originally, they had planned to wait for reinforcements before acting. However, upon witnessing the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry's direct charge, it was unnecessary to delay. A mere 8,000 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry? The wolf tribe was not without their own cavalry. Seizing the moment while the guards at Yimingwen remained oblivious, they could swiftly eliminate the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Though they had only brought 5,000 troops this time and lacked the elite quality of the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, their reinforcements were formidable. With 500,000 soldiers, bolstered by a cadre of powerful warriors, as long as their cavalry could withstand the initial assault, they would soon overwhelm the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. With superior strength and numbers, what could the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry possibly offer against the wolf tribe? This was merely a case of an ignorant youth seeking his own demise. Regrettably, the absence of the Great Xia Emperor was a disappointment. While the emperor himself might not hold significance, the imperial treasures he carried were of utmost importance. Where could the emperor possibly be? The Qin Huang possessed such talent. Perhaps he had access to the royal treasures. Agongbeo's gaze shifted towards the carriage guarded by the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He was aware that the Great Xia Emperor was nearing death. In this precarious situation, he might very well pass everything on to his most favored son, especially with the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry at his side. The more he contemplated, the more his eyes sparkled with greed, and he felt an insatiable urge to act. Though he was indeed the Khan and commanded great respect within the wolf tribe, resource allocation discussions were often contentious, particularly regarding the royal treasures. No clan would allow him to monopolize them, yet he yearned to seize the greatest share for himself. The best course of action, therefore, was to take decisive action and secure the most valuable portions. Surely, within that grand carriage, treasures awaited. As his thoughts became increasingly animated, Agongbeo resolved to lead by example. With determination, he soared into the air, positioning himself at the forefront of his army. Upon witnessing their Khan take the lead and directly charge into battle, the wolf tribe soldiers erupted into a fervent cheer, their battle spirit ignited. Just then, a golden eagle soared down from the skies above. Traversing from within the Great Xia territory, Agongbeo looked up, recognizing it as their reconnaissance eagle, a golden eagle dispatched only in the direst of emergencies. Typically, ordinary eagles were used for intelligence gathering, reserving the golden eagle for unforeseen circumstances. This indicated that unless an urgent matter arose, it was improbable for the scouts to deploy the golden eagle. Agongbeo's brow furrowed. Could it be that the Great Xia imperial capital had fallen? Yet even so, such a situation would not necessitate the use of a golden eagle. While significant, this was not a matter of grave concern for the wolf tribe. It seemed he needed to reassess the eagle guards. They could not discern the gravity of the situation. Agongbeo shifted his focus, deciding that regardless of the unfolding events, the priority was to eliminate the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. Securing the royal treasures was paramount. As for what transpired in the Great Xia, that could wait. As the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry drew near to his own cavalry, Agongbeo hesitated not for a moment. He launched himself towards the guarded carriage. To his surprise, he encountered no resistance whatsoever. Initially, he had intended to unleash his full might to penetrate their ranks, yet he found himself granted unexpected access. The Black Ice Heavy Cavalry appeared oblivious to his presence, allowing him to slip through effortlessly. Even with Agongbayo's confidence, he was left momentarily dazed by the ease of his entry. 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry, without mentioning the ordinary soldiers. He distinctly sensed the presence of a formidable being among the ranks of the black ice heavy cavalry. These individuals did not attempt to obstruct him in any manner. This ease of passage stirred an unsettling feeling within Agongbayo's heart. Instinctively, he sensed that something was amiss. However, now that he had already charged outside the carriage, to withdraw due to hesitation would indeed be a jest. Thus, Agongbayo, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected ease, proceeded directly into the carriage. As he entered, he abruptly heard the sound of the retreat signal resounding from behind. Which audacious fool dared to sound the retreat at such a critical moment? Just as the battle was about to commence, Agongbayo's fury ignited. Once he dealt with the Great Xia's Cangtian and secured the royal treasures, he would be eager to uncover the identity of this reckless individual who dared to court death. It seemed that his leniency over the years had led some to forget the means by which he ascended to the position of Khan. As his thoughts churned, he fully entered the carriage, yet had no time to take direct action. He felt an immense pressure descend upon him, akin to a soaring dragon, freezing his very thoughts. What was happening? Agongbayo struggled to comprehend. He had envisioned entering the carriage, engaging in a ruthless massacre, seizing the royal treasures of Great Xia, and then returning to deal with his foolish subordinates. He was not one to indulge in unnecessary chatter. However, at this critical juncture, why was he suddenly rendered immobile? The mental paralysis he experienced delayed his recognition of the anomaly, even with his considerable strength. Yet, it was merely a few moments before he began to regain his senses. The primary reason was that their wolf clan's heavy cavalry had already collided with the black ice heavy cavalry, although the retreat signal had been sounded from behind. At the moment of impact, the effect of that signal could only serve to dampen the wolf clan's forward momentum. Once the army was in motion, especially in the throes of battle, retreat was not easily attainable. Boom. In the instant of contact, the wolf clan's heavy cavalry was utterly engulfed by a tide of darkness. They were truly obliterated. The black ice heavy cavalry charged forward, leaving no room for resistance, their momentum unyielding. 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry moved like lightning, and wherever they passed, the wolf clan's heavy forces shattered, unable to impede their advance, nor did their speed diminish, simply trampling onward. They were mercilessly crushed. Those wolf clan heavy cavalrymen, to their last breath, could not comprehend what had transpired. Initially, they had been filled with immense zeal for battle. Although they were outnumbered in the heavy cavalry department, behind them loomed an army of 500,000, bolstered by earth deity-level warriors, with their Khan leading the charge. This was a glorious opportunity to garner military merit. However, they never anticipated being utterly annihilated before they could even react and flee. At this moment, Agongbayo, still trapped in a state of mental paralysis within the carriage, witnessed this scene unfold. It was then that he felt his thoughts beginning to clear, a flash of insight illuminating his mind. The golden eagle of the Eagle Guards, combined with the retreat signal from behind, conjured a terrifying realization within his mind. Chapter 79. The terror of the celestial seal. At this moment, the absolute suppression and the instantaneous dissolution of his own heavy cavalry made him aware of a dreadful truth. The bloodthirsty aura emanating from the black ice heavy cavalry was likely not derived from mere slaughter. No, the mere thought of this horrifying situation nearly suffocated him. It became clear to him why the golden eagle had soared overhead, followed by the sound of retreat. If the information were accurate, then remaining here meant certain death. Yet, it was too late. Everything was too late, at least for him. Driven by greed for the treasures of the Great Xia royal family, he had already stepped into the trap. His gaze struggled to shift, locking onto the figure within the carriage, the ethereal youth who appeared almost divine. That must be the Cangtian. At this moment, the other party regarded him with indifferent detachment, as if observing an insignificant insect. If his suspicions were correct, he truly was an insect. He was gravely mistaken. The rumors of a martial emperor were false. They must have been fabrications spread by the royal family. Before him stood a genuine martial emperor, and he sensed that this individual was even more terrifying than any martial emperor he had ever known. A martial emperor was a singular force of devastating slaughter, while the Qin king before him seemed to soar above. Just look at how fearsome those black ice heavy cavalry were, each one a living embodiment of death. Even if the black ice heavy cavalry were terrifying, they could not possibly be this formidable. It could only mean that they were empowered by some extraordinary force. Such an enhancement, even if they were earth deities, could scarcely elevate a handful of warriors to such heights. Moreover, it would be impossible to achieve this effect. Yet, The Qin king had empowered 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry. Even the most tyrannical celestial emperor's edicts could not defy reason to such an extent. This was no longer within the conceptual realm of earth deities. Earth deities were ultimately mere mortals in the eyes of the divine, while the display before him was akin to celestial beings from the heavens. It was over, not just for him, but for his entire family, and even the Wolf clan as a whole. The thought of the martial emperor was already terrifying enough. Yet at that time, it was merely the martial emperor alone wreaking havoc, decimating their Wolf clan's strongest warriors and obliterating a few key strongholds. Despite the martial emperor's strength, he was but one man. After a certain point, even he would tire of slaughtering. No one could continuously kill without respite. Even an insect would grow weary of being trodden upon. But now, the situation was vastly different. The Qin king commanded 8,000 black ice heavy cavalry, and these 8,000 were true machines of merciless slaughter. It was not merely a matter of numbers. The more they killed, the more exhilarated they seemed, appearing immune to the fatigue of slaughter. Should these warriors descend upon the grasslands, the consequences for the Wolf clan would likely surpass even the calamity of Tianwu. Agongbeo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he beheld his own heavy cavalry being trampled underfoot, followed by the elite forces of the Wolf clan. 500,000 strong. Break! The black ice heavy cavalry roared in unison, and in that unified cry, a great dragon took shape, sweeping towards the Wolf clan army, which had yet to fully comprehend the unfolding chaos. In an instant, the entire Wolf clan army was swept away. Under such a forceful impact, they could only feel their heads buzzing, unable to respond to the massacre perpetrated by the black ice heavy cavalry. The entire black ice heavy cavalry surged forward like a dragon dipped in ink, sweeping past, while a phantom-like youth stood atop, exuding an imperial majesty that made all beings of the earth seem like mere insects. This was the true might of an emperor. It was as if even the heavens themselves would bow in submission. Lu Feifan extended his hand, and a seal emerged, manifesting from his grasp. Since the time of the founding ancestor, even the formidable martial emperor had not dared to carry the celestial seal beyond the palace walls. Yet now, Lu Feifan had brought it forth. The passage between the realms of saints and demons stabilized under the combined might of his power and the celestial seal, rendering it unshakable for the time being. Even though the celestial seal had been removed from its original place, the forces of the saint and demon realms could not break free. Indeed, it was the seal that had enabled the Lu family to maintain their dominion for 8,000 years, even now. After 8 millennia of suppressing the passage to the saint and demon realms, its power had diminished significantly, yet its terror remained beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Even with Lu Feifan's current prowess, he couldn't help but marvel at the celestial seal. To be frank, before he attained his present realm, he required no equipment whatsoever. This is not mere bravado. The armaments of the Great Xia, even those touted on so-called leaderboards, are nothing but trifles to him. Therefore, it matters little whether he employs them or not. However, the emergence of the celestial seal changes everything. It is a true treasure that can genuinely assist him, even though its power has significantly waned. The strength of the celestial seal in its prime is beyond imagination. It is no wonder that even the formidable holy and demon clans were forced back by the great ancestor, who subsequently sealed the passage. With this treasure, especially in its peak condition, the great ancestor could not penetrate the realms of the holy and demon clans, leading one to conclude that he was indeed lacking. The formidable black ice heavy cavalry's might can be attributed to Lu Feifan's enhancements. Nevertheless, achieving such feats would not have been possible without the celestial seal's contributions. Otherwise, even with Lu Feifan's strength, such absurdity would have been unattainable. This particular capability had eluded emperors of bygone eras. Yet Lu Feifan managed to unlock it through a day's exploration. Remarkably, the effects are indeed formidable. He can elevate the entire black ice heavy cavalry. Moreover, in battle, he can unleash their latent potential. In just a few short days, 3 warriors of the earthly immortal realm have emerged from the black ice heavy cavalry. As long as the fighting continues, this number is bound to rise. His father was indeed correct. Only this prince can wield the seal's true power. The ancestors buried the celestial seal. Lu Feifan sighed, shaking his head. Even as a flawed artifact, the power he could manifest is beyond the ancestors' imagination. The legacies they left behind are but the most rudimentary. From his father, Lu Feifan learned that these were matters he had never fully grasped in his lifetime. Yet, within less than an hour of possessing the celestial seal, he had comprehended the ancestors' teachings thoroughly. In these past few days, his conquests with the black ice heavy cavalry were merely a side endeavor. His primary focus was the study of the celestial seal. Lu Feifan merely utilized the seal's power to enhance the Black Ice heavy cavalry. He had not even engaged in combat himself, yet his adversaries crumbled, becoming mere fodder for the cultivation of the Black Ice heavy cavalry. This deepened Lu Feifan's understanding of the celestial seal. This is the true imperial seal. 1 point. The ancestors were not mistaken. Suppression is indeed one of the seal's primary functions. However, the ancestors faltered in one regard. They merely used the seal without replenishing it. They only drew from it while also needing to suppress the passage between the holy and demon realms, thereby continuously requiring the transmission of power. It is indeed remarkable that the celestial seal has endured to this day. In truth, supplying power to the celestial seal is not an insurmountable challenge. It merely requires assistance in absorbing the royal power. For 8,000 years, the Great Xia flourished, with royal power peaking a millennium ago. It has only weakened in recent times. Yet, even so, the celestial seal has not tasted a single morsel. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly curse the generations of the Lu family emperors for their wastefulness. Upon reaching Lu Feifan's hands, it has finally consumed a few bites. However, the current state of the Great Xia means that royal power is scarce. Rest assured, it shall not be long. Lu Feifan reassured the celestial seal. During these days of research, he also sought solutions to the issue of his lineage's diminished lifespan due to the transmission of power. While his father is temporarily subdued from the side effects, it is merely a suppression. A complete resolution is not so easily attained. Of course, if given time, he could gradually restore the old emperor's health. However, with so many royal family members, curing one while another remains ill would take too long. It would be more prudent for him to devise a method, creating a pathway for them to address their own latent dangers. In just a few days, Lu Feifan has made some progress. Speaking of which, his study of the celestial seal deepens his appreciation for the celestial emperor's decree, which is indeed domineering. This may also explain why, over the years, aside from him, only one martial emperor reached the peak of the earthly immortal realm through sheer cultivation. The martial emperor, who ascended to such heights, must possess an astounding gift. Yet, the subsequent generations failed to inherit this ability, which is rather perplexing. It remains uncertain whether this is purely a genetic mutation or due to other reasons. Time has elapsed too long. He cannot simply excavate the martial emperor's grave for research. Not only is such an act improper, but it is also beyond his means. After inheriting the celestial seal, Lu Feifan is privy to more hidden truths. Within the imperial tombs, the martial emperor's grave is a facade. It is said that upon sensing his impending demise, the martial emperor bequeathed the throne and sought a secluded place to meet his end. Because he achieved the earthly immortal pinnacle through his own cultivation rather than inherited power, he need not pass on the throne before his death. Nevertheless, he still had the new emperor conduct a funeral for him to obscure the fact of his death occurring away from home. The reason, as he himself stated, was a fear that future generations would prove ineffectual, leading to the downfall of the Great Xia and his legacy being desecrated. While he was alive, no faction dared to defy him. Even in the presence of the emperor, the strong had the privilege of standing firm. But that was not the case during the martial emperor's reign. In his era, even those capable of transcending would not dare to do so, fearing the martial emperor might perceive them as too powerful, too imposing. In such circumstances, should the Great Xia fall, the fate of his remains would be predictable. Thus, he chose to die outside. Even the previous emperor was unaware of his whereabouts. As Lu Feifan pondered, the Black Ice heavy cavalry had already breached the entire wolf clan formation. Their speed was astonishing, a surging black tide that could rival even the mightiest ocean waves. The heart of Agongbeo, whose eyes could barely move, shattered at the sight. These were the elite of their wolf clan, the finest of the Agon family. All gone, utterly annihilated. As the black tide receded, only a hazy mist of blood remained. At this moment, after being pierced through, the wolf army finally regained their wits amidst the shock of the battle cries. Everyone began to comprehend why, at the critical moment, the rear had sounded the retreat. These Black Ice heavy cavalry were nothing short of inhuman. They could not fight back, not even a little. Their own heavy cavalry had been swept away in a single wave. What could they possibly do? In that moment, their only option was to flee. The wolf clan rode on wolf demons, all cavalry, and they held the human pass in high regard, forming a standard battle formation. However, as they were all cavalry, their ranks were even more dispersed. Unlike the coalition forces outside Jiaoding City, which huddled together in ignorance of how to lose, only to be overwhelmed in a single wave. Though the wolf clan numbered only 500,000, they occupied an area several times larger than the 800,000 of the coalition forces. Thus, after being pierced through, they quickly reacted. Having witnessed the terror of the black ice heavy cavalry, they felt no inclination to resist. Only one thought remained in their minds: to flee. And the farther, the better. However, the Human Pass is a unique location, surrounded by mountains on two sides, with only the grasslands ahead suitable for their cavalry to escape. Therefore, aside from those above the Grand Master rank, the remaining wolf soldiers could only turn and flee, with the black ice heavy cavalry hot on their heels. Once again, a thrilling bloodbath ensues. The black ice heavy cavalry, usually reticent, now roars with unrestrained fury, their shouts resonating ominously, causing the Wolf Clan's forces to feel the reverberations in their skulls. Their retreat becomes increasingly sluggish. While there are indeed formidable warriors among the Wolf Clan, possessing the strength of terrestrial immortals, their valiant attempts to resist merely serve to hasten their demise. To the black ice heavy cavalry, the notion of terrestrial immortals holds no significance. Their focus remains unwavering. Under the leadership of Cangtian, they have become truly invincible. The presence of hundreds of terrestrial immortals, or even 500,000 wolves, poses no threat. They feel capable of obliterating all. Their strength is terrifying, and slaying these elite wolves is as effortless as slaughtering swine. The vast plains echo with the lamentations of the wolf army and their cavalry. At this moment, Agongbeo realizes he can move, yet fear paralyzes him, his body trembling. The adversary, seemingly serene as an immortal, appears to him as a terrifying demon. Cangtian. Agongbeo struggles to speak. Recognizing this king, why do you not kneel? Feifan, removing his hand from the celestial seal, gazes at Agongbeo and speaks nonchalantly. Thud. Upon hearing this, Agongbeo immediately kneels. He is indeed the great Khan of the plains. And while he stands at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, he knows he must kneel. The chasm between them is too vast. He feels he has no choice but to submit. Although the opponent is merely 18 years old, Agongbeo perceives him as a being more terrifying than the martial emperor. Your Highness, the king, a humble minister from a small nation, wishes to revere you as the celestial Khan. May we serve the Great Xia for generations, honoring it as supreme, forever obedient to its command. I swear by the name of the eternal heaven. Agongbeo prostrates himself on the ground, raising his hands in an oath. Meanwhile, beyond the Human Pass, the Tiger King finally emerges with his army. Initially, he was in a hurry, cursing the reckless young emperor. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he gasps in disbelief. Chapter 81. The Tiger King's Confusion. The Tiger King blinks vigorously, doubting his own eyesight. What he witnesses is a massacre, a bloody slaughter. 500,000 wolf warriors are being relentlessly pursued and slaughtered like swine, with no room for resistance. When did the black ice heavy cavalry become so formidable? He had no inkling. He was once the chief instructor of the black ice heavy cavalry and understood their capabilities well, especially this batch of cavalry. Stripped of their terrestrial immortals by that young fool, had their combat effectiveness severely diminished. This was the weakest group he had ever trained. Yet, the current situation defies all expectations. It must be noted that those 500,000 are not mere pawns or the likes of the White Lotus cult. They are elite warriors trained in martial formations. Having battled against them, he knows their terror is not to be underestimated. Yet now, they appear no stronger than a disorganized rabble, as if rendered defenseless. The sheer contrast leaves the Tiger King agape. He has no doubt that should he charge in, he would be torn to shreds by the frenzied black ice heavy cavalry. Even his steed, the blood-sweating dragon horse, trembles in fear, having stood by him for years, unyielding even in the face of great adversity. Yet now, it is frightened. This illustrates just how fearsome the black ice heavy cavalry has become, surpassing all imagination. The Tiger King must admit, even he feels a tremor of heart. Have I misjudged? Could that fellow, Hoda, truly possess such talent? Quietly achieving great things over these years. He gasps in realization. The more he reflects, the more he believes he has underestimated Hoda. Perhaps in these years, he has feigned incompetence while diligently strengthening his forces, utilizing the black ice heavy cavalry he reassigned for grand ambitions. Witness how the entire black ice heavy cavalry has transformed into such a fearsome force. He had always blamed Hoda in front of his ancestors, enumerating his faults over the years. Now, it appears he was mistaken. Tomorrow, he shall confess to his ancestors that he wronged Hoda. This fellow is indeed formidable. The Great Xia can endure. After 8,000 years, the Great Xia still possesses its fortune. Ancestors, open your eyes and see. Hoda was not a poor choice. I was wrong. He is truly remarkable. The Tiger King turns to face the capital, raising his voice in a triumphant shout. At this moment, he is filled with exhilaration. willingly acknowledging his errors. Clear the battlefield. Maintain distance from the black ice heavy cavalry to avoid accidental injury. After seeking forgiveness from his ancestors, the Tiger King gestures. His deep voice reverberates like thunder, resonating throughout the army. Given the current situation, they can offer no assistance to the black ice heavy cavalry. To intervene would obstruct the cavalry's slaughter of the wolf clan. However, they can still pursue and eliminate the fleeing remnants of the wolf forces. Understood. The soldiers at Human Pass respond in unison, their spirits soaring high. Initially, they had emerged with the resolve to face death. While loyal to the Great Xia and prepared to die in battle, reaching this juncture, even with their fighting spirit intact, a sense of melancholy lingers. Yet, they had not anticipated that upon exiting the city, they would witness such a scene. The black ice heavy cavalry pursuing the wolf army, as if they were mere livestock. This spectacle is profoundly shocking. Though they may not fully comprehend it, their blood surges with excitement. They also realize that they need not sacrifice themselves. Their task now is merely to clean the battlefield, dealing with a group of terrified remnants. Should anything untoward occur, it would simply be their fate. Is this truly the might of the Great Xia's black ice heavy cavalry? It is said that this was trained by our Lord. How terrifying! Our Lord is truly formidable. Though it is unfortunate he did not train us in the same manner. As the soldiers of Human Pass disperse to clear the battlefield, the bloodshed now brings them a sense of reassurance, prompting some to speak out. The Tiger King, hearing this voice, feels his cheeks twitch, even with his seasoned visage. He finds it somewhat embarrassing. He had previously looked down upon this black ice heavy cavalry. Who would have thought they could become so ruthless? Had he not witnessed it for himself, he would have dismissed such claims as mere boasting. But now, all he can utter is, impressive. However, something feels amiss. The flag they bear is not the imperial flag. Once the army has cleared the battlefield, the Tiger King gently taps his blood-sweating dragon horse. The steed understands his cue but hesitates, gradually approaching the direction of the black ice heavy cavalry. From above, the Tiger King discerns something is awry. He observes that the flag the black ice heavy cavalry guards is not the imperial banner. Are they advancing in a carriage? And such a large one. The Tiger King scratches his bald head, a question mark flashing through his mind. Peering closely, he realizes the banner displays the flag of Cangtian. Cangtian. He has only recently heard of this royal descendant. Being stationed at the border, he has not been particularly attentive to affairs within the dynasty. He merely knows that the foolish young emperor is nearing his end. This news barely elicits a sigh from him. After the departure of so many emperors, he has become numb, devoid of any feelings. Even the thought of revisiting the past felt burdensome. Yet unexpectedly, the wolf clan suddenly tightened their grip, and the royal family's urgent communication channels were activated. It was then he learned of the simultaneous invasion by the coalition of 5 nations. Their sudden cooperation, devoid of prior whispers, stemmed from the rumors that the Qin king possessed the potential of a martial emperor. It was at this moment that he discovered he had a descendant named Qin Wang, regarded as the heir apparent by the young and foolish monarch. His immediate reaction was disbelief. If the royal family truly had such a remarkable individual, even the young monarch, regardless of his naivety, would have sought the counsel of the elder statesman for guidance. It was unfathomable that they would be kept in the dark. Even if his mind had become muddled, he couldn't fathom such foolishness. Thus, he suspected that amidst the turmoil of succession, a fool within the royal family had concocted this message as a means to incite conflict. The other royal family member stationed here was a powerful figure, returning not only to provide assistance, but also to personally address the misguided genius. Their analysis left them infuriated. However, the situation now seemed amiss. Chapter 82. The Curse of Eternal Life, could it be? A thought flickered in the mind of the Tiger King. He perceived the black ice heavy cavalry as exceedingly extraordinary. The actions of the young monarch over these years hardly resembled those of a cunning strategist, let alone transforming the black ice heavy cavalry into such a formidable force. Previously, having witnessed the Black Storm, he felt he had misjudged the situation. After all, no matter how unbelievable, witnessing it firsthand would alter one's perception. Yet now something felt off. The grand banner emblazoned with the character for Qin seemed to convey a different tale. As a formidable being at the pinnacle of terrestrial immortality, he gazed down from a height. At this moment, he could vaguely discern within the carriage a youth holding a jade seal that hovered in the air, while before him knelt a rugged middle-aged man clad in a golden wolf robe. It was the wolf clan's Khan, Agongbeo. The Tiger King recognized him well, having recently engaged in combat. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary, and the Tiger King's initial thought had been to drag him down together. But now what did he see? An entity he needed to confront with his life was kneeling before him. This proud individual now appeared as meek as a sheep on the prairie. Meanwhile, the youth regarded him with an air of indifference, as if he were merely observing an insignificant ant. Could he be the Qin Huang? The Tiger King's breath grew heavy. The more he contemplated, the more he felt he had misjudged the situation. The young monarch was not as simple as he had presumed. He preferred to believe that Qin Huang was even more formidable. This indicated that the rumors were erroneous. The royal descendant was not merely endowed with the potential of a martial emperor, but had surpassed it. This meant that the foolish child spreading rumors was far from the truth. If that were the case, ancestors, I take back my previous words. The young monarch is indeed a fool, an unparalleled fool. His mind is muddled, and I would truly like to slap him. After coming to this realization, the Tiger King abruptly turned to face the direction of the imperial capital, cursing under his breath. He previously doubted Qin Huang's martial potential, believing that if the young monarch had any semblance of rationality, such a descendant would not remain undisclosed to them, the elder statesmen. Understandably, in their dire situation, if a martial emperor were to emerge, it would be a boon of immense significance. Although he held a low opinion of the young monarch, he had at least possessed a modicum of sense in the past. It was merely that the individual lacked diligence. Hence, he thought that the information he was unaware of was merely a rumor. Yet now, the reality seemed to affirm the existence of such a descendant. Naturally, he felt compelled to voice his outrage. Consider the emergence of such a descendant. The young monarch had not even consulted the elder statesman for guidance. His intellect was as muddled as that of a simpleton. Were there to be any unforeseen events, it would signify the true end of the dynasty's fortune. Thus, the Tiger King, after recognizing the issue, shifted from excitement to anger. How foolish of him to have just apologized to the ancestors. He had not erred at all, not in the slightest, and had even exercised restraint. His temper flared, and had the emperor been present, he would have wanted to confront two imbeciles. As his thoughts churned, he noticed the expression of boundless terror etched on the face of Khan Agongbeo within the carriage. He pondered the Heavenly Khan, a meaningless title. During the reign of the martial emperor, the Wolf clan also revered him as such, yet now you come back. The Prairie Wolf clan might have once sworn fealty in the name of the eternal heaven, but now, they stood before him, listening to the calm words of Lu Feifan. Agongbeo's eyes revealed his fear. It was evident that the Qin Huang before him seemed unwilling to accept his loyalty. Qin Huang, you are even more powerful and youthful than the martial emperor. You possess the potential for eternal life. The passage of time cannot erode your essence. You shall become truly eternal. With your presence, none dare defy the oath of eternal heaven, and the Wolf clan shall be your most loyal hounds. Agongbeo further prostrated himself, sinking lower. In the presence of such overwhelming power, dignity meant nothing. Are you cursing me? Lu Feifan cast a glance at Agongbeo. Instantly, Agongbeo felt as though he was suffocating. He could not comprehend how his humble posture, honed from his youth in service to his father, and further refined in his dealings with sycophantic ministers, could be perceived as a curse. He had no such intention. Confronted with such terror, he truly dared not. I shall endure through the heavens and earth. As the world decays, I shall remain unyielding. As the heavens and earth collapse, I shall not perish. You dare claim I am destined for merely a millennium? Agongbeo felt an increasing weight of pressure upon him. Damn, so this is where the misunderstanding lies. However, within his perception, a millennium truly meant flattery. The realm of terrestrial immortality merely spanned 1,000 years. He had not anticipated that this Qin Huang was so arrogant as to scorn the notion of a millennium, even viewing it as a curse upon him. This was utterly absurd. The emperors of the Great Xia grew increasingly short-lived with each generation, yet this individual sought eternity. Nevertheless, I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness Qin Huang. You are eternal. May you endure forever. Agongbeo quickly acquiesced, realizing that eternity was the true complement, not a millennium. He would return and deal with those who had called him everlasting, a group of inept flatterers who had misled him. Agongbeo seethed with frustration. Yet, he dared not show any animosity towards the Qin Huang before him. Therefore, those sycophants would undoubtedly bear the brunt of this error. They were kept around for such occasions, to vent frustrations when necessary. However, this was contingent upon him surviving to return home. You, with your pronounced features. Who would have thought you could be so adaptable? One cannot judge a person by their appearance. In your case, it was quite literal. Lu Feifan nodded. It is often said that villains perish due to their verbosity. Yet, he understood why they felt compelled to speak at length. It was simply pleasurable. Not saying a few words would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction. This sentiment was one Lu Feifan comprehended. However, he believed that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, they would not be relegated to the role of a villain. The notion that verbosity leads to downfall was not as profound as one might think. The villain's demise is not merely a result of excessive dialogue. Rather, it is due to the inherent strength of the opponent, who possesses hidden cards. Even if no words are spoken, those destined for downfall will inevitably meet their fate. When one possesses overwhelming strength, there is no need for concern whatsoever. At this very moment, no miracle could aid Agon Bao, for he faces a being capable of subduing all miracles. Hearing this, Agon Bao bowed his head even lower. The moment that would determine his fate, as well as that of his family, had arrived. It all depended on whether he could present himself effectively. Would the king of Qin accept him, this prairie wolf dog? Your words are commendable. However, Chapter 83 reveals the essence of the royal bloodline of Great Xia. Even if one seeks a dog, there are plenty of wolves across the prairie. Should I utter a command, none would dare to refuse. You have already trespassed upon the lands of Great Xia. Regardless of your reasons or any regrets you may harbor, having acted, you must face utter annihilation. I, this sovereign, do not ponder intentions, but rather consider the actions taken. Those who offend Great Xia shall be eradicated, no matter the distance. Lu Feifan spoke calmly. Agon Bao instantly lifted his head. Are you implying that I am to perish today, without exception? Agon Bao's voice trembled, a mixture of fear and indignation coursing through him. He had thought that the king of Qin's willingness to converse signified a glimmer of hope. This was why he had knelt so readily. Believing dialogue indicated the possibility of negotiation. Yet, he was mistaken. Conversation was merely conversation. Typically, a strong individual would not waste words on the weak when harboring murderous intent. They would simply strike without hesitation. However, the king of Qin's initial restraint had fostered a false sense of security in him, as if the king sought to subjugate him. Otherwise, it made little sense. It was inconceivable that the king aimed to display grandeur. Now it seemed that the possibilities he had previously overlooked were indeed valid, considering the fact that the king remained seated in his carriage. Allowing maidens to dance even at this juncture, it was evident that the king of Qin harbored peculiar preferences. This only served to heighten Agon Bao's anger. Had he known there was no hope, he would have chosen to stand and face death. Then, king, it appears that those of our tribe who did not come may still hold some hope of survival. Agon Bao spoke. The black ice heavy cavalry exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, making him feel as if they were charging towards a bloody slaughter of the prairie. It remained to be seen whether they could outrun their pursuers. Lu Feifan answered every inquiry with grace. He was known for his politeness. Agon Bao realized that his only reward for kneeling was humiliation. He would gain nothing else. As the king had stated, if he sought a dog, the prairie was replete with them. Boom. Upon witnessing the futility of his situation, Agon Bao felt an explosive rage welling within him, the kind that could lead to self-destruction. Unfortunately, as Lu Feifan pressed a hand down, the power he had nearly unleashed was forcefully repressed. His body crumbled inch by inch, shattering like glass, unleashing a terrifying heat that rendered everything to nothingness. Thus, Agon Bao, the wolf king of the land, lost all traces of his existence in this world. This harrowing spectacle was witnessed in its entirety by the Tiger King, who observed from a lofty vantage point. In the end, he perceived that the youth responsible for this resolution cast a fleeting smile in his direction. Though it appeared warm, it sent an inexplicable chill through his core. It felt as though, had he not worn his majestic cloak, he might have simply vanished from existence. This was the genuine sentiment within his heart. This boy is truly sinister. The Tiger King stroked his bald head. Members of the royal family are indeed unique, yet this one stands out even among them. Fond of ostentation, he certainly resembles a descendant of my royal lineage. The Tiger King nodded in agreement. This trait is an inherited characteristic of their bloodline. In moments of grandeur, one cannot help but display it. Of course, when necessary, they can also exercise restraint, just as that young man, who, prior to his true emergence, had scarcely any mention in the world. The Great Xia's king of Qin may well be the only one familiar with him in his domain. The royal descendants had long since forgotten him. At such a tender age, he could endure when needed and flaunt when appropriate. Such is the merit of the Lu royal bloodline. It embodies all virtues. As the Tiger King's thoughts meandered, he unconsciously lowered his altitude. It was not due to being intimidated by a junior, but rather because his steed, the famed blood-sweating dragon horse, had been startled. The black ice-heavy cavalry pursued relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the prairie, a wolf army of slightly lesser caliber than the 50,000 elites advanced with fervor. Their morale soared as excitement radiated from their faces. Shouts of faster, faster, echoed through the ranks. They had received word that Great Xia had fallen. This mission was not one of sacrifice, but of plunder. To them, the prairie was synonymous with abundant resources for cultivation. Previously, they had only glimpsed the riches during the rare visits of wandering merchants, who returned with tales of opulence from Great Xia. Such a land, once thought unattainable, now lay open for them to pillage. The fall of the Great Xia Dynasty was exhilarating news. Tales of the terror wielded by the Lu clan of Great Xia had circulated widely across the prairie, serving well to frighten children. This fear was etched deep within their very genes. Now, with the news of Great Xia's demise, they felt emboldened to enter and seize the once inaccessible resources at no cost. Their excitement was palpable. Seize, seize, seize. Seize resources, seize territory, seize women. They chanted slogans, their fervor escalating with each utterance. Consequently, their pace quickened and their ranks widened. After all, they viewed this as an opportunity for robbery, not a battle for survival. The faster one ran, the more one could take. Thus, the disparities in strength among tribes rendered their coordination less effective. Within the ranks, discussions revolved around how best to showcase their prowess in Great Xia and what loot would yield the greatest reward. Remember, any chance with women is fleeting. We seek resources and treasures, for that is what truly matters. Carrying women will only hinder our plunder. A tribal leader repeatedly admonished his restless warriors. It was the fault of those merchants who had painted such an alluring picture of Great Xia women. In comparison to prairie women, they seemed like celestial beings. Consequently, some among them aimed to capture 10 or 8 to take back. A band of fools, to gather so many women while neglecting resources? As a tribal leader well-versed in these matters, he had to curb such foolishness. With resources and strength, what kind of women could they not have? The soldiers of the tribe chuckled in agreement. The leader bore no anger. Everyone's spirits were high, and laughter was in the air. But wait, something felt amiss. The ground trembled. A great army approached. The keen-eyed soldiers of the leading tribe, reveling in their joy, sensed something was wrong. Could it be that the royal court had returned laden with spoils? Other than that, they could conceive of no alternative. After all, this path led only to Great Xia. And at this juncture, the presence of a great army could only indicate the forces of the Wolf royal court. Surely, it could not be the Great Xia army advancing. The possibility of Great Xia's demise had completely escaped their minds. Chapter 84, Bloodshed Across the Miles. No royal banners were in sight, yet, by all indications, these were indeed the king's men. A formidable warrior ascended into the sky, gazing into the distance before uttering a grave observation. Something is amiss, indeed. It feels as though they are fleeing for their lives. He continued to speak, his expression rife with skepticism. Upon hearing his words, more powerful beings took to the air. Wasn't the message from the royal court meant to rally us for a grand plunder of the Great Xia? Yet, it appears they have suffered a defeat. The airborne warriors began to sense that something was profoundly wrong. The situation seemed less like a summons for shared spoils and more akin to a desperate call for cannon fodder amidst fierce battles up ahead. Look at how many deserters there are already. Even at this juncture, they failed to contemplate that these were fleeing soldiers. After all, the royal court would not have sent a message for their support unless they had reached a stalemate, if not already breached the defenses of the Great Xia. But what could it mean? Suddenly, one of the mighty from the Wolf tribe's clan changed countenance, pointing towards the horizon. At that moment, there was no need for him to speak. All the ascended warriors had already noticed the impending danger. In the distance, a wave of darkness surged forth, engulfing the fleeing soldiers of the Wolf tribe. Initially, they could not discern what it was. They thought it might be some monstrous entity, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was a battalion of heavy cavalry. This meant that the royal court's defeated army was being relentlessly pursued into the very grasslands. Such a scenario could only arise from a catastrophic defeat. In other words, the royal court had deceived them. This was not a mission to seize treasures from the Great Xia, but rather a call to engage in a bloody confrontation. More critically, it appeared the royal court had already been vanquished. No, why is no one fleeing from the skies? Suddenly, a strong warrior grasped a grave issue. Clearly, such a situation could only arise from a catastrophic collapse of the royal court. Under these conditions, not even the grandmasters, let alone those at the terrestrial divine realm, would remain. Yet, they saw no one escaping from above. No, this is dire. Someone suddenly cried out in terror, descending without a moment's thought. The other ascending warriors, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly changed their expressions and followed suit. They too realized what had instilled such dread in their companion. As they peered into the distance, they saw arrows slicing through the air from the black tide. Their reactions were quick, and they attempted to reposition themselves. But those arrows seemed to possess a will of their own. One by one, the airborne warriors were pierced like hedgehogs during their descent. In their final moments of life, They finally comprehended why the royal court's forces had suffered such a fate, while those who remained grounded had not yet ascended. It was not that they lacked the desire. Rather, those who had fled the skies had met their demise early on. They could not fathom what kind of beings could shoot arrows with such distance and potency. Unfortunately, these questions would remain forever unanswered. Meanwhile, below, witnessing their leaders and powerful figures fall from the sky like wounded geese, the once jubilant warriors of the tribe fell silent. They could not comprehend what had transpired. Their leaders had merely ascended to survey the situation. How could they have all vanished? The grounded warriors remained oblivious to the calamity unfolding ahead. Now, with their mightiest absent, they were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what to do next. However, after a brief moment of confusion, they soon spotted groups of their kin in disarray, fleeing in desperation. They recognized the attire of the royal court soldiers. Coupled with the sudden slaughter of their strong, it was clear they had no choice but to retreat. Consequently, without a second thought, they abandoned the bodies of their fallen leaders and turned to flee. And this was merely the beginning. The 300,000 warriors of the wolf tribe, having come to offer support, began to replicate the grim fate of the earlier contingent. Strong warriors ascended, only to be struck down, prompting the tribal forces to realize the peril and turn to escape. In mere moments, the once eager and spirited wolf tribe army, ready to leap towards the Great Xia, became engulfed in a cacophony of wails and desperate flight. Many of the soldiers remained dazed, unable to comprehend the chaos. In summary, the 300,000 reinforcements had arrived, utterly unaware of the specifics of the calamity, and had already crumbled to pieces. Then came the black ice heavy cavalry, sweeping through like a tidal wave, their bloody lances piercing through the fleeing wolves, trampling them beneath their fierce steeds. It was only upon being overtaken that the wolf soldiers realized it was the Great Xia's heavy cavalry pursuing the royal court's army into the grasslands. These royal miscreants had claimed they would share the spoils of the Great Xia with them, promising resources, territory, and women. In truth, they had brought the Great Xia's army right into their midst, a horde of villains. Previously, they had viewed the royal court as generous, lauding the great Han's Agongbeo. Now their loathing was palpable. They cursed Agongbeo incessantly, wishing him a wretched fate, and lamenting the doom that awaited the entire royal court. Why provoke the Great Xia without cause? If they could not win, why deceive them into joining, only to lead a legion of slaughterers into the grasslands? They had boasted of the wolf tribe's elite, each vowing never to retreat, yet here they were, fleeing faster than anyone. Elite indeed. Their strength was undeniable, but their steeds were even mightier. Consequently, countless reinforcements from the wolf tribe found themselves overtaken. As the terrifying black tide surged ever closer, fear gripped their hearts, and their hatred for the royal court deepened. Some of the tribes that had come to assist, realizing they could not outrun the wave, made a desperate decision to intercept. In that instant, a significant number of royal soldiers met their demise. They were indeed elite, yet the black ice heavy cavalry had shattered their courage. After fleeing for their lives, they had lost everything they could afford to part with. In such circumstances, they were no match even for the ordinary soldiers of the wolf tribe. However, the chaos had no effect on the black ice heavy cavalry. Their slaughter continued unabated. Their march relentless. In the Battle of Jiaoding City, they had left a trail of blood across the land. But upon entering the grasslands, they had gone berserk, slaughtering across vast expanses. The pursuit did not cease with the wolf soldiers. Every tribe encountered along the way fell victim to their onslaught, relentlessly trailing the fleeing soldiers towards the wolf tribe's royal court. The black tide swept through, raising a storm of blood and carnage across the entire grassland. The sounds of helpless cries echoed across the skies above, lingering long after. Chapter 85. 10 Days Without Respite. The black ice heavy cavalry cut through the wolf tribe's royal court, and for 10 days, they did not cease their slaughter. As their wheels rolled forth, anything that crossed their path, be it man, wolf, or even a stray dog, met with a lance. The wolf tribe had but a few fortified cities scattered across the vast grasslands. The royal court, a bastion built from the collective strength of the entire plain, rivals even the grandest cities in the Great Xia. Within the royal court resided many powerful beings and their families, the finest talents of the wolf tribe gathered here. If there were a saying about dragon people on the grasslands, those within the royal court would certainly qualify. This was a place with the best cultivation resources and the most structured training conditions. Yet, on this day, the heavens above the royal court were stained crimson with blood. An elderly man, worn with age, raised his gaze to the sky in lamentation. This scene evoked memories of ancient texts long forgotten. Several millennia ago, this land also endured a great calamity. The emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty descended upon it, vanquishing all formidable warriors and ruthlessly cleansing the army with blood. However, during that time, at least the royal court remained intact, allowing ordinary members of the Wolf clan to survive, albeit precariously. Yet today, the situation has drastically changed. This is a true massacre. Both man and beast have been slaughtered, the city walls and structures reduced to rubble, all consumed by fierce flames. The royal court is no more, truly and irrevocably lost. 10 days later, when the Black Ice heavy cavalry withdrew, not a single living soul remained in the entire royal court. Even those who narrowly escaped did so in haste, daring not to look back. The atmosphere of terror was so palpable that even the circling vultures in the sky hesitated to descend and feed. Subsequently, the few remaining great cities on the grassland were also obliterated. Fortunately, the inhabitants of these cities had received word and most managed to flee, leaving their homes to be engulfed in flames. Those who offend the Great Xia shall be punished, no matter how far they are. The voices of the Black Ice heavy cavalry echoed throughout the plains, instilling a deep-seated fear that made the grassland tremble. Even those at a distance, upon hearing these words, prostrated themselves in terror, feeling an instinctive dread towards the Great Xia. At this moment, they harbored a profound hatred, not towards the Great Xia itself, but rather towards the Wolf clan's royal court. They realized that the calamity befalling the grassland was entirely provoked by the royal court's infringement upon the Great Xia. Had the royal court not acted recklessly and stirred up trouble with the Great Xia, the Wolf clan of the plains would not have faced such a disaster. Much like the calamity of millennia ago, it was the Wolf clan's royalty that instigated the wrath of the Great Xia. Over the years, they had refrained from causing disturbances, and the Great Xia had ignored them. Their strength had recovered, and powerful warriors had emerged. The current disaster was merely the consequence of the royal court's recent military actions against the Great Xia. The Great Xia remains terrifyingly formidable, invincible, and unconquerable. In recent years, rumors had circulated across the grassland, claiming the Great Xia was in decline, that the imperial family was on the verge of collapse, even inciting the grassland to take military action against the Great Xia. Even they had been tempted by these whispers. However, it has become clear that these were nothing but fabrications, likely spread by the ambitious members of the royal court. They are the true sinners of the grassland. With such a powerful force as the Black Ice cavalry, how could the Great Xia ever falter? As long as this might exists, the Great Xia will never perish. Undoubtedly, it is a celestial empire, truly strong. Those who claim the Great Xia is doomed are merely the spawn wishing for the grassland's demise. It is these wretched creatures that have drained the vitality the grassland had painstakingly restored over millennia. Their ambition has exacted a heavy toll on the entire plains. As the Black Ice heavy cavalry returned, their fervent battle cries resonated. This young man, truly a scion of the Lu family, has surpassed all expectations, embodying a fierce tenacity. The fierce Tiger King could not help but exclaim, having always believed himself to be a ruthless figure. Yet, he must concede that in comparison, he is rather merciful. At least, his killings are swift. This young man, however, strikes at the heart. Even the ancestral martial emperor pales in comparison. Among emperors, he stands alone. Even the founding ancestor and the martial emperor, the fierce Tiger King believes, will have to bow before him in future reigns. Though the other still holds the title of Cangtian, it is of little consequence. The young monarch's time is fleeting, while he previously regarded him with disdain. Should the young monarch truly perish, he would have been compelled to lament. But now, he feels that the young monarch is too much of an eyesore, and it would be better if he were to meet his end sooner rather than later. His intellect appears quite unhinged. The royal family has produced a revitalizing sovereign. Yet this young man poses a risk to them. Such a child should have been closely monitored from an early age. As for now, it is no longer feasible to keep watch. Even if they banded together, they would not stand a chance. It is simply incomprehensible. They are aware of the terrifying might of the celestial emperor's decree. However, the royal family has only reached such heights with the founding ancestor and the martial emperor. Thousands of years have passed, and all that remains are relics of the past, glimpses of their former strength found only in ancient texts. Yet, even within these confines, Lu Feifan's performance has exceeded the fierce Tiger King's wildest imaginings. No wonder the martial emperor of old could dominate an era. This is true transcendence. Furthermore, this individual is even younger than the ancestral martial emperor, which is the most terrifying aspect of all. After ravaging the plains, Lu Feifan chose to return. As for the fierce Tiger King, after a brief meeting with Lu Feifan, he remained on the grassland to clean up the aftermath. The Black Ice heavy cavalry had cut a swath through the land, leaving no time to gather resources. Additionally, the remnants of the Wolf clan's powerful warriors needed to be dealt with. As for the situation within the Great Xia, with the royal family producing a soon-to-be enthroned sovereign in Cangtian, what is there to worry about? The royal family is secure, and thus the Great Xia is secure. In recent years, the royal family has grown increasingly indulgent towards the prominent clans, but it has never been due to a change of heart. Rather, their strength had waned, unable to maintain control. Now, however, the royal family can once again impose their authority, and it is now the prominent clans and neighboring nations that must be wary and fearful. Indeed, this has proven true. As the Black Ice heavy cavalry hastened back to the plains, news of the slaughter of the allied forces began to spread, shocking the entire realm. This was an outcome no one had anticipated. Initially, even if 2 of the 5 nations' coalition forces were repelled, 3 others had still breached the defenses. 800,000 troops, all elite warriors, among whom were formidable individuals aplenty. Under such circumstances, everyone believed the Lu royal family would surely be annihilated. Yet, astonishingly, the entire force of 800,000 was utterly exterminated. Chapter 86. The Panic of the Prominent Clans. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 800,000 elite troops. Not a rabble of White Lotus cultists. How could they be so easily annihilated? Upon hearing this news, regardless of their faction, the initial reaction was disbelief. Surely, this was a falsehood, a jest. After all, even if the royal family faced no troubles, the prominent clans would surely contribute to the resistance. It would be no easy feat, let alone total annihilation. Even repelling them would require considerable time. Yet the current situation reveals that the coalition forces, on the verge of entering the imperial capital, were singularly obliterated by the royal family. Naturally, they perceived this as an absurd joke, far too ludicrous to be true. Fabricating such a tale would not even be this implausible. Had a martial emperor emerged from the royal family to suppress the army, there might have been some credibility. However, the rumors claim that it was the Black Ice heavy cavalry that executed the extermination of 800,000 troops. In short, every faction, without exception, met the news with skepticism at first. They dispatched personnel to verify the claims repeatedly. Ultimately, they confirmed the truth of the matter. The reports from their subordinates were not exaggerated. The information was accurate and without error. This left the members of the prominent clans in a state of profound silence. Subsequently, they began to devise ways to locate the missing ancestors who had vanished after the assassination of Cangtian. At this moment, the heads of each clan also convened together. It was then they discovered a terrifying truth. The disappearance of their ancestors was not a problem confined to 1 or 2 families. Essentially, the factions involved in the assault on the Qin king have vanished without a trace. Coupled with the demise of the 800,000 foreign troops, they have come to realize a terrifying truth. The ancestors, it seems, have perished. It is important to note that the coalition of the 3 kingdoms consisted not only of elite forces, but also numerous formidable practitioners at the celestial realm. The royal clan of the Lu family could easily annihilate them. The thought that those ancestors might have been slain is not entirely unfathomable. Contemplating this possibility, they felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Under the oppression of the royal family, their development to this point was no small feat. The celestial beings of the past millennium may appear numerous, but they are the result of centuries of accumulated heritage. It was only when the royal family's power waned that they dared to act, intending to seize this critical moment for resurgence. However, they never anticipated that the ancestors had not fully emerged into the open, and before they could truly assert their might, they were entirely wiped out. Such a monumental loss of thousands of years of accumulation is beyond imagination. More importantly, during their peak, they were constantly subjected to the suppression of the Lu royal family. Previously, they had accepted the royal family's oppression, knowing they were still somewhat obedient. Even when showcasing their formidable strength, their compliance ensured relative safety. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the recent circumstances they have come to understand. Their disrespect towards the royal family, their involvement in the assassination of the Qin king, and their swift retreat in the face of the foreign army. Each of these actions has shown their cowardice, allowing the foreign troops to advance as if in an uninhabited realm. Given the Lu royal family's character, the consequences of these actions are all too clear. Unless the royal family undergoes a remarkable transformation with the emergence of a wise ruler. It is evident from the prior circumstances that the soon-to-be ascendant Qin king has perfectly inherited the Lu bloodline. He is destined to be a tyrant of unparalleled ferocity. Subsequently, these eminent families will undoubtedly face a bloody reckoning. This is a conclusion one can easily arrive at even with closed eyes. For 8,000 years, the nature of the Lu royal family has been well known to all. Thus, upon learning of the total annihilation of the coalition forces, And considering the potential fate of the ancestors, the trepidation among the noble families is understandable. They seem to sense the royal family sharpening their knives, the blade poised above them, ready to fall at any moment. In a state of anxious unrest, the noble families convened. The martial prowess of the Qin king must surely be a fabrication disseminated by the royal family, a tactic to gather them for a swift and decisive strike. The royal family possesses a terrifying legacy, and in this moment of decline, they have chosen to employ it to consolidate their power and eliminate them. A member of a noble family boldly voiced this speculation, and all present nodded in agreement. This conjecture is quite plausible. They are well aware of the royal family's formidable foundation. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago rather than waiting until now. Now, it is evident that as the royal family feels unable to suppress the realm, they have deployed their legacy to weaken the power of the entire world. Consequently, even if the royal family appears feeble, it matters little, for the great forces of the world are even weaker than the royal family. This is an artificially created disparity. Where are the members of the Wuzhizong? Someone suddenly inquired. At such a critical juncture, only 3 of the 4 holy sects had arrived. The Wuzhizong had not even dispatched a single ordinary disciple, which struck some as odd. Those scoundrels had refrained from participating in the assault on the Qin king. They must know something. Yet, they have divulged not a whisper. Curse them, shouted a member of the Wanxiang sect, one of the 4 holy sects. Previously, they had been perplexed by Wuzhizong's sudden closure of its mountain gates. Had it not been for the Qin king's affairs, they would have prioritized understanding this situation. Their initial plan was to resolve the Qin king issue first, and then investigate further. However, they now realize there is no need for inquiry. The Qin king had passed through Wuzhizong, and evidently, something transpired at that time that made Wuzhizong aware of the royal family's terror. Yet, that group of bastards has not provided any early warning, causing devastating losses across the realm. Wuzhizong must be punished. We should unite to eliminate them, someone suggested. Now, faced with the royal family, they all felt an unsettling trepidation. Wuzhizong, by withholding information, has become an ideal target for their frustration. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that if Wuzhizong has suffered no losses, they seem unlikely to prevail against them at this moment. Silence descended upon the gathering. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The reality is stark. The ancestors of the noble families have mostly perished. Those few who remain have not intervened, and now, aware of the royal family's terror, they have become increasingly unreachable. Either they are in seclusion or hiding due to the rising storm. Without the presence of celestial realm practitioners to confront Wuzhizong, it is utterly ludicrous to consider such an endeavor. We are discussing how to deal with the royal family. Yet we cannot even manage Wuzhizong, let alone the royal family. One strong voice declared. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew even more somber. Once, they had been prominent powers within the Great Xia, and when united, even the royal family would have to yield. Yet now, they struggle to even exert influence over the seemingly soft target of Wuzhizong. In their current state, they resemble a disorganized mob. Recognizing this predicament, the powerful figures from various factions feel an overwhelming sense of confusion. Truth be told, if given the chance, they would willingly kneel before the royal family, heads bruised in apology. However, the crucial issue remains. The royal family does not abide by reason. To earn the royal family's forgiveness, they must possess strength. Without power, the royal family will ensure they understand the true meaning of fairness. It appears you all feel quite hopeless. Fear not, for I present you with an opportunity for survival. I wonder if you will choose to seize it. Chapter 87. The second prince who left home within the imperial capital. Is it truly this impressive? The old fool of a king certainly knows how to put on a facade. The second prince, who had initially prepared to wait for the coalition forces to arrive and ignite a rebellion, was struck with disbelief upon learning of the annihilation of the 800,000 troops by the Black Ice Heavy Cavalry. He discarded his armor and cast aside his sword, feeling a pang of regret wash over him. Initially, he believed that his inability to inherit the throne would lead to his demise. Faced with such circumstances, he had resolved to fight until death. His blood surged with fervor. He consumed 8 jugs of wine, becoming thoroughly intoxicated. However, he found himself still waiting for news of the coalition forces, only to be met with the shocking revelation of their total destruction. The power of the royal family was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. 8,000 Black Ice Heavy Cavalry had slaughtered 800,000 coalition troops. Even the second prince could not help but exclaim, "What the hell?" After the initial shock, his anger grew with each thought. The royal family was so formidable. And yet he, as the regent for 10 years, had been completely oblivious. It was for this reason that he had endured so much humiliation over the years. The old fool of a king had witnessed it all, yet offered him no assistance whatsoever. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, feeling that he could no longer remain in this wretched family. Over the years, he had sacrificed so much in the quest for the throne, never experiencing a life of his own. In retrospect, he realized how many opportunities he had squandered. Now, the royal family situation was not crumbling as he had imagined. Whether he was present or absent seemed to make little difference. I too once dreamed of wielding my sword to conquer the world. The second prince picked up his sword once more. His days were numbered, and it was time for him to live for himself. If I were to venture out, and death were not my fate, I would seize the opportunity to become a formidable force and return to stand before the tomb of that foolish monarch, declaring unequivocally that his choices were misguided. The second prince gazed longingly at the imperial palace. Given the lifespan of their royal lineage, he understood that his time was limited. This departure might lead him to an unknown demise in some obscure corner of the world. As for the notion of obtaining fortune and returning to confront the foolish ruler, the second prince recognized it as merely a figment of his imagination. The likelihood of that happening was far less than the possibility of the old emperor suddenly granting him the throne today. Never mind. The second prince casually packed a few belongings, grasped his sword, and with unwavering resolve, stepped out of the royal residence, leaving the capital behind. He chose a path at random, venturing forth. The destination and purpose were of little consequence. He merely wished to walk until the end of his days. No one paid heed to the second prince's departure. After all, who would have thought that a prince could leave so nonchalantly? Meanwhile, the old emperor was in a state of exhilaration. My son possesses the potential to surpass the martial emperor. The old emperor, filled with joy, summoned several concubines. However, after witnessing their dance, he quickly grew disinterested and dismissed them all. Although his health had improved somewhat, he still lacked the vitality to fully rejuvenate. Thus, he found solace in merely observing, which dampened his spirits. Attending court was far more engaging. In times past, the court was rife with flattery and sycophancy. Yet, there was an underlying insincerity that became tiresome. Initially, the praise held some intrigue, but soon it devolved into monotony, prompting him to disregard it entirely. Even the second prince was permitted to attend court. However, the present circumstances were different. The flattery was genuine, devoid of the previous pretense. Each individual vied to curry favor, no longer adhering to the formalities of yore. Thus, during this period, the old emperor found himself enjoying court sessions. The only regret lay in the absence of familiar faces. Many of those he once knew had vanished. Had he foreseen this, he would have urged a few to be dealt with, as he had long wished to eliminate them. Alas, they had been swiftly handled by his son, leaving him with no share of the satisfaction, a matter of great regret. The remaining courtiers were relatively docile, making their execution inappropriate and lacking any sense of achievement. In that moment, he began to comprehend why, during the martial emperor's reign, certain noble families remained unresolved until the latter part of his rule, when they were finally eradicated. He realized that life ought to be imbued with some semblance of amusement. Previously, he had no options, but now, with a son possessing the potential to surpass the martial emperor, he too could aspire to become a timeless sovereign. The old emperor mused that the conditions had never been favorable before, but now they were. Under such circumstances, it was time to contemplate his legacy. He could not allow future generations to label him as a foolish monarch, especially one who nearly brought about the downfall of the state. Such a designation would be profoundly humiliating. Although for years the capital had basked in a time of prosperity, with all proclaiming him a wise ruler comparable to the martial emperor, he was acutely aware of the reality outside the capital. Once beyond its walls, he was uncertain of how he would be vilified. Yet, he chose to accept the illusion of the capital's grandeur. Now, however, he possessed the means to abandon self-deception. With a son of such remarkable prowess, there was no shame in basking in reflected glory. As an emperor of eternal renown, he needed to accomplish something monumental. Currently, his son had dismantled the noble families and vanquished the coalition of 3 kingdoms, even advancing into the steppes. With such achievements, if he merely tidied up the remnants of the empire, history would not attribute the glory to him. In that eventuality, he would merely be a passive ruler basking in victory. This realization was unacceptable to the old emperor. Thus, he knew he must undertake a significant endeavor. After much contemplation, a singular course of action emerged that could secure his legacy as an eternal sovereign: to seek out the family of his son's mother and orchestrate several advantageous marriages, forming powerful alliances. With such accomplishments, who could dare to claim he was not an eternal ruler? In that case, the Liu royal family would begin a new chapter, marking a fresh page in history. The more he pondered this rationale, the clearer it became. As for the matter of locating them, the old emperor made his way to the chambers of the late concubine Yi, the mother of Lu Feifan. In truth, she was the only woman who had ever captured his heart. Originally, he intended to elevate her to empress, but she had neither desired nor accepted such an honor. The title of concubine was conferred upon her only after her departure. In reality, his thoughts had leaned towards granting her the title of empress, but he refrained from doing so, considering the implications for Lu Feifan. As the emperor, having once been a prince himself, he understood the treacherous waters of the palace, particularly regarding matters of succession that could endanger one's life. Had he posthumously conferred the title of empress, all manner of intrigue and conflict would have been directed at his young son.